Howdy, folks. Welcome to Panel Pursuit, where stories come to life. Let's dive in.
In a world frozen by catastrophe, where survival is a daily battle, one man, betrayed, finds himself with nothing but the cold and his rage. Han Feng's life was stolen from him, but life offered him a second chance. With a gift that could turn the tide of survival itself, his journey begins. Not for vengeance, but for the chance to live again on his own terms. Allies are fleeting, enemies are everywhere. He must navigate the fragile threads of trust and betrayal. Here, every step could be his last. But in the end, it is not others who decide his fate, it is he. And the will to survive. This is his journey, where life is reborn and death is always close by. A second chance in the depths of cold.
The story kicks off with a news anchor delivering what could easily be the most depressing report of the century. The weather for today, he says, trying to sound chipper, is, well, a never-ending winter. It's official. The Earth has entered a new ice age. Global temperatures are plummeting at a terrifying pace, and any hope for a quick recovery? Slim to none. Yet, even as frostbite nips at his own face, the newscaster tries his best to reassure the audience. Whether he's genuinely hopeful or just paid to say so, he claims that the government hasn't given up on its people yet. With everyone's cooperation, he adds dramatically, we can overcome this crisis. Too bad the crisis doesn't wait for hope to catch up. Just as he's delivering his supposedly encouraging words, a massive airplane comes crashing down, smashing into the news crew and cutting the transmission. Well, so much for the pep talk. The scene then shifts to a grimy, run-down apartment, the kind of place that screams bad days ahead. Bags of empty supplies are strewn everywhere, and the dark, frigid atmosphere makes it obvious that electricity left this place a long time ago. This sad excuse for a shelter belongs to none other than our hero, Han Feng. As if things couldn't get worse, there's someone knocking at his door. Grabbing his trusty, blood-stained baseball bat, Feng cautiously approaches, ready to swing if things get nasty. Peeking through the peephole, he's met with the sight of a terrified woman on the verge of freezing. None other than Hyona, the girl he's secretly been crushing on for who knows how long. Without a second thought, Han throws open the door, allowing the biting cold to rush in. But that's not what has him blushing. Despite the world freezing over, this guy somehow manages to turn into a tomato just from greeting his crush. Why you shouldn't be out there? It's dangerous, he stammers, clearly more concerned about her safety than the fact that the apocalypse is knocking. Suddenly, Hyona steps forward and throws herself into his arms, grabbing his shirt and pulling him in for a kiss, much to Hang's utter disbelief. They lock lips in a feverish, desperate kiss, oblivious to the icy winds or the world crumbling outside. It's just them, sharing the warmth of their bodies, completely lost in the moment. Minutes pass, maybe hours, before Han finally snaps out of it, his heart racing as he pulls back and gasps, "Wait, why did you kiss me?" Hyona's cheeks are red, but this time it's from more than just the cold. In a soft, trembling voice, she says, "Because I realized. You're the one I truly love, Han Feng." Her eyes well up with tears as she smiles, innocence and sincerity shining through despite the madness outside. She confesses that the ice-cold apocalypse has shown her people's true colors, and it made her realize that Han has always been there for her, that he genuinely cares. Han is dumbstruck, and before he can fully process what she's saying, she leans closer, her voice dropping into a sultry whisper, "If you don't believe me, I'm willing to prove it. Any way you want." This seductive move sends Hang's mind straight into overdrive. His face turns as red as a fire truck, and before he knows it, steam might as well be shooting out of his ears. Hyona presses her leg against him, intensifying the already heated situation. Han feels like his brain is about to short-circuit from the sheer excitement. Barely keeping it together, Han somehow manages to blurt out, "Thanks, but I don't know if this is the right thing to do." His heart saying yes, but his brain is struggling to keep up. However, the determined lady wasn't about to give up that easily. She gazed deeply into Han Feng's soul, melting it despite the freezing temperatures surrounding them. With a sigh of defeat, Feng closed his eyes, already lost in a haze of desire. At this point, he didn't care what happened next. He was convinced they'd go all the way, like real lovers in the middle of this frozen apocalypse. But what he didn't expect was the shadow creeping just out of sight. The second Feng's eyes shut, a figure emerged from nowhere and swung a baseball bat straight at him. The blow hit with a sickening crack, sending Feng to the floor, fatally injured. Blood pooled around him as he lay there, barely conscious, the life slowly seeping out of him. Turns out, the attacker was no stranger to Hyona. In fact, they were in on this together from the start. The sweet, innocent girl Feng had been head over heels for wasn't pure-hearted at all. She was a manipulative mastermind. Their whole plan was to rob Feng of his supplies to survive the cold apocalypse. As Feng lay dying, shivering in the hallway, he overheard their treacherous conversation. Hyona and her accomplice didn't even have the decency to keep it low. She laughed and flirted with the man right in front of Feng's fading vision, as if his sacrifice meant nothing. His final thoughts were bitter. If he ever got a second chance, he'd make sure he was no longer the lovesick fool who could be taken advantage of. Just as the last bit of life left his body, Feng saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Desperation drove him to reach for it, his mind set on escaping this tragic fate. But as soon as he touched the light, it shifted from a soft glow to a violent, blazing red that enveloped his entire being. The next thing he knew, Han Feng shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for air as if he'd just escaped a nightmare. He sat there, staring blankly at the window, trying to figure out where he was. 30 minutes passed before he found himself standing on the balcony, basking in the warm sunlight, a warmth he never thought he'd feel again, not after living through the ice apocalypse. Confused, he checked the date, June 28th. But if his memory was right, the apocalypse had started on July 15th. Everything felt too real to be just a dream, and yet he was supposed to be dead. There was only one explanation: Han Feng had been reborn. But something was different this time. Since waking up, his right hand had been glowing with a red light. It didn't burn or hurt. It was just warm, like holding a gentle flame. As he pondered this strange phenomenon, dust drifted into his nose, causing him to sneeze. Suddenly, the red glow on his hand turned green. Startled, Feng watched as the green flame grew larger, pulsing with energy. Despite the bizarre sight, he felt no pain. He made his way back to his room, exhausted from all the overthinking. "What is this?" he muttered, staring at his hand. "No way science could explain why my hand's turning into a glow stick." Just as quickly as it had expanded, the green light began to shrink and calm down. Feng noticed the difference between the red and green glows, muttering to himself, "The red one's more stable." Before he could figure anything out, a wave of fatigue hit him like a truck. He collapsed onto the sofa, struggling to catch his breath, feeling completely drained from the strange, surreal events unfolding around him. Han Feng began to wonder if his sudden exhaustion was being caused by the green flame flickering on his hand. Convinced that this was the culprit, he waved his arm wildly in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But no matter how much he flailed, the flame stubbornly stayed put. Then, an idea popped into his head. Maybe this was some sort of power-up, just like in the stories he'd seen on manhwas. The typical plot twist: the protagonist dies in a brutal way, only to be reborn with an overpowered ability. Filled with new determination, Feng grabbed a knife and pointed it forward, hoping for some dramatic reaction. But nothing. The green flame stayed right where it was, on his hand, not the knife. Feeling a little foolish, Hank scratched the back of his head and made a dumb face, as if the flame could sense how ridiculous he was being. Then, his stomach let out a monstrous growl, a reminder that he'd just woken up and had already been doing way too much before breakfast. With no time to waste, our hero wandered over to the fridge. Unfortunately, it was as empty as his hope for a normal day. "Man, too relatable," Feng muttered. He was famished, and if he didn't eat something soon, he might pass out. Maybe the flame had something to do with how fast he was getting hungry. Just when he thought all was lost, he spotted a jar of leftover soybeans sitting on the table. Well, it's not exactly gourmet, Feng sighed, but beggars can't be choosers. Desperate, he grabbed a handful of beans and tossed one into his mouth. But just as he was about to chew, the soybean exploded. Smoke billowed out, leaving Hang stunned and speechless. From his mouth sprouted a full-grown crop. Yes, you read that right, a whole soybean plant. Hang stared in disbelief as he pulled the plant from his mouth. Not only was it a perfectly grown soybean plant, but the exhaustion he had been feeling moments ago had vanished, along with the strange green flame on his hand. His mind reeled. What in the world had just happened? He plucked a pod from the plant, cracked it open, and sure enough, fresh beans were inside. At this point, Hang was certain. He had traveled back in time and somehow gained a power that would help him survive. Now, more curious than ever, he was eager to learn what else he could do. But first things first, he needed to stock up on supplies for the next ice age. The scene shifts to a bustling city street, packed with people rushing about. Among the crowd is our hero, lost deep in thought. He was mentally assessing his newfound power, trying to make sense of it. So far, he knew the flame on his hand had two colors, red and green. He hadn't seen what the red one could do yet, but the green flame seemed to speed up his heart rate and drain his energy when it expanded or shrank. And then, of course, there was the whole soybean explosion thing. Unfortunately, this was all too little information to come to any solid conclusions. So he just stared at his hand, pondering. Suddenly, a familiar, sweet voice called out to him from behind. Hang Feng's entire body tensed. He knew that voice. Turning around, he felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, and for good reason. Standing there was none other than Hyona, the woman responsible for his death in his previous life. Just like before, Hyona was all clingy and innocent, pretending they'd bumped into each other by sheer coincidence. "What are the chances?" she said with a coy smile. "It must be fate." Her voice dripped with false sweetness, making Feng's skin crawl. For 3 long years, Feng had worshipped Hyona like a goddess. He had done everything in his power to make her happy, even though he knew deep down that he was nothing more than her fallback option, the guy she called only when it was convenient. Despite knowing all of this, Heng hadn't minded. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the girl he had adored would end up being the reason for his death. As the memory of his gruesome end flooded back into his mind, rage bubbled up inside him. But for now, he swallowed that fury and kept his cool. There would be a time to settle things with her, but not yet. Now wasn't the time for revenge. Hang Feng had bigger priorities, like securing supplies for the impending apocalypse. Meanwhile, Hyona, still clueless about Feng's transformation, was doing her best to grab his attention. She leaned in closer, her sugary sweet voice cutting through his thoughts. "What are you spacing out for?" she teased. Though fury simmered within him, Heng put on a flawless act, pretending to be the love-struck fool she used to manipulate. He flashed a polite smile, complimenting her appearance as if nothing had changed. "You're still as pretty as ever," he said with a grin, the words rolling off his tongue like they meant something. Hyona giggled, clearly believing she still had him under her thumb. "Getting smooth with your words, huh?" she teased, batting her lashes. With a sultry pose, she invited him to go shopping. She probably figured she could milk him for some free stuff, using him like a walking credit card. But what she didn't realize was that Hang Feng was no longer her obedient simp. After dying once because of her betrayal and binge-watching too many motivational YouTube shorts, Feng had emerged as a new man, a Chad. Without hesitation, he brushed past her, casually saying, "I can't go with you today." Hyona's jaw nearly hit the ground. Her eyes widened in shock. She'd never been rejected by someone she saw as her loyal dog. Hang Feng didn't even look back as he walked away, smirking inwardly. "Nice try," he thought, "but I'm not the same fool from before." The scene shifts, and now we're at the busiest supermarket in town. Waldemar, definitely not Walmart, the largest and best-stocked store in the eastern region. Of course, when the Ice Age hit, this place was cleared out in a single night, and no one ever figured out who did it. Feng wandered through the now sparsely stocked aisles, filling his cart with all the necessities he could get his hands on. His focus? Stocking up before the apocalypse struck again. As he shopped, Feng browsed the internet for survival tips. According to the forums, he needed to prioritize food, winter clothing, medicine, fuel, and other essentials. The only issue? Money. Feng only had 15,057 yuan on him, not even close to what he needed for a proper stockpile. Feeling stuck, Feng's thoughts were interrupted by a notification on his phone. Ding! He was now eligible for a loan of up to 168,000 yuan. A mischievous grin spread across his face. What's the harm in taking out a loan if the world's about to end? With no second thoughts, he downloaded every loan app he could find. After all, who's going to come collect when the Ice Age wipes everything out? Meanwhile, Hyona was fuming about their earlier encounter. How dare he reject her? She considered Han Feng one of her biggest losers, and yet he'd turned her down like she was nothing. She decided she was done with him. He didn't even own a car. Why waste time on someone that pathetic? Right at that moment, a sleek, luxury car rolled up beside her. The window rolled down, and lo and behold, there sat Han Feng, looking ridiculously smug with his new purchase. Hyona's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she stared at the man she'd been trashing just moments ago. "Is that your car?" she asked, trying to keep her cool but failing miserably. Han, pretending to be humble, nodded. "Yep, just bought it." Hyona blinked in disbelief. "How?" "Oh, my dad's business is doing well in the US," he explained, barely keeping a straight face. "He sent me some cash, just helping me out." The irony of the situation was too delicious for Feng. Hyona, who once used him as a backup, was now staring at him in awe, not realizing that her free ride had just driven off without her. Realizing Han Feng wasn't as useless as she'd thought, Hyona quickly flipped back to her signature sweet and innocent act. Her eyes welled up with perfectly timed tears. "I didn't know you had plans," she sobbed. "Then, just to twist the knife," she pouted. "But it did hurt a little when you ignored me. I thought, maybe you were avoiding me." Han Feng smirked, knowing full well what game she was playing. He leaned in slightly, grabbing her chin with exaggerated tenderness, and with a voice as smooth as butter, said, "Avoid you? Never. You're far too valuable." His lips curled into a sly smile. Hyona's heart skipped a beat, but not for the reason most might think. Internally, she was celebrating her victory, convinced she had him right where she wanted him again. "Oh, Han Feng," she sighed dramatically, her voice oozing with fake emotion. "You're important to me too." And then, with her Best Academy Award-winning performance, she sweetly suggested, "How about we grab dinner? Maybe catch a movie later? I really want to get closer." But Han Feng was already out of earshot. He had turned his back, rummaging through his car's trunk, completely oblivious to her seductive invitation. By the time she realized he wasn't paying attention, her frustration was barely contained. "Why'd you buy so much stuff anyway?" she grumbled, trying to keep her voice in check. "Oh, no reason," Han Feng replied casually, not even turning around. "Just felt like it." He then paused, and with a playful glint in his eye, added, "By the way, I got you a little something." Hyona perked up immediately, her irritation vanishing in an instant. "Oh," she squeaked, her cheeks flushing. The thought of a gift had her practically bouncing on her toes. She wasn't one to turn down free stuff. She walked off with a satisfied grin plastered on her face, making sure to remind him how excited she was for her gift. But as she left, a sly, sinister smile began to form. He's still a gullible fool, she thought. For a moment, she'd feared she lost him. But no, Han Feng was just as easy to manipulate as always. Or so she thought. On the other hand, Han Feng chuckled to himself as he watched her walk away. "Oh, you'll get your gift all right," he mused, barely containing his amusement. He didn't want her finding out about his stockpile just yet. There was still a bigger plan in place. A plan that involved revenge, and he was going to savor it. Once everything was set, Hyona and that backstabber of hers would pay for what they did. The thought of payback sent a thrill down his spine, and honestly, He could hardly wait for the Ice Age to begin. Let it snow. July 15th, the day everything would change, was only a day away. Snow would fall heavily, and temperatures would plummet to minus 20 degrees Celsius, 4 degrees Fahrenheit for the Fahrenheit crowd. And that was just the start. Over the next month, the temperature would sink further, eventually hitting a bone-chilling minus 70 degrees Celsius. The entire world would be buried in ice and snow, and only those who had prepared would survive. Han Feng was ready. Every day, he'd been gathering supplies, food, clothes, fuel, and anything else that might come in handy. He even made sure everything was packed so neatly that not even the nosiest neighbor would suspect he was building his own apocalypse bunker. For the more suspicious items, Feng moved them late at night, doing his best mission. Impossible impression. He wasn't about to let anyone in on his little secret. When the power grid inevitably collapsed, Han Feng would be the only one in the neighborhood with generators humming away, fueled by the stash he'd collected. A whole year's worth of fuel. He grinned at the thought. Not to mention, he was modifying his apartment to be its own little fortress. The heating system would fail, of course, so he was reinforcing his doors and windows to keep out both the cold and anyone dumb enough to try and break in. At this point, Feng was starting to wonder if he lived in an apartment or a mini-mansion. How else could he fit all this stuff? He'd dedicated an entire room just for storing his survival goods, and even that was running out of space. By the time his preparations were finished, it was July 14th, the day before the apocalypse hit. Han Feng stood in the center of his now heavily fortified apartment, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "Bring it on," he muttered to himself, grinning at the mountain of supplies surrounding him. The Ice Age could come. He was ready, and so was his plan for revenge. With only one day left before the apocalypse kicked off, Han Feng steeled himself for the upcoming disaster. Relying solely on his stockpile wouldn't cut it. He knew that much. His unpredictable power to manipulate plants was going to be his secret weapon. He just prayed it wouldn't backfire when he needed it most. Sitting at his table, Han Feng stared at the soybeans he'd grown using his abilities. While the skill was undoubtedly helpful, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that came with not fully understanding how to control it. Now came the moment of truth. He scooped up a spoonful of beans, his heart racing as he slowly brought it to his mouth, silently begging the universe for it to not taste like garbage. He chewed, and to his relief, the beans were edible. Not bad at all. At least his powers could produce something he could actually eat. But that was only step one. Now he needed to figure out how to control this power properly. So far, he knew his ability manifested in two colors, red and green. But beyond that, he was still in the dark. The soybeans had been a fluke, and he needed more experiments. With that thought, he opened his fridge, determined to see if the green aura would work on other plants too. Time passed, the bright daylight outside fading into the soft glow of dusk. At some point during his experiment, Han Feng had blacked out. When he finally came to, he found himself holding a piece of broccoli, his head pounding like he'd spent the day headbutting walls. Groaning, he glanced around and saw his apartment now looked like a botanical garden gone wild, with crops and plants strewn everywhere. One thing was painfully obvious. His power took a serious toll on his mind and body. It wasn't something he could just use on a whim. Still, as much as his head felt like it was splitting open, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. At least he'd learned something. Before blacking out, he had tried using his power on various plants. Some had responded, sprouting from seeds to full-grown plants in seconds, just like the soybeans. Others had done nothing at all. Oh, and there were a few explosions too. Some of the plants had reacted violently to his power, blowing up and leaving behind a coal-like substance that, despite being incredibly light, seemed like it could be used as fuel. Well, at least staying warm won't be an issue, Han Feng muttered, rubbing his temples to ease the throbbing pain. Afterward, Han Feng had tried pushing his powers even more, focusing harder to see if he could gain more control. He'd managed to make a broccoli bloom into a bouquet of flowers, because, that's exactly what every apocalyptic survivor needs, before exhaustion finally caught up with him. He collapsed to the floor, utterly spent. The biggest problem with his ability was how random the results were. There was no clear pattern, No rhyme or reason to when it worked or didn't. Still, Han Feng was convinced there had to be some logic behind it. He just hadn't cracked the code yet. With the apocalypse looming, he didn't have much time to figure it out. Sitting down with the broccoli he'd grown, Han Feng absent-mindedly twisted it in his hand, frustrated that he couldn't make sense of his power. The success rate was unpredictable, and the effects were all over the place. Still, it wasn't all bad. He had at least started to understand that the key to his ability lay in his consciousness. It seemed tied to his focus, meaning meditation might help. With a sigh, he crossed his legs and settled into a meditative pose, trying to center himself. "All right," he muttered. "Time to get zen with it." He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensations in his body, hoping this would bring him closer to unlocking the true potential of his mysterious powers. After all, with just one day left before the world froze over, he needed every advantage he could get. Han Feng sat down, determined to clear his mind and focus. In his head, he imagined himself out in the wild, completely naked. Because why not? If you're going to have a spiritual journey, you might as well go all in, right? As he strolled through his imaginary forest, birds looked at him like he'd lost his mind, and squirrels paused their acorn hoarding to give him a concerned glance. But Han Feng stayed committed to the bit. He had to get in touch with nature, even if his imaginary audience was confused. After what felt like a full episode of some surreal nature show, Han Feng opened his eyes, eager to see the result. And bingo! The green flame on his hand was glowing softly, pulsing in rhythm with his breath. No crazy fireballs, no explosions, just a calm, controlled flame. "I'm a genius," he muttered, grinning to himself. But of course, why stop there? Enter the next phase, meat testing. In front of him lay a selection of meats, like a bizarre apocalypse-ready buffet. Time to see if I can expand my menu, he thought. He placed his hand gently on a chunk of pork, hoping for a spark of magic. But after a minute of nothing happening, Han Feng's face fell. Seriously? I'm going to be stuck eating salad in the apocalypse? He thought, panic creeping in. Desperate, Han Feng gripped the pork like it was the last snack on earth, willing the green flame to do something. Anything. His veins bulged as he focused every bit of mental energy into his hand. But the pork just sat there, stubbornly remaining pork. Am I really about to survive on tofu forever? He groaned, feeling the crushing weight of defeat. Then it hit him. He had another trick up his sleeve. The red flame. Of course. Why hadn't he thought of that sooner? Jumping back into his meditation mode, Han Feng summoned the red flame. As it ignited in his hand, he could feel the heat building, this time more intense than the calm green. With the red flame engulfing the pork, it finally started to bubble. Han Feng leaned in, excited for whatever transformation was coming. But instead of a perfectly cooked meal, the pork, well, it mutated. The once fresh meat was now a twisted blob of something so revolting that even the strongest stomach would turn. Han Feng recoiled in horror, immediately tossing the meat away. That's it. This is worse than anything I've microwaved at 3 a.m. But curiosity won over disgust. Against his better judgment, Han Feng poked the now deformed meat. It felt weird, like something straight out of a low-budget horror movie. Okay, this is officially cursed, he mumbled, trying not to vomit. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the red flame had done something, but it wasn't what he'd hoped. It looked more like the pork had been aggressively overcooked, or worse, evaporated into something else. Still, something in him nagged that there was more to this power than botched barbecue. Then, inspiration struck. What if he combined the two flames, green and red? They were opposites, one for growth, one for disintegration. Surely, combining them would do something epic, right? Han Feng grabbed a handful of soybeans with his right hand, letting the green aura surround them, while picking up the blob of nightmare meat with his left, the red flame flickering over it. His heart pounded as he brought his hands closer together. With a deep breath, Han Feng smashed the soybeans and meat together. A sudden burst of bright, golden light filled the room, so intense that he had to squint through it. When the light faded, Han Feng blinked in disbelief. The disgusting blob of meat? Gone. In its place was the same piece of pork, but bigger, cleaner, almost glowing with freshness. Han Feng's jaw dropped. "This is awesome," he shouted, completely floored by the transformation. Not only had he restored the ruined meat, but it had somehow grown in size. His experiment had worked better than he could have imagined. The piece of meat in Han Feng's hand had nearly quadrupled in size, but something strange had happened. The soybeans in his other hand had completely vanished. Scratching his head in confusion, Han Feng wondered if they had somehow merged with the meat to create this ridiculously large cut of pork. With curiosity taking over, he started inspecting the newly enhanced meat, sniffing and examining it as if it were a rare artifact. The texture was smooth, the smell even fresher than normal meat. "It's like premium, organic meat, but on steroids," Han Feng muttered, clearly impressed. Steam practically puffed out of his nose like a cartoon dragon as excitement bubbled inside him. This is awesome," he whispered to himself, eager to repeat the process. Unfortunately, his excitement was short-lived, as every attempt after that ended in failure. No more magic meat transformations, just a lot of disappointment. Frustrated, Han Feng slammed the ground, shouting, "What did I do wrong?" But true to form, his little tantrum didn't last long. With a sigh, he shook it off, thinking, "Meh, I'll figure it out next time." After all, today wasn't a total loss. He had learned that he could activate both the green and red flames at once. Grinning, Han Feng imagined himself mastering this power. He pictured standing at the top of some massive peak, Mount Everest, maybe, wearing nothing but his underwear on the outside of his pants. Superhero style, he thought. Though, there's a certain well-known hero we won't name here for reasons. But reality smacked him hard as he realized, wait, just because I can grow food doesn't mean I'm invincible. I'm still just a regular guy. He needed more than fresh meat to survive this apocalypse. He needed protection. His thoughts immediately shifted to weapons. Without one, he'd be defenseless against looters, and that was not a position he wanted to be in. As he started cleaning up the chaos in his apartment, he glanced out the window. Snowflakes gently fell from the sky, marking the beginning of the global freeze. Even though Han Feng had known it would start on July 15th, seeing the snow fall again gave him chills, both literal and metaphorical. It felt surreal, like watching a nightmare unfold for the second time. Determined to stay ahead of the cold, Han Feng decided he needed to get a weapon, and fast. The temperature was going to drop to minus 45 degrees Celsius within the week. His first thought? A gun. But there was just one problem, and buying a gun legally wasn't an option here. He also didn't have any underground connections to smuggle one for him. As he wandered through the city, trying to figure out his next move, he overheard a loud conversation that caught his attention. A blonde guy, dressed to impress in an outfit that screamed TikTok influencer, was boasting about his involvement in construction projects worth millions. "Yeah, I know Lau from the Zigging lead group. He's my big brother," the guy bragged to someone nearby. Han Feng instantly recognized him. Oh great, this guy. Around the area, the guy was known as Brotherly, and his sense of style was infamous. He looked like someone who spent more time in front of the mirror than actually doing any real work. Despite his flashy appearance, though, Brotherly was well-connected, and that made him valuable. As Han Feng listened from a distance, the guy he was talking to offered him a cigarette. Brotherly waved it away dramatically. "I only smoke a sai-sai. Anything else makes me cough," he said, like a snob rejecting fast food at a fancy restaurant. Han Feng rolled his eyes. "Right, like you're some kind of cigarette connoisseur." Despite how ridiculous this guy seemed, Han Feng couldn't deny that Brother Lee's connections were legit. He didn't actually have a real job, but somehow he always seemed to know everyone and everything happening in town. Staring at him from afar, Han Feng thought, maybe this fool could help me out after all. If Brotherly had access to all sorts of people, maybe, just maybe, he could be Han Feng's ticket to getting an illegal weapon. Han Feng wondered whether one of Brother Lee's connections could help him get a weapon. So, taking a deep breath, he called out, "Hey, Brotherly." The guy turned around, his face full of curiosity, and honestly, looking at him was already starting to get on Han Feng's nerves. Han Feng forced a wave, followed by a smile so fake, even he was embarrassed by it. Brother Lee squinted at him. "Do I know you?" he asked, clearly having no idea who Han Feng was. Not wanting to make this more awkward than it already was, Han Feng flashed a forced grin. "Yeah, it's me, Han Feng. Remember?" he said, hoping to jog the guy's memory. Brother Lee scratched his head, still clueless. But not wanting to look stupid, he nodded and played along. "Oh, right. Han Feng. Yeah, of course," he said, pretending like he had just remembered. "Been super busy lately, you know how it is." With the awkward introduction out of the way, Han Feng quickly scanned the area, making sure nobody was listening in. Once he was satisfied they weren't being spied on, he leaned in close and whispered his request. The moment Brother Lee heard what Han Feng wanted, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "You need what?" he shouted, causing a few passers-by to glance over. Han Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment. He wasn't sure what to say next, and his eyes wandered awkwardly as he tried to think of a good reason. But before he could come up with something clever, Brother Lee cut him off. "Look, man, I don't do illegal stuff," Brother Lee said, clearly nervous. "But I do know some people. They could help, but are you sure you want to mess with that kind of danger?" For the first time, Han Feng realized this overly flashy guy might actually have some morals. Han Feng, trying to downplay the whole thing, waved his hands dismissively. "Nah, it's just for self-defense," he lied, flashing a smile that wasn't fooling anyone. "There's this guy with a grudge against me, and I need something to protect myself." Then came the story. According to Han Feng, one day while riding his bike to work, he got spat on by an old man who clearly didn't believe in personal hygiene. Disgusted, Han Feng confronted him, asking him what his deal was. What followed was a heated argument that eventually turned into a fistfight. Han Feng, of course, came out on top, leaving the old man on the ground. But before the old guy limped away, he vowed to get revenge. And wouldn't you know it, the next day, the old man showed up with his goons. They jumped Han Feng, beating him up, and told him they'd do it again if they ever saw him around. Han Feng claimed that the whole thing was so humiliating that he couldn't bear it anymore, and that's why he needed a gun, for protection. Brother Lee nodded, but his focus wasn't exactly on Han Feng's story. "That old man's disgusting. Spitting everywhere like an uncivilized pig," he said, shaking his head. Han Feng blinked, realizing Brother Lee wasn't moved by his beating, but by the fact that the guy had been spitting. "Really? That's the part that got to you?" Han Feng thought, annoyed. Despite that odd reaction, Brother Lee was sold. He patted Han Feng on the shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. "Don't worry, man. I've got you covered," he said confidently. "I'll make a few calls and set things up for you." Feeling guilty about the lie but relieved that things were going his way, Han Feng mumbled a thank you. Brother Lee, meanwhile, whipped out his phone to make the call. "We'll take the bus to meet them," he said, nodding seriously. "My luxury car's in the shop." Han Feng raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that was probably a lie. "No need," he said, pulling out his car keys. Right on cue, the sleek pickup truck next to them beeped. Brother Lee's jaw dropped. "That's your ride," he stammered, clearly in shock. Han Feng smirked.
Yup.
As they sped off to meet Brother Lee's contact, Brother Lee couldn't keep his eyes off the interior. "This is incredible. How much did this cost?" he asked, already snapping selfies as if the car belonged to him. 700,000 yuan, Han Feng replied casually, while Brother Lee continued his mini photo shoot, obviously making the most out of his temporary upgrade. Brother Lee, feeling way too comfortable in Han Feng's luxury ride, took out his phone and posted on social media, complaining that the SUV wasn't as comfortable as it looked. The audacity! Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the entertainment district, a place filled with casinos and other shady establishments. In the cold night, a group of rough-looking men sat around a campfire in the middle of the street, grumbling about how freezing it had gotten. Suddenly, their eyes locked on a luxury car pulling up. Out stepped Brother Lee, strutting like he owned the place. The goons immediately stood up, clearly recognizing him. From their interaction, it was obvious they were tight with Brother Lee. They whistled at the sight of the car, impressed, and one of them asked, "How much did you drop on this beauty?" Without missing a beat, Brotherly, putting on airs as usual, shrugged and casually denied it was his, but claimed he bought it for around 700,000 yuan. Han Feng couldn't believe what he was hearing. This guy has no shame, he thought, amazed by how smoothly Brotherly lied about the car, knowing full well the real owner was standing right next to him. Inside the building, they were greeted by a man whose sheer size and intimidating presence screamed, "Mafia boss." No doubt about it. This guy was the real deal. As soon as he saw Brotherly, the boss, known as Boss Lu, narrowed his eyes. "What are you doing here so late?" he growled, not one for pleasantries. Brotherly, clearly nervous now, hurriedly offered him a cigar, trying to break the ice. But Boss Lu wasn't interested in small talk. "Cut the crap," he said, waving away the cigar. "What do you want?" Still a bit shaky, Brotherly got straight to the point. "My friend here," he said, motioning to Han Feng, "came to buy something from you."
A gun.
As soon as Han Feng caught Boss Lu's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. The man's cold stare was like being hit with a bucket of ice water. Boss Lu took a slow drag from his cigar, sizing Han Feng up before finally cracking a smile. "A gun? Huh," he said. "That's easy enough. But I thought you'd bring me something more exciting than a basic gun deal." The boss snapped his fingers, and one of his lackeys, Kangi, immediately stepped forward, pulling a handgun from his pocket. He tossed it onto the table, the gun clattering loudly as it landed. 6,000 yuan, Kangi said flatly. It seemed like everything was settled, but Han Feng, mustering every bit of courage he had left, spoke up. "Actually, I was hoping for something bigger," he stammered. "You know, like a rifle, with a scope." Boss Lu leaned back on the couch, his expression darkening. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at Han Feng with a look that made the air in the room feel 10 degrees colder. Han Feng gulped, his heart racing. Why did I say that? He thought, regretting every word. Suddenly, Boss Lu exploded. "A sniper rifle? Are you out of your mind?" he yelled. "This isn't a shopping mall where you can just pick and choose whatever you want. This handgun's the best you're getting. Take it or leave it." Just as things were about to get ugly, Brotherly jumped in to smooth things over. Wait. Let me explain," he said, quickly launching into a dramatic tale, completely different from the story Han Feng had told him earlier. This time, Brotherly claimed that Han Feng needed the gun because of his wife. Apparently, 5 years ago, something terrible had happened, and Han Feng's situation had only gotten worse. As time passed, the mafia boss started nodding along, clearly moved by Brotherly's story. "Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting," he kept repeating, shaking his head in outrage. You see, Brotherly had told Boss Lu that Han Feng's wife had cheated on him and that none of the 3 children they had together were actually his. Han Feng stood there, stunned, flinching at how absurd Brotherly's story had gotten. What? Where did this come from? He thought, wondering if this was all some elaborate joke. But seeing that it was actually working, Han Feng wisely kept his mouth shut and didn't object. If it got him what he needed, who was he to complain? Completely sold on the tear-jerking story Brotherly spun, the mafia boss, Lu, leaned back and said, "All right, a sniper rifle can be arranged, but it'll take a few days to get my hands on one." Hearing this, Han Feng's heart practically did a backflip. He could barely hold back his excitement. "Thank you so much, Boss Lu," he said, practically glowing with relief. Lu, looking like he had just done Han Feng a huge favor, waved it off casually. He turned to Kinsey and barked, "Get it done, and make sure it's a semi-automatic. Oh, and throw in some ammo too." It was like Lu was ordering extra fries with his burger. Meanwhile, Brotherly turned to Han Feng with an exaggerated grin, giving him a thumbs up like he'd just closed the biggest deal of his life. "See? That's how you handle business. Done in minutes," he boasted, practically patting himself on the back. Just when Han Feng thought things were wrapping up, Lu surprised him by tossing a handgun across the table. "Take it, consider it a bonus," Lu said, as if he were handing out party favors at a mafia Christmas. Han Feng, completely caught off guard, blinked at the gun now in his hands. Thanks," he stammered, still in shock. The generosity felt bizarre, like receiving a free toaster after opening a bank account. Han Feng, still processing the gift, casually mentioned the weather situation to Lu. He explained that he had a friend in the government who warned him about the abnormal weather. They're planning to limit supplies soon, so you might want to stock up early, Han Feng said, trying to sound nonchalant but secretly hoping to sound like he was doing Lu a huge favor. Lu stared at him, clearly trying to figure out if Han Feng was bluffing or not. The mafia boss's gaze was so intense, it felt like he was scanning Han Feng's soul for lies. But Han Feng kept his cool, standing firm like a poker player with a full house. Eventually, Lu nodded, seemingly satisfied, and Han Feng breathed an internal sigh of relief. Phew, guess he likes me now. With the business done, Lu waved them out, and brotherly, ever the chatterbox, couldn't stop talking about how smoothly everything had gone. Man, Lu's so chill today. I bet I could have asked him for a bazooka and he would have said yes. Brotherly laughed, clearly proud of himself. Han Feng chuckled. Thanks, brotherly. I owe you one. How about I get you some cigars later? He offered, feeling generous. Brotherly paused for a second, then shrugged like it was no big deal. You don't owe me anything, but if you're buying, I only smoke quasi-cigars. 7 or 8 cartons should be fine, he added, grinning like a kid in a candy store. As Brotherly rambled on about his cigar preferences, Han Feng zoned out, mentally checking off his apocalypse survival list. Food? Check. Shelter? Check. Gun? Double check. Now all he needed was to master his weird plant powers. But, lost in thought, Han Feng didn't see the patch of ice on the pavement. His foot slipped, and in a split second, he was airborne. He hit the ground with a loud thud, clutching his leg in pain. Ugh, I think I broke it, Han Feng groaned, handing his car keys to Brotherly. You're gonna have to drive. I don't have a license. Brotherly looked at him like he was joking. What? Neither do I. What do you want me to do, carry you? After an awkward moment of realizing they were both equally unqualified to drive, they gave up and hailed a taxi to take them to the hospital. At the hospital, the staff looked like they were ready to call it a night. A cute nurse glanced out the window at the worsening weather, clearly not happy about the cold. Then, her phone rang. A quick conversation later, she sighed. Apparently, they were short-staffed, and she had been asked to stay late. Meanwhile, Han Feng sat in the waiting room, looking miserable. The doctor had confirmed his suspicion. His leg was broken. He'd need to stay for at least an hour for observation. Great, he thought, the apocalypse is starting, and I'm stuck in a hospital instead of prepping for it. As Han Feng sulked, Brotherly stood up, glancing at his watch. Hey man, I've got stuff to do, but if you need anything, just call me, he said, patting Han Feng's shoulder before heading out. Left alone in the crowded, chilly hospital, Han Feng couldn't help but feel like he'd drawn the short end of the stick. Fantastic. Stuck in a hospital with a broken leg while the world freezes over. Just what I needed, he thought bitterly. The hospital was packed to the brim, with patients spilling into the hallways, victims of accidents caused by the sudden blizzard and the plunging temperatures outside. Emergency beds lined the corridors, a grim reminder of how fast things were deteriorating. Han Feng sat there, looking around, wondering when his results would finally be out so he could get his meds. But before he could stew in his thoughts for too long, something much more interesting caught his attention. A pair of scenic views walking by. Like any man of culture, Han Feng's radar didn't miss a beat. His eyes locking onto the passing nurse once she entered his peripheral vision. The head nurse was busy attending to patients in critical need, moving with both precision and grace as she checked on them one by one. It was almost like watching a ballet, a perfect combination of efficiency and elegance. Han Feng was mesmerized. Her meticulous attention to detail paired with her flawless appearance was, to him, a masterpiece in motion. How is she so young and already the head nurse? He thought, utterly captivated by Jin's skill and beauty. The more Han Feng watched her work, the more enthralled he became. Jin's natural kindness, her work ethic, and of course, her unbelievably gorgeous face. All of it seemed too perfect. But, being the cultured observer he was, his admiration wasn't limited to her face. His gaze wandered, appreciating the finer details of her form as she moved. Man, she's not even paying attention to how much she's flaunting it, Han Feng thought, worried that someone might take advantage of her, though he knew full well he was doing just that with his eyes. Suddenly, the old man sitting beside Han Feng called out for the head nurse, snapping Han Feng out of his trance. Ever the dedicated professional, Jin immediately turned her attention to the elderly patient. He complained about back pain, asking for some assistance. With a soft smile, Jin kindly explained that due to the hospital being short-staffed, she would help him later. Unbeknownst to her, the old man's complaint was just an excuse. As she spoke, he sneakily slid his phone beneath her skirt, attempting to record a video without her noticing. Completely clueless to his sleazy intentions, Jin continued explaining with her usual cheery tone. "We'll probably need to do an X-ray to check your back," she said, not realizing that the old man's mind was far from focused on X-rays. The old creep, emboldened by her kindness, stood up and, under the guise of showing her where his back hurt, began touching her inappropriately. Jin flinched, visibly surprised, but still didn't realize what was going on. Instead, she laughed lightly, saying, "Oh, I'm ticklish there." The pervert's grin widened, thinking he had a green light to escalate his gross behavior. His hand started slipping lower, and before anyone could blink, he had grabbed a handful of her behind, as if he was examining watermelons at a market. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a crutch flew through the air like a missile, smacking the old man right in the head. He toppled backward, landing hard on his rear, groaning in pain. Despite being harassed, Jin still rushed over to check on him, concern written all over her face. Too nice for her own good, Han Feng thought, rolling his eyes. Of course, the crutch wasn't some magical intervention. Han Feng, who had been sitting nearby, gave a sheepish smile and said, sorry. First time using this thing. It slipped. Yeah, because crutches totally accidentally fly across rooms, right?" Han Feng then reached for the old man's phone under the guise of checking if it had been damaged in the fall. The pervert immediately grew defensive, shouting for Han Feng to leave his phone alone. But Han Feng wasn't about to back down. He grabbed the phone and glanced at the screen. Sure enough, there was video footage of the inside of Jin's skirt. Busted. Han Feng turned to the old man, his voice dropping a notch. "You'd better get the hell out of this hospital," he said, his tone icy. "And no, you're not getting your phone back." Han Feng leaned in, his face a mask of cold fury. "If I catch you doing something like this again, I'll make you famous on the internet," he warned. The old man, clearly not wanting to be cancelled by the new generation, clenched his teeth and held in his frustration. Without a word, he sprinted out of the facility, moving so fast he could have qualified for the Olympics. In a strange way, you could say Han Feng had magically cured the man's back pain by threatening him. Jin, being a bit oblivious, stared in shock, wondering how a man with supposed back issues could run like that. Han Feng, meanwhile, couldn't help but worry for this incredibly naive nurse, who was clearly not equipped to handle creeps like that old pervert. Seeing that things had calmed down, Han Feng took out the phone the old man left behind and showed it to Jin, revealing the video that had been secretly filmed up her skirt. She glanced at it, her reaction as casual as ever. "Oh, I didn't even notice," she said nonchalantly, as if this was just another Tuesday. Han Feng handed her the phone, suggesting, "You might want to call the cops or something. I mean, this is kind of a big deal." Jin simply smiled and thanked him as if the whole situation was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. "Oh, thanks," she said, then quickly shifted gears, asking Han Feng about his injury. "How's your ankle doing?" she asked, as though the whole pervert ordeal had never happened. At that moment, the pain in Han Feng's leg came crashing back in full force. He had completely forgotten about his broken leg in the heat of the moment, but now it hurt like he'd just been hit by a truck. Han Feng yelped dramatically, the delayed pain finally catching up with him. A while later, we see Jin carefully tending to Han Feng's leg, wrapping it with the precision of a master. But it wasn't just his leg that was being mended. Her gentle smile was doing wonders for his bruised ego too. "Thanks, Jin. You're a lifesaver," he said, genuinely grateful. But Jin, ever the humble one, simply responded, "No, I should be thanking you for earlier, Han Feng, feeling a sudden urge to act like the responsible adult in the room, gently scolded her. You need to be more careful about your surroundings. Seriously, not everyone's as nice as me, you know? Jin, however, seemed oblivious to the lecture. As if to emphasize that, she casually pulled Han Feng's foot toward her chest while chatting away, completely unaware of how awkward she was making things. Just then, one of her colleagues called for her, forcing her to cut the conversation short. She reminded Han Feng to come back for a checkup in a week. Make sure you come back, okay? She said with a kind smile, waving goodbye as she disappeared into the crowd of nurses. Han Feng watched her walk away, feeling a pang of disappointment. He knew that with the apocalypse looming, a follow-up checkup wasn't going to be possible. This might be the last time he ever saw her. With a sigh, he hobbled out of the hospital on his crutches, mentally preparing for what was to come. The next day, the blizzard had grown more intense. The city was now buried under a thick blanket of snow, and people were struggling to even walk down the streets. Every news channel was buzzing with the same grim updates. Heavy snow was expected to hit every region within 24 hours, with temperatures dropping at an alarming rate. Experts from around the world were on screen, desperately trying to calm the public, assuring them that this cold snap would be over soon. But Han Feng wasn't buying it. Comfortably seated in his cozy home, Han Feng sipped a glass of wine while watching the chaos unfold on the news. He scoffed at the screen, muttering, "Government's full of it. They're just trying to keep people from panicking." If he hadn't lived through this already, he might have believed their lies. But this time around, he was prepared. His house was stocked with all the supplies he could need, and his heating system was reinforced to withstand the coming freeze. As he inhaled the sweet aroma of his wine, he felt a rare sense of satisfaction. He had everything he needed to survive, at least for now. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with messages from his apartment complex. It was full of panicked residents, all worried about the worsening conditions. Most of the messages were typical, people asking what to do, if they should evacuate. But one message stood out. It read, "The Ice Age apocalypse is about to begin." Han Feng froze mid-sip. What? His heart raced. How could anyone else know about the Ice Age apocalypse? This was supposed to be his secret, the knowledge that gave him an edge. Who else could possibly know about this? Growing suspicious of this unknown figure in the group chat, Han Feng's attitude shifted from casual to serious. He realized it was necessary to keep an eye on this mysterious individual, whose presence was becoming increasingly unsettling. Meanwhile, the chat itself had devolved into a shouting match, with people bickering about how to get supplies. No one knew when the weather would clear up, so the tension was as thick as the snow outside. Some residents were even demanding that the property managers show up and explain the situation, or better yet, fix it. The property managers, probably wishing they had called in sick today, tried to calm the angry mob. "There's nothing we can do with the weather being this bad," they pleaded, but the residents weren't having it. "Apologies won't fill our stomachs," they yelled, and soon there were calls for refunds on the fees they had been paying, because, obviously, a refund would melt the snow and solve everything. Han Feng, leaning against the wall and scrolling through the chat, rolled his eyes. These people seriously think a refund will fix the apocalypse? He thought, amused by their lack of perspective. He knew the situation was out of anyone's control, and all this arguing was just pointless noise. Amid the chaos, one resident stepped up, trying to bring some sanity to the group. He pointed out that no amount of arguing was going to clear the snow. Even if the property managers clear it, it'll just pile up again. "We should work together to dig ourselves out," he suggested, proposing that they band together to make a path so they could at least get to the supermarket. Of course, not everyone was a fan of the teamwork idea. "I'm not paying these property managers just so I can shovel snow," someone protested, arms crossed like a kid refusing to clean their room. But the man didn't back down. "Look, the cars aren't going anywhere in this storm. We're better off clearing a footpath and walking to get food." Han Feng's eyes flicked to the guy doing all the talking. Zhang, he remembered. In his past life, this guy had always been the type to rally people together, and it seemed like some things never changed. Good old Zhang, always the people's champ. Just when things seemed to be calming down, another user interrupted the chat, clearly done with all the talk. If anyone wants to go outside, just do it. Stop wasting time. They typed before logging out, showing exactly how much they cared about the group's grand debate. And then, like clockwork, Brotherly made his entrance. His character avatar was overdressed for the apocalypse, typical of the man, and his tone was as obnoxious as ever. "I'll help clear the path," he said, acting as if he was about to lead a rescue mission. "Got some million-dollar business with my brothers. Can't let snow hold me back." Han Feng snorted. Of course it's Brotherly, he thought, instantly recognizing the overconfident, con artist vibe. Even in the digital world, Brotherly was shameless. As soon as Brotherly volunteered, others followed, either inspired or just desperate for action. A cute character with pigtails raised her virtual hand, saying she was weak but would give her best. Han Feng immediately knew who this was, Hyana, the master manipulator. She was clearly fishing for sympathy, as usual. Not surprisingly, her siblings jumped in right after, offering to cooperate like a well-rehearsed performance. Annoyed, Han Feng exited the chat, not wanting to deal with any more of Hyana's act. Even now, she's still got everyone wrapped around her finger, he thought bitterly. He knew firsthand how she worked her charms and twisted people to her will. Shortly after leaving the chat, Han Feng's phone buzzed with a direct message from Hyana. "What have you been up to?" she asked, throwing in the reminder that he had promised to contact her. Then, true to form, she attached a seductive selfie, wearing next to nothing despite the sub-zero temperatures. Even though Han Feng had long since moved past falling for her tricks, he couldn't help but hesitate in how to respond. His delayed reply was enough to infuriate Hyana, who, on the other side of the screen, threw her phone onto the bed in frustration, stomping her feet like a spoiled child. By the third day of snowfall, the situation had gone from bad to worse. Temperatures had plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius, and while the central heating was still working, the signs of the apocalypse were becoming clearer by the hour. Surprisingly, the internet was still up, so people were going about their lives as usual, pretending nothing was wrong. As for Han Feng, he spent his time doing what any prepared man would, scrolling through erotic videos, because apparently, even the world ending couldn't distract him from his habits. Han Feng couldn't help but scoff. It had only been 2 days since he was trapped in his apartment, and he was already losing his mind. Who would have thought that the real enemy during the apocalypse wasn't the cold or starvation, but boredom? Even worse, his leg was still messed up. A broken bone takes months to heal, and it wasn't like he had a time machine. So, with nothing better to do, he resumed his endless scroll through the internet, hoping to find something interesting. Then he stumbled across a news article that piqued his curiosity. Some guy who had jumped from the 15th floor had miraculously started to heal himself after doctors patched him up. Apparently, his bones and internal organs were regenerating. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Self-healing? Huh? A light bulb flickered on in his mind. He remembered his own ability, the green flame that promoted growth. Maybe I can hack my healing process. With a burst of excitement, Han Feng activated his green flame, placing his glowing hand over his injured leg. He stood as still as a statue, focusing all his mental energy on the experiment, waiting for the magic to happen. And nothing. Zip. Nada. The green flame fizzled out like a candle in the wind. Disappointed, Han Feng flopped onto the couch, staring at the ceiling. Well, that was a bust. He had really thought his green light might speed up his recovery. But hey, at least he tried. Drowsiness soon hit him like a ton of bricks, and after one lazy yawn, he drifted off into dreamland. That's when things got weird. In his dream, Han Feng found himself rocking some strange tribal headgear, riding a mountain goat like it was the most normal thing in the world. He was cruising through a lush green landscape, leading a herd of goats as if he were their fearless leader. Well, this is different, he thought. But then, without warning, the entire scene flipped. The green fields were now soaked in blood, and the peaceful vibe had turned into a nightmare. Before he could process what was happening, his trusty goat turned on him. It reared up, launching Han Feng off its back like a bucking bronco. He flew through the air, crashing to the ground and twisting his ankle in the process. Pain shot up his leg, and he gritted his teeth, wondering if even dream injuries hurt this much. As he lay there in agony, one of the goats trotted over and started licking his injured ankle. The sensation was weird, both gross and oddly soothing at the same time. This is the part of the dream where I'm supposed to be freaked out, right? Han Fong thought, thoroughly confused. Pushing the goat away in disgust, Han Fong suddenly realized he'd made a mistake. The goat glared at him, its eyes narrowing in anger. "Oh great, I've gone and pissed off a dream goat," he groaned internally. Out of nowhere, the goat's tongue stretched out like a chameleon catching a bug and wrapped around Han Fong's leg. Before he could react, his foot was yanked into the air, flipping him onto his back again. Then the goat's tongue began to glow green, and Han Fong felt a strange warmth spreading through his injured leg. Was the goat healing him? Okay, this is officially the weirdest dream I've ever had, he thought, trying to make sense of it. But before he could figure out what was going on, he jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Sitting up, heart pounding, Han Fong tried to shake off the bizarre dream. What was that even about? He wondered, still trying to catch his breath. But as his mind cleared, something felt off. Something had definitely changed. He quickly glanced down at his injured ankle, and there it was, a faint green glow radiating from beneath the bandages. His eyes widened in disbelief. Without hesitating, Han Fong ripped off the cast and slowly stood up, testing the weight on his foot. Did that dream goat actually heal me? Surprisingly, Han Fong realized his injured leg wasn't throbbing anymore. In fact, it felt brand new, like it had never been broken. He grinned like a kid on Christmas morning. "Look at me, walking like a normal person." He excitedly stretched his leg and stood up, pleased that he could finally move around without wincing in pain every 5 seconds. Feeling a bit too curious for his own good, he marched into the kitchen, his brain already cooking up a wild experiment. If the green flame healed my leg, what else can it do? He grabbed a knife, eyeing his hand with the kind of intense curiosity only a man with too much time on his hands would have. "I probably shouldn't," he thought, before immediately following that thought with, "Yeah, I'm totally going to do it." His hand shook slightly as he brought the knife close to his finger. He hesitated. "Come on, it's just a little slice," he whispered to himself, like a madman trying to convince himself this wasn't a terrible idea. Finally, he steeled his nerves and made a tiny cut on his fingertip. Immediately, blood began trickling down, and pain signals rocketed straight to his brain. Han Fong winced. "Okay, that stings more than I thought." But without wasting time, he activated his green flame, watching it wrap around the wound like a mini superpower band-aid. To his amazement, the pain vanished and the bleeding stopped. "Huh, it worked," he shouted, grinning from ear to ear. "I'm basically a superhero." Outside, the apartment complex was bustling with activity. The residents had gotten to work, shoveling snow like it was an Olympic sport. Zhang, ever the cheerleader, clapped his hands together. "Great job, everyone. We're saving the day one snow pile at a time." He looked as upbeat in person as he did in the chat, with his glasses perched perfectly and a smile that could convince anyone to join the cause. Turning to Old Man Liu, Zhang apologized for dragging him out in such rough weather. "I appreciate you pitching in today, Mr. Liu." Liu waved it off like he'd just been asked to move a couch instead of braving the snowstorm. "Don't give me too much credit. It was the Jin brothers who really did all the heavy lifting." Jin Wan and Jin Wu, who were quietly shoveling nearby, turned red at the praise. Well, it wasn't that much," one mumbled, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Suddenly, a loud thud broke the moment. Someone had collapsed on the icy ground. The Jin brothers darted over like concerned parents at a playground, finding none other than Nurse Jin, who had dropped to the snow in exhaustion. "You shouldn't sit on the ground," Wu said, panicked. "You'll catch a cold." Jin smiled at them like they were worrying over nothing. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just needed a quick break," she reassured them, her calm smile lifting the mood. After making sure she was okay, the brothers excused themselves. "We're going to finish clearing the main path. Let us know if you need anything," they offered, still fussing over her like overprotective brothers. "I'm fine, I promise." Jin waved them off, still smiling as she settled back into the snow. Could use a hot chocolate, though, she thought to herself, but kept that tidbit quiet. Meanwhile, Zhang, being his usual efficient self, reminded everyone that the snow was piling up fast. We need to finish this quickly if we want to grab supplies later. The mention of supplies made Old Man Lu frown. You know, something's been bugging me, he said, scratching his head like he was trying to piece together a mystery. Zhang perked up, intrigued. What's bothering you, Mr. Lu? Lu shrugged. Probably nothing, but I've noticed a guy around here stocking up on supplies like he's preparing for World War III. I've seen him unloading gas tanks and enough firewood to last through 5 winters. Zhang raised an eyebrow. That sounds a little intense. Maybe he's just a guy who really loves staying warm. The old man shook his head. Nah, something's off. He's acting like he knows something we don't. And trust me, I know what paranoid looks like. This guy's got all the signs. Before Zhang could respond, the Jin brothers returned, their shovels in hand. The main roads cleared. You should be able to get out now, they reported. Old Man Lu tipped his hat, grateful for their hard work. Good job, boys. Thanks for putting in the effort. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man with dark, heavy eye bags appeared behind them like a shadow. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, or maybe even months. While puffing on his cigar, the man with the eye bags mulled over the previous conversation about someone preparing for the winter like it was a doomsday scenario. Huh, interesting stuff, he said, about to dig deeper into the topic, when, wham! A large snowball smacked him right in the back of the head. The force of the hit was so strong that his eyes nearly popped out, and his cigar flew from his mouth like a missile. The icy projectile had come from none other than the busty lady behind him. Quit goofing around, whoa, she shouted, clearly not in the mood for his chit-chat. Get back to work. Woo, the unfortunate snowball target, immediately protested. I was doing all the work. You've just been standing there, barking orders like a drill sergeant. The lady, not missing a beat, dismissed his complaints with a wave of her hand. Stop pointing fingers and get moving. Zhang, ever the diplomat, stepped in between them. All right, enough with the bickering. The main path's clear now. Time to focus on what matters, getting supplies. With that, Wu begrudgingly turned back to his task, rubbing the back of his head and mumbling something about unfair treatment. Meanwhile, the others began to get ready to head out. Marin, always the optimist, flashed a bright smile and nodded, while Jin Wan and Jin Wu looked troubled. They had a long list of things to buy, and Wu was already talking about messaging their mom to ask if she needed anything from the supermarket. Uncle Lu, still deep in thought, turned to Zhang. So, what do you think about that conversation from earlier? You think that guy's prepping for something bigger than this snowstorm? Zhang paused, looking thoughtful, and then gave a reassuring smile. Honestly, I'm not too worried. I think this is just a freak snowstorm. The weather will clear up soon enough, and everything will go back to normal. I doubt that person is preparing for this winter in particular, he continued. Even if we take the worst-case scenario, where this blizzard never stops and someone in the neighborhood has stockpiled a mountain of supplies, well, that'd be a good thing for everyone. More resources for the community, right? Old Man Lu let out a hearty laugh. You young folks really know how to think things through. Back in my day, we just braved the weather and hoped for the best. Meanwhile, the blizzard outside wasn't letting up, dumping more snow than the day before. Zhang rallied everyone, instructing them to form a line and prepare to move out. We need to stick together and get back home within 3 hours, tops. This snow isn't getting any lighter. And so, the residents of the apartment complex began their treacherous journey through the snowstorm, marching toward the supermarket to secure their much-needed supplies. It was an uphill battle against the relentless weather, but they had no other choice. Meanwhile, back in one of the apartments, Han Fong was blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. He lay sprawled on his bed, eyes rolled back, still in dreamland. His peaceful nap was abruptly interrupted by loud banging on his door, followed by someone shouting, "Little brother, open up." Groaning like a bear coming out of hibernation, Han Fong dragged himself out of bed, still half asleep. He opened the door, yawning. "Sorry, I was sleeping," he muttered, rubbing his eyes. Standing at his doorstep was none other than Brother Lai, everyone's favorite con artist, still smoking his cigar and wearing an outfit that looked like he'd raided a thrift store and a fashion magazine simultaneously. The man grinned, holding a guitar case. "I've got the item you ordered," he said, a little too casually. Han Feng's drowsiness evaporated in an instant. "Oh, it's here," he said, eyes lighting up. Brother Lai handed over the guitar case, and inside was the semi-automatic rifle, loaded with ammunition. Han Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Lai, puffing on his cigar like he was in an old noir film, smirked. "The boss wanted to thank you personally for giving us that heads up on the whole supply shortage thing. Consider this a token of appreciation." Han Feng waved it off with a laugh. "Ah, it was nothing," he said, though deep down, he couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself. Suddenly, Brother Lai's face turned serious, like he just remembered something important. Naturally, Han Feng's curiosity spiked. "What's up? Something wrong?" he asked, sensing the change in atmosphere. What followed was nothing short of shocking. Brother Lai leaned in and dropped the bomb. The supermarket in the East District? Completely wiped out. Overnight. Not a single can of beans left. We tried to get supplies, but when we got there, the shelves were cleaner than my conscience. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He gulped so hard it felt like a whole watermelon was sliding down his throat. How is that even possible? He thought. Memories from his previous life flooded back, and he wondered if the same mysterious events were playing out again. Before he could ask more, Brother Lai puffed on his cigar and said, "Anyway, I'm off. Make sure you layer up, little brother. This weather's no joke." He gave Han Feng a knowing wink before turning on his heel to leave. Han Feng nodded, still rattled by the news. Yeah, I'll stay warm." He closed the door behind Brother Lai, making sure to lock it tight. No way he was letting anyone peek inside and catch a glimpse of his secret stash of hoarded supplies. Alone again, Han Feng couldn't shake the unsettling news. How does someone manage to empty an entire supermarket in just one night? He thought, pacing around the room like a detective trying to solve a case. Even with all the money he had and his knowledge of the incoming apocalypse, he couldn't have bought everything in the store without raising suspicion. It seemed impossible. There had to be another explanation. His mind drifted to the comics and novels he used to read. Stories about superhumans with wild abilities, some of them able to store things in alternate dimensions. Could something like that really exist? Han Feng mused. After all, he himself had been reborn with some weird powers. Maybe this is possible. If it was true, though, and there really was a superhuman with a dimensional storage ability, that would be a huge problem. He clenched his fists, the thought making his skin crawl. "I need to understand my own power better," he decided. "If there are other superhumans out there, I have to be ready." Determined, Han Feng grabbed a single soybean from the bowl on the table, deep in thought. His power had potential, sure, but the success rate was frustratingly low. For vegetables like soybeans, only 1 out of 10 attempts worked. And meat? Forget it. He'd failed so many times that he'd lost count. If I keep this up, I'll end up wasting more supplies than I can create, he thought, fidgeting with the bean in his hand. With a steady breath, Han Feng activated his green flame, attempting to work his magic on the tiny bean. Suddenly, there was a pop, and a small explosion sent a puff of green smoke billowing into the air, making Han Feng flinch. When the smoke cleared, he looked down at his hand, expecting to see a perfectly enhanced bean. Instead, there was a weird stone-like object sitting in his palm. The soybean had transformed into some unknown rock. What is this? A magic trick gone wrong? Han Feng thought, utterly triggered by yet another failure. He crushed the rock in his hand, frustration bubbling up. "I'm figuring this out tonight," he declared, as if challenging the universe itself. "Even if it kills me." Hours passed as Han Feng continued to experiment, his frustration growing with every failure. By 10:45 p.m., the room looked like a battlefield, soybeans scattered everywhere. Han Feng, tired and sweaty, sat among the mess, still determined to unlock the secrets of his ability. Han Fong glanced down at his hand in disbelief. There it was, a fully grown plant, sprouted right from a soybean. He had actually done it. Breathing heavily, he leaned back, trying to catch his breath as if he had just completed a marathon. The camera zoomed out, revealing our poor, shirtless hero on the verge of collapse. The soybeans that had once overflowed from the bowl, now completely wiped out, victims of his relentless experiments. But exhaustion was the least of his concerns. Han Fong had finally learned something from all his failed attempts. Turns out, when he used the green light, the energy output remained constant no matter what. That's why he kept getting inconsistent results despite using the same power on the same types of food. Each food had its own energy value, like each ingredient was playing hard to get. If he could figure out how much energy each food needed, he could control the outcome. Then, out of nowhere, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, this is just like that old dance game from years ago. You know, that Dance Revolution game where you had to step on arrows at the perfect time? He smirked, picturing himself hitting those energy arrows perfectly, like some kind of cosmic dance-off between him and his ingredients. With renewed focus, he imagined the energy values as directional inputs. His job? To hit those buttons at the exact moment and find the critical point to keep the food from turning into an explosive mess. Great. I'm the world's first food DJ, he thought, half laughing at the idea. Summoning all his concentration, Han Fong poured his green flame power into a single soybean, visualizing the dance arrows in his mind. After what felt like ages, the seed grew, and this time, perfection. It was even better than his previous attempts, a fully grown plant. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh in triumph. I'm a genius. But the real challenge awaited him in the kitchen. Meat. No longer feeling exhausted, Han Fong was ready to tackle his next big test. He grabbed a piece of chicken in one hand and some soybeans in the other, determined to combine them into a culinary masterpiece like last time, when he made pork transform into high-quality meat. He stared at the two ingredients like a mad scientist. All right, let's do this, he muttered to himself. He could feel that the meat required more energy than the vegetables. It was like the difference between trying to do yoga versus lifting weights. So far, everything was going smoothly. He was hitting the energy arrows perfectly, timing every movement just right. But then, disaster struck. He missed one tiny step and boom, the meat exploded into a disgusting black liquid that splattered all over him. Han Fong stood there, covered in foul-smelling goo, his face twisted in frustration. "You've got to be kidding me," he groaned, wiping the sludge off his face. Not willing to give up, he grabbed another piece of meat, determined to get it right this time. Splash, splat, squish, another failure, and another, and another. With each attempt, the chicken meat seemed more determined to explode in his face. By now, the kitchen looked like a scene from a horror movie, with black goo dripping from every surface. "This is impossible," he finally shouted, throwing the latest failed attempt onto the counter. His frustration was boiling over, and he threw a mini tantrum like a kid who just lost a game of Dance Revolution in front of a crowd. If it wasn't for this stupid black goo, I'd have already mastered this, he thought, fuming. Hours passed. Han Fong wasn't ready to give up just yet. "I'm going to figure this out, even if it takes me all night," he thought, determined to conquer this meat challenge. Han Fong sat motionless in his chair, the room so silent you could practically hear his heartbeat echoing off the walls. In one hand, he still held the chicken meat, and in the other, the soybeans. Every ounce of his focus was poured into this final attempt. Slowly, meticulously, he followed each energy arrow like a gamer in the middle of an intense boss fight, hitting every single beat with perfect timing. His eyes stayed shut in total concentration, and then, with a dramatic flair, he opened them wide and performed the final step. And there it was, a magnificent, mouth-watering piece of meat that looked like it had come straight off a prehistoric dinosaur. No joke, it looked like something a caveman would be roasting over a fire, but far more impressive. Han Fong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Sweat was dripping off him as if he'd run a marathon. But the smile on his face said it all. He'd done it. He'd cracked the code. Exhausted, Our boy collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air like he'd just fought a T-Rex with his bare hands. Next to him lay the gigantic piece of meat, bigger than his arm and wide enough to cover his entire torso. "If this doesn't feed me for a week, I don't know what will," he panted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Even though he could barely move, there was a sense of victory in the air. He'd finally mastered his power over both red and green lights, and it felt good. The next day, things weren't looking so good outside. The snowstorm had gotten even more violent, battering the country with winds that seemed to scream, "Good luck going outside, suckers." Han Fong, still recovering from his self-imposed food marathon, was lying in bed when the sound of the TV blared in the background. It was the news, reporting that today was the 17th of July, day 3 of the snowstorm, and things were only getting worse. The newscaster's tone was grim, as if they were delivering bad news to a classroom full of students on a snow day. According to the report, the entire country was experiencing the worst snowstorm in a century. Transportation? Gone. Electricity? Flickering. The network? Holding on by a thread. The government urged people to stay put, claiming that emergency resources would be delivered to affected regions soon. But the way things were going, soon could mean anything from a few hours to never. Han Fong stretched his arms, yawning as he listened to the grim news. It was all playing out exactly like his previous life, right down to the radio silence from the support teams. "Yup, here we go again," he thought. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message notification from the apartment's group chat. Curious, Han Fong hopped in, eager to see what drama his neighbors had cooked up this time. The server was packed. His neighbors were all going at it, yapping back and forth like a dysfunctional family reunion. From what he could gather, they were arguing over the news broadcast. Half the group wanted to wait for government support, while the other half thought they should take matters into their own hands and figure out how to survive. The result? Pure chaos. In the middle of the heated argument, one voice cut through the noise. "Do you really believe what the news is telling us?" The tone was skeptical, and it quickly grabbed everyone's attention. It was none other than the resident conspiracy theorist, Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, always ready to drop some truth bombs, continued. "If things were really under control, like the news says, we'd have seen a truckload of supplies by now. But you know what I've heard? Armored vehicles, tanks, heavy weapons, all heading toward the city. There's only one explanation left." The chat fell silent for a moment, the tension palpable. Then, with a dramatic pause, Uncle Lee delivered his verdict. "War. War is coming." Immediately, panic ensued. People started shouting over each other, disbelief spreading like wildfire. "War? Are you serious? What do we do now?" one resident cried, while another chimed in, "Are we seriously done for? How do we survive this?" The group chat had turned into pure mayhem, with people freaking out left and right. Han Fong, on the other hand, just sighed. "Here we go again." As Han Fong sat back and heard the murmurs of war spreading through the group chat, his memory clicked. "War? Wait a minute. I remember this from my past life." He frowned, leaning closer to the screen. It was all coming back to him. Then, Zhang's voice rang out, snapping him from his thoughts. "If Uncle Lu's theory about the tanks is right, we need to act quickly," Zhang announced with the air of a general leading an army, though in reality, it was just a group of panicking neighbors. "We've already got people in the neighborhood running out of food because they didn't stockpile enough. We have no idea when, or if, the government's supplies will reach us." The chat erupted in frantic responses, but Zhang continued, his leadership mode fully engaged. "I suggest we start organizing ourselves to help those in need. We need unity if we're going to survive. And to show my commitment, I'll donate half of my food supplies to anyone who needs them. You can come to me anytime." This bold statement sparked a wave of chatter in the chat. As people mulled over the idea of donating, Wu Kuan-yu decided to step up. "Brother Zhang's right. We have to help each other through this crisis. It's freezing out there. How could we let anyone starve?" he shouted through his keyboard. "Count me in for donations." But then, without warning, Wu did the unthinkable. He pointed at Hyona. "And Hyona will donate, too," he declared, as if offering someone else's bank account for charity. Meanwhile, in the cozy comfort of her room, Hyona nearly spat out her tea. Her electric heater hummed softly as she stared at the screen, dumbfounded. "Are you out of your mind, Wu Kuan-yu?" she muttered to herself. Then, with a sigh, she tapped into the chat. "Sorry, Wu Kuan-yu, but I don't have any extra food. And no, this isn't because I rejected you before." As expected, Hyona's defense triggered an avalanche of messages from her loyal defenders. "Why drag her into this, Wu? She doesn't even have enough for herself," someone argued. "If you want donations, ask someone else." Wu Kuan-yu, now in damage control mode, quickly typed, "I didn't know that. I was just hoping we could come together and help each other. But if we can't unite, then maybe none of us should donate anything." His pouty response had the subtlety of a kid denied dessert. The chat, of course, descended into chaos. Some people shouted, "No one wants to be a sucker," while others chimed in with offers of support. "I've got clothes to spare," or "If anyone needs medicine, come find me." Sensing the growing tension, Zhang raised his virtual hand to calm the storm. "All right, everyone, let me express my gratitude on behalf of those who are in need," he said, adding a diplomatic touch. "There are a lot of people here. How about we appoint some of the owners to take charge of this? We could form an interim emergency committee to manage the donations and keep things organized." Han Fong chuckled to himself. Interim committee? This is all too familiar. They're just gearing up to swipe everyone else's supplies, he thought, a smirk creeping onto his face as memories of the past flooded in. The scene shifted to outside, where the world looked like the set of a disaster movie. It was the 19th of July, day 5 of the snowstorm apocalypse, and the temperature had dropped to a bone-chilling -40 degrees Celsius. The central heating system had thrown in the towel, no longer able to cope with the extreme cold. People were huddling in layers upon layers of clothing, desperately trying to stay warm. Not Han Fong, though. He was lounging in his apartment, playing games on his phone, a smirk on his face as the heater blasted warmth through his room. It's all the same as before, he thought. The situation's only going to get worse, for everyone else. Just then, his phone rang, snapping him out of his contented stupor. He glanced at the screen and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Han Fong, owner of apartment 1801? I'm the person in charge of Block 8. We'll be clearing the roads in 20 minutes, so please come down to the basement car park when you're done." The voice on the other end chirped, as if they weren't asking him to go outside into a frozen wasteland. Han Fong rolled his eyes. Clear the roads? In this snow? What are they going to clear it with? Wishful thinking. He thought sarcastically. "Sure, I'll come down after I finish eating," he said, hanging up without another word. After finishing his meal, Han Fong headed down to the lobby, determined to keep a low profile. "The last thing I need is for people to get suspicious about my food stash." But when he got there, he realized the snow situation was worse than he thought. The first floor entrance was sealed off with snow, trapping everyone inside. His neighbors were gathered by the glass doors, staring out in disbelief. "Damn, the paths we cleared yesterday are completely buried," one neighbor exclaimed. "I've never seen snow pile up this high in my life. We should just push the door open," another suggested, with the confidence of someone about to make a terrible decision. Suddenly, a guy in the group spotted Han Fong and called out to him. "Hey, black hair bro, get over here and help us with the door." With an internal sigh, Han Fong agreed. "All right, fine." They lined up at the door, ready to push with all their might. On 3, 1, 2, 3, they shoved against the door, and finally, it creaked open, unleashing a brutal gust of icy wind that blasted into the building like nature's own air conditioning. As the freezing blizzard rushed in, Han Fong braced himself against the cold. This apocalypse isn't letting up anytime soon, he thought, as his neighbors cursed the snowstorm that seemed to have a personal vendetta against them. Everyone instinctively stepped back. The cold was so fierce, it felt like even their breath was freezing midair. Han Fong squinted, trying to make sense of his surroundings as the snowstorm pelted down on them. "I can't even keep my eyes open," he cursed, wrapping his arms around himself. "If we go out in this weather, we're practically signing up for frostbite. Heck, we might not even make it back." The others echoed his concerns, their voices filled with dread. "We'll be frozen solid if we step outside. Only a lunatic would think this is a good idea." One person piped up, "With this much snow, the only thing we'll clear is our own path to the hospital." Suddenly, as if on cue, the lunatic they'd been talking about made his grand entrance. "Did someone say they need an idiot?" came a voice from the back. Everyone groaned as Brother Lee strutted forward, grinning like he was about to lead an army. Han Feng knew that tone all too well, full of false bravado. "Why are you all acting like a bunch of cowards?" Brother Lee boomed, puffing his chest out. "What we need is some courage and an imposing attitude. I'll show you all how it's done." Several people immediately tried to talk sense into him. "Brother, please, this isn't the time to play hero. Let's wait for the snow to stop before someone gets hurt." But Brother Lee wasn't having any of it. With a dramatic drag of his cigarette, like he was preparing for a Western showdown, he charged outside, determined to clear the snow with nothing but his bare hands. And for a brief, glorious moment, it seemed like Brother Lee was actually making progress. He was plowing through the snow so fast, it was like watching a human snowplow on steroids. But within minutes, he vanished, swallowed by the storm as the snow piled up faster than he could clear it. The group stared in awe, some even thinking for a moment that he might actually pull it off. But then, a cry for help echoed from the blizzard. "Help! Get me out of here!" Brother Lee's voice came from somewhere deep within the snow, his heroic moment quickly turning into a disaster. Everyone rushed to dig him out, pulling him back into the building. He stumbled in, coughing and shaking, his face blue from the cold. He looked less like a hero and more like someone who had just survived an avalanche. Han Feng knelt beside him, rubbing his chest. "Brother Lee, are you all right?" Lee was so frozen he couldn't even respond, his whole body shivering uncontrollably. The bravado had melted away, leaving him utterly defeated. "Well, that settles it," Han Feng said, turning to the others. "Let's head to the car park and sign our attendance first. We can figure out what to do when this snowstorm finally gives us a break." The group nodded in agreement, realizing that brute force wasn't going to solve anything today. The group trudged through the cold to the basement car park, where Zhang, the man in charge, was waiting for them. "This snow is way too heavy right now," Zhang announced, his tone trying to sound in control, though even he looked unsure. "We'll wait for it to lighten up before we start clearing. In the meantime, this car park will be our donation and collection point for resources." Han Feng eyed Zhang suspiciously. "So this is the guy, huh? The mastermind behind that little emergency committee scheme. Just like last time, getting ready to take everyone's stuff," he thought with a smirk. Zhang smiled at the group, oblivious to Han Feng's suspicion. "Thank you all for your support. I never expected so many of you would step up to donate. Your generosity will go a long way in helping others who are in tough situations." The crowd nodded, some murmuring about how everyone needed to stick together. "We all hit rough patches," one resident said. "It's only right that we help each other out." Han Feng, standing on the sidelines, shook his head. "You'll all regret this. This disaster's just getting started," he thought, amused by their optimism. Brother Lee, still recovering from his blizzard blunder, gave Han Feng a weak wave. "Little brother, I'm going to head back to my apartment before I turn into an icicle." "All right, take care, Brother Lee," Han Feng replied, suppressing a laugh. As Brother Lee shuffled off, Han Feng's attention was caught by someone else, a familiar face. The nurse who had treated his leg was making her way through the crowd, balancing a heavy stack of boxes in her arms. She politely asked people to make way for her, but before she could move forward, someone bumped into her, causing her to stumble. Without thinking, Han Feng darted forward, catching her before she hit the ground. She blinked up at him, wide-eyed and blushing. "Oh, thank you," she stammered, recognizing him. "It's you. How's your leg? Is it fully healed?" Han Feng, flustered, felt his face heating up too. He quickly rambled, "Oh yeah, totally. I've always been a fast healer. Gotten over common injuries in no time since I was a kid, you know? Super fast recovery, like Wolverine. But without the claws." She smiled sweetly at him, clearly believing his every word. "Wow, That's amazing. You must be so strong. Trying to keep his cool, Han Fong offered. Here, let me help you with those boxes. They look heavy. She hesitated for a moment. It's okay. They're really heavy. I don't want to trouble you. But Han Fong insisted, don't worry about it. I'm strong. Besides, it's the least I can do to thank you for fixing up my leg. With a soft smile, she relented. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I'll have to trouble you. She handed over the boxes, and the moment they hit Han Fong's arms, he nearly buckled under the weight. What the heck is in these things, boulders? He thought, his knees shaking slightly. Trying not to let his struggle show, he asked curiously, what exactly is in these boxes? Jinwoo smiled as she explained, oh, these boxes? They're mostly medical supplies I'm donating. It's really heavy, so why don't you let me carry it? Han Fong, trying his best to keep a cool face, gave her a weird smile. Nah, it's fine. I don't feel a thing, he said, though his legs were silently screaming for mercy. Jinwoo saw right through him. Don't push yourself. I'm actually stronger than most guys. Han Fong, curious now, asked, really? Have you always been strong, even when you were younger? She blushed, clearly caught off guard by the question. Not exactly. There's a reason behind it, she hesitated, and Han Fong's radar immediately picked up that she was hiding something. But before he could pry further, she quickly added, it's nothing. Just something that happened a while back. I can't really explain it. Then, in an obvious attempt to change the topic, she asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. Oh, it's Han Fong, he replied, a bit flustered. Her smile brightened even more. Nice to meet you, Han Fong. I'm Jinwoo. Han Fong couldn't help but be dazzled by how innocent and beautiful she looked. She's so pretty, and so naive, he thought, almost feeling guilty. Then, out of nowhere, she asked, so, what do you do for a living? Han Fong awkwardly scratched his head, dropping his voice as if he was revealing a secret. Well, I'm unemployed right now. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Wow, that's... Han Fong cut her off, grinning sarcastically. What's so surprising about being unemployed? It's not a career choice. Just as he was finishing his sentence, someone bumped into Jinwoo, and she fell right into Han Fong, her chest pressing against him. His brain short-circuited for a second as his face turned beet red. Calm down, Han Fong. Don't let your thoughts go to weird places. Jinwoo quickly straightened up, blushing furiously. Sorry. Han Fong smiled awkwardly. It's fine. Before he could even recover, a familiar voice chimed in from behind. Han Fong, why didn't you tell me you were here? His stomach dropped. It was Hyona. Perfect timing, as always, Han Fong thought sarcastically. Hyona wasted no time sliding in between them, grabbing his hand and pressing her chest against his arm in a move that screamed, back off, sister. She looked at Jinwoo with an overly sweet smile. Who's your friend? Han Fong? Jinwoo, sensing the tension and eager to escape, grabbed the boxes from Han Fong's arms and hurriedly said, you two go ahead and chat. I won't disturb you. I'll manage the boxes on my own, thanks. She quickly walked away, her retreat as graceful as it was rushed. Han Fong turned to Hyona, trying not to let his annoyance show. Why are you here? He asked, forcing a smile. She returned the smile with a gleam in her eye. I came down to get some supplies. You didn't contact me, Han. I was starting to worry something had happened to you. Her voice had that fake sweetness he knew all too well. Han Fong scratched the back of his head, trying to play along. I was just about to send you a message. Hyona's smile widened, but her eyes told a different story. Oh, really? Because it sure looked like you were having a great time chatting with that lady just now. Before Han Fong could come up with an excuse, Hyona leaned in closer. Anyway, do you have any spare food supplies at your place? I'm running low, and I could really use some help. Her voice took on that needy tone she used when she wanted something. Han Fong's mind raced. Ah, so this is where the begging starts. He knew exactly what she was playing at, but this time, he wasn't falling for it. Thinking of his plan for revenge, he decided to play along. I don't have much left myself, but I can share some with you." He gave her a look. "But you never responded to the message I sent you a few days ago. How about you come over to my place and keep me company for a few days?" Hyona, pretending to be innocent, quickly brushed it off with a playful laugh. "Oh, come on, Han. If you want to talk, I'm always online." She smiled sweetly, but her eyes flickered with a touch of panic. Han Fong, sensing her discomfort, decided to push a little further. "Looks like you're not interested. That's fine. I'll head back then." He turned on his heel, ready to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, Hyona grabbed his arm, her voice softening. "Wait, I feel like you've changed recently." She gave him a pleading look. "You know I've always been serious about my feelings for you. I don't want anyone to think I'm with you just because you're, well off. Can you just give me a little more time?" Han Fong's face softened, but inside, he was laughing. "If I hadn't died once already, I'd be falling for this act all over again." But now, he knew better. He didn't need to search for the man behind Hyona. He just needed to let things play out like they did last time. She'd bring him right to him. Changing his tone, Han Fong gave her a soft smile. "I was just teasing you. I'll wait for your reply." Hyona looked genuinely shocked by his sudden change in attitude. "Really? You will?" Han Fong nodded. "I'll even deliver some food to you tomorrow." Her face lit up. "Han Fong, you're the best." She waved at him as she turned to leave, all smiles and sunshine. "Let's chat online if there's anything else. Don't catch a cold," she added sweetly as she walked away. As she turned the corner, Han Fong saw the sinister smile creep across her face. Hook, line, and sinker, she thought. Got him again. Little did she know, this time, the game was Han Fong's to play. As Han Fong sat comfortably in his warm apartment, a grin crept across his face. "She really thinks she's reeled me in again," he mused, barely able to suppress a chuckle. While Hyona was likely pacing her cold apartment, anxiously awaiting the food he had promised, Han Fong was sitting at his table, enjoying a feast fit for a king. His phone buzzed nonstop, Hyona, obviously, but he ignored it with the ease of someone who had been burned once and wasn't falling for the same trick twice. He picked up a spoonful of steaming soup, savoring it. "This weather's perfect for a hot meal like this," he muttered to himself, smirking as he took a bite. Let her wait, forever if need be, he thought, fully enjoying the comfort of his well-stocked fortress while the storm raged outside. The scene shifted. Outside, the entire apartment complex was buried under a thick layer of snow. Inside, Han Fong had no intention of leaving his warm haven. He leisurely chewed his food, thinking about his recent experiments. After countless trials over the past few days, he'd confirmed 2 key things. First, meat couldn't be expanded indefinitely, but second, and more importantly, like soybeans, meat could be reproduced infinitely. "It's like I've found the cheat code to life," he thought, grinning. He had created endless supplies of food by using half a stalk of beans to grow more and repeating the process. The same method worked with steaks, pork, and basically anything else edible. Half a steak, a few soybeans, and boom, full steak. He mused, pleased with his endless meat-making machine. Now, he didn't have to worry about running out of food for the apocalypse. "I'm a one-man food factory," he thought with pride. Suddenly, the news on TV grabbed his attention. A reporter, bundled up like she was about to trek through the Arctic, was covering the worsening snowstorm. "Today is August 2nd, the 19th day of the snowstorm. I'm here on Bodu Hai Island in the Maldives, where the temperature has plummeted to -42 degrees Celsius. The island is almost completely buried in snow, and even the ocean is freezing over." Han Fong spooned more soup into his mouth, unfazed. -42 degrees in the Maldives? Yeah, that sounds bad, but trust me, it's worse than they're letting on, he thought, his eyes narrowing. The news always downplayed the reality, and Han Fong knew better. Just as he was about to turn off the TV, a loud blast sounded outside, shaking his window. "What now?" he muttered, heading over to the window. Peering through the frost-covered glass, he saw the aftermath of an explosion in the distance. "That's the 7th one in the last few days," he said to himself, frowning. "What's happening out there?" His question was quickly answered as a fleet of military helicopters roared through the sky. Han Feng watched them for a moment before quickly pulling the curtains closed. This is getting serious. If this keeps up, it won't just be food people are fighting over. Deciding to check the situation downstairs, Han Feng bundled up and headed for the basement car park where he knew the neighborhood trading hub had been set up. As soon as he stepped outside, the brutal cold hit him like a freight train. Why did I leave my warm fortress again? He thought, sneezing almost immediately. The temperature change from his cozy apartment to the freezing outdoors was unbearable. Down in the parking lot, it was exactly what he expected: chaos. People were pushing and shoving, fighting over supplies like the apocalypse was already in full swing. Owners were bartering anything they could for food and essentials, but many had clearly begun taking advantage of the desperate situation. Han Feng stood off to the side, observing the madness. If my memory's right, this is the beginning of the rebellion from my past life, he thought, keeping his distance. But wait, they're actually giving away supplies? Instead of scamming people? That's new. Let's see what's really going on here. He edged closer to gather more intel. The committee members were distributing small rations of food to each household, but the number of people needing help was far greater than the amount of supplies. The tension was palpable, and it didn't take long for someone to snap. At the front of the line, a burly man began shouting, his voice carrying through the lot. I donated several large boxes of resources. Now you're giving me this tiny portion in return? One of the committee members, sweating despite the cold, tried to placate him. Everyone is getting an equal amount. We have to be fair. The man wasn't having it. Give me back my supplies. I'm not here for handouts. I want what's mine, he bellowed, his face turning red with anger. The committee member, looking more uncomfortable by the second, replied, I'm really sorry, but we can't return the supplies. We need to think about the bigger picture here. Once the disaster is over, we'll pay you back. Maybe even multiple times over in cash. The man's eyes bulged. Who knows when this storm will end? I don't want your cash. I want my resources now. Suddenly, a voice from the back of the crowd cut through the tension. Oh, stop being so annoying. Brother Zhang already said he'll compensate you. Quit being so greedy. The crowd immediately turned on the furious donor, with people yelling from all sides. Yeah, get lost. We're all waiting for food too. How shameless can you be, trying to take back what you already donated? The burly man, now clearly embarrassed, fired back, shameless? I gave more than any of you freeloaders. But the crowd wasn't having it. They jeered and booed, practically pushing him out of the way. Take your food and go. We're all in this together. One person yelled, quit trying to cheat your way into more. Han Feng watched, amused. This is just the beginning, he thought, leaning back against the wall. They have no idea how much worse it's going to get. The chaos below continued. Han Feng stood watching the scene unfold, smiling to himself. There's no way the committee is giving back anyone's resources in this chaos, he thought, amused at how they were pretending to be on some moral high ground while hoarding the most. That's not just shameless, that's world-class shameless. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. That's really shameless. Han Feng turned and, sure enough, it was Brother Li, waving at him like an old friend. Bro, long time no see. How've you been? Han Feng asked, but the answer was written all over Brother Li's face. He looked like he hadn't eaten in days, his face turning shades of red and blue from the cold. Li's voice was hoarse. I'm fine, he coughed, looking like he might pass out. You're far from fine, Han Feng replied, raising an eyebrow at the sight of his friend clutching his stomach dramatically. What's going on? It's hard to survive on just water, Li groaned. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Han Feng blinked. You mean you've run out of food? Li nodded weakly, glancing over at the committee's food counter. I thought I was being generous, so I donated most of my supplies to the committee. Now I've got nothing left, and the scraps they're handing out wouldn't feed a mouse. Han Feng's brain clicked into gear. This is perfect. I can get info without having to deal with this mess. He smiled slyly. Brother Li, how about this? Keep me updated on what's going on down here, and in return, I'll give you 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Brother Lee's eyes widened, tears almost spilling over. 4 packs and 2 sausages? For that? Little bro, you're just looking for an excuse to help me out, aren't you? I'll never forget your kindness. Han Fong chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. No need for the drama. We're brothers. Just keep me informed. Lee, still emotional, gripped Han Fong's arm like he'd found a lifeline. Don't worry, little brother. I'll handle everything down here for you. Thanks, bro. Come by my place later to grab the food, Han Fong said, already picturing himself lounging comfortably at home while avoiding the neighborhood chaos. 4 packs of noodles and some sausages? Best trade deal ever. As Han Fong turned to leave, a sudden shout stopped him in his tracks. Then, out of nowhere, a hand slapped him hard across the face. It was her, Hyona. Han Fong's cheek stung from the slap, his mind racing. Did she really just slap me? He thought, touching his face in disbelief. I haven't even settled her previous mess, and she slaps me for no reason? Hyona's eyes were blazing. You've really disappointed me, she snapped. Why aren't you replying to my messages? Inside, Han Fong was seething. She slaps me, then scolds me? But he took a deep breath, keeping his tone calm. Sorry, Hyona. My food was stolen. Stolen, she repeated, her voice rising in disbelief. Han Fong scratched his head, faking an awkward grin. Yeah, I left the supplies outside for a second while I went to grab my keys. But when I came back, they were gone. Hyona's anger melted into a sugary sweet expression, one he knew all too well. Oh no, did you look for it? I tried, but couldn't find anything, Han Fong said, his voice oozing fake disappointment. Then, with no shame, Hyona batted her eyelashes and asked, So, do you still have any food left? Han Fong fought back a laugh. Ah, there it is. Straight to the point, he sighed, pretending to think it over. Not much. If I only eat 1 meal a day, I've got enough to last a few more days. Without missing a beat, Hyona smiled sweetly. That's perfect. You can split half with me and just eat 1 meal every 2 days. That way, we can both survive the disaster together. Han Fong couldn't believe the nerve of this woman. She's really something, isn't she? Shameless to the core, he thought. Then it hit him. To her, I'm just a tool. She only sees me when it's convenient for her. Han Fong grinned slyly, an idea popping into his mind. All right, I made a promise after all, he said, pretending to be generous. Let's split it equally. Hyona's eyes sparkled in surprise. Really? Thank you, Han Fong. She was so excited she couldn't wait to cash in. Can you bring it down to me now? But our boy had other plans. Let's do it later tonight. I'll pack everything up, and I'll send you a message when it's ready. Her enthusiasm faded a bit, but she still smiled sweetly. I'll wait for your message then. I'm heading back now, but you should too before you catch a cold, she said, her voice sugary. Wait for me tonight, Han Fong said with a wave, already knowing she'd be disappointed. The scene shifted, the cold biting deeper. Inside his cozy apartment, Han Fong chuckled as he ignored the barrage of messages from Hyona, who was freezing somewhere in the corridor, waiting for her promised supplies. She was shivering, checking her phone for the umpteenth time, wondering what was taking him so long. Is he really standing me up again? She thought, feeling both the cold and her growing frustration. With the elevator out of service, she sighed and began trudging up the stairs, mumbling, If it weren't for those resources, I wouldn't be looking for you, Han Fong. I haven't eaten in days. As she reached the 16th floor, she panted, almost there. But, as if the universe was playing tricks on her, the lights suddenly went out. No way. Even the emergency lights? She whimpered, eyes wide. Then, she heard a noise from above. Who's there? She called out. But before she could react, something heavy came crashing down on her face. Boom. It was a black bag, exploding into a cloud of white flour, covering her from head to toe. Just then, the lights flickered back on, and there was Han Fong, jogging down the stairs. Oops, sorry, Hyona. I fell asleep, he said, still holding a bag. I saw your messages and rushed down, but the lights went out, and I ran into a railing. That's how the flower bag, slipped. Hyona, her face powdered like a ghost, was furious. Are you kidding me? You can't even handle something as simple as bringing food, she yelled, furiously brushing flour from her hair. But without water, it was a futile effort. Meanwhile, Han Fong was internally laughing his head off. Perfect, he thought. Exactly how I planned it. Keeping his cool, he said, Anyway, here are the last of my supplies. Momentarily forgetting her flour disaster, Hyona grabbed the bag eagerly, opening it like she'd won a jackpot. But her excitement quickly turned to disgust. The food was moldy, half-eaten, and practically garbage. Are you serious? This is trash, she cried, holding up a piece of meat that looked more like it belonged in a compost bin. Han Fong scratched his head, keeping his voice sweet. I had to be careful with what I ate so I could save these for you. Her face twisted in frustration, but she wasn't about to let the supplies go. She snatched a blackened apple from the bag, eyeing it like it was gold. The outside's rotten, but the inside's probably still good. I'll just peel it. She spotted the flour bag at his feet and grabbed that too. And give me that flour while you're at it. As she shuffled away, clinging to the rotten food like it was treasure, Han Fong stood there, watching with amusement. That garbage should give you a good stomachache for a few days, he thought with satisfaction. As Hyona vanished into the distance, he turned to head back to his apartment, mumbling to himself, You won't even be able to wash that flour out of your hair. No hot showers in this weather. Feeling quite pleased with his work, Han Fong walked upstairs. But halfway up, a shiver ran down his spine. He sensed someone watching him. He stopped, his hand hovering near the door, and glanced over his shoulder cautiously. Han Fong hid behind the door, waiting for the mystery figure to appear. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, he pounced, taking them down with a swift move while muttering, Seeking death? Huh? To his surprise, when he looked down, it was a girl. Hey, are you following me? What's your deal? He asked, staring at her in disbelief. She didn't respond, just lying there silently. Annoyed, Han Fong grumbled, You don't want to talk? Huh? He placed his hand threateningly near her as if to scare her. If you don't start talking, I might just strip you naked, he bluffed. Still, the girl remained silent, unfazed by his threat. Han Fong rolled his eyes and stood up. Forget it. I'll let you go this time, he said, turning to walk away. Go home and stop playing pranks. You're just a kid, he added dismissively. But as he started walking off, she grabbed him from behind. Han Fong paused, looked over his shoulder, and said, Stop staring at me like that. If you're not going to say anything, I'm leaving. The girl pointed to her apartment, tugging on his arm to lead him there. Curiosity getting the better of him, he followed her. When they entered, Han Fong's eyes widened. Her apartment was packed with food, boxes, and warmth. He couldn't hide his surprise. Did you know the snowstorm was coming? He asked, looking around in awe. She didn't respond, simply started changing her clothes right in front of him. As she dressed, she said casually, It was just a calculation result. This is an ice age. Then she dropped the bombshell. There's a mole in your group? Han Fong's eyes widened. So, you're the one who was talking about the ice apocalypse in the group? Incredible. But, you brought me here to talk about this? Without saying a word, she pointed to several screens in front of them. Han Fong turned his attention to them, and what he saw shocked him. There were videos of him, footage of him hoarding food, collecting gas cylinders, and even when he got the sniper from Brother Lee. Are you spying on me? He asked, incredulous. The girl, still unfazed, continued changing her clothes. Wait, why are you taking your clothes off right now? That's not what I meant, Han Fong said, panicking and trying to stop his mind from wandering into dangerous territory. Stop undressing. Put your pants back on. In the next scene, they were both sitting on the sofa, a strange silence hanging in the air. Han Fong, still flustered, said, So, you've been spying on me because you were suspicious of my stockpiling, right? And now you're trying to figure out if we can cooperate. She didn't answer, just started typing away on her laptop like some nerdy hacker. Han Fong, watching her closely, muttered to himself, "Why isn't she saying anything? What is with this girl?" Suddenly, without warning, she climbed onto his lap, her body pressing against his. Han Feng froze, his face turning red. What are you doing?" he stammered, completely caught off guard. She pointed toward a generator. "Teach me how to use it," she said plainly, ignoring his flustered state. Han Feng sighed in relief, realizing what she wanted. He explained how to use the generator, showing her all the necessary steps. "Anything else?" he asked, hoping that would be the end of it. She pointed toward the geyser this time. Han Feng walked over, explaining, "You adjust this valve for hot water. Make sure to close it when you're done." After that, he started tidying up her place, rearranging food in the freezer while muttering, "Raw meat needs to be stored in the freezer, unpacked. You're being reckless. Don't just stand there. Help me," he barked, a bit irritated by her passive behavior. He then moved on to show her how to handle the gas cylinder. "Safety is key when connecting gas. Pay attention. Read my steps carefully," he instructed, his voice a mix of frustration and professionalism. Finally, he taught her how to cook properly. Only when there's enough gas can the fire be big enough for cooking. "See this? When the indicator turns green, it's ready," he said, pointing at the stove. Together, they made a decent meal. As they sat down to eat, Han Feng, now mentally and physically exhausted, placed his hand over his face and muttered, "I feel like I'm turning into a full-time babysitter. Your self-care skills are seriously lacking." The girl didn't respond, just quietly eating, completely unfazed by his complaints. Han Feng was a little shaken, knowing she had videos of him. Trying to cover his nerves, he casually said, "I was just kidding." As they both continued eating, exhaustion crept over him. "Let me make it clear. I'm going back after I finish this meal," he announced. But mid-sentence, he noticed she had dozed off while eating. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "I guess I'm not the only one who can fall asleep while eating." Gently, he picked her up, placed her on the sofa, covered her with a blanket, threw on his jacket, and quietly left, closing the door behind him. The next morning, there was a knock at the door. Groggily, Han Feng opened it, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on so early?" It was her again, standing there with several boxes. "This is for you," she said, handing him the heavy packages. He blinked in surprise, eyeing the stack. "You're being too polite," he replied, clearly taken aback. She looked at him strangely, and before he could even ask, she pointed towards the generator. "Can you teach me one more time?" Han Feng sighed. "All right, fine." After a few days of contact, Han Feng was sure of one thing. The girl who lived upstairs was an absolute idiot when it came to practical life. She lacked even the most basic common sense. It seemed like every day, she would drag him to her place to teach her how to cook or use some appliance. Her cooking skills had improved, but Han Feng thought, even with this kind of food, people are rushing to eat it because of the apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, even dogs wouldn't touch it. Suddenly, he realized something. "By the way, I never asked your name." She paused mid-bite and replied with a completely straight face, "The Evil King's true envoy," like she was introducing herself in an online game. Han Feng blinked. Right, I'm not even gonna ask." Meanwhile, downstairs at the community resource counter, chaos had erupted. People were fighting tooth and nail for the remaining supplies in the basement of the apartment complex. The place was a battlefield, with neighbors attacking one another for whatever scraps were left. It didn't matter who the rightful owner was. Whoever was left standing would take everything. No one hesitated to hurt others, and blood was spilled across the floor. Overseeing the carnage was none other than Zhang, standing calmly in his white pants. With a flick of his wrist, he grabbed the microphone and turned it on, unleashing a deafening screech that startled the crowd. The fighting came to an abrupt halt as everyone's attention shifted towards him. "Have you all fought enough?" Zhang's voice boomed through the speakers. "You're brawling like wild animals over these last bits of food. Don't you find it ridiculous?" Furious, the crowd yelled back, "How dare you say that? You're the one who convinced us to donate our resources. Now we're starving, barely surviving on packets of instant noodles." "That's right. If we don't fight, we'll starve to death," another one shouted. Zhang scratched his head casually and responded, "Oh, really? So now you have to fight for the leftovers, huh? How ridiculous. Do you even deserve to eat? Think about it carefully. Who's the real culprit here? Who put you all in this situation?" "It's you," the crowd roared, their rage palpable. Zhang bent down, picking up a piece of bread from the floor. "No, it's not me. Let me jog your memory." He squeezed the bread in his hand, tearing it into tiny pieces. This bread used to cost a few dollars, but those with abundant resources raised the price to tens, even hundreds of dollars, squeezing you all dry. You spent all your money, and now you're fighting each other for scraps. Is that fair? The crowd went silent, watching as the bread crumbled in his hand. They have stockpiles of resources but didn't donate a thing. They jacked up the prices while we're the ones who starve. Does that seem right to you? Zhang raised his voice, his words slicing through the tension. So, what should we be doing right now? Shouldn't we be standing united to take back what's rightfully ours? His words ignited something in the crowd. Yeah, why should they profit while we starve? Someone shouted. Let's take back what belongs to us. Another person yelled, and soon, the sentiment spread like wildfire. Zhang smirked, watching the crowd as they began to rally behind him. The mob, now incited by Zhang's speech, started chanting, "It's payback time." Mr. Zhang grinned quietly to himself, clearly relishing the chaos he had orchestrated. This was his plan all along. Meanwhile, down in the crowd, Brother Li was listening in horror. His eyes widened as he quickly grabbed his phone, typing furiously to warn Han Fong. On the other side, our boy Han Fong was lounging on his sofa, enjoying a rare moment of peace and flipping through a book. That peace was shattered when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and saw Brother Li's frantic message. "Little bro, big trouble. The people have gone mad. They're about to start raiding apartments for supplies." Han Fong's relaxed expression immediately changed to one of shock. He quickly typed back, "Who's behind this?" Brother Li replied, "It's Zhang. He's riling up the residents to snatch everyone's resources. They're going door to door right now." Han Fong's heart sank. He rushed to lock his doors, pulling down the curtains as quickly as he could. Brother Li continued to send updates. "They've got weapons. Little bro, don't face them directly. Hide if you can." Han Fong bit his lip and messaged back, "Got it. You stay safe too, Brother Li. I didn't think things would get this bad." His thoughts raced. "I brought 2 guns just in case, but if they find out I've got a stockpile of supplies, those crazies will tear me apart and leave nothing but bones." He cast a worried glance at the room filled with his carefully hoarded supplies. He needed to be ready. Han Fong quickly grabbed a few tools and a fire extinguisher. He barricaded his door and set a few makeshift traps around his apartment. It's not much, but better than nothing. As he was finishing up, the power suddenly cut off. The entire building was plunged into darkness, and he could hear the faint sound of people panicking outside. Phones were buzzing everywhere as people tried to contact management, only to realize the blackout was widespread. But our boy had been expecting this. He knew with the intense snowstorm and the constant energy usage to stay warm, the power grid was doomed to fail. Now, without heat or power, things were going to get even more desperate. This outage might be permanent, Han Fong thought grimly as he fueled up his generator. Once people realized the power wasn't coming back, the real nightmare would begin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we find Hyona, sitting in the lap of luxury, slurping down some instant noodles like a starving stray dog. She was comfortably settled in one of the wealthy men's homes. This rich dude, who clearly enjoyed bragging, was in the middle of one of his long-winded speeches. "I posted in the group chat that I'd buy resources at 50 times the price. Easy money," he boasted, puffing his chest out. "I only spent $500,000, and I got all these supplies. I'm even auctioning some of it to those desperate fools. They're falling over each other to buy from me, and I'm making bank." But Hyona couldn't care less about his self-aggrandizing. She was too busy enjoying her meal, barely listening as he kept yapping away. At one point, he even reached out to touch her face, saying, "See? Sticking with me was the right move." Hyona plastered on a sweet smile, nodding, but deep down, all she cared about was the food. The guy, clearly feeling like he was in control, smugly thought to himself, as long as I've got resources, I can do whatever I want with her. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. The people outside had already started raiding apartments, and it wasn't long before they reached his. The rich boy, clearly startled, rushed to the door to see what was happening. He peeked through the peephole and saw a mob of angry residents, armed and looking ready to break down his door. Panic gripped him as he realized that the people outside weren't here to bargain. They were here to take everything he had. The banging grew louder, and with a sudden crash, the door flew open, knocking the rich guy back onto the floor. He scrambled to his feet, sweat pouring down his face as he stared at the angry mob outside. They had come for him, and he knew there was no talking his way out of this one. Back at Han Fang's apartment, the situation was quickly escalating. The snowstorm raged on, and people were growing more desperate by the minute. Han Fang could feel the tension building like a powder keg about to explode. As he glanced out his window, he muttered to himself, "The real hell is just beginning." We see Han Fang sitting in his dimly lit apartment, working on what looks like a booby trap with some wires, a generator buzzing in the background, and the faint glow of the fireplace casting flickering shadows across the room. Our boy, Han Fang, is trying to set up a clever little trap to electrify his door lock. DIY home security, apocalypse style. He grabs the wires, waves the smoke away from his face, and mumbles, "Why isn't this working? I should have paid more attention in science class." He tests the wires with a multimeter and scratches his head. No power? Weird. Suddenly, BAM. Sparks fly, and our boy stumbles backward, blinking in confusion. He lets out a half-hearted chuckle and says, "Guess I should have watched more YouTube tutorials." Dusting himself off, he picks up the wires and sighs. If only the internet was still up, I could figure this out in no time. Just then, a soft knock interrupts his frustration. Han Fang's eyes narrow. Who's knocking at this time? He checks the peephole, but all he sees is a tuft of messy hair. With a sigh, he mutters, "That height, that ugly hair. It's gotta be her." Sure enough, it's the young girl from the neighborhood again. She pleads through the door, "Please, help me. Let me in." Han Fang groans, shaking his head. "What are you doing here again?" "I'm busy right now." He grips the door handle, about to open it, but suddenly stops. "Last time I opened the door without thinking. Well, that didn't end well." He quickly retracts his hand. "No, not falling for that again. I heard there are people raiding apartments for supplies," Han Fang says through the door. "So I'm not opening up. Go back to your place before someone else finds you." But she doesn't leave. Instead, she continues knocking persistently. Soon enough, she gives up and sits down in the freezing corridor. Ice starts forming in the corners of the hallway, and Han Fang feels a pang of guilt. "Hurry up and leave before they get to this floor," he whispers to her. But before she can respond, they both hear muffled voices from the stairwell. "How many houses are there on this floor?" one of the intruders asks. "Who cares? Let's just hit them all," another one replies. Han Fang's heart races as he peers through the peephole. For men are making their way down the hall, carrying weapons and looking for easy pickings. "Great, they're already here," Han Fang mutters under his breath. One of them stops right in front of his apartment. "Give me the crowbar," the guy says, sizing up Han Fang's door. Thinking quickly, Han Fang grabs the girl and pulls her inside, clamping a hand over her mouth to keep her quiet. The intruders bang on the door, calling out with fake friendliness, "Hey, open up. We're here to deliver supplies." The girl looks at Han Fang, eyes wide with fear, but he shakes his head. "Don't worry. This door's reinforced. They're not getting in." The banging continues for a few more minutes, but the door holds firm. One of the men grumbles, "This door is tough as hell. Let's mark it and move on to the next one." As the footsteps fade, Han Fang breathes a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I reinforced the door. No way I'm letting these goons get in." He had specifically instructed the locksmith to add a 5-centimeter steel plate inside the door. He finally lets go of the girl, realizing he was still holding her mouth shut. "Sorry," he says sheepishly. "Didn't want them hearing you." The girl finally speaks. Thanks for saving me. Han Fong listens for a few more seconds, ensuring the coast is clear, before saying, all right, let me get back to this trap. If they try to break in again, they're getting a real shock. He returns to his work, frowning at the wires. The girl, now curious, asks, what is that thing? Ah, just a little, defensive measure. Han Fong replies, clearly not sure what he's doing. He fiddles with the wires some more. But this electric shock stuff is harder than it looks. To his surprise, the girl casually says, the anti-theft electric shock device just uses the difference between current and voltage. It's pretty simple. Han Fong blinks. Wait, what? What do you know about this? He asks, completely taken aback. Without missing a beat, the girl walks over and starts explaining. First, you power off the circuit. Wrap the bare wires around the door handle, but make sure they're insulated. Then, you connect the ground wire from the distribution box to the handle. Finally, turn the power back on. Han Fong's jaw drops as he watches her expertly wire up the device. Are you kidding me? He mutters under his breath. Together, they finish setting up the electric trap, and Han Fong can't help but grin. If those looters come back, they're in for a shocking surprise. Han Fong, still trying to make sense of everything, checked his newly installed electric shock trap and realized with amazement, wait, this thing actually works now. He turned to the girl and asked, how do you even know this stuff? Without skipping a beat, she responded with her usual nonsense. The evil king's true eye reveals all truths of the world. Han Fong groaned, rubbing his temples. Stop with that evil king nonsense. I didn't ask for a monologue, he grumbled. He grabbed his metal toolbox and the wire, heading back to his sofa. All right, fine. Just sit down and tell me if you need anything. But instead of doing what he asked, she casually pulled up her shirt and dumped her toys and phone onto the sofa like she was moving in. Han Fong's patience hit its limit. Hey, I didn't say you could just… Why are you even here? He demanded. She replied in an unnecessarily dramatic voice. The evil king's true eye will reside here. Han Fong stared at her in disbelief. Wait, what? Reside here? Absolutely not. You're not staying here. He tried to move toward her, but the wire tangled around his legs, and with the metal toolbox still in his hand, he tripped and crashed right into the coffee table, bringing the whole thing down with him. Ow! He groaned in pain, but something strange happened. His hand started glowing purple. The pain subsided instantly, but the coffee table in front of him turned into a soft, fabric-like material. Han Fong blinked in shock. What the hell? Did this purple light turn my coffee table into this? He grabbed the squishy table and moved it aside, noticing the metal toolbox had also gone soft. So this purple light, it can make things soft, he muttered. Suddenly, he remembered the girl was still there, and now he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Oops, I forgot someone else was watching. The girl, as usual, didn't say a word. She stared at him blankly, as if she hadn't just witnessed something bizarre. After a long pause, she suddenly stood up, clutching her laptop with a spark of excitement in her eyes. Is he also a messenger chosen by the evil king's true eye? She whispered to herself, fascinated. Han Fong, trying to recover from the awkwardness, quickly came up with a ridiculous plan. He struck a dramatic pose, one hand on his face and the other holding his jelly-like hammer. Yes, that's right. I, too, am a subordinate chosen by the great evil king, he declared, hoping to play along with her strange logic. Maybe I can get out of this mess if I play into her weirdness, he thought. But before he could feel relieved, she stretched her hand toward him. With a confused look, Han Fong did the same, wondering what was going on. Since we are both messengers of the evil king's true eye, we should support each other, she said. And this resting room should be shared. Han Fong blinked, processing what she just said. Wait, by resting room, do you mean my apartment? Before he could respond, she casually walked past him and headed toward the other room in his apartment. Hey, I didn't agree to this, Han Fong called out, but it was too late. The door slammed behind her with a loud thud. His eyes widened in disbelief. Do you really think this is the evil king's lair or something? Han Fong sighed in defeat. Forget it. He knew arguing with her was pointless. Instead, he turned his attention to the real issue, the strange purple glow that had just appeared from his hands. As he looked down at the jelly-like hammer still in his grip, he pondered, what was that purple light? Can it really soften objects? Realizing that this could be a new discovery, he thought aloud. It seems I have more than just the two kinds of light. If there are others like this purple light that I haven't even discovered yet, I wonder how many there are. He stared at his hand in curiosity. Anyway, I should investigate this purple light first. With everything going on, Han Fong was starting to realize that surviving the apocalypse might come with some new unexpected powers. Han Fong shut his eyes, summoning all his focus, trying to make the purple glow appear on his hand again. But zilch. Nothing. He started recalling what had triggered it the first time. Ah, that wire. He tripped over it and was about to face-plant into his table. Recalling the near disaster, Han Fong had an idea. He grabbed the wire, trying to recreate that heart-pounding, table-dodging moment. Bam! There it was, purple light glowing on his hand again, just like before. It actually worked, he muttered, both surprised and proud of himself. Then, something else caught his attention. The wire in his hand wasn't just glowing. It was squishy, like a piece of jelly. Oh, great. Han Fong deadpanned. So, this purple light turns stuff into jelly. Perfect. I can turn a dangerous situation into a gourmet dessert. He knew there had to be more to it than just making things soft. So off to the kitchen he went, ready to experiment like a mad scientist. Han Fong grabbed a large kitchen knife and, with a deep breath, summoned the purple glow once more. Just like that, the knife turned into a squishy, wobbly jelly version of itself. He poked it, half expecting it to bounce back. It works on steel too? He exclaimed. This is cool and useless at the same time. He didn't stop there. Over the next few minutes, he turned forks, spoons, cups, everything he could find, into their wobbly jelly counterparts. But after a while, he sighed, slumping down on a chair. This is pointless. What am I supposed to do? Open a jelly shop? But then, an idea popped into his head. What if he combined the purple light with the green one, like he did with the red light? He smirked, now excited again, and summoned both lights in each hand. Grabbing the jelly-like spoon, he focused hard, trying to alter its texture. No luck. Come on, he growled, grabbing the kitchen knife next. This time, he expanded both lights around the entire blade. Slowly, the knife began to change. Not only did it return to its steel form, but it was sharper than ever before. Han Fong stood there, mouth agape. It worked, and it's sharper than any knife I've ever seen. Grinning from ear to ear, Han Fong began experimenting again, this time with both lights. After several tries, he confirmed his theory. Mixing the two lights didn't just restore objects. It could make them tougher and sharper. So, that's how it is. If I combine these lights, I can make things insanely strong, he said, the wheels in his brain already turning. Oh, the possibilities. Meanwhile, just outside Han Fong's apartment, two shady homeowners stood on the stairs, clutching their stolen supplies. One of them, looking nervous, asked, "Hey man, you're not seriously gonna hand over the loot, are you? I don't even have enough for myself." The other guy, a bit more confident, shrugged. "If we hand it over, they're gonna make us share it with the women and the elderly." "No way. You're right, but we've got to keep this quiet. If anyone finds out, we're done for." Suddenly, the second man stopped in his tracks, eyes wide. Dude, look behind you." Confused, the first guy slowly turned around, only to see the other man, confused by the sudden alarm, spun around to see what his friend was pointing at. His flashlight illuminated the thick concrete wall, and what they saw made their hearts jump. 18th floor, written on the wall, was moving. Yes, the wall was creeping. What the? The wall's alive, one of them whispered, his face drained of color. As they watched, a human face started forming on the wall, getting closer and closer until it was almost nose to nose with them. There was no mistaking it. "There's a ghost on this floor," they shouted in unison, both barely holding onto their supplies as they bolted down the hall like scared rabbits. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ghostly wall, it was just Han Fong, struggling for breath and trying to keep his composure. He was having trouble keeping the mixture of his two powers stable, especially over such a large area. After what seemed like forever, the purple and green lights merged together, and the jelly-like wall began to solidify, turning rock hard in a matter of seconds. Panting like he'd just run a marathon, Han Fong slumped to the floor, exhausted. But the job wasn't done yet. He needed to test how strong this new wall was. So, in true dramatic fashion, he grabbed his trusty sledgehammer. With a determined gleam in his eye, he raised the hammer high and swung it against the wall. Thud. Then, he hit it again, and again, and again. The sound of his repeated hammer blows echoed out into the snowstorm raging outside. Several minutes later, Han Fong's arms were shaking, his breath heavy, but his face was lit up with a triumphant grin. Not a single chip or crack had appeared on the wall. Unbelievable, he muttered between exhausted breaths. I've built the ultimate defense. Meanwhile, back in the underground parking lot, the guy who had earlier raided supplies from his neighbors was now returning with a nervous grin. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he mumbled, yeah, lots of folks are running low on food, so this is all I could, collect. Before he could finish his poor excuse, someone grabbed him from behind, slamming him onto the cold floor. The poor guy yelped as the one responsible, none other than Jinwen, pinned him down with authority. Where's the rest of the supplies you stole? Jinwen growled, his tone colder than the weather outside. What do you mean? This is everything, the guy stammered, his voice trembling as much as his body. Jinwen wasn't buying it. Don't lie to me. I saw you take 3 big bags. Where's the rest? The guy kept up his feeble story. No, I swear, this is all I have. With a wicked smirk, Jinwen tightened his grip on the guy's arm, causing him to wince in pain. Is that so? Maybe I should beat the truth out of you. Just as things were about to get ugly, Zhang, the so-called leader of the community, stepped in with a calm smile, gently placing his hand on Jinwen's shoulder. Let him go. If we have questions, we'll sort it out another way, Zhang said in his usual soothing voice. Jinwen, still a bit confused but respecting Zhang's authority, slowly released his grip on the guy. Fine, but only because you asked. Zhang then extended a friendly hand to the terrified man, offering to help him up. It's okay, you're safe now. Let's talk. His warm smile was disarming, but everyone watching couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. There was something unsettling about the whole situation, but Zhang had it all under control, or so it seemed. Zhang continued with a calm demeanor, and almost like magic, the guy, Old Wang, who had earlier claimed he had nothing more, came back a while later with the other 2 bags of supplies he had hidden. Sheepishly, he apologized, explaining that with 5 people in his family, the rations they'd received just weren't enough, so he had stashed some away. Before he could explain further, Zhang cut him off, handing over some of his own daily rations. Your family needs this more than I do, Zhang said with a compassionate smile. Old Wang stood there, dumbfounded. But what will you eat? He stammered, his voice shaky with gratitude and disbelief. Zhang's answer was simple but filled with leadership. Rules are rules. Whatever's collected must be handed in, and then we distribute based on need. But I understand your struggle. Take this back to your family. Tears welled up in Old Wang's eyes. His voice cracked as he pledged, from now on, if you ever need help with anything, just say the word, Mr. Zhang. Old Wang will do anything for you. Zhang let out a light laugh, replying, if you ever face any issues, you know where to find me. Then, he turned to the crowd, holding the remaining supplies. Everyone, come receive your rations for today and head home quickly. The crowd, now even more grateful and in awe of Zhang's unexpected generosity, gathered around to collect their rations. Among them, the Jin brothers approached Zhang, curious as ever. Mr. Zhang, how did you get him to hand over his hidden supplies so easily? Jinwen asked, genuinely baffled. And why did you share your own rations with him? Still wearing that serene smile, Zhang adjusted his glasses and responded, it was nothing special. I simply helped him understand the truth. This only fueled the brothers' curiosity. What truth? They asked in unison. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Zhang explained, throughout history, conflicts and riots often stem from clashes between social classes. But what we're dealing with here is what's known as social collective behavior. As long as someone isn't caught red-handed, there's no immediate consequence. So, I told him that if he kept breaking the rules, he'd be seen as an outcast and a thief. The group wouldn't support him, and if something happened to him, no one would help. Even if the law doesn't catch him, revenge from those he robbed might. The brothers stood there, eyes wide with realization. So that's how you did it. Uncle Liu, who had been resting nearby, overheard the entire exchange. Silently, he thought to himself, Zhang makes sense, but in troubled times, there are always leaders and followers. And this guy, Zhang, he's no ordinary person. Meanwhile, back on the 18th floor in Han Fang's apartment, he was busy with his latest experiment. Having tested the hardening process on the walls, he'd now shifted his attention to the glass windows. Using the same method, he layered the purple and green lights over the glass. Once again, he tested the durability by striking the window repeatedly with his heavy hammer. After several forceful hits, Han Fang paused, out of breath. The glass hadn't cracked, dented, or even budged. It was just as tough as the walls he had reinforced earlier. He admired his work, wiping sweat from his brow and thinking, this place is a fortress now. Time to move on to the next step. But before he could finish his thought, a loud knock on the door echoed through his apartment. Han Fang tensed up, clutching the hammer tightly. Curious about who could be knocking, Han Fang approached his apartment door cautiously. His instincts told him to expect trouble, especially after what had happened earlier. With the tension thick in the air, his thoughts ran wild. Could this be another homeowner trying to steal my supplies? But when he peered through the peephole, his eyes widened in surprise. There, in front of him, stood none other than Hyona, her figure trembling and her sultry curves unmistakable. It was like stepping into a scene from his previous life, one that had led directly to his untimely death. The atmosphere, the look on her face, even the exact words she spoke. It was all identical to that fateful day. Han Fang, it's me, Hyona said, her voice shaking. I've been thinking a lot these past few days. I can't let you down anymore. Only in times of trouble can you see who truly loves you. The ones who love me will give everything to protect me. If you don't believe me, open the door and feel my heart. Han Fang's heart raced as he listened to her. She's playing the same game, he thought. Her voice, her script, it all matched the moment before she betrayed him in his previous life. So if she's here, that means that bastard must be hiding nearby. Rage burned through him as the thought hit him. Finally, his fingers twitched with the urge to grab his rifle. This time, I can finally get my revenge. I can shoot them both down right here. Without wasting time, Han Fang rushed toward his rifle. But as he got within arm's reach, something stopped him. Wait, he froze. There's a power outage. The enemy's in the dark, and I'm in the light. His mind raced. If I make one wrong move and can't kill them in one strike, I could get killed again. His eyes darted toward the electric shock trap he had rigged earlier. But how can I get them both to grab the door handle at the same time? He cursed himself. I don't even know if it'll work. He clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down. This moment, this chance at revenge, was too precious to rush. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Han Fang silently turned off his generator, plunging the apartment into darkness. He gripped the heavy hammer, resting his hands on the handle, his mind swirling with strategies. The biggest threat isn't Hyona, he thought. It's the man hiding outside. His body tensed. If I go out there, I have to hit him first and hit him hard enough to finish him off. He recalled the spot from his previous life, the blind corner behind the door. That's where he struck from. I can't let history repeat itself. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated his purple light, letting it course through his hand. This has to work. Meanwhile, outside the door, Hyona was growing impatient. Han Fang? Are you there? She called out softly, trying to maintain her innocent facade. Please, open the door. Not far behind her, the man hiding in the shadows spoke in a low voice. Is this guy even worth it? Hyona whispered back. He still has supplies. I remember seeing him buy a truckload of goods before the disaster hit. We could live off that for days. A smug grin spread across the man's face. Oh, then he's more useful than I thought. This haul will last us quite a while. Unbeknownst to him, the purple light from Han Fang's hand had crept through the wall, shaping itself into a ghostly hand just behind the man. The wall seemed to shift ever so slightly as the hand formed. But before the hand could act, the man's instincts kicked in. He heard something, just a faint noise, and stiffened. Did you hear that? He whispered to Hyona, his grip tightening on the bat in his hand. Hyona furrowed her brow. Hear what? The man shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting around. I swear I heard something. No, I didn't hear anything. What sound? Hyona asked, confused. The guy, curious, turned to look behind him. The next moment, a heavy blow landed on his face, sending blood flying. His iron bat clattered to the floor, and he dropped to the ground, clutching his face, clearly in agony. Hyona was momentarily speechless, staring at the man's trembling body. What's wrong? She asked, panicking when she saw him unable to answer, still shaking from the pain. Don't scare me, what happened? Just then, with a loud click, Han Fang's door opened, and as Hyona turned to face him, she was immediately blasted with a cloud of white gas from a fire extinguisher. She screamed, trying to cover her face as the gas filled the hallway. She stumbled back, coughing violently, her throat seizing from the suffocating fog. Amid the chaos, Hyona's partner was lying on the floor, moaning in pain, blood dripping from his mouth. His front teeth were likely knocked out. He tried to speak, pleading for help, but Hyona couldn't help him, too overwhelmed by the gas. Han Fang didn't waste any time. He stepped out of his apartment, his hand extended toward Hyona, trying to grab her through the fog. But in her panic, she managed to slip away, barely escaping his grasp. She bolted down the corridor, shouting for help, her voice echoing as she ran for her life. Han Fang watched her retreat, eyes narrowed in anger. For a brief moment, he considered chasing after her, but the gas was dissipating, and he turned his attention back to the man lying on the floor. The guy tried to get up, groaning as he clutched his gut, only to be met with a vicious kick from Han Fang. He spat out a mix of blood and saliva, gasping for air. Do you know who my father is? The man wheezed, trying to sound tough, despite the dire situation. If you touch me again. Before he could finish, Han Fang cut him off with another brutal punch to the face. The man's head snapped back, blood pouring from his nose. I don't care who your father is, Han Fang growled, driving his knee into the guy's chin, knocking him flat on the floor. The man's voice wavered. Please, elder brother, I have no grudge with you. Why are you doing this? Han Fang's fists didn't stop. He climbed on top of the guy, delivering blow after blow, each punch more savage than the last. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man's face became a swollen mess, barely recognizable. After what felt like an eternity, Han Fang stopped, panting heavily. His victim was barely conscious, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his half-opened eyes pleading for mercy. Han Fang stood up, grabbing the baseball bat lying nearby. He approached the man once more, his grip tightening around the bat as he raised it, ready to strike again. The guy, sobbing now, whispered through tears, Why me? But Han Fang, consumed by rage, was in no mood for explanations. Han Fang gritted his teeth and swung the bat again with fury, smashing the guy with such force that it left him exhausted. Gasping for breath, Han Fang muttered, So pretentious, aren't you? Did you ask for a reason before you tried to kill me? But suddenly, his face twisted as a wave of nausea hit him. His eyes widened, and he desperately held his mouth, but it was no use. He bent down and vomited, splattering the floor. As he wiped his mouth, he heard soft footsteps behind him. Turning his head slightly, he was startled to see the little girl standing in the doorway, unfazed. She tilted her head and calmly asked, Do you need any help? The scene shifted as they both moved back into the room. The girl sipped from a glass of juice while Han Fang stared blankly, lost in thought. She saw everything. the entire mess, but not a single reaction? He thought, this girl is a bit unsettling. Han Feng knew letting her stay wasn't a good idea, especially after what had just happened. The room was crammed with scattered food supplies, making it clear he had prepared for the worst. Han Feng turned to her and said calmly, "Look, those people could come back for revenge anytime. It's not safe here. You'll be caught up in this if you stay." The girl, sipping her juice with a contented expression, didn't seem frightened in the least. When she finished the juice, she placed the glass on the table and looked at him. "I don't want to leave. I'll stay here," she said flatly, as if the danger meant nothing. Han Feng blinked in confusion. Is this kid serious? He tried to reason with her again. "You don't understand. It's dangerous. We might both die." She stood up abruptly, giving him a dismissive look. "Don't worry," she said, almost cheerfully. "The evil king's true eye will protect us." Han Feng rubbed his temples in disbelief. "The evil king's true eye? You've got to be kidding me." His voice was a mix of frustration and disbelief. But the girl, wearing her slippers, walked to the door, giving him one last glance. "The evil king's energy is running low. He needs to go into hibernation." With that, she politely stepped out, leaving Han Feng standing there dumbfounded. His mind raced. What just happened? This girl, she's completely out of her mind. Or is she just messing with me? Acting on impulse, Han Feng rushed after her and grabbed her arm gently. "Wait, stop avoiding me with these childish remarks. I'm talking about the real danger here," he insisted, his eyes searching her expression for any sign of seriousness. She glanced down at his hand and asked coldly, "What should I do then?" Her detached tone caught him off guard. He started, but she slipped out of his grasp, opened the door, and walked away without another word. Han Feng stood there, feeling helpless and completely blank. What am I supposed to do with this girl? Meanwhile, outside in the parking lot of the building, a large crowd gathered to receive supplies. An announcement echoed over the cold air. "Neighbors who have received their supplies, please leave the parking lot and make room for those who haven't." The biting cold made everyone bundle up tightly, and the dim light from the distributor's table was the only thing cutting through the darkness. Hyona, wearing a long pink jacket, stood in line, shivering. When it was her turn, she told the distributor, "Building 4, number 601, one household." The distributor handed her a stale bun, while the guy next to him jotted down her details. She took the bun, nodded in silence, and stepped out of the line. As she walked away, the person waiting in the line for the meal called after her, "601, that's all you got?" Hyona ignored him and kept walking. Her mind wandered to the events of the previous night. The guy with her never returned. Why did he collapse all of a sudden? She wondered. Was it Han Feng? Did he set a trap for us in advance? But another thought gnawed at her even more. When Han Feng opened the door, there was a faint glow, and I could feel warmth. He has electricity. He's definitely hiding something. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Did he prepare for the snowstorm? Did he stockpile supplies without telling anyone? Anger boiled inside her. "That's just absurd," she muttered under her breath. "He secretly made all these preparations and gave me nothing but trash." Hyona muttered to herself as she walked away, irritation bubbling up inside her. "I need to find a way to check what that is hiding in his apartment," she grumbled. Just as she was deep in thought, she bumped into a tall man walking nearby. "Hey, watch it!" the tall guy exclaimed, flashing a light in her face. "Wait a minute. Hyona, is that you?" Hyona turned to face him, but the dim lighting in the parking lot made it hard to see clearly. The guy grinned, stepping closer as he recognized her. "We've got a fire pit in the lobby of Building 5. Why don't you come and warm up?" he offered with a sly smile. Hyona turned her back on him, her expression cold. "No, I'll go home and warm up instead," she replied curtly, knowing he didn't have anything worth her time. Even in this dire situation, her haughty attitude remained intact. But the tall guy wasn't deterred. He grabbed her arm, pulling her closer. "I've got plenty of food," he whispered into her ear, his voice dripping with insinuation. "Come stay with me for a few days. I've always liked your style." Hyona pushed him away, her voice rising. Get lost. Who do you think I am? You think I'd settle for your garbage? The man's face twisted with anger, gripping her arm tighter. He sneered, pretending, huh? Who are you fooling? Everyone sees you shamelessly claiming supplies. You think you can hide behind the property management committee forever? I'll expose you. Hyona's heart raced as a few people nearby started to murmur. They were catching on, impersonating to claim supplies. One person whispered, "Is that what's going on?" Panic flared in Hyona's eyes. She couldn't let them find out. Without thinking, she threw the half-eaten food in her hand at the man's face, her voice shaking with anger. "Let me go." The man wiped his face, fury burning in his eyes. He raised the flashlight in his hand, ready to strike her in return, but before he could land the blow, a resounding slap echoed through the parking lot, sending the man flying several meters into the wall. Everyone froze in shock, unable to believe what they just witnessed. "What was that? Did someone just cause a fight?" murmured the crowd. The woman responsible for the slap stepped forward, none other than the gorgeous nurse, Jin. She gave Hyona a kind smile and asked softly, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Feeling unwell anywhere?" Jin, always the caregiver, looked out for everyone in the building, never hesitating to help, no matter the situation. Hyona, her voice shaky, muttered, No, I'm fine. Thank you." Jin handed her a business card. "Here, if you feel uncomfortable later, just come to me." Hyona, trying to hide her face behind her scarf, nodded quickly, hoping to escape unnoticed. But before she could leave, the man who had been slapped stood up, fury boiling over. He lunged at Jin, grabbing her collar and shoving her to the ground. "You dirty woman," he shouted. "Mind your own business or I'll kill you." His fist was raised, ready to strike. But just as his hand was about to come down, someone yanked him away and threw him to the ground. It was Brother Lee, standing over the man, rage flashing in his eyes. "You disgusting scum. You think you can hit women?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the crowd. "Please, everyone, step aside. Let me see what's happening." It was Mr. Jiang, arriving just in time. The man, still furious, scrambled to his feet and pointed accusingly at Hyona. "Mr. Jiang, this woman has been stealing other people's supplies. I saw her hanging around with that rich second-generation guy who's been jacking up the prices." Hyona's face paled, her body trembling. I didn't," she stammered. But Brother Lee wasn't having it. "How dare you? You bastard. You want to complain after trying to beat women?" He raised his fist to strike the man again, but Mr. Jiang intervened, grabbing Brother Lee's arm. "What do you think you're doing?" Jiang said sternly. "The Property Management Committee is here to protect the vulnerable and make sure everyone gets the food they need. That is our responsibility." The crowd grew quiet, listening intently to Mr. Jiang, unsure how the situation would unfold next. The man trembled in fear and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was wrong." Mr. Jiang gave him a cold look, then waved him off, saying, "Leave, and don't let this happen again." Hyona stood there quietly, not saying a word, just watching Mr. Jiang. Then, he approached Brother Lee and Jin. "Sorry for scaring you too. Have you reconsidered my offer?" He was, of course, talking about joining his community, the one involved in raiding food from other households. Brother Lee turned away, his voice barely above a whisper. "I have no interest in gang robbery. I'd rather starve than join you." His face looked gaunt, evidence of how long he had gone without food. Jin also politely declined. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I still can't agree with these methods. But if you need patience and medical help, I'll still be here." Mr. Jiang, ever smiling, replied, "Well, thank you, Miss Jin, but unfortunately, patience isn't something we have right now." As Jiang walked away, Hyona, desperate for a lifeline, stepped closer to him, trying to play her usual game. She leaned into him, her voice soft and flirtatious. "Brother Jiang, may I join you? I've always admired you." Her motives were clear. Since Han Fong had killed the rich guy she was depending on, she needed someone with resources to support her. But Mr. Jiang was no fool. He gently pushed her back, his smile still in place. "Miss Hyona, I think you've misunderstood me. I asked them to join because one can fight, and the other can heal. What can you do? He gave her one final glance and added, I'm sorry, but right now, you're not worth my attention. Hyona, humiliated and frustrated, thought about the warm feeling she remembered from Han Fang's place. Desperate to stay relevant, she blurted out, Brother Jiang. What if I told you I know where to find more supplies? Meanwhile, in Han Fang's apartment, things were calm and warm. He was sitting with the little girl, directing her to find something with fan blades. She reached into her chest, pulling objects from the dimensional space hidden inside her. Found it, she shouted, yanking something out, but Han Fang groaned in disappointment. Wait, that's a mannequin from a clothing store. Does that have anything to do with what I described? Han Fang sighed to himself. This girl can store things in space, sure, but her accuracy is terrible. She had the ability to open a black hole in her chest and suck in almost anything she saw, but her retrieval skills were questionable. If you keep this up, my apartment's going to be filled with random junk, Han Fang said, rubbing his temples. He then asked, more to himself than her, what's it like inside that black hole? Why is it so hard to find things? The girl replied nonchalantly, I haven't explored much, but it's a vast space. There's plenty of room. Curious, Han Fang asked, can I stick my head in there and help you look around? She casually replied, sure, go ahead. He cautiously placed his hands inside the dimensional space first, marveling at how natural it felt. Then, slowly, he inserted his head. What he saw stunned him. A massive, seemingly endless space filled with food, groceries, medicine, and more. It was as though an entire supermarket had been stored inside. So, you did empty out the East District supermarket overnight, Han Fang muttered to himself. But as he continued looking around, he realized something terrifying. There was no oxygen inside. Han Fang's eyes suddenly widened, bulging as he gasped for air. His chest heaved, but no oxygen filled his lungs. Panic surged through him. He flailed desperately, clawing his way to freedom, each second feeling like it could be his last. Just as his vision began to blur, he managed to drag himself out, collapsing as he gulped in precious air. Trembling and weakened, Han Fang crouched, tears streaming down his cheeks, his nose, and even his mouth. Why didn't you warn me there was no air in there? He demanded, his voice hoarse with frustration. My skin feels like it's ready to burst, like every drop of moisture is being sucked dry from my body. The girl glanced over at him, expression unreadable. I didn't know, she replied coolly, shrugging. I can't even go in myself, remember? All I know is that my hands are still unscathed. Unperturbed, she resumed rummaging through the pile until she found what she had been searching for. A small, unassuming black box. Han Fang's eyes lit up as he saw it. That's it, he gasped in astonishment. It actually exists. Just then, the girl's words cut through his excitement. I found the others too, she announced. At her feet, a cluster of identical black boxes clattered to the ground, sending a wave of shock through him. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the apartment complex, tension thickened as a team of weary homeowners ascended the cold, silent staircase, their footsteps echoing ominously. Floor by floor, they climbed, gripping makeshift weapons in trembling hands. They reached the 18th floor, where two of them froze, their faces blanching as if they'd encountered an unearthly force. The same spot where, not long ago, they had experienced something terrifying. A presence so chilling it seemed to defy reason. The man at the back swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't want to run into that thing again. Another of the men, armed only with a flashlight, nudged the leader cautiously. Are you sure about this? Something's wrong with this floor. Do we really need to go up here? The leader turned to them with a bemused smirk, shaking his head in amusement. Are you two still clinging to ghost stories in the 21st century? He scoffed, his tone shifting to a stern command. Listen, Mr. Jiang sent us here because he trusts our ability. Let's get this done. We're not leaving him in the dark. It became clear. The three were sent on a reconnaissance mission by Mr. Jiang, who, according to the two hesitant men, might have fallen victim to Hyona's manipulation. She's probably spun some wild tale, deceiving him entirely. One of them grumbled, "Why risk ourselves over something we can't even explain?" "Enough of this nonsense," the leader snapped, his patience worn thin. Mr. Jiang made his decision. "We're here to investigate, and we'll finish the job without delay." Unbeknownst to them, however, Han Fong and the girl watched the trio's uneasy exchange through the lens of a hovering drone, tracking their every move. Han Fong smiled in satisfaction, whispering to the girl, "Good. Surveillance paid off. They've come just as expected." He took out a small, deadly-looking detonator. "Time to start the second phase. I'll set off the ignition while you put everything else into motion." With a curt nod, the girl readied herself as Han Fong focused intently on his digital pocket watch, knowing that precision was crucial for their plan's success. They needed to eliminate the homeowners without ever leaving their vantage point. As the trio ventured deeper, the leader suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing as a faint, eerie noise reached them from up ahead. "Do you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice tense. The others, wide-eyed, strained their ears, every instinct telling them that whatever lay ahead was something beyond their understanding. The two men paled at the strange sounds, their imaginations immediately spinning into panic. It has to be that ghost from before," one of them stammered, his voice trembling. But before they could even gather their wits, a series of blinding lights suddenly cut through the darkness. Bewildered, they squinted as a swarm of tiny toy cars appeared, screeching forward with firework fuses sparking in every direction. The cars launched themselves into the air, arcing towards them like miniature missiles. The leader squinted in confusion, but just as he recognized the threat, it was too late. One of the toy cars was mere inches from his face when the first explosion rocked through the stairwell. A thunderous blast sent them tumbling backward, their cries drowned in the roar. When the smoke began to clear, the three men lay sprawled across the staircase, coughing and shaking. One clutched his eyes, grimacing in pain. "My eyes. I can't even open them," he groaned. Though they were only slightly injured, their ordeal was far from over. Above them, Han Fong and the girl observed with cold calculation, guiding the drone in a wide arc to prepare for the next assault. Another explosive was already primed, and the countdown timer glowed with 22 seconds. As the drone circled overhead, Han Fong leaned closer. "Not yet," he instructed the girl, his eyes steely with intent. "Get closer. I want you to drop it right between them. I'm going to teach them a lesson they'll never forget." With 15 seconds on the timer, they watched intently, waiting for the perfect moment. But the leader, his patience snapped, swung his crowbar wildly in frustration, his rage now focused on the relentless drone. He cursed and swung again, managing to land a lucky hit that chipped one of the drone's propellers, setting it veering off course. Alarmed, Han Fong yelled, "Careful. We can't afford to lose that drone. It's our only one." The girl wrestled with the controls, struggling to keep the damaged drone steady. With only 5 seconds left, she grit her teeth, shouting to Han Fong that it was becoming nearly impossible to control. "Just hang on," he snapped back, urging her to keep it airborne for just a little longer. With 3 seconds on the clock, the drone spiraled toward a window, finally bursting out into the open air. In the last instant, it detonated high above the building in a spectacular shower of fireworks. But with one propeller ruined, the drone's descent was perilous, and it teetered toward a hard crash landing. Thinking quickly, the girl managed to maneuver it toward a nearby window, steering it into a safe position on one of the upper floors. Han Fong immediately grabbed his jacket, determination etched on his face. "I'll go get it now," he said. "That drone is too important to leave out there." But as he was about to head out, the girl's voice cut him off sharply. "There's a body in the stairwell on that floor." Han Fong froze, his curiosity piqued. He leaned in as she zoomed in on the video feed, and his eyes went wide as he recognized the body. "It's brotherly," he muttered in shock. He stared, questions racing through his mind. What's he doing here? How did he end up like that? A dark suspicion crept over him. Had the homeowners robbed and abandoned him? After a tense moment, he straightened, resolve hardening in his eyes. "I can't just leave him like this," he murmured. He opened a small wooden cabinet and pulled out a key, shutting it decisively. Turning to the girl, he instructed, "Don't open the door for anyone, no matter what. I have a spare key and I'll be back soon." Han Fong grabbed another item, examining it closely, when a shadow suddenly cast over him, drawing his attention. Looking up, he saw the girl holding a communication device. She explained what it was, handing it over with a serious expression. Han Fong took it with a nod, slipping it into his pocket. He quickly checked his handgun, silently hoping he wouldn't have to use it. Now ready to face whatever lay ahead, Han Fong gave the girl one last look before turning and heading out, determined to retrieve the drone and to bring Brotherly back to safety. Moving with extreme caution, Han Fong descended the staircase, every step calculated and silent. His flashlight beam pierced the darkness as he meticulously checked each floor, radioing the girl at every level to confirm his safety. The 17th and 16th floors seemed clear, but as he neared the 15th, his breath caught. The temperature had dropped sharply. The biting cold hit him, a stark contrast to the warmth of his apartment. It dawned on him that, unlike the other homeowners who had grown accustomed to these frigid conditions, he had remained insulated. He recalled the drone's readings, a lethal minus 49.8 degrees Celsius outside. Without adequate protection, a person would freeze solid in under 30 minutes. Han Fong knew he had to hurry. From the last drone footage, it was clear that Li didn't have much time. Meanwhile, in the dim, echoing confines of the underground parking lot, the leader of the reconnaissance mission relayed his harrowing account of the 18th floor incident to Mr. Jiang. His voice was tense as he recounted every unsettling detail, emphasizing the eerie dangers that lay in wait. Mr. Jiang, ever meticulous, jotted down each point with a steady hand, his expression cool and composed. He thanked the leader, saying, "Understood. Your efforts are appreciated." He gestured to a nearby committee member, ordering them to hand over 3 thick, insulated coats for the men. Once he'd recorded every detail, Mr. Jiang opened a box and presented them with 3 instant noodle cups. "In my committee, those who contribute are rewarded," he said evenly, his words an unspoken contract of loyalty. The 3 men lit up, their tired faces momentarily alive with gratitude as they accepted the noodles and thanked Mr. Jiang profusely. Just then, Hyona, looking worn but determined, took a step forward and asked Mr. Jiang if she could now join the committee. Without missing a beat, he looked her squarely in the eye and replied, "No." Hyona blinked, taken aback, but Mr. Jiang's expression was resolute. "You haven't proven yourself, not yet. First, we need to confirm whether this report aligns with everything you claimed about your friend. Secondly," he continued, his voice calm and firm, "if Uncle Lu hadn't seen people moving supplies with his own eyes before this icy hell descended, I wouldn't have believed a word of it." His gaze shifted to Jean Chinwan. "We're heading to that floor soon, and I want you to prepare another tool for Miss Li." Nodding, Jean Chinwan left to fetch a weapon for Hyona, while Mr. Jiang turned back to her, signaling that her information's accuracy was irrelevant at this point. What he needed was for her to prove her worth through action. Before Hyona could respond, she saw Jean Chinwan returning, holding a sturdy metal pipe. She took it without hesitation, a glint of resolve in her eyes. "I understand what needs to be done," she said. Pleased with her response, Mr. Jiang offered her an approving smile. "Good. We're all armed now," he announced, eyeing the axes, kitchen knives, iron bats, and other blunt weapons in their hands. "Every one of you is an asset. Make safety your priority." With his words sinking in, the group braced themselves and moved forward, a unified yet tense group navigating the stairwell. Their footsteps echoed through the cold silence, each step a shared resolve under Mr. Jiang's leadership, who had inspired a loyalty so fierce that many would risk their lives for him without question. A few steps later, Jean Chinwan suddenly halted, his eyes widening as he saw a figure sprawled on the floor, unmoving and frost-ravaged. He recognized the person instantly. "Mr. Jiang, it's Brotherly." The group surged forward, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Jin Shinwan quickly uncapped a flask and tilted it toward Li's mouth, allowing the warm liquid to trickle in. The hot water streamed down Li's throat, sending a faint flush back to his pale cheeks. Brother Li's eyes shot open, and he blurted out, "Hot, hot," the shock of warm water fully jolting him awake. His initial relief turned to irritation when he realized who stood in front of him. Mr. Jiang merely held his gaze, neither saying a word nor showing any reaction, while Brother Li's expression darkened. He rose slowly, muttering about his rotten luck. Jin Shinwan, unable to stand Brother Li's cold demeanor toward Mr. Jiang, snapped, "Brother Li, show some respect. Mr. Jiang saved you, and you can't even manage a thank you?" Brother Li wiped drool from his mouth and, with an unbothered look, responded, "Oh, thank you? Maybe you should thank the homeowners whose supplies you raided first." Jin Shinwan's face twisted with fury, his anger boiling over. "You little..." He lunged, but Mr. Jiang stepped in, calmly holding him back. With a serene smile, Mr. Jiang turned to Brother Li. "Brother Li, I truly wish you'd reconsider joining us. Only through unity can we survive this harsh winter." But Brother Li scoffed, his disdain cutting through the cold. "Enough already. How many times do I have to say I'll never join your committee?" Jin Shinwan sneered, accusing Brother Li of putting on an act. "Is this for show, Brother Li? You've got no shame. So what's with this high and mighty attitude now?" Brother Li turned to leave, muttering he'd never join their ranks. But when he saw the glint in Jin Shinwan's eye, he stopped, raising an eyebrow. "What's this? Planning to force me now?" Just then, he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned slightly, and Mr. Jiang spoke softly. "Brother Li, I think you misunderstand us. All we ask is a small contribution, so those less fortunate can have hope." Brother Li's face twisted in disgust as he pointed an accusatory finger at Mr. Jiang. "Don't act like you care. I know what you're up to. Giving those old folks a meal every 3 days. Is that what you call hope? That's just slow death. I don't have any family ties, so don't expect me to fall for your game." Unbeknownst to everyone, Han Fong was crouched on the staircase above, listening in silence. Hearing about the committee's twisted charity, Han Fong saw through the ruse. Mr. Jiang didn't want to help the elderly. He only used them as bait to attract the younger and stronger. Sooner or later, this false charity would backfire and tear the committee apart. At this, Jin Shinwan, barely containing his fury, grabbed Brother Li by the collar and scarf, practically shouting in his face, "Ungrateful jerk. Either you join us or you get lost. Don't block our path." Brother Li simply stared back, silent, then, "Bam!" He slammed his forehead into Jin Shinwan's face, sending him sprawling in pain. Standing there, chest heaving and visibly shaken, Brother Li reiterated with icy resolve that he'd never join their committee, no matter what they did. This brazen defiance sent ripples through the group, and the other homeowners hesitated, their melee weapons raised but unsure of how to proceed. Mr. Jiang, visibly disappointed, finally asked, "Why do you resist us so much?" Then, with a subtle nod, he signaled the others to close in. Seeing the threat, Brother Li was unfazed. Even though his body trembled from fatigue, his voice rang out with challenge. "Come on then. You think I'm afraid?" He leaned back against the wall, bracing himself as the homeowners surrounded him. Years of dealing with gangsters and dangerous situations made this scene almost laughable in his eyes. The tension rose as he yelled, "Bring it on!" Watching from above, Han Fong's mind raced. His friend was cornered, and it was clear that Brother Li wouldn't last much longer if they attacked. But the numbers were against him. Even if he joined, could he really turn the tide? He clenched his fists, then reached into his jacket, feeling the weight of the gun at his side. Should he intervene now, or wait? Below, Brother Li, eyes blazing, continued to taunt his would-be assailants, practically daring them. "Do it already. What are you waiting for?" But suddenly, something flickered at the edge of his vision, drawing his attention. The thunderous bang from Han Fong's gunshot echoed through the stairwell, reverberating off the cold walls. For a heartbeat, the world stood still, as the powerful muzzle blast sent a jolt through everyone in the area. Silence followed, thick and stifling, broken only by the metallic clang of a bat slipping from a homeowner's trembling hands. In the crowd, faces were frozen in sheer terror. Mr. Jiang, the orchestrator of the confrontation, stood motionless in the background, his previously confident expression now replaced with visible unease. Among them, Jin Chinwan looked the worst. The bullet had come within inches of him, and he sat paralyzed on the floor, barely holding back tears. As the murmur of the crowd grew louder, someone in the back, unable to see clearly, called out, "What was that?" Those in front, too shocked to answer immediately, whispered back, It was a gunshot." More voices chimed in, some doubting, others panicked. "A gun? Are you serious? How does he even have a gun?" Just then, Han Feng's authoritative voice cut through the noise. "Quiet," he ordered, his voice steely. "No one moves without my permission." Descending the stairs with steady, measured steps, Han Feng approached Brotherly. He held a flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other, his gaze piercing and unwavering. The homeowners instinctively backed away, their once brazen confidence evaporating. Pleas began to spill out, frantic and pleading, as they raised their hands in surrender. Brotherly, who had recognized Han Feng immediately, nodded his thanks, but Han Feng only gave a slight shake of his head. "No need to thank me, Brotherly," he replied quietly. "I'm just paying you back for everything you've done." While most of the homeowners were stricken with fear, Mr. Jiang stood in silence, his eyes narrowing as he calculated his next move. Meanwhile, Hyona, hidden in the crowd, observed Han Feng with renewed admiration and surprise. She couldn't believe Han Feng had managed to get his hands on a gun. And even more shocking was the fact that he had left his apartment, something he rarely did. Without shifting his gaze from the crowd, Han Feng took out a small key and handed it to Brother Li. "Here's the key to my apartment," he said firmly. "Take it, and we'll head back up." Slowly, Brother Li blinked, surprised but grateful. He took the key without a word, understanding the gesture. Yet, whispers had begun to circulate again among the homeowners. A few glanced toward Mr. Jiang, waiting for a signal. Should they make a move? Could they surprise Han Feng and disarm him? Before any could act, another shot rang out, echoing louder than before. The sound ricocheted off the walls, silencing any whispers. Han Feng's expression was deadly serious. "I said, don't move," he commanded, eyes locked on the crowd. "Drop your weapons. All of you on the ground." Fear swept through the homeowners, and with no hesitation, they sank to their knees, throwing their makeshift weapons onto the floor. The steel control in Han Feng's voice left no room for defiance. The crowd huddled together, subdued and trembling, as Han Feng's presence kept them pinned, unable to look away from the man who had, in a single moment, dismantled their aggression. "Let's go, Brotherly," Han Feng urged, his voice steady, though his gaze was razor-sharp as he kept his gun trained on the huddled homeowners below. "Anyone who moves, I won't hesitate to shoot." Han Feng and Brotherly backed up the stairs slowly, keeping their eyes on the crowd until they'd put enough distance between themselves and the mob. Then, without warning, they bolted up the staircase, their hurried footsteps echoing through the stairwell. Below, Mr. Jiang and his followers watched them go, not daring to chase, but straining to listen to the fading sound of their escape. As the tension settled, Mr. Jiang addressed the group with a cool curiosity. "Does anyone here know of Han Feng?" Hyona, eager to gain favor with the committee, jumped to her feet. "Yes, Han Feng. He's definitely taking Brotherly to his apartment on the 18th floor. That's where they're headed." Suddenly, Jin Chinwan, Mr. Jiang's lackey, seized Hyona by the jacket, his voice sharp with anger. "And you just didn't think to mention that he had a gun?" he demanded. Hyona, visibly shaken, stammered out that she had no idea until now. Her words didn't seem to placate him, and things might have escalated if Mr. Jiang hadn't intervened. With a quiet confidence, he gestured for Jin Chinwan to let it go, adding, "I trust that Miss Li wouldn't lie to us." Though visibly annoyed, Jin Chinwan complied, turning his frustration instead toward riling up the crowd. "Think about what we just witnessed. Han Feng has a gun. Something that valuable? How could he possibly be out of supplies? He's probably the one who's been inflating the prices around here. As murmurs of anger and resentment spread, Mr. Zhang's suspicions seemed to crystallize. If Han Feng was indeed the mysterious supplier Uncle Liu had mentioned, it explained everything. The confidence building in him, he shared a sly smile with Jin Qinwan. What about the original plan? Jin Qinwan asked with some concern. What if he really does shoot us? Mr. Zhang's smile widened. Don't worry. If he were truly willing to kill, he would have done so just now. No, he's trying to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. They won't stay locked in that apartment forever. We have numbers and patience on our side. Let's regroup and be smart about this. Turning to the crowd, he called out in his usual calm, reassuring tone. Everyone, listen up. Our plan has changed. Let's go back and prepare. Our enemy is well equipped, so we'll need to take precautions. Meanwhile, Han Feng and Brother Li reached the 18th floor, making their way quickly to apartment 1804. As they arrived, Han Feng kept watch over the stairs while Brother Li, trembling from the cold, fumbled with the key. Sorry, bro, he stammered, teeth chattering. My hands are shaking so much, I can barely turn the key. Take your time, Han Feng reassured him, his own nerves on edge as he scanned the hallway for any sign of the homeowners. Thankfully, no one seemed to be following them. Finally, the lock clicked open, and his brother Li pushed the door open. A wave of warmth hit him like a shock. He stood there, momentarily speechless as the warm air washed over him, offering a comforting contrast to the frigid hall outside. For a brief moment, the weight of the escape lifted, replaced by a sense of fleeting relief. As Brother Li stepped into the apartment, his jaw dropped, his expression somewhere between astonishment and disbelief, almost as if he were having a stroke. So warm, he thought, barely able to process the comforting heat radiating from the room. Han Feng urged him, quickly, get inside, snapping him out of his daze. Brother Li nodded and shuffled inside, but as his eyes took in the apartment, his shock only deepened. He spotted the radiator humming away and the low hum of a generator in the corner. But what really floored him was the sheer volume of supplies stacked neatly in the storage room. It was like a mini fortress against the endless cold. How on earth did you pull this off? He finally asked, turning to Han Feng with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Han Feng had been expecting this moment. After all, the surprise was only natural. With a small smile, he said, well, it's a long story, but before he could elaborate, the creak of a door interrupted him. The young girl emerged, looking at Han Feng with wide eyes. Where's the drone? She asked, completely oblivious to the tense conversation between the two men. Han Feng blinked, realization dawning on him. In the chaos of their escape, he had completely forgotten about it. He chuckled and scratched his head sheepishly, explaining to Brother Li how he'd lost track of it. 2 hours later, a much fuller Brother Li had received a condensed version of Han Feng's story. Han Feng conveniently left out the parts about his abilities and his knowledge of the disaster beforehand. But even without the full story, Brother Li was floored. Between mouthfuls, he marveled, Brother, you're a genius. To see this all coming, to prepare like this, how did you even? I guess all that studying and staying on top of things really paid off. Han Feng could only laugh awkwardly, apologizing that he hadn't shared his plans sooner, worried about the risk of someone discovering his supplies. At this, Brother Li set down his chopsticks, rose, and to Han Feng's surprise, bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Han, he said sincerely. If it weren't for you, I'd be done for. You've saved me from starvation. I don't know how to repay you. Han Feng was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed by the gratitude. He patted Brother Li's shoulder, reminding him of all the times Brother Li had helped him in the past. Forget about it, he said with a grin. Now go on, eat up. There's enough for all three of us to last a long time. At this, Brother Li's eyes welled up, and before he knew it, he was full on sobbing. Between his grateful tears, he kept praising Han Feng, calling him a true brother. Meanwhile, the young girl sat nearby, calmly sipping her drink, watching the scene without a flicker of emotion. Once Brotherly collected himself, their conversation turned serious again. He filled Han Feng in on what was happening outside. Since their last discussion, things in the complex had taken a dark turn. He reminded Han Feng of their conversation right before the power cut out, to which Han Feng nodded grimly. Brotherly explained that since then, Mr. Jiang had armed his committee, going floor by floor, forcibly collecting supplies in the name of collectivism. Some people had supported him, but others, like Brotherly, resisted, wanting no part in his schemes. Of course, those who left the group didn't go unpunished, Brotherly continued. Mr. Jiang sent his lackey, that idiot Jin Qinwan, along with some of the other homeowners to handle the dissenters. Reduce the threats, he said. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Wait, Jin Qinwan? As in the older brother of those genius twins from university? Brotherly snorted. Yeah, the same ones who studied so hard they sent their brains back to preschool. Jin's ruthless, but between him and Mr. Jiang's tricks, their committee's been swallowing up everything in this place like a disease. Han Feng absorbed this grimly, realizing Mr. Jiang wouldn't be an easy opponent. Brotherly seemed to echo his thoughts, adding, but there's karma in this world. Guess who they thought they could rob next? Curiosity piqued. Han Feng asked, who? Brotherly's eyes sparkled with dark humor. Li Zhenghao, he whispered, leaning closer. The middleweight boxing champion. Han Feng let out a low whistle. The Liu Zhenghao? The guy who's basically built like a tank. Exactly, Brotherly said, his smile widening. If Mr. Jiang and his goons think they can mess with him, they're in for a rude awakening. Hang Feng was deep in discussion with Brotherly and a young woman, their voices laced with urgency. The girl, her tone edged with disbelief, questioned whether a committee member had actually been attacked. Brotherly responded with unwavering confidence, his words firm. That stubborn fool might refuse to yield, but they won't back down easily either. The group advanced with grim determination, weapons in hand, their movements purposeful and heavy with the promise of conflict. They seemed to be under someone's sway, their destination clear. A looming confrontation with Li Jiangha. What followed was a scene of unrelenting violence. Li Jiangha, a force of nature, confronted the attackers head-on. With devastating precision, he dismantled the group, leaving their leader bloodied, broken, and unconscious. His dominance was undeniable, his strength almost otherworldly. In the aftermath, as the dust settled, Li Jiangha stood victorious, his presence commanding. Wasting no time, he gathered a loyal band of followers, solidifying his newfound influence. Among these recruits, two stood out. The first, Zhang Yongyu, had once admired Li Jiangha from afar, his name etched in the underground boxing world for a meteoric rise to fame. His fists were like hammers, and his loyalty unwavering. The second, Jin Zhangzai, was a behemoth of a man. His raw power seemed beyond human, and his monstrous physique made him a figure of both awe and terror. Together, they became Li Jiangha's most formidable allies, pillars of a faction that thrived on power and fear. This trio crushed betrayal wherever it lurked, exposing and opposing false alliances with brutal efficiency. Back at their meeting, Brotherly explained the motives behind another faction's leader, an ambitious and desperate attempt to seize Hang Feng's resources. They're trying to shift the blame, Brotherly said, his voice sharp with contempt. They'll go to any lengths. Hang Feng listened intently, his mind piecing together the scenario. He suspected that the other leader's plea to Brotherly was an act of desperation, a sign that things weren't going well on their end. This realization brought a grim satisfaction to Hang Feng's expression. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a peculiar sound. It echoed through the room, freezing them in place. Brotherly and Hang Feng exchanged sharp glances, their instincts kicking in. The girl checked her phone, her face paling. Someone's here, she announced, her voice tinged with urgency. Tension spiked. Hang Feng and Brotherly braced themselves, their focus razor sharp. Outside the building, a group of armed individuals moved with purpose, their actions caught on a surveillance feed. One of them, a man named Zhang, pointed towards the entrance, signaling their next move. We need to secure the door, Hang Feng commanded, taking charge of the situation. Brotherly nodded, his concern evident, while Han Feng moved quickly to fortify their defenses. As he reached the door, the girl grabbed his sleeve. Her wide eyes pleaded silently, urging caution. "I smell something burnt," she whispered. Her words halting Han Feng mid-step. Alarm flashed in his eyes as he turned to her, the unspoken warning clear between them. Before anyone could react, the world erupted. A deafening explosion tore through the room, the sheer force flinging Han Feng and Brotherly like ragdolls. Chaos reigned as smoke and debris filled the air. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng pulled himself to his feet, his anger igniting like a firestorm. The audacity of their attackers fueled his rage, his resolve hardening with each passing second. Han Feng let out a furious shout, his voice echoing through the room. "This won't slide. Not on my watch." His frustration burned, yet the girl remained calm, her tone steady as she offered an explanation. The attackers likely used a localized explosive, limited power, minimal range. Han Feng turned to her, his brow furrowed in surprise. "How do you even know that?" he asked, though his curiosity was cut short by Brotherly, who dismissed the threat with a wave of his hand. "Amateurs," he scoffed. Outside, the attackers regrouped near the door, their leader scanning the area with sharp eyes. He raised a hand, signaling for silence. Something felt off. His voice, low but commanding, broke through the tension. "Wait, look at that." He pointed out an unusual detail, a sign that their supposed ally had brought along someone new. His suspicion grew as he recognized the figure. A familiar face connected to their target. Inside, Han Feng's instincts kicked in. His tone turned urgent. "Brotherly, get away from the door. Now." Without waiting for a response, he rushed forward, his determination fierce. Every movement reflected his intent to shield those inside from harm. As Han Feng reached the entrance, his voice thundered with urgency. "They're here. Brace yourselves." Outside, one of the attackers lunged forward, attempting to force the door open. A sudden jolt of electricity coursed through him. His scream was brief before he crumpled to the ground, convulsing violently. The others froze, their eyes wide in shock at the sight of their incapacitated comrade. Zhang stepped forward, his expression unreadable as he stared at the fallen man. He calculated swiftly, weighing their options against this unexpected resistance. Breaking his silence, he barked an order. "Set the explosives. 2 packs. Maximum impact." The subordinate nodded, moving quickly to execute the command. 2 explosive charges were attached to the doorframe with surgical precision, their red indicator lights blinking ominously. Moments later, the devices detonated in a thunderous roar. Flames and debris filled the air, shaking the structure violently. When the smoke cleared, the door stood defiant. Though surrounded by cracks in the wall, it remained intact, bearing only superficial damage. Disbelief rippled through the attackers as one of them reported to Zhang. "The door's still standing, sir. Barely a scratch." Zhang's jaw tightened, his frustration growing. He stepped forward, his icy gaze scrutinizing every inch of the reinforced door. "It's not the explosives," he muttered, his voice cold and calculated. "They've set up advanced defenses. This won't be easy." Resolved to break through, he issued new orders. "Combine 3 charges for the next attempt. Target that weak spot," he said, pointing to a specific area. His tone was laced with finality. "We will breach this house by the end of the day. No exceptions." Inside, Han Feng and Brotherly worked quickly, piling furniture against the barricade. Despite the tension, nervous laughter escaped their lips, a brief reprieve from the chaos. "You think they'll get in?" Brotherly joked half-heartedly. A deafening explosion rocked the barricade, shaking the room violently. Both men instinctively shielded themselves as debris scattered. The relentless pressure from outside grew with every attempt. Han Feng shouted over the noise, his voice barely audible. "Li, are these blasts getting stronger?" Brotherly yelled back, his words muddled by the chaos. "What?" Another explosion rattled the walls, and Han Feng froze, his eyes darting to the cracks forming in the structure. Panic flickered in his expression as Brotherly pointed out the obvious. "The walls, they're cracking." Urgency gripped them both. "Grab more furniture," Brotherly barked. Together, they scrambled to reinforce the barricade, their movements frantic as the assault continued. Han Fang's eyes stayed locked on the deepening cracks. His gut churned with the realization that the barricade wouldn't hold much longer. "It's no use," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Clear everything out." Brotherly paused, confused. "What are you planning?" Han Fang's gaze was steely, his tone resolute. "Just trust me. I've got a plan." Brotherly hesitated, his confusion and reluctance clear, but he ultimately followed Han Fang's urgent instructions as the situation grew more desperate. Just as they scrambled to clear the barricade, the girl stepped forward with surprising resolve. "Let me help," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the chaos. Han Fang and Brotherly froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Brotherly, his tone sharp, snapped, "This isn't the time to play hero. Go back to your room." The girl, unfazed by his dismissal, calmly raised her hand. A soft hum filled the air as an orb of energy began to glow between her palms. Before either man could react, she lifted a heavy block with ease, the energy flowing from her like a force of nature. "What is that?" Brotherly stammered, taking a step back, his expression shifting from irritation to pure shock. With a swift motion, the girl unleashed the glowing orb. The energy erupted like a small explosion, sending debris flying across the room and clearing the barricade in one dramatic display. Both Han Fang and Brotherly stood motionless, stunned into silence. The girl turned to them, the radiant orb still flickering in her hand. Her voice was steady, laced with an unexpected authority. "The barricade is clear. Let's move forward." Han Fang's gaze lingered on the energy, his mind racing to comprehend what he just witnessed. Brotherly, still staring, muttered, "That thing, it's terrifying. It just absorbs everything in its path." Breaking from his stupor, Han Fang stepped forward. A deep purple glow began to gather around his hands, an energy that crackled with intensity. Brotherly blinked, his mouth slightly agape. "You too? What is this? Magic? Superpowers?" Han Fang gave a slight, weary nod, his breath uneven. "It's complicated," he replied, not offering more. With sharp focus, Han Fang turned to the damaged wall. The purple energy swirled and pulsed as he worked to soften and restructure the wall, carefully avoiding over-hardening it. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he channeled his energy with precision, creating a flow of green light to balance the purple. The two colors intertwined, casting an ethereal glow that bathed the room. The sight was mesmerizing, but Han Fang's concentration didn't waver. Every motion was calculated, the energy flowing like liquid fire as it stabilized the structure. Slowly, the wall and door began to mend, the damage repaired under the glowing aura. Brotherly, still struggling to grasp the scene, managed to speak. This is insane. What even is that?" Han Fang straightened slightly, exhaustion etched into his features. "It's hard to explain," he admitted. Before he could say more, Brotherly's head snapped up, his instincts flaring. His voice rose sharply. "Get down. Now." Han Fang and the girl reacted instantly, diving for cover just as a deafening explosion shook the room. The shockwave roared through the hallway, leaving their ears ringing as they huddled together, momentarily disoriented but unharmed. As the dust settled, Han Fang looked toward the door, frustration etched deep into his expression. "I can't believe this," he muttered bitterly. Despite all his efforts to reinforce it, new cracks had already formed, the relentless force of the explosives proving too much. The girl, crouched beside him, studied the door with a sharp eye. "They've moved the explosives," she said, her voice calm but serious. "They're at the base now." Brotherly clenched his teeth, the tension in his jaw betraying his rising anger. "No matter what we do," he growled, "it won't hold forever. They'll keep coming until they break through." Han Fang rose to his feet, his expression hardening into one of unshakable determination. "Then we won't give them that chance," he said firmly. "I have a plan. It's risky, but I need to know. Do you trust me?" The girl's gaze locked with his. After a brief pause, she nodded, her resolve clear. I trust you. Brotherly, less composed, threw up his hands. We don't have time for hesitation. If you've got a plan, let's hear it. Han Fong didn't reply immediately. He turned his back to them, his presence radiating focus and confidence. Follow me, he commanded, his voice steady and resolute. Without waiting for a response, he moved forward, his posture reflecting the full weight of his responsibility. Han Fong's apartment was engulfed in shadows and icy stillness as tension thickened like a storm about to break. A deafening boom shattered the quiet as Mr. Jiang and his group unleashed a barrage of explosives against the unyielding steel door. With a final ear-splitting detonation, the sturdy barrier groaned and collapsed, slamming to the floor in a cloud of dust and debris. As the way cleared, the Jin brothers charged in, weapons drawn, moving like cautious predators. Eyes peeled. Check every damn corner, barked the elder Jin, his gaze darting around the dimly lit room. He gripped his weapon tightly, knowing full well Han Fong had a gun and a reputation for surprises. The younger Jin, hoisting a shield that gleamed faintly in the pale light, nodded and advanced alongside him. Mr. Jiang stepped in next, his shield raised protectively. Stay sharp, he commanded, his voice low but firm. Han Fong or that lunatic brotherly might be waiting for the perfect moment to ambush us. His words hung in the air, a grim warning of the dangers lurking unseen. From the kitchen, voices echoed. Check the supplies first. The food stash is priority number one, someone shouted. Foraging efforts began. Cupboards banged open, drawers yanked out, but the frustration soon grew palpable. Mr. Jiang, one of the men called out, the living room's empty. No one here, no supplies either. Just then, the younger Jin brother trudged out of the kitchen, holding up a battered box like a disappointed fisherman with a tiny catch. All we found was this, he grumbled, waving the box. Plant seeds. That's it. What the hell was Han Fong doing with plant seeds? Mr. Jiang frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Seeds? Seriously? What kind of survival strategy is that? The elder Jin's frustration erupted like a volcano. He spun toward Hyona, glaring daggers. You brought us here. You swore he had supplies. You better not be screwing us over. We risked our necks to get here. Hyona's face blanched, her confidence crumbling under their scrutiny. She stammered, I'm not lying. Han Fong must have hidden the supplies, or himself. He's here, I'm sure of it. Meanwhile, the tension ramped up near a closed door at the back of the apartment. A group of men approached it cautiously, every step heavy with foreboding. Careful, one whispered. If Han Fong's armed, we can't afford any screw-ups. The door creaked open slightly, revealing the shadowy void beyond. But before anyone could react, a sudden crack shattered the stillness. The door was kicked with brutal force, splintering as it slammed into the face of one of the men like a battering ram. The impact left him sprawling as a figure burst into the room. A whirlwind of rage and chaos. Brotherly stood there, his eyes blazing, a grin like the devil's itself curling his lips. You idiots have some nerve, he snarled, his voice dripping venom. He leaped forward with the fluidity of a martial artist, pinning two men beneath their shields as they crumpled under his ferocity. From behind him, Han Fong emerged, his movements cold and deliberate. He strode forward, gun raised, its barrel gleaming menacingly under the flickering light. His gaze locked onto Mr. Jiang and his group, who quickly huddled behind their shields. With a loud crack, Han Fong fired a warning shot, the bullet ricocheting off a shield with a deafening clang. Brotherly, never one to miss a chance for theatrics, hoisted a fallen shield over his shoulder like a trophy. Han Fong, his expression carved from stone, barked, This is your last chance. Get the hell out of my apartment, or I'll throw you out myself. Mr. Jiang's face darkened, his patience stretched to its limits. He stepped forward, his shield lowered slightly, his posture exuding authority. Han Fong, he began, his voice sharp as a blade. This is how you greet your neighbors? With bullets and threats. He continued, his tone icy with accusation. You've hoarded supplies, turned your back on the community, and left countless families to freeze and starve. We came here seeking justice. Justice for your selfishness that's brought us all to the brink. As his words reverberated through the room, the atmosphere grew thick with unspoken challenges, the confrontation teetering on the edge of chaos. Han Feng's finger hovered near the trigger, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to respond. The stage was set for a clash where survival wasn't just about supplies. It was about who could seize control of the storm. As the tense silence loomed over the room, Mr. Jiang took a measured step forward, fixing Han Feng with a stern gaze. If there's even a shred of conscience left in you, hand over whatever supplies you have. Unity is the only way we can survive this apocalypse, he declared, his tone a mix of authority and pleading. Han Feng, the gun steady in his hand, listened without a word, his expression darkening. His mind raced as Mr. Jiang's words echoed like a self-righteous sermon. Unity? Conscience? He thought bitterly. This guy's just sugarcoating a moral ambush. All he wants is to rally these scavengers against me. His narrowed eyes swept over the mob, hungry, angry, desperate. They're wolves in sheep's clothing, just looking for someone to blame. But if I play my cards right, I'll walk out of this as the hunter, not the prey. Breaking the silence, Han Feng raised his voice, sharp as a blade slicing through tension. What the hell are you babbling about, Jiang? Are you blind? Look around. Do you see a treasure trove here? There's nothing. Or are your eyes just as useless as your brains? Before Mr. Jiang could respond, Hyona jumped in, her voice venomous and trembling with anger. You're lying. I know you're hiding the supplies, you snake. She pointed an accusing finger, her face twisted with frustration. Last time I was here, your room was lit, and you had heat. If you don't start talking, I swear you won't leave here alive. The words hit Han Feng like a slap. His jaw tightened, his rage spilling over. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at Hyona. The bullet smashing into the shield she held up just in time. The echo of the gunshot sent a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone stunned. Han Feng turned on her, his voice a roar of fury. You have some nerve to say that. After all the crap you pulled, you dare show your face here? His face twisted with bitterness. If you hadn't tricked me into trading my supplies for those worthless seeds, I wouldn't be in this hellhole. Every ounce of this mess is your fault. All eyes shifted to Hyona, the weight of Han Feng's accusation sinking into the room like a lead anchor. One of the Jin brothers, his patience at its limit, turned to her with a scowl. Are you seriously screwing us over, Hyona? Is this all just some twisted game to you? Hyona's face went pale as her voice cracked with desperation. I'm not lying. I swear. He's hiding something. You have to believe me. Mr. Jiang, now visibly irritated, stepped forward, raising a hand to silence the rising chaos. Enough, he said firmly, his eyes locked onto Han Feng's. We'll settle this the simple way. He turned to the two men still groaning on the floor from Brother Li's earlier attack. You two, get up and check his room. Look everywhere. If there's anything hidden, I want to know. The two men exchanged nervous glances but obeyed, trudging toward the room with visible hesitation. Mr. Jiang turned back to Han Feng, his voice measured but heavy with implication. I trust you won't have a problem with this, Mr. Han? Surely, you wouldn't object to proving you're telling the truth. Han Feng's glare could have cut steel, but he said nothing, gesturing toward the room as if daring them to find something. The men disappeared into the shadows, the air thick with suspense. Moments later, they returned, their expressions a mix of confusion and unease. Mr. Jiang, one of them said hesitantly, there's nothing, just some trash. And a little girl. The crowd's murmur swelled as a small figure emerged timidly from the room, her eyes wide with fear. She ran to Han Feng, wrapping her arms around him. Elder brother, she whimpered, her voice trembling. I'm scared, and so hungry. Han Feng, his expression softening just enough to sell the act, placed a protective hand on her head. Don't worry, little sister, he said, his voice laced with a mix of tenderness and defiance. You don't need to be afraid. I'll get food for you as soon as these vultures leave. The emotional display sent ripples of unease through the crowd. Their muttered complaints grew louder. We're starving, and now we have to watch this? Where's the food? Where's what we were promised? The frustration was building, a storm ready to break. Even Mr. Zhang's composure cracked. He turned to Hyona, his tone sharp. Miss Hyona, I think it's time you gave us all an explanation. Hyona stood frozen, her face a mask of panic as all eyes turned to her. Mr. Jiang pressed on, his voice rising above the growing noise. You brought us here. You made promises. Now look at this mess. What do you have to say for yourself? The crowd roared in agreement, their voices growing angrier. Yeah, explain yourself, someone shouted. We've had enough of this nonsense. Another added, if you don't speak up now, things are going to get real ugly for you. Hyona stood there, speechless, as the room seemed to close in on her, the walls trembling under the weight of the mob's fury. Hyona stood frozen, her body trembling as the weight of the crowd's scrutiny bore down on her. Her voice cracked as she stammered, I didn't lie to you. I swear I saw it myself. Inside, her thoughts churned in chaos. How could this have gone so wrong? Her gaze locked onto Hang Fong, who was cradling the young girl protectively. Gritting her teeth, she felt a surge of anger. It's him. It has to be him. That snake has turned everything against me. Her rage grew unbearable, her hands trembling with barely contained fury. She cursed Hang Fong under her breath, but knew she couldn't hold it in any longer. With a sudden, decisive motion, she broke through the tense line of people, her flashlight blazing. The beam struck Hang Fong's eyes, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity, she lunged forward with a burst of adrenaline-fueled speed and managed to wrest the gun from his hand. She pointed it at him with a shaking grip, her chest heaving with anger. The room fell into a stunned silence. Even Brotherly, usually a bastion of bravado, called out with alarm, Little brother, be careful. Hyona's voice was like a whip crack. Where are the supplies, Hang Fong? She screamed, her rage boiling over. You must have hidden them somewhere. You did something, didn't you? The crowd watched, holding their breath, waiting for Hang Fong's response. Hyona's finger hovered dangerously close to the trigger as she shouted again, Speak the truth, or I'll shoot you right here. Hang Fong lowered his gaze briefly, as if weighing his options, then looked her straight in the eye. His voice, low and steady, sliced through the tension like a razor. The truth, he repeated, then smirked bitterly. The truth is, you conned me out of every bit of my supplies. You're the liar, Hyona. You're nothing but a cheat. Hyona's eyes widened, disbelief and fury flashing in equal measure. Her body shook uncontrollably as her voice cracked with rage. You lying bastard! I'll kill you, she shrieked, raising the gun with trembling hands. But before she could escalate the situation further, a wooden stick flew from the side, striking her hand with a sharp crack. The gun clattered to the floor as she cried out in pain. The Jean brothers and several others surged forward, grabbing her as she thrashed and screamed. Let me go. I'm not lying. Everything I said is the truth, she yelled desperately, struggling against their grip. Meanwhile, Hang Fong's and the little girl's eyes darted to the gun lying on the ground. Hang Fong moved toward it, his breath quickening. But just as he reached for it, Mr. Jiang beat him to it, snatching the weapon first. Their gazes locked, tension crackling like electricity between them. The room fell silent again, the atmosphere suffocating as both men measured each other, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. The moment was shattered by one of the Jean brothers, who grabbed Hyona by her hair, yanking her head back. How dare you lie to us? He growled, his voice dripping with menace. Hyona winced in pain but managed to shout back, I'm not lying. I swear. I'm telling the truth. The Jean brother raised a metal pipe, his intent clear. But before the blow could land, Mr. Jiang stepped in, gripping his arm. Stop, he commanded firmly. We are not savages. The committee does not condone violence, and this is no place for executions. He turned to Hyona, his expression cold but measured. Even if she lied, We owe her at least one chance to make amends. The tension shifted as Mr. Jiang turned his attention to Han Fong. Mr. Hang, he began, his tone almost apologetic. I'm sorry for everything that happened today. To everyone's shock, he handed the gun back to Han Fong, his expression calm and confident. We're all victims here, trying to survive. I'll provide you with an explanation later. Han Fong's eyes widened in disbelief. His hand hesitated as he took the weapon, staring at Mr. Jiang as if he couldn't quite believe the gesture. Mr. Jiang smiled faintly. By the way, he added casually, I'd like to invite you to join the committee. You don't need to decide now. Think about it. With that, he turned to the others. Let's go. We'll discuss this further when we distribute supplies tomorrow. One by one, the group began filing out, their earlier rage dissipating into muttered complaints. Hyona was dragged along, her protests falling on deaf ears. Han Fong, brotherly, and the girls stood in stunned silence. Then, as if a dam had broken, they burst into quiet laughter, disbelief and relief washing over them. They had pulled it off. Somehow, against all odds, they had fooled Mr. Jiang and his group. Brotherly leaned in close, his face lined with worry as he checked on Han Fong. Hey, you all right? Don't go pulling the whole tragic martyr act on me now, he said, voice tinged with concern. Han Fong, however, stayed silent, his head bowed as if the universe had just dumped its laundry on his shoulders. He let out a deep, tired sigh, muttering something under his breath that sounded like it belonged in the manual for suffering. Later, the scene shifted to a much cozier vibe. Han Fong was sprawled on a plush chair in a ridiculously bright yellow sweater, looking more like someone auditioning for a sitcom than a survivor. Stretching like a lazy cat, he yawned and said, Well, that's over. Finally, Brotherly scanned the spacious, comfortable room, his eyebrows practically doing cartwheels. Hold up, he said, grinning. You've been hiding this? Feels like a secret clubhouse. Next thing you'll tell me there's a snack bar. Across the room, the little girl sat quietly at the table, bathed in the warm glow of a heater. The inviting light made the scene look so wholesome it could have been a painting titled Apocalypse Comforts, Home Edition. Han Fong, meanwhile, lounged casually on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. A small, knowing smile played on his face as he said, We pulled that off thanks to teamwork. MVP award? Goes to yours truly. But then his expression sharpened. All right, fun's over. Time for the next phase. Stick to the plan, no shortcuts. He jabbed a finger toward the room like a general commanding troops. Pack up everything important, only the essentials. And for crying out loud, leave the trash. We're not running a garbage collection service here. Brotherly frowned, clearly baffled. What's with the sudden Marie Kondo routine? He asked, dragging his feet toward the window. Open it, Han Fong ordered, his tone firm. Drop the temperature in here. Fast. Brotherly's patience wore thin. What are we doing? Hosting a polar bear plunge. What's the grand plan here? Han Fong's grip on his weapon tightened as he explained. We've made them burn a ton of energy trying to break in. By the time they get inside and find nothing worth taking, they'll lose their minds. Chaos breeds mistakes, and mistakes work in our favor. As the group sat down to eat, Han Fong outlined his strategy with the precision of a chess master explaining a checkmate. They've poured everything into this operation. When it fails, they'll turn on each other, and we'll be long gone. Outside, the enemy murmured anxiously, their voices like an angry hive of bees. Inside, Han Fong remained eerily calm, his eyes scanning the room as if piecing together an elaborate puzzle. Brotherly wasn't convinced. Even with a gun, we're outnumbered 10-1. One slip-up, and they'll snatch it. What then? Han Fong nodded slowly, acknowledging the risk. That's why we'll use their fear. Nobody wants to charge into a fight when there's a chance they'll lose. Brotherly wasn't buying it. And what if they decide to go full Wild West on us instead? Han Fong leaned back, his voice steady. They won't. The gun only has one bullet, which I already used. The revelation hit like a plot twist in a bad thriller. Brotherly's eyes widened as he blurted, Wait, you mean you let them take the gun on purpose? Are you insane? Or just playing galaxy brain-level chess? Han Fong shrugged, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Risky moves pay off when you know the rules better than the other guy. Later, over dinner, Brotherly tried to lighten the mood. Maybe we should just act pathetic, hunker down, and hope someone tosses us a care package. Worked for that dude in Castaway, right? The little girl, quietly nibbling on her food, glanced up with an amused smile, as if to say, sure, and maybe Tom Hanks will walk in here with Wilson while we're at it. Han Fong, however, waved off the idea with a firm shake of his head. No distractions. The core mission comes first. Stick to the plan. No room for hesitation, he said, his tone like steel. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang's group moved with purpose through the dimly lit hallways, the faint flicker of overhead lights adding an eerie edge to their determined march. Mr. Zhang himself stood at the center, a figure of unwavering focus as he rallied the group. The committee's grip is weakening. We'll crush them from the inside, he declared, his voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. In an underground space that could have been ripped from a dystopian novel, a line of anxious people shuffled forward. At the front, a man in a hooded jacket barked orders like a drill sergeant. Stay in line. No cutting, he shouted, as though his words alone could restore order. Mr. Jiang sat at a table surrounded by supplies and towering stacks of boxes, methodically distributing goods. The scene felt like a black market bazaar, with the dim corridor stretching endlessly behind the waiting crowd. Nearby, two men huddled in a corner. One held a flashlight, its weak beam barely cutting through the shadows, while the other carried a box. I checked all the exits, the man with the flashlight said quietly, trying to reassure his partner. They're all secure. Meanwhile, Brotherly and Han Fong sat slumped against a cold wall, their faces shadowed with exhaustion. Their battered bodies told a story of survival, but their sharp eyes betrayed that they weren't done yet. Brotherly leaned closer to Han Fong, whispering something that made Han Fong stroke his chin in thought. His expression was sharp, calculating. Brotherly laid out a rough sketch of the building's layout, pointing to the cleared first 4 floors. Staff and families are holed up on the 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th, locked down tight. Guards, maybe. He speculated that their target, the warehouse, was probably buried somewhere deeper. Armed with a rusted metal pipe, Brotherly suggested a bold plan. I'll draw their attention upstairs. You slip in, find the stash, and disrupt their setup. Han Fong nodded without a word, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze steely. The duo began their ascent up the dim staircase, their footsteps slow and deliberate. Each creak of the steps felt like a gunshot in the silence. Where the hell is everyone? Brotherly muttered, his voice low. You think they're all taking a dinner break? As they reached another floor, the emptiness of the place gnawed at them. Brotherly, trying to keep the mood light, muttered, maybe they all got bored and left? Could be pizza night for all we know. On the 7th floor, the duo paused in front of a marked door. Han Fong eyed it warily. Are you sure this is it? He asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. Brotherly hesitated before admitting, not entirely, no. With nothing to lose, they pressed forward, their flashlights slicing through the thick darkness like knives. The lack of guards, or even a single soul, was unsettling. Brotherly muttered under his breath, this is starting to feel like one of those horror flicks where the dumb characters keep walking into traps. As they moved through the eerie corridor, Brotherly suggested splitting up. You take the left, I'll go right. Call out if you see anything suspicious. Han Fong nodded, his grip on his weapon tightening as he headed off alone. Han Fong moved with caution, his flashlight sweeping over the walls. The silence pressed in on him, thick and heavy. No resistance. Not what I expected, he murmured to himself. But reconnaissance isn't supposed to be a fight. Stay sharp. Just as his thoughts began to wander, he froze, his flashlight illuminating a faint silhouette. In the distance, Brother Lee's form appeared, barely visible in the murky light. Han Fong's breath caught. Did we actually find it? He whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the pounding in his chest. Han Fong gripped his weapon tightly, forcing a nervous grin as he tried to justify himself. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead, betraying the tension in his voice. Brotherly hesitated, narrowing his eyes at the door's obvious label. "You don't think this could be a trap?" he muttered, his voice edged with suspicion. Still unsure, Han Fong tilted his head, the skepticism written all over his face. "Or maybe it's exactly what it looks like. Just a storage room," he ventured, though his tone lacked conviction. He pointed at the lock on the door, his voice rising. "But look at how reinforced this thing is. That's not your everyday lock." Brotherly held the flashlight steady, unimpressed by the concern. "It could just be someone being overly cautious," he said dismissively, stepping forward. "Maybe someone forgot to unlock it. We'll know once we crack it open." He moved closer, brimming with confidence, only for Han Fong to yank him back suddenly. "Wait." Han Fong's voice cut through the dim corridor like a blade. He gestured sharply toward the door. "This is textbook trap territory. Can't you see it? They want us to walk right into it." Brotherly leaned closer, squinting at the lock. "Well, now that you mention it, yeah, this setup's pretty damn elaborate." His tone darkened, his flashlight illuminating what seemed to be an intricate mechanism. "You're saying it could be rigged? Like explosives?" Han Fong nodded grimly. "Exactly. Whoever set this up didn't half-ass it. One wrong move and we're toast." He frowned, recalling the overheard conversation between the two men earlier. "Those guys downstairs, they mentioned something about this door. I think they were dropping hints about traps. We can't ignore that." Brotherly exhaled slowly, the reality sinking in. "All right," he conceded. "You're the brains here. What's the plan?" Han Fong didn't hesitate. "We figure out what's inside first. No rushing, no heroics. Once we're sure, we move cautiously. If we can't get it now, we check the upper floors for intel." His sharp tone left no room for argument. Brotherly nodded, his serious expression mirroring Han Fong's resolve. "Lead the way." Han Fong darted through the dim corridor with calculated movements, his flashlight cutting through the shadows. Brotherly trailed closely behind, his grip tightening on his weapon. Suddenly, as they were moving through the corridor, a door opened right in front of them, and inside stood two men. Han Fong and Brotherly looked at the men coming out of the room, and as soon as they realized that they had been spotted, they made a run across the corridor as swiftly as they could. Their synchronized steps echoed ominously until a sudden voice bellowed, "Stop right there." Neither paused. They pushed forward, scanning the cracked walls and damp floors with their flashlights. Han Fong's sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement just in time. "Watch out!" he shouted, his voice urgent. From the shadows, a man lunged at Brotherly, a weapon raised to strike. Han Fong reacted instantly, swinging his hand to block the blow. The clash reverberated down the hallway, and Brotherly wasted no time, delivering a swift kick that sent the attacker stumbling backward. "Go!" Brotherly yelled, his voice laced with urgency. "Run, little brother, run." Han Fong hesitated briefly, his instincts torn, but Brotherly was already smashing his pipe against the locked door. "You said there wouldn't be anyone here during distribution," Han Fong shouted over the noise. "Yeah, well, I've never been allowed on this floor before," Brotherly admitted, frustration seeping into his voice. Their argument was cut short by the sound of rapid footsteps echoing closer. Han Fong's senses heightened as he spun toward Brotherly. "Someone's coming. We can't risk it here. Upstairs, now," he ordered. Brotherly didn't argue this time, and they hurriedly climbed the stairs to the 8th floor, their breaths ragged. Pausing briefly, Brotherly's eyes narrowed at Han Fong, whose posture seemed off. "What's wrong with your hand?" he asked, pointing at Han Fong's arm. Han Fong winced, clutching it tightly. "Feels broken," he muttered through gritted teeth. Despite the clear agony, he forced a grim smile. "We should find a spot to rest. But don't count me out yet." Brotherly's concern deepened, but before he could respond, his expression twisted into sheer terror. His mouth opened to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he pointed behind Han Fong, his arm trembling. Han Fong, behind you." Han Fong barely had time to process the warning before a massive hand clamped over his face, silencing his startled cry. His body jerked violently as he was yanked backward, his legs kicking helplessly. The darkness swallowed him whole, leaving Brotherly frozen, his weapon slipping from his grip as the sound of the struggle faded into silence. Han Feng was yanked backward with such force that he slammed onto the cold, hard floor, pain rippling through his body as he hit the ground with a loud crash. The door behind him shut with a decisive thud, sealing off any chance of escape as a hooded man stepped between him and freedom. On the other side of the door, Brotherly pounded furiously, his panicked voice carrying through the heavy wood. "Brother, are you okay? Say something. I'm coming for you." "Hold on." Han Feng, groaning in pain, tried to push himself up from the ground, his teeth gritted in frustration. But before he could fully rise, the hooded man spoke, his tone cold and razor-sharp. "What are you doing here? You have no business being in this place." Thinking fast, Han Feng plastered on a defiant smirk and shot back, "We were just here to grab some supplies. That's all." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, the hooded man stomped down on Han Feng's already injured hand with brutal precision. A piercing cry escaped Han Feng's lips as the pain surged through his arm like fire. "Aya, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" he yelled, clutching his hand desperately. The man, unfazed, leaned in closer, his icy stare locking onto Han Feng. "Do you think I'm some naive child? You deliberately avoided the 5th and 6th floors. That means you know something about the committee." The words hit Han Feng like a slap to the face, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "What, you've been following us?" he stammered, his shock plain. The hooded man let out a humorless chuckle, his posture calm but menacing. "Look around you," he said simply, gesturing to the room. Han Feng, still wincing in pain, finally scanned his surroundings. His eyes widened in horror as he took in the scene. A grim collection of bodies sprawled across the room, beaten, bloodied, and unconscious. His thoughts raced. What the hell? Did this guy do all this on his own? Suddenly, muffled shouting from the hallway caught their attention. "Find them. Where's the other one? We need to report this immediately." The sound of hurried footsteps and angry voices sent a jolt of fear through Han Feng. His stomach twisted as a single thought hit him like a punch to the gut. Brotherly, the hooded man, seemingly unbothered by the commotion, began moving toward the window. Han Feng, confused and uneasy, watched him silently. The man unlatched the window, allowing an icy gust of wind to sweep into the room, chilling Han Feng to his core. "What are you doing?" Han Feng demanded, his voice filled with disbelief. "This is the 8th floor. Are you seriously planning to jump out of here?" Without turning around, the hooded man replied in a voice as cold as the wind outside. "It's only 4 floors now. The snow between the 3rd and 4th floors has piled high. With that as a buffer, the fall is nothing." He climbed onto the window ledge, the wind whipping his hood slightly back, revealing just enough of his steely gaze to unnerve Han Feng. "You have 2 choices," the man said flatly, his tone void of emotion. "Jump, or stay here and let the committee beat you to death. Your call." The banging on the door grew louder, the wood creaking ominously as it started to splinter under the force of the mob outside. The hooded man cast one final glance at Han Feng before leaping out of the window, vanishing into the snowy abyss below. Han Feng's heart raced as he stumbled to the window, panic rising like a tide. The door behind Han Feng began to crack, the angry voices of the committee members now deafening. "There he is. Don't let him escape." Realizing he had no other option, Han Feng gritted his teeth and climbed onto the ledge. This guy wasn't lying, he thought, staring down at the snowy ground below. The door burst open behind him as a mob of furious committee members surged into the room. Without another thought, Han Feng launched himself out of the window, plunging into the icy wind, gasping for air as the adrenaline coursed through his veins. Above him, he could hear the angry shouts of the committee fading. Han Feng, feeling the icy wind whip past his face, summoned his purple light energy in desperation. The energy wrapped around his body like an invisible cushion, softening his landing as he hit the snow with a dull thud. The impact was still jarring, but far better than the bone-crushing reality he had feared. A few feet away, The hooded man landed like a superhero out of a blockbuster, one knee to the ground, his silhouette cutting sharply against the snow. He glanced back and caught a faint shimmer of Han Feng's purple energy, his expression unreadable, though he said nothing. Han Feng groaned, pulling himself out of the snowbank and shaking the frost off. He looked up at the 8th floor window, his breath coming in heavy bursts. "I can't believe that actually worked," he muttered, still in disbelief that jumping from such a height wasn't a one-way ticket to a full-body cast. Before either could catch their breath, the mob's enraged shouts rang out from above. "He's still alive. And there's someone with him. Don't let them get away." The hooded man didn't waste a second. Without acknowledging the commotion, he sprinted toward the nearest apartment building. Han Feng, still half buried in snow, barely had time to process what was happening before the man slammed his elbow into a window, shattering the glass effortlessly. "You coming?" the man asked, barely glancing back before climbing through. Han Feng blinked, watching the man disappear into the building like a shadow. "This guy's insane," he muttered, scrambling after him. The biting wind clawed at his skin, and the thought of staying outside in such harsh weather wasn't appealing. With a resigned sigh, he climbed through the jagged window pane, careful to avoid the shards. Inside, the scene shifted to chaos. The mob of committee members was tearing through apartments above them, their furious voices echoing through the building. "They're not here. Check the lower floors. Cut off their escape," someone barked. Others shouted, "Report this to Mr. Jiang immediately. Don't let them get away." The sound of doors being kicked open and furniture crashing filled the air like a storm. Meanwhile, Han Feng and the hooded man found refuge in a deserted apartment. A third man, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, sat huddled in the corner. The small group gathered around a makeshift fire, the flames licking hungrily at broken furniture they had scavenged for fuel. The fire's warmth was a fleeting comfort against the relentless cold, but it was better than nothing. Han Feng sat hunched over, rubbing his hands together as his eyes flicked toward the hooded man. "This guy is ice cold, but he's definitely something else. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be in the hands of those committee thugs by now." Breaking the silence, the hooded man rose to his feet and grabbed Han Feng by the back of his shirt. "Get up," he said flatly, his grip like iron. Han Feng stumbled to his feet, half dragged by the man, who started pulling him toward the door. "We need to head to the 5th floor, the man said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Han Feng, struggling to keep up, coughed out, "The 5th floor? Why not just keep going down and get the hell out of here?" The hooded man didn't slow down, his voice calm but sharp. "Because they'll expect us to go downstairs. They'll set up an ambush and trap us. If we head to the 5th floor, we'll buy time by moving unpredictably." Han Feng, barely able to catch his breath, yelled, "Fine, fine. I get it. Just loosen your grip, will you? I can barely breathe here." Han Feng's mind raced, his thoughts a jumbled mess. What he's saying doesn't even make sense. Heading up instead of down. That's insane. But, damn it, every single move he's made so far has been spot on. How does someone like this even exist? He couldn't shake the suspicion clawing at the back of his mind, but a grudging respect for the man's instincts was beginning to creep in. The hooded man noticed Han Feng's tense expression and smirked, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and mockery. "What's with the face, kid? You scared? Or are you just too slow to keep up?" he said, his tone dripping with condescension. Han Feng, caught off guard, froze for a moment. His blank stare didn't help his case. The hooded man turned to the third figure wrapped in a blanket, his voice sharp. "And don't waste your pity on this guy," he said, gesturing dismissively. "He's already dead." Han Feng's eyes darted between the man and the lifeless-looking figure by the fire. His confusion deepened. "Dead? What the hell is going on here?" Summoning his courage, he finally asked, "Why are you helping me?" His voice was cautious, edged with distrust. The hooded man let out a dry, humorless chuckle. "Helping you? Kid, I'd love nothing more than to throw you out the nearest window and call it a day. But the fact that you didn't fall for that pathetic trap on the 7th floor tells me you've got at least half a brain rattling around in that head of yours." His tone turned darker, his smirk curling into something more sinister. "So how about you start spilling what you know about the committee?" He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing through the quiet room like a warning shot. His grin widened, and he added, "Of course, if you'd rather keep your secrets, I can always use an extra meat shield." Han Feng clenched his fists, frustration and fear mixing into a dangerous cocktail. What's wrong with this guy? He thought, his mind flashing back to the battered guards upstairs. He's either here to loot supplies, or he's got some serious beef with the committee. Maybe we just walked into his war zone and screwed up his plans. Taking a steadying breath, Han Feng looked the man in the eye. "Do you have a grudge against the committee?" he asked, his tone carefully measured. The hooded man tilted his head, as if genuinely considering the question. His hand went to his chin, and he adopted a mock-thoughtful expression. "A grudge? Yeah, you could say that," he said casually. Then his gaze darkened. "Let's just say, if it weren't for Jackie Chang, I'd already be done here." Han Feng's breath hitched. The name hit him like a slap to the face. "Jackie Chang," he exclaimed, his voice rising. What secret are you talking about?" The man's smirk twisted into something almost predatory. He took a slow, deliberate step closer to Han Feng, towering over him. Well, looks like I hit a nerve," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "You do know Jackie Chang, and judging by that reaction, there's some kind of connection between you two." The man leaned down, his expression downright menacing now. "Listen, kid," he said, his voice cold as ice. "You've got two choices. Start talking about the committee and whatever ties you've got to Jackie Chang, or you can be the second corpse in this room." Han Feng's breath quickened. His narrowed eyes locked onto the man, a mix of defiance and fear swirling in his chest. He's not bluffing, Han Feng realized with a shudder. This guy isn't the type to play games. I need to tread carefully, or I might not make it out of here alive. Han Feng's gaze locked onto the lifeless figure draped in a tattered blanket. The grim sight sent a chill down his spine, and he muttered inwardly that he wouldn't share the same fate. Driven by the growing tension, he started spilling the details the bearded man demanded. Desperation crept into his voice as he confessed, "It was Jackie Chang. He stormed into my house with explosives, snatched my supplies, and even took my woman. That kind of cruelty. It's unthinkable." Han Feng, with deliberate care, slid his pistol onto a nearby stool, the metallic clink cutting through the air. The bearded man's piercing stare bore into him, prompting Han Feng to add, "The committee's sheer numbers keep me constantly on edge. This gun? It's my lifeline. I've used it to survive their wrath more than once." Yet beneath his composed exterior, Han Feng's mind was a tempest of calculated deceit. This concoction of half-truths mixed with strategic lies, paired with the gun, should be convincing enough, he mused darkly. The bearded man leaned back, his eyes narrowing as he processed the story. After a long pause, he remarked with measured skepticism, "An empty pistol won't intimidate the committee. But the part that strikes me is Jackie, or should I say Mr. Jiang, not taking the gun from you. He even let you walk away. That's curious." Han Feng masked a sly grin, sensing the man had swallowed the bait. He tilted his head and asked, "Why do you think he didn't take it?" The bearded man didn't miss a beat. "There are only two plausible explanations. One, it's a calculated move to reinforce his dominance. Two, he doesn't need it. He likely has far superior weapons." Locking eyes with Han Feng, the bearded man suddenly shifted gears. "So, you brought your brother this time to handle Jackie Chang?" Clutching his injured hand, Han Feng responded solemnly, "Without him, the committee might fall into chaos, if not crumble entirely." His tone grew heavier as he pressed on. "To be fair, the committee started with good intentions, keeping people alive through this apocalypse. But Jackie's twisted philosophy has corrupted everything. Now, brutality is the currency for survival." He leaned forward, his voice steady but resolute. "Even after this apocalypse ends, people like that, those who've abandoned their conscience, won't fit back into society. They'll carry their savagery like a plague. That's why the committee has to be destroyed." A tense silence descended over the room, both men locked in their thoughts. Finally, the bearded man broke it, his voice sharp. Fine, let's say the committee is rotten. So what? Destroying it won't change the way this world works. He rose, towering over Han Feng as he continued. This is a world where the strong devour the weak. I despise Jackie Chang as much as you, but your idealism is just as flawed. Han Feng's expression darkened, his tone bristling with frustration. Have you even thought about what the community will turn into if it remains unchecked? The bearded man's gaze didn't waver. Unchecked? It'll spiral into looting and endless bloodshed. Turning on his heel, he strode toward the door. His hand hovered over the doorknob as he added, "Perhaps we should ask a third party for their perspective." Han Feng's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" The door swung open to reveal a startled figure, caught red-handed eavesdropping. Panic flashed across their face. Before they could think, they hurled their bag at the bearded man. It struck him squarely, but the blow barely fazed him. Instead, his irritation flared, his eyes narrowing as the tension in the room escalated. The bearded man's patience snapped. Without a word, he unleashed a massive punch toward the small figure in front of him. To his shock, the person, though diminutive in stature, raised both hands and managed to block the blow. The sheer force behind it made their arms tremble, visibly straining under the impact, but they held firm. The man's eyes narrowed, disbelief flashing across his face. Furious at being momentarily thwarted, he drew back his other fist, this time aiming directly for the person's head. But just as his knuckles were about to connect, Han Feng's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, "Wait, Nurse Kim, is that you? What are you doing here?" The man froze mid-swing, his expression shifting from rage to confusion. "You know this person?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Nurse Kim blinked in surprise, still bracing herself. "Mr. Hang," she said in a stunned voice, lowering her guard. "What are you doing here?" The tension dissolved slightly as time passed. Nurse Kim, now kneeling beside Han Feng, carefully tended to his injured arm. She worked in silence for a moment, wrapping the bandage with practiced precision. Finally, she broke the quiet. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I came here because Grandpa Lee had sent me supplies, and I wanted to check on him." Her voice faltered as she continued. "But when I arrived, I found he had already passed away. Then I heard someone trying to open the door. I panicked and hid behind it." Han Feng nodded, his voice calm as he replied, "I see. So that's why you were behind the door." The bearded man, standing behind them, snorted derisively. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he said, "Oh, so you're just a little saint? Huh? Maybe your selfless actions helped push Grandpa Lee closer to his grave. In this world, that kind of dedication is a joke." Nurse Kim's head lowered, her voice soft but unwavering. "You're not wrong. You have every right to scold me," she admitted. Then she lifted her gaze, her eyes fierce as they met the bearded man's. "But call it cruel, call it selfish, say whatever you want. Surviving is the only way to help others. And that's exactly what I'm doing." Her words hung in the air, heavy with conviction. The bearded man studied her face, noting the steel in her expression. She wasn't bluffing. Every word came from the depths of her resolve. Han Feng broke the standoff, his voice cutting through the tension. "So, tell me, Nurse Kim, how are you moving in and out of this place without trouble? Did Jackie Chang set this up for you in advance?" A nervous chuckle escaped Nurse Kim's lips. "Why, yeah," she admitted. "He gave me a pass to access the building. It helps me treat the injured and sick." She hesitated before adding, "He also provided me with plenty of supplies. I couldn't refuse them." Her tone shifted as her gaze fell on Grandpa Lee's lifeless form. "But Jackie Chang has been throwing out the elderly and the sick lately. Grandpa Lee was one of them." Her voice quivered as she continued. "By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. He was already gone." The bearded man's eyes flicked to the corpse, his voice cold and pragmatic. "With one less mouth to feed, the committee's resources last a little longer. Honestly, I might have done the same in his position." Han Feng's jaw tightened, his voice sharp as he shot back, "Wrong. Brotherly said a new force has emerged in the community, a group opposing the committee. It's clear Jackie Chang feels threatened. His expression darkened, shadows crossing his face as he pieced the puzzle together. That's why the committee is discarding the old, the weak, and the sick. By hoarding resources for the young and the strong, they're fortifying their position, preparing for conflict. His words hung ominously, the grim reality settling over the room like a storm cloud ready to break. Han Feng stroked his chin, his expression pensive as he broke the silence. Given that Jackie Chang casually used bombs to seize supplies before, isn't it possible he's preparing for war against this new force? His voice carried a weight that made both Nurse Kim and the bearded man freeze. Their wide-eyed expressions betrayed their shared realization. Han Feng's theory made undeniable sense. Pushing himself to his feet, Han Feng declared, "If that's the case, then I have to find his weapons stockpile." The bearded man, ever cold and detached, responded with a sardonic smirk. "And then what?" he asked, his tone cutting. "Even if it's true, even if you find the depot, what difference does it make? You're just one man. You won't stop anything." Irritation flickered across Han Feng's face as he turned to meet the bearded man's gaze. His voice was sharp, his words resolute. "I'd rather die trying than let myself be buried with those sheep in the community. If I can locate those weapons, I'll find a way to deal with this." The bearded man's cold stare lingered for a moment before he turned toward the window. His footsteps echoed in the quiet room, and as he moved, he muttered, "If you're that eager to throw your life away, be my guest." Reaching the window, he paused, his hand on the frame. Without turning back, he said, "In these end times, the committee is just a drop in the ocean. There will always be others, bigger forces, more battles for survival. Mark my words, Han Feng. In a world where the strong devour the weak, only the ones left standing at the very end can call themselves winners." He opened the window, his words hanging in the air like an ominous shadow, before vanishing into the night. Han Feng stood silently, the weight of the bearded man's words pressing on him. Nurse Kim, however, broke the silence, her voice firm and her eyes filled with determination. "Mr. Han, is there anything I can do to help?" Han Feng chuckled lightly, his tone lighter than before. "I appreciate it, Nurse Kim, but I don't want to drag you into this mess." But Kim wasn't having it. Her voice rose, tinged with frustration and anger. "Don't say that," she snapped. "If your suspicions are right, then the entire community is in danger. And Jackie Chang took your supplies, didn't he? Just hearing about that makes my blood boil." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback by the shift in Nurse Kim's demeanor. Her eyes blazed with determination, her stance unwavering. She wasn't the same timid figure who had hesitated behind the door earlier. She was ready for the storm ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Han Feng relented. With a faint smile, he said warmly, "Thank you, Nurse Kim. There is something I need your help with." The scene shifted to the dimly lit basement, where members of the committee had gathered. The air was thick with tension as one of the Jean brothers turned to a fellow member. "Are you sure it was Han Feng?" he asked, his tone skeptical. The other member nodded firmly. "I'm certain. I saw him yesterday. There's no mistake." Their conversation was cut short by the sound of approaching footsteps. The group instinctively turned toward the source of the noise, their flashlights piercing the darkness. As the beam landed on the figure entering the basement, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. It was Han Feng. He stood before them, his presence both startling and commanding, as if daring them to question why he had come. The story transitions to a dim, icy hallway. The faint sound of dripping water echoed through the cold, empty space, amplifying the eerie stillness. Behind one of the heavy, rusted doors, the air was pierced by anguished cries. Inside, Han Feng lay sprawled on the frozen floor, his face swollen and bruised, his screams of pain reverberating through the room. Towering over him was one of the Jean brothers, his face twisted with fury. With a sneer, the Jean brother delivered a brutal kick to Han Feng's gut, sending a sharp gasp from the wounded man. "Mr. Jiang let you off once, and this is how you repay him," the Jean brother roared, his voice echoing in the small, damp room. How dare you come here and steal our supplies, you rat? The rage in his eyes was unrelenting. He raised a metal pipe above his head, his intent clear. I'll cripple your other hand too. Let's see how you dare to steal again. But before the pipe could strike, the door swung open with a loud creak. A committee member stood in the doorway, his tone urgent. Brother Jean, something's happened. Mr. Jiang has called everyone to gather upstairs immediately. The Jean brother hesitated, glancing down at Han Feng with one last glare before turning to leave. You're lucky this time, he spat, dropping the pipe and storming out with the committee member. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving Han Feng alone in the icy, dimly lit room. As the sound of footsteps faded, Han Feng let out a shallow breath, his face twisting into a sly grin despite his injuries. Finally, they're gone, he muttered under his breath. Summoning his power, a soft green light began to radiate from his battered body. Slowly, the light intensified, covering him entirely as his wounds began to mend. The swelling on his face subsided, and the cuts on his skin closed seamlessly. Good. Now that my injuries are healed, I need to find the armory, he thought, his mind already strategizing his next move. I can't afford to waste any more time. As his body recovered, Han Feng winced, feeling the toll of his healing process. The fracture in his hand had mended, but the exhaustion left him lightheaded. Fixed point recovery, he muttered to himself, frustrated. I need to study that. Healing my entire body for one injury is inefficient. Just as he was regaining his strength, faint footsteps echoed down the hallway again. His ears perked up and his body tensed. The door creaked open, and Han Feng quickly lay back down, tying the ropes loosely around himself. He forced his body into a limp, pitiful state, masking his readiness. Two men entered, dragging a limp figure with them. Throw him here for now, one of them said gruffly, shoving the unconscious body to the ground. The other grunted in agreement. Yeah, Mr. Jiang needs to decide what to do with this one. Let's go find him. The two men left, slamming the door behind them. Han Feng waited, listening closely to ensure their footsteps faded completely. Once the coast was clear, he sat up, his sharp eyes locking onto the figure dumped beside him. As he shifted closer, his expression turned to one of surprise. Brotherly, he whispered, recognizing the battered man lying motionless on the floor. Han Feng quickly untied his own ropes and worked on freeing Brotherly. When the man didn't stir, Han Feng sighed and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Brotherly jolted awake, groaning as he rubbed his face. That slap really did the trick, Brother Han, he muttered weakly. Then, with a grimace, he added, but next time, aim for the side that's not swollen. I can't feel the left half of my face anymore. Han Feng smirked, despite the situation. Considerate motivation to stay out of trouble. Brotherly chuckled weakly, shaking his head. If trouble finds us anyway, does that mean I should be ready for more slaps? Han Feng smirked faintly as he leaned against the icy wall, his sharp gaze fixed on Brotherly. So, tell me, he said with a sly grin, what exactly happened after we got separated? Brotherly narrowed his eyes, his tone tense as he recalled the events. After they dragged you through that door, I saw the corridor door about to be smashed open. I had no choice but to run and hide inside the nearest room, he began. He paused for a moment, rubbing the swollen side of his face. I kept switching rooms to avoid them, and eventually, I ended up near the elevator shaft. That's when I saw it. A massive hole where the elevator should have been, leading straight down. Those guys were tearing through doors one by one, and I figured they'd catch me sooner or later. So, I grabbed the wires and climbed down. Climbed down? Han Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yeah, Brotherly confirmed. At first, I thought it'd take me to the underground parking lot on the first floor, but no, it led me to the second underground floor instead. When I got there, I checked both sides of the hallway. No one was around. Brotherly's voice grew more animated as he continued. That's when I saw them. Boxes, dozens of them, stacked neatly and sealed tight. I opened one out of curiosity, and you won't believe what I found. What? Han Feng asked, leaning in slightly. Sausages. Brotherly exclaimed, gesturing wildly with his hands. Each one was as thick as my forearm. Sausages? Han Feng repeated, his expression skeptical. Yeah. I was about to pull one out to take a closer look when I heard a noise behind me. Before I could even turn around properly, something hit me, and I blacked out. Next thing I knew, your slap woke me up. Brotherly stood up, still animated, and mimicked the size of the sausage with his hands. But I'll tell you this, Brother Hang. I finally get why this committee is so damn arrogant. They've got piles of sausages, and each one is this big. Han Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Are you sure they were ham sausages? Brotherly scratched his head. Well, they look like sausages. The shape was the same, but now that I think about it, I've never seen any that big. And no, the packaging didn't say ham. There weren't any labels at all. A sudden realization seemed to dawn on Han Feng. His eyes widened slightly and he muttered, I've always felt something was off about this place. Do you think this could be Jackie Chang's secret warehouse? Brotherly froze, his expression darkening with horror. What? Jackie Chang's warehouse? Are you serious? If it is, Han Feng trailed off, his mind racing. What do we do now? Brotherly whispered, his voice barely audible as the tension between them grew thick. Before Han Feng could answer, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway again. The two men tensed up, their expressions sharpening as they listened closely. Outside, a voice spoke, muffled but clear enough for them to hear. Why is Mr. Jiang so anxious to get rid of Brotherly all of a sudden? Didn't he always want to recruit him? Han Feng and Brotherly exchanged a grim look. Are they planning to silence us for good? The footsteps stopped right outside their door. The lock clicked, and the door creaked open. Two men entered, glancing around the seemingly empty room. Where's Brotherly? One of them muttered, scratching his head. Didn't we toss him in here? Are you sure you tied him up properly? The other asked, his tone skeptical. Of course I did. Maybe he's hiding. Check under the bed, the first man said, gesturing. Unbeknownst to them, Han Feng and Brotherly were pressed tightly against the wall just behind the door, blending into the shadows. As the two men bent down to check under the bed, Han Feng and Brotherly exchanged a quick nod. Seizing the moment, they launched themselves at the unsuspecting men. Han Feng grabbed one by the neck, slamming him into the wall, while Brotherly tackled the other, landing a solid punch to his jaw. The ambush was swift and brutal, catching the men completely off guard. Within seconds, the two committee members were sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. Han Feng and Brotherly tightened the ropes around the captured men, making sure they were secure. Han Feng's voice was low but tense as he turned to Brotherly. If Jiang is so determined to kill you, we need to go down and see what's really there. Whatever they're hiding in those boxes, it's important. Brotherly nodded but frowned. If it's really essential supplies, what should we do with it? There are dozens of boxes. How do we even move that much? Han Feng smirked faintly, motioning for Brotherly to follow him. Don't worry about that, he said, his tone more confident. I've already got a plan. First, we need to reach our floor and inform the evil king about everything. As they quietly exited the room, Han Feng put on his earpiece and contacted the young girl. Evil king, has Nurse Kim arrived at the apartment yet? There was a brief silence before the girl's voice came through, but something about her tone was off. There's a lady at the door, but, Han Feng, it's not Nurse Kim. It's that woman who stole your gun and tried to kill you. Should I open the door? Han Feng froze, his expression darkening immediately. Hyona, he muttered under his breath. His voice became sharp. Don't open the door. That's not Nurse Kim. It's her. Whatever you do, keep it locked until we get there. But before he could say more, the signal cut off. Evil King? Hello? Can you hear me? He said urgently, tapping his earpiece. The only response was static. Frustrated, Han Feng clenched his fists and turned to Brotherly. We need to hurry and get to the Evil King. Something's wrong. They opened the door to the hallway cautiously, peeking out to ensure the coast was clear. Seeing no one around, they stepped out quietly. But as they moved down the hallway, distant noises reached their ears. What's going on over there? Why is it so noisy? Brother Lee whispered. They peeked around the corner and saw a massive crowd gathered in the distance. Committee members were shouting instructions, their voices cutting through the chaos. The injured, the elderly, and the women. Head upstairs from the left, someone yelled. The rest of you, grab your weapons and head to the basement. Among the crowd, one of the Jean brothers stood on a makeshift platform, rallying the group. His voice boomed over the commotion. If they attack us, all our supplies will be stolen. Your parents and children will starve to death. We must stop them at all costs. Hang Feng and Brother Li exchanged uneasy glances as they ducked back into the shadows. Could it be Li Jinghao who's coming? Hang Feng whispered. Brother Li's eyes widened. Not sure, but whatever's happening, it's creating enough chaos to work in our favor. Let's blend into the crowd. Both men pulled up their hoods and donned masks, carefully making their way into the throng. The noise grew louder as tensions escalated. As they pushed through the crowd, a man suddenly flew down from the staircase above, landing hard on his back with a loud thud. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Hang Feng and Brother Li's eyes snapped to the staircase. Members of the faction opposing the committee were blocking the stairs, weapons in hand. The tension in the air was palpable, and both men froze, unsure of their next move. The scene shifted to outside an apartment door. Hyona stood there, her ear pressed against the door as she tried to hear any movement inside. Her brows furrowed in frustration. Is Hang Feng really here? She thought. Just as she was about to knock, a voice called out to her. Hyona! She turned sharply to see Nurse Kim standing a short distance away, her arms crossed and a suspicious look in her eyes. What are you doing here? Nurse Kim asked, her tone sharp and questioning. Hyona chuckled nervously, putting on her best fake smile. Oh, I was just looking for something to eat. Nurse Kim's eyes narrowed. If that's true, then why did you bring so many people with you? Hyona's facade faltered slightly as she turned to glance behind her. A group of rough-looking individuals stood there, armed and clearly agitated. Their hollow eyes and tense postures betrayed their hunger and desperation. Hyona, as cunning as ever, flashed a sly smile and stuck to her story. These people here are hungry, just like me. So, we're all just scavenging for food, she said, her tone deceptively sweet. Then her gaze sharpened. But what about you, Nurse Kim? What are you doing here? Nurse Kim stood firm, her cold expression unshaken as she addressed Hyona. I'm here to treat those who need medical care. What's wrong with that? Her tone was resolute, but Hyona's sharp eyes narrowed as her mind raced back to the moment she had seen Nurse Kim with Hang Feng. Hang Feng is sick? That doesn't seem right, Hyona thought, suspicion threading through her mind. But one thing's for sure. This nurse and Hang Feng know each other, and they might be cooking up something together. Feigning calm, Hyona turned to the group behind her, whispering hurried instructions. Nurse Kim caught the suspicious glances and hushed tones, her instincts instantly on edge. Her sharp gaze followed as Hyona's group began to close in around her. One of the men stepped forward, his tone falsely placating. Nurse, please don't resist. We're just trying to help everyone here. Nurse Kim's sharp eyes flashed. She backed up slightly, her voice like steel. What do you think you're doing? Mr. Jiang gave me permission to work undisturbed. Hyona scoffed, her lips curling into a sly smile. Oh, we'll see about that. As long as we capture you, I don't think Hang Feng, or whoever's behind that door, will have any choice but to show themselves. Before Nurse Kim could respond, one of the men lunged, grabbing her arm. Another quickly followed, gripping her other arm. Let me go, she demanded, her voice rising. But they tightened their grip, ignoring her protests. She took a deep breath, her eyes hardening. Don't blame me for what happens next, she said flatly. In one swift motion, Nurse Kim slammed the two men's heads together with such force that they staggered backward, dazed and confused. The crowd froze in shock, their confidence visibly shaken. Nurse Kim, still calm but now radiating an undeniable air of dominance, stepped forward. I don't care what you do, she said, her voice low and steady, but don't disturb me while I'm working. Hyona and the rest of the group backed away, fear flickering across their faces. But rage overpowered Hyona's fear. She reached into her jacket pocket, pulling out a knife with trembling hands. "You monster!" she screamed, swinging the blade at Nurse Kim. Kim sidestepped easily, but the knife caught her jacket sleeve, tearing it open. Feathers spilled from the rip, fluttering to the ground. The sight only deepened the group's unease, their steps faltering further. Hyona turned to them, her voice cracking. "She's strong. Be careful, everyone." As the tension reached its peak, a sharp metallic click echoed through the corridor. The door to the inner room creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. Weapons in hand began to vibrate violently. The group looked at each other in confusion, their grips tightening. "What's going on?" One of the men stammered, his voice edged with panic. A chilling presence swept through the air. From within the doorway, the Evil Eye Lady emerged, her expression blank, her aura commanding. Without a word, she raised her hand. The air shifted, and an invisible pull drew the group's weapons from their grasp. Their swords, knives, and clubs levitated for a moment before disappearing into a swirling, shadowy void behind her, her infinite storage space in action. The group stood disarmed and trembling as they watched their weapons vanish. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process the surreal scene unfolding before them. But that was only the beginning. The Evil Eye Lady, her gaze colder than ice, began making intricate hand signs, her movements sharp and fluid, like a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. With each sign, the suction power of the infinite space intensified, growing stronger and more relentless. Hyona, caught in the powerful pull, felt herself being dragged toward the chaotic void. "What's happening?" she shouted, panic rising in her chest. "My clothes! They're getting sucked away." It wasn't long before everyone in the vicinity began to experience the same fate. Chaos erupted. People scrambled in every direction, desperate to escape the force that was stripping them bare, their clothing torn away as if swallowed by the infinite space. The scene descended into pure madness. The focus shifted to the building's basement, where chaos had already engulfed the area. People shouted and cursed as they fought each other, factions colliding in violent clashes. Amidst the frenzy, Brother Li and Hang Feng were darting through the melee, desperately trying to outrun a massive man who seemed to have an unrelenting vendetta against them. "Didn't we just punch him?" Hang Feng gasped, looking over his shoulder as they ran. "Why is he still chasing us?" Brother Li, his face contorted in a strange mix of exhaustion and amusement, shot a look at Hang Feng. "Little brother, I think your punch might have been a bit too much." Behind them, the man's face was swollen and red with fury, veins bulging as he screamed, "You freaks! I'm going to kill you!" Hang Feng grinned, recalling the moment his reinforced glove, charged with emergency purple energy, had landed the punch. That glove! It's powerful after all, he thought, but there was no time to celebrate. Their escape was far from smooth. A few individuals spotted them and shouted, "Hey, it's Hang Feng and Brother Li. They're getting away." The news spread like wildfire, and suddenly, the stakes became even higher. Sweat dripped from Hang Feng's brow as he shot Brother Li a desperate glance. "If we get caught again, we're done for. We need to think fast." Without missing a beat, Hang Feng turned to face the incoming wave of pursuers. "Brother Li," he said, his voice sharp and determined, "you go after the Evil Eye Lady. I'll hold them off. We'll meet at the agreed place later." Brother Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're going to handle this alone?" Hang Feng smirked, his confidence unwavering. "Don't worry, I have a plan." In a blur, Hang Feng scaled a nearby car, desperation fueling his every move. As the crowd surged forward, he raised his hand, holding a flashlight high. "Hey, morons!" he shouted, drawing their attention like a magnet. His grin widened as he flipped them all the bird. "I'm the one who jacked up the prices in your neighborhood. Starve to death, you stupid freaks." The crowd froze for a moment, stunned by his audacity. But that brief pause shattered instantly. Roars of fury erupted, and they began charging at him like a tidal wave. One man yelled, "Get out of my way! I'll kill him first." Another voice shouted, "This guy's too arrogant. He needs to die." Hang Feng sprinted across car rooftops in the basement, adrenaline surging through him. As he leaped from one car to the next, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. The iron doors blocking the underground lot. Once the snow pressure's released, we might be able to break through. But before he could finish that thought, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The man who had been chasing them earlier caught up to Han Feng and, without warning, delivered a crushing blow to his stomach. Han Feng gasped for air, coughing violently as the pain seized him. The man, with a grim smile, hurled Han Feng toward the entrance of the parking lot. He crashed to the ground with a sickening thud, struggling to regain his bearings. "You can't run away now," the big man said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Another person from the crowd yelled, "Get him! I'm going to kill him!" Clutching his aching stomach, Han Feng staggered to his feet. With a grimace, he stumbled back, leaning against the iron door. His hand shot out, placing itself on the cold metal, and he summoned his purple light energy. The air around him crackled as the energy surged, glowing fiercely. The entire iron door began to hum with power, a deep, purple light radiating from it. The crowd stopped in their tracks, eyes wide in disbelief. Whispers spread through the group. "What is that? How is the door glowing?" Han Feng's face was determined, even as the pain from the blow made his body tremble. He was ready to make his next move, and nothing, not even the chaos surrounding him, would stop him now. Once Han Feng finished channeling his purple energy, he deactivated it, leaving the crowd baffled. They stared, confused, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Where had the energy gone? The air hung thick with tension as Han Feng narrowed his eyes, a serious expression overtaking his face. With a challenge in his voice, he shouted, "What are you waiting for, idiots? Come and get me." The crowd, already fired up, charged toward him, their fury driving them forward. But as they did, something unexpected happened. The iron door, softened by the force of Han Feng's energy, began to shift. It expanded, groaning under the strain. Without warning, a tidal wave of ice, which had been pressed against the door moments earlier, surged forward. It rushed toward the crowd with the violent force of a flash flood. Panic spread instantly as people screamed in terror. "An avalanche! Run!" they yelled, but it was too late. The icy flood swept them away, consuming them without mercy. The massive man who had been chasing Han Feng earlier was caught in the ice's path. His eyes widened in disbelief as he was swept along, shouting, "What the hell? Where did all this ice come from?" The people at the back, realizing the impending disaster, ran toward an exit. "Get inside, quickly, or the avalanche will get you," they screamed, but the snow continued to pour in, filling the parking lot and burying everything in its wake. The entire lot was now a white wasteland. Amid the snow, a hand emerged like a shadow from the depths of the cold, rising slowly through the drifts like the dead rising from their graves. Han Feng pulled his upper body out of the snow, coughing violently as he struggled for air. His eyes scanned his surroundings, and a thought lingered in his mind. After softening such a large area, I don't feel exhausted at all, nothing like before. Has my proficiency increased somehow? Before he could contemplate further, a voice broke the silence. "What are you waiting for? To die in the cold?" Han Feng's head snapped up. Sitting calmly in front of him, amidst the snow, was the bearded man he had encountered earlier. For a moment, panic gripped Han Feng. Why do I feel like this guy is bad news? Before either could speak, the sounds of people searching for survivors filled the air. "Hey, the snow has stopped. Check for the injured and find Han Feng." The bearded man moved swiftly, grabbing Han Feng by the collar and pulling him out of the snow. "Follow me," he said, dragging him toward a corner on the first floor of the building. Still disoriented, Han Feng twisted in the man's grasp. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" The bearded man closed the gap between them, his voice cold as ice. "Li Zhenghao." The name hit Han Feng like a shockwave. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, are you that Li Zhenghao? The one who fought with Jackie Chang?" Zhenghao nodded, his expression unreadable. "That's right." Han Feng's mind raced. "Then why are you here? What's your game?" He eyed Zhenghao's outstretched hand, suspicion clouding his every thought. What are you trying to pull? Zheng Hao's demeanor shifted, his tone now sharp and biting. It's simple. We both need something. Don't waste time questioning me. Either you accept this, or you don't. I couldn't care less. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. If we can get this guy on our side, it'll increase our chances of bringing down Jackie Chang. He sighed, reluctantly weighing the risk. This will cause problems down the line. I know it. But fine, he said, his voice tinged with skepticism. I don't believe you, but since we have the same goal. Han Feng reluctantly extended his hand, meeting Zheng Hao's firm grip. It'll be a pleasure to work with you, he said, though his suspicion lingered, ready to strike at the first sign of betrayal. The scene shifts to another shadowy part of the building, where the faint glow of a truck's headlights cast long, eerie shadows across the walls. Parked there, on a dimly lit floor, stood Mr. Jiang alongside his committee members, their faces tense with purpose. One of the Jin brothers approached him briskly, his footsteps echoing faintly. Mr. Jiang, he said, his tone clipped but respectful, the convoy has arrived. You can head upstairs now and call for reinforcements. Mr. Jiang, unbothered by the urgency in his voice, replied in his signature laid-back tone. All right, take your brother and notify the family. Tell them to come down first. The Jin brother hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his face. His voice dropped as he said, Mr. Jiang, there's an issue. The basement level door has been crushed by snow. The temperature's plummeting fast, and the crowds are scattering. Some of our men spotted a few people down there. Leaning in closer, his voice dropped to a near whisper. They said those people were Han Feng and Zheng Hao. For the first time, a shadow of concern passed over Mr. Jiang's usually calm demeanor. But, true to form, he quickly brushed it off. It's fine, he said casually, waving his hand. They won't interfere with the plan. Meanwhile, on the same floor, Zheng Hao and Han Feng had crept their way into the scene. Spotting the unusual activity, Han Feng scanned the area with sharp eyes. His gaze landed on a military jeep parked ominously in the corner. Turning to Zheng Hao, his voice was laced with suspicion and urgency. Why is there a military jeep in our building? He asked, his expression tightening. When did that even get here? Without taking his eyes off Mr. Jiang and his group, Zheng Hao replied in a cold, steady tone. Those people and their vehicles came from outside. I heard Jiang mention relocating the residents earlier. Han Feng's face hardened, his disbelief morphing into anger. Pulling out his gun with a fluid motion, he muttered through clenched teeth, Relocate us? To where? It's freezing and snowing out there. What's his plan? Have us build igloos? Zheng Hao's patience was wearing thin. His voice came out as a low growl. You want answers? Ask him yourself. And with that, Zheng Hao shot forward without warning, charging straight toward Mr. Jiang's group like a coiled spring released. As he bolted, he tossed over his shoulder to Han Feng. I'll leave Jackie Jiang to you. Caught off guard, Han Feng stood frozen for a second before calling out, Hey, wait, what's the rush? Where are you even going? But Zheng Hao was already halfway across the floor. At the same time, Mr. Jiang, oblivious to the approaching storm, turned to his men and issued a calm order. All right, everyone, get ready. Head upstairs and pick someone up. The tense silence shattered like glass as a single gunshot rang out, slamming into a light post and plunging part of the room into darkness. The sudden crack of the shot sent shockwaves through the group. Shouts erupted. Who's there? Someone yelled, panic creeping into their voice. There's gunfire. Another barked. An intruder's here. One of the members, gripping a baseball bat, shouted at the others, Stay sharp. Don't get separated. But before he could finish his warning, Zheng Hao appeared out of nowhere. With lightning speed, he grabbed the man's head and slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. The impact echoed across the floor, leaving the man sprawled, motionless. The remaining members froze, their fear palpable as they processed the sight. Guns raised shakily, one of them pointed toward the direction of the attack. He came from there. Don't let him escape, shoot. But Zheng Hao had no intention of running. His eyes burned with unrelenting determination. In a flash, He closed the distance to the man who had spoken, landing a devastating punch that sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Amid the chaos, a discarded headphone lying on the floor near Mr. Jiang crackled to life. A voice crackled through it, urgent but faint. "Don't run too far. Protect Mr. Jiang." Suddenly, the tension thickened even further. A cold metallic click cut through the noise. A gun was now trained squarely on Mr. Jiang's back. The man holding it spoke with calm authority. "Don't move a muscle." The one holding the weapon was none other than Han Feng. His expression was as serious as the barrel of his gun, unwavering in its aim. Mr. Jiang, standing motionless, simply slipped his hands into his pockets, his calm demeanor intact despite the storm brewing behind him. Mr. Jiang's expression darkened, his usual calm replaced by a chilling intensity. His voice cut through the tense air as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Han Feng." The words hit Han Feng like a sudden draft of icy wind, sending unease rippling through him. Trying to mask his discomfort, he asked cautiously, "You knew I'd come?" Mr. Jiang's lips curled into a grin, equal parts smug and sinister. "Of course I did," he replied with unsettling confidence. Before Han Feng could respond, one of the Jin brothers rushed forward, his alarm evident as he shouted, "Han Feng?" His eyes locked on the gun Han Feng had trained on Mr. Jiang. But Mr. Jiang, unfazed as ever, raised a hand and said in a calm, almost dismissive tone, "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Turning his sharp gaze back to Han Feng, Mr. Jiang's voice grew cold. "Before the weather turned, you stockpiled an impressive amount of supplies, didn't you? I initially thought you were working as one of their contacts. Turns out I was mistaken." His piercing words hung in the air like frost as he continued, "Mr. Han Feng, take a close look at the bottom of your pistol." Han Feng, his instincts tingling, flipped his weapon and froze. His eyes narrowed at the sight of a small bug discreetly attached to it. A wave of realization hit him like a crashing tide. He recalled the moment when Mr. Jiang had handed his pistol back to him. Could it have been then? And how on earth had Jiang managed to get his hands on such a device in the first place? As if reading his thoughts, Mr. Jiang smirked and raised a walkie-talkie. "Do you think I'd return your gun without a little insurance?" he said, his sly smile deepening. "I know exactly what you've been planning, Han Feng." Sweat began to bead on Han Feng's brow, though he kept his tone firm, projecting confidence. "Even if you knew, what can you do about it now?" But inwardly, his mind raced with questions. Who are they? Who is he picking up? And why? Mr. Jiang spread his arms, his expression a twisted blend of mockery and calm. "Relax, Han Feng. If I wanted to take you out, I would have done it by now. You're a smart man, too smart to waste." With a sly smile still plastered on his face, Mr. Jiang extended a hand. "Join us. As long as we keep sending people to them, we survive." "That's the deal." Han Feng rolled his eyes, his lip curling into a smirk. "You want me to be your cannon fodder?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, no thanks. Hard pass." Mr. Jiang's smile faded, his eyes narrowing to icy slits. "Pity," he said in a tone that sent a chill through the room. Out of nowhere, a man in a soldier's uniform leapt from one of the military vehicles, rifle in hand. The sudden movement made Han Feng's eyes widen in shock. Special forces? Here? How? Why? The soldier wasted no time, swinging his rifle toward Han Feng and opening fire. The deafening sound of gunshots filled the space as more soldiers spilled out of the vehicles, their rifles trained on him. Han Feng's instincts kicked in, and he sprinted for his life, weaving through the hail of bullets with adrenaline pumping through his veins. As he ran, a firm hand grabbed his jacket and yanked him behind a pillar. Gasping, Han Feng turned to see Zheng Hao beside him, calm and unyielding as always. "What are you doing here?" Han Feng exclaimed, his voice edged with panic. "Get out of here." Zheng Hao's expression was as cold as the steel in his tone. "Why would I leave? And it's just 3 soldiers." "Relax." The soldiers paused their barrage to conserve ammunition, their guns momentarily silent. Zheng Hao's gaze darkened, his voice low and commanding. "I'll draw them away." You handle Mr. Jiang. Han Feng grabbed his arm, his voice rising with worry. You've got to be kidding me. They have rifles. But before Han Feng could finish, Zheng Hao was already in motion. He darted out from behind the pillar, ducking low as he moved. Hey, over here, you fools, he shouted, taunting the soldiers. Their attention snapped to him, and they resumed firing. Bullets tore through the air, but Zheng Hao's speed and precision were unmatched. He dodged every shot, his movement so fluid it was as if he were predicting their aim. Closing the distance between himself and the soldiers, Zheng Hao reached the first man, grabbing the rifle's barrel and yanking it aside. With brutal efficiency, he delivered a series of punishing punches, his fists connecting with a speed and power that left the soldier reeling. On the other side, Han Feng stood in stunned silence, his eyes locked on Zheng Hao as he darted through the battlefield with impossible speed. His mind raced. Oh my God, this guy is definitely no ordinary person. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared to life, breaking his focus. Mr. Jiang had boarded the military vehicle, his expression cold yet determined. It's too late. Let's drive up and pick them up, he ordered sharply. Han Feng, staying out of sight, managed to slip behind the vehicle without being noticed. Channeling his purple energy, he pressed his hand to the ground beneath the tires. The floor softened instantly, rippling as if the earth itself had turned to quicksand. Han Feng smirked to himself, his thoughts racing with triumph. You're not going anywhere. I won't let you. The military vehicle lurched and halted abruptly, its tires sinking into the unstable ground as though caught in an invisible snare. What's wrong? Mr. Jiang barked, irritation flashing in his tone. The Jean brother leaned out the window, inspecting the situation. The right side of the vehicle. It sunk into the ground. Mr. Jiang's brows furrowed as he glanced into the rearview mirror. His mind churned as he saw the deformed ground behind them. How did the earth collapse like that? For a brief moment, Han Feng allowed himself to celebrate inwardly, a flicker of satisfaction lighting his face. But the victory was short-lived. Without warning, the vehicle's back door swung open, and a soldier leaned out, a sinister grin plastered across his face. With a mocking salute, he hurled a hand grenade directly at Han Feng. Time seemed to slow as Han Feng's eyes widened in horror. The grenade arced through the air, its metallic body gleaming under the faint light before landing just feet away. Panic surged through him, freezing him in place. Boom! The explosion erupted like a thunderclap, a fiery shockwave tearing through the air. Han Feng was flung backward, his body crashing against the ground with brutal force. Heat and pain overwhelmed him as flames scorched his flesh, leaving his body battered and burned. He drifted into a hazy unconsciousness, his mind swimming in darkness. Slowly, a strange sensation began to creep over him. He felt something soft and itchy brushing against his body. Groaning, he blinked his eyes open, his vision still blurry. What is this? He mumbled, the sensation pulling him out of his daze. As his sight cleared, he was greeted by the unexpected image of a sheep standing in front of him. Wait, what? A sheep? His mind reeled with confusion. Glancing around, Han Feng realized he was back in the same mysterious place as before, the one where he had healed his broken leg. Red petals scattered the ground around him, and he lay amidst a herd of sheep that were busily licking his battered body. Despite himself, he marveled at the soothing coolness washing over him. This feels so good, he muttered under his breath, too dazed to question the absurdity of the situation. Don't stop. Keep going. But suddenly, an enormous tongue slid across his face, startling him. His eyes snapped open, and his heart nearly stopped when he saw an enormous sheep towering above him. Its massive tongue wrapped around his body with an almost crushing grip. What the? Han Feng stammered, his voice laced with panic. A vibrant green light began to emanate from the sheep, enveloping Han Feng entirely. Heat surged through him, and sweat poured down his face as the light intensified. Back in the real world, Han Feng's body lay motionless on the ground where the explosion had struck him. But now, his form began to glow with the same green energy, radiating like an unquenchable flame. His head lifted slightly, his mouth and eyes illuminated with an otherworldly green hue. "Ouch," he muttered, his voice laced with pain yet steady. "It hurts." Meanwhile, inside the military vehicle, the Jin brother exhaled in relief as he turned to Mr. Jiang. "Fortunately, this vehicle has plenty of horsepower. Otherwise, we might not have made it out of here." But before he could finish, an ominous sight froze the words in his throat. A glowing red hand emerged from the side of the vehicle, its touch corrosive as the metal dissolved like paper in a flame. The red energy radiating from the hand grew brighter, and within moments, the entire side of the military vehicle crumbled into ash. The Jin brother and Mr. Jiang turned, their faces twisted in shock as they realized who it was. Standing there, his body radiating red energy, was Han Feng. His presence was a storm of raw power, his eyes locked on his enemies with unyielding determination. For the first time, Mr. Jiang and his men witnessed Han Feng unleashing his full potential, and it was a sight they would never forget. After obliterating the military vehicle with his red energy, Han Feng turned his gaze toward the Jin brother, his presence radiating an eerie, almost supernatural intensity. His eyes gleamed with a fiery glow, his entire being seemingly possessed by the raw power surging through him. The Jin brother, paralyzed by shock, could only watch in growing terror as Han Feng approached. His hands trembled as he pointed his gun at Han Feng, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. Fear gripped his body, his face frozen in a mix of disbelief and panic. But before he could even pull the trigger, Han Feng flicked his wrist, seizing the barrel with inhuman speed. The moment his red energy touched the weapon, it disintegrated into nothingness, reduced to a cascade of metallic dust. The Jin brother let out a strangled gasp, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Beside him, Mr. Jiang stood in stunned silence, his expression unreadable but his clenched fists betraying his disbelief. But the destruction didn't stop there. The red energy snaked past the ruined gun, creeping onto the Jin brother's clothes like a spreading fire. His eyes widened in horror as he frantically slapped at his own body, desperately trying to extinguish the consuming energy. "Whoa, what the hell is this?" he yelped, his voice cracking in panic. The same energy that had reduced the military vehicle to dust was now eating away at his clothes, the fabric crumbling like charred paper. Mr. Jiang, sensing the imminent danger, didn't waste a second. He bolted from the vehicle, his instincts screaming at him to flee. The Jin brother, however, remained frozen in place, helpless as his garments deteriorated into nothingness. Within moments, he was stripped bare, the biting cold assaulting his exposed skin. His body convulsed violently from the freezing temperatures, his arms wrapping around himself in a futile attempt to keep warm. A helpless, pitiful whimper escaped his lips. "Help. It's so cold," he stammered, his voice weakening as the life drained from his face. His shivering intensified until, eventually, his body stilled, his expression vacant, as if his very soul had been snatched away by the merciless frost. From the distance, the second Jin brother, who had witnessed the horrifying scene, rushed toward his fallen sibling, his face twisted in grief and fury. Clutching a metal pipe, he roared in anger. "You bastard! Get away from my brother!" He swung the pipe at Han Feng with all his strength, his emotions overriding any rational thought. But Han Feng's reflexes were razor-sharp. Without hesitation, he turned and intercepted the attack, his hand still enveloped in the menacing red energy. The moment the pipe made contact with his energy-cloaked hand, it began to disintegrate. A sickening hiss filled the air as the metal rapidly turned to ash, crumbling away before the Jin brother's disbelieving eyes. His rage was instantly replaced by sheer terror. He staggered back, his grip loosening as the remains of the pipe slipped through his fingers like sand. He could barely process what he was seeing. Meanwhile, several meters away, Mr. Jiang and another subordinate sprinted away from the chaos, desperation fueling their every step. Beads of sweat rolled down Mr. Jiang's forehead despite the freezing air, his breathing ragged with urgency. "Go. Get someone, anyone. We need backup now." he barked at the man running beside him. Back near the smoldering wreckage, the surviving Jin brother stood frozen, his entire being seized by horror. He barely registered Hang Feng walking past him, as if he were nothing more than a ghost in the background. Hang Feng had only one target now, the remaining military vehicle. His steps were slow, deliberate, filled with an ominous certainty. As he closed in, his hands surged with a familiar energy, but this time, it was the swirling, crackling purple aura. Inside the vehicle, the soldiers who had been watching the chaos unfold erupted into panic. "He's coming this way," one of them shrieked. "Run him over. Now." The driver slammed his foot on the gas pedal, but before the vehicle could lurch forward, Hang Feng lunged. With a single motion, he grasped the armored frame, his purple energy instantly coursing through the metal. A horrifying sight unfolded before the soldier's eyes. The vehicle, once a fortress of steel, began to liquefy beneath his touch, melting like candle wax under an open flame. Inside, chaos ensued. The car is melting. We need to get out of here." But it was too late. The doors had already dissolved, trapping them inside. The metal walls caved in, swallowing them as their screams were muffled by the collapsing mass. In mere moments, the entire vehicle had disintegrated into a pool of molten debris, entombing its passengers within. Hang Feng stood amidst the destruction, his glowing hands lowering as the last remnants of the vehicle crumbled to dust. The battlefield was silent, save for the distant howling wind. He had embraced his full power, and now, nothing stood in his way. A menacing purple glow flickered in Hang Feng's eyes as he stood before the molten remains of the military vehicle, watching the last traces of metal dissolve into nothingness. His breath was steady, his power fully awakened. But just as he was about to move, a sudden gunshot shattered the silence. The bullet whizzed past him, missing by mere inches, but the sharp sting of metal grazing his cheek sent a jolt through his body. A thin trickle of blood seeped down his face, only to vanish almost instantly as his purple energy shifted into a vivid green. The wound sealed itself within seconds, as if time had rewound. Hang Feng's expression darkened. Slowly, he turned to the one who had dared to fire at him. The soldier responsible froze on the spot, his blood running cold as Hang Feng's piercing gaze locked onto him. His hands shook as he tried to fire again, but when he pulled the trigger, nothing happened. "Shit, I'm out of ammo," he blurted out, panic setting in. His comrade beside him swallowed hard, glancing between Hang Feng and their useless weapons. The realization struck them both at the same time. "We have no choice, Run." Without wasting another second, they turned on their heels and bolted, sprinting for their lives with sheer terror plastered across their faces. Hang Feng, without hesitation, launched forward in pursuit, his movements swift and merciless. Their panicked breaths echoed in the cold air as they ran, but just as Hang Feng was about to close the distance, another round of gunfire erupted from the side. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets zipped toward him at high velocity, forcing him to halt his chase and weave through the incoming shots with uncanny reflexes. This time, it wasn't just any ordinary soldiers, it was the special forces. From a distance, Zheng Hao's attention snapped toward the sudden gunfire. As he turned to assess the situation, he spotted two special forces officers relentlessly firing at Hang Feng. His brow furrowed. "What the hell is that kid doing?" he thought, confusion flashing across his face. Before he could process further, a third officer lunged at him from the side, a gleaming knife slashing through the air. Zheng Hao barely reacted in time, shifting his body just enough for the blade to miss him by a hair's breadth. Despite the close call, his gaze remained locked on Hang Feng, his mind struggling to make sense of the chaos. Meanwhile, the two special forces officers continued their assault, closing in on Hang Feng with each step. But Hang Feng, unfazed, leaped into the air, summoning his pulsating purple energy. As he descended, his palms struck the ground with force, and immediately, the energy spread like wildfire across the battlefield. Within seconds, the earth beneath the officers liquefied, melting into a thick, sludge-like substance. Before they could react, Their legs sank into the unstable terrain, trapping them in place. One of them gasped in horror. "What the hell is this? What's going on?" Panic overtook their senses as they struggled in vain to free themselves, their weapons still aimed at Han Feng. But their moment of distraction was all he needed. In a blur, Han Feng lunged forward and snatched their rifles straight from their hands. Before they could even register what had happened, a searing red glow enveloped his arms. The intense energy surged into the weapons, instantly corroding the barrels into dust. The officers could only watch in stunned disbelief as their firearms crumbled in his grasp. But Han Feng wasn't finished. Holding onto the remnants of the rifles, he focused his energy, summoning a blend of green and purple light. The shattered metal pieces twisted and reshaped themselves under his power, forging into a jagged, makeshift spear that crackled with unstable energy. The officers' eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. What the hell is this guy?" one of them muttered, his voice trembling. But before they could even think of escaping, Han Feng charged. His eyes, glowing with an eerie green radiance, burned with sheer fury. In an instant, he was upon them, his movements swift and precise. With a single, devastating strike, he drove his weapon through both officers, their bodies jerking as the energy coursed through them. Their voices never even had the chance to form screams. By the time Han Feng pulled the weapon back, their lifeless forms crumpled to the ground. The moment the fight ended, his body trembled. He dropped the weapon, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Sweat dripped down his face, and an overwhelming exhaustion settled into his limbs. The relentless use of his powers had finally begun to take its toll. Then, without warning, movement from behind. Someone was approaching. Slowly, cautiously, they crept closer. Sensing the presence, Han Feng turned his head, only to see the last remaining Jin brother. His face was twisted with unfiltered rage, his grip white-knuckled around the handle of a metal bat. His chest heaved with fury, his eyes burning with the desire for revenge. "Go die!" he bellowed, lifting the bat high over his head, ready to strike. But before he could swing, Han Feng's vision blurred. His body, drained and depleted, finally gave in. His knees buckled, and just like that, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness slipping away. The battlefield, once filled with chaos, now fell eerily silent. Han Feng lay motionless on the ground, his body drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. The exhaustion had completely overtaken him. The Jin brother, standing over him, blinked in disbelief before a sinister grin spread across his face. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. His wild eyes reflected pure luck that he never could have imagined. "This is it," he muttered under his breath, his grip tightening around the bat. With all the courage he could muster, he raised the bat high above his head and roared, "Die now, you monster!" Just as he swung down, crack, a sudden elbow strike slammed into his face with brutal force. The impact sent him flying backward, his body skidding across the ground before he collapsed, completely unconscious. His grip on the bat loosened, and it clattered onto the floor beside him. The man responsible? Zheng Hao, standing there with an air of effortless cool. He barely spared the Jin brother a glance. Instead, his sharp gaze shifted toward Han Feng's unconscious form. In his other hand, he held onto one of the Special Forces officers, who also appeared to be out cold. Zheng Hao crouched down, assessing Han Feng's condition. His expression remained unreadable as he muttered in a cold, detached tone, He's completely out. Guess he lost control." But then, his attention snapped towards something in the distance. The rhythmic thud of heavy boots echoed through the corridor. More men were approaching. Their voices grew louder, their presence undeniable. Zheng Hao wasted no time. In one swift motion, he hoisted Han Feng over his shoulder, gripping the captured officer in the other. Without hesitation, he took off into the darkness, disappearing before the reinforcements arrived. The scene shifted. Mr. Jiang had returned to the underground facility, but this time, he wasn't alone. A full squadron of armed soldiers marched behind him, their weapons locked and loaded, their shields raised. They weren't going to take any risks against Han Feng, not after what they had just witnessed. As they entered the basement floor, Mr. Jiang tightened his grip on his pistol, his voice carrying a sharp authority. "Everyone, stay alert," he ordered. "Find the 3 soldiers first." But before they could take another step, something else caught their attention. 2 bodies. 2 soldiers, lifeless, sprawled across the floor in cold silence. Mr. Jiang's breath hitched slightly, his face hardening as his eyes flickered with disbelief. He had anticipated chaos, but not this. His gaze swept over the scene before him, his expression unreadable. Then, in a commanding tone, he barked, "Where's the other soldier?" A subordinate stepped forward, shaking his head grimly. "We couldn't find him, sir. And the odds aren't looking good." Mr. Jiang's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, another soldier approached. "One of the Jean brothers has frozen to death," the man reported. "The other is unconscious, and a few men from the melted vehicle. They're still alive, but barely." A heavy silence fell over the group. One of the soldiers clenched his fists, his teeth gritting in frustration. "Mr. Jiang, what do we do now?" Mr. Jiang narrowed his eyes. His expression turned grave, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "The soldiers are dead. We don't have the location of the main camp. The plan," he exhaled sharply. "The plan is ruined." A pause. Then, in a low, decisive voice, he ordered, "Tell everyone to stand down. We're leaving." The scene shifted again. Inside a dimly lit apartment, the flickering glow of fire illuminated the worn-out walls. A small bonfire burned inside a metal garbage can, its embers crackling softly in the still air. Then, that's a grenade. Han Feng jolted awake with a sharp gasp, his body surging forward in alarm. His breathing was erratic, his heart pounding like a war drum. But as he sat there, panting, reality slowly settled in. His surroundings came into focus. The warmth of the fire, the walls enclosing him, the unmistakable scent of burnt wood. His brows furrowed. "I'm not dead," he muttered to himself, scanning the room. "How? Where is this place?" Behind him, a familiar voice cut through the quiet. "So, you're back to normal." Han Feng turned, his confusion deepening as he locked eyes with Zheng Hao. The older man leaned against the wall, a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze calm and unreadable. Han Feng blinked, still dazed. "What do you mean, back to normal?" he asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Weren't we in the second basement level? How did we get here? And what about my injuries?" Zheng Hao took a slow drag from his cigarette, exhaling a stream of smoke before responding. "I don't know myself," he admitted, his voice carrying a sharp edge. "How the hell am I supposed to tell you that?" His gaze shifted slightly, gesturing toward something, or rather, someone. In the corner of the room, Han Feng followed his line of sight. There, bound tightly to a chair with thick ropes, sat the captured Special Forces officer. The man's face was bruised, his body slumped forward slightly. Even in the dim light, it was obvious. Zheng Hao had not treated him kindly. Zheng Hao's voice was cold as ice. "But I do have some ideas about Mr. Jiang's plans." He tilted his head toward the captured soldier, his smirk carrying a dangerous edge. "And he's going to tell us everything." As Han Feng stepped forward, his eyes locked onto the trembling, sweat-drenched soldier tied to the chair. The poor bastard was barely holding himself together, his breath ragged, body twitching from the pain of the interrogation Zheng Hao had already put him through. Zheng Hao, still holding a blood-stained knife in his grip, didn't waste any time. His voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable weight as he demanded, "You said the base sent you to conduct a transaction with Jiang, right? What kind of transaction?" The soldier's lips quivered, his voice barely above a whisper as he stammered. "Exchanging weapons and food for the residents here." Han Feng's brows furrowed slightly. His curiosity piqued, and he leaned in just a bit closer. "For what purpose?" he pressed. The soldier winced, his face contorting from the pain still radiating through his body. Through clenched teeth, he croaked out, "To help build the base." Han Feng's expression flickered with surprise. This was not what he was expecting. In the middle of this hellscape, where survival was a game of numbers. They were expanding. Rather than reducing the population to conserve resources, they were gathering more people. His gaze sharpened, suspicion creeping in. In this situation, you're increasing your forces? He asked, his tone carrying an edge of disbelief. His eyes narrowed as he took another step forward, crossing his arms, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Hey, do you think we're idiots? Are you seriously trying to sell us this fairy tale? His voice dripped with condescension. The soldier's eyes widened in sheer panic. His body jerked instinctively, but the ropes kept him locked in place. His breathing became erratic, and in a broken voice, he blurted out, "I swear, it's all for the sake of our rebuilding civilization. As saving humanity. We're not doing anything wrong." Before the soldier could utter another plea, Jing Hao grabbed one of his fingers and, without warning, twisted it in the wrong direction with a sickening snap. The soldier's agonized scream tore through the apartment, his entire body convulsing as the sharp pain nearly knocked him unconscious. Jing Hao held the knife mere inches from the soldier's face, his voice low and merciless. "Then what happens if you fail your mission?" The soldier was shaking uncontrollably, his breath hitching as he choked out. "To the base. They'll send more people over." Jing Hao's eyes darkened. He leaned in so close the soldier could feel his breath, his tone now laced with irritation. "Will there be any superhumans among them?" At the mention of that word, the soldier visibly stiffened. His pupils dilated, his lips parting slightly, but he didn't speak. Instead, his gaze shifted, looking anywhere but at Jing Hao. Han Feng, who had been silently observing, rubbed his chin, his mind racing. That reaction, he had seen it before. The slight hesitation, the deliberate avoidance. It wasn't an outright denial, which meant one thing. It's not impossible that the base has superhumans. The way the soldier refused to answer only solidified Han Feng's suspicions. If superhumans did exist at the base, they were most likely enemies. And considering the kind of people the base was sending out, well, let's just say Han Feng wasn't feeling optimistic about their humanitarian efforts. But before he could dwell on it further, something else caught his attention, something far more disturbing. With cold indifference, Jing Hao wiped the blood off his knife and stepped back. The soldier slumped lifelessly in the chair. Han Feng's expression hardened. His voice was serious as he turned to Jing Hao. There was no need to kill him, was there? Jing Hao, completely unfazed, clenched his fist, irritation flashing across his face. "Do you actually believe his bullshit about saving people?" He turned to face Han Feng, pointing the knife at him this time. "Don't get caught up in illusions. They're just another faction with their own hidden agenda. Who knows what they're really up to? Either we eliminate them before they become a problem, or we leave this place and find a new foothold." Han Feng remained silent, his mind heavy with the weight of the situation. He knew Jing Hao had a point. Nothing in this world came without a price. Trust was a luxury that could get you killed. His gaze darkened, and in a low voice, he muttered, "I'll go back and discuss this with the others." Without another word, he turned and walked out of the apartment. As he descended the stairs, he kept his senses sharp, scanning the area for any lingering association members. The last thing he needed was more unwanted attention. The metal pipe in his grip felt reassuring, though. If things went south, at least he wouldn't be empty-handed. His thoughts drifted back to Jing Hao. That guy, something about him was just off. He was ruthless, unpredictable, and his true motives were still a mystery. We don't know anything about the people on his side. If that soldier wasn't lying, then finding another stronghold outside might be the safest choice. Lost in thought, he finally reached the parking lot. The air was thick with tension, the eerie silence stretching across the darkened space. He crouched low, moving cautiously between cars, his eyes darting around as he took cover behind each vehicle. He had to be careful. He had to be smart. Because in this world, one wrong step could be your last. Han Feng scanned his surroundings in the darkness, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. He muttered to himself, "I remember there being a few military jeeps and forklifts here, but which area was it?" As he silently searched for the vehicles, a sudden noise pricked at his senses. Footsteps, approaching fast. Without hesitation, he ducked behind a nearby car, gripping his metal pipe tightly, muscles coiled like a spring, ready to strike. His heartbeat was steady, controlled. However, just as he locked onto the figure approaching from the front, Another set of footsteps echoed from behind. A cold realization struck him. Damn it, this was just a bait. Before he could fully react, the second figure had already lunged at him. Without thinking, Han Feng instinctively channeled his green and purple energy, the two forces swirling around his hand like crackling lightning. His body moved on reflex, blocking the incoming punch with precision despite the darkness. To his own surprise, he felt nothing. No pain, no resistance, just a strange, overwhelming power coursing through his veins. I don't feel any pain at all, he thought, astonished at his own strength. Wasting no time, he sprang to his feet, summoning the purple and green energy into his second hand. His eyes locked onto the attacker, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. Just as both of them were about to collide, a blinding beam of light cut through the night. "Stop! He's one of ours," a voice boomed. Both Han Feng and his opponent froze. The sudden illumination revealed their faces, eyes wide in shock. Nurse Jean stood before him, just as stunned as he was. The flashlight holder, brotherly, sighed and placed the light on top of a nearby car. Han Feng exhaled sharply before launching into an explanation. He detailed everything. The interrogation, the revelation about the base, Zheng Hao's ruthlessness, and the danger they now faced. By the time he finished, Brother Li's expression had darkened. He raised a hand in frustration and snapped, "That bastard Jiang. To think he's using people as bargaining chips for supplies." Nurse Jean, however, remained composed. With a calm voice, she questioned, "But sending the residents to an establishment with better chances of survival isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes. His voice, now firm, cut through the night like a blade. That soldier's words about helping to build the base were empty. If it was truly a place for safety, then Jiang himself would have already gone there for shelter. And why would he need military escorts? Turning away, Han Feng lifted the flashlight, directing its beam towards a vehicle in the distance. His voice dropped into something more serious. "There are too many things we don't know, and even if their claims sound reasonable, we can't trust them completely. Hell, we don't even know if this base really exists." Brotherly blinked, his face blank before he blurted out, "Then, what if more people show up here?" Han Feng, now climbing onto the vehicle, turned his head slightly and replied in a resolute tone, "That's a problem for later. If we can't find a transport vehicle, we have no way to leave this place. And if that's the case, I'll have to trouble you guys to help figure something out." With that, the four of them split up. Brotherly, rolling his shoulders, grinned slightly. "Got it. I'll check those two jeeps over there." Nurse Jean and the Evil Eye King each nodded before heading in opposite directions, the latter casually stating, "I'll check the back." Han Feng focused on the vehicle he climbed onto, checking inside for the keys. He rummaged through the dashboard, under the seats. Nothing. His brows furrowed. "The keys, they've been taken." Just then, a voice urgently called out from the distance. "Little brother, get over here, quickly." It was Brotherly, and from the tension in his voice, something serious had just been discovered. Han Feng rushed over to Brotherly, his heart pounding with urgency. As he reached him, his eyes immediately locked onto the large metal box before them. The lid had already been pried open, revealing a stash of high-grade weapons, rifles, ammunition, even grenades. His eyes widened. So many weapons. He muttered, his mind racing at the possibilities. He turned to Brotherly, his expression shifting into something far more serious. "Bro, get the little girl over here. Have her collect these. These will definitely be of great use in the future." Brotherly gave a firm nod, recognizing the importance of the discovery. "Yeah, good idea." Without wasting a second, he turned around and called for the girls to come. Meanwhile, Han Feng's gaze drifted towards a melted jeep nearby. His brows furrowed as memories surged through his mind. This car melted into this state. His fists clenched slightly as realization dawned upon him. All of this. I did this back then. But something was off. Despite Brother Li's calls, the girls weren't responding. Both men exchanged a glance before turning towards their direction. Brother Li frowned and muttered in confusion, "What are they doing over there?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes. "Let's go check it out." The two of them moved swiftly, their footsteps silent against the cold concrete. As they reached Nurse Jean and the little girl, their breaths hitched at what they saw. A massive cloth, large enough to cover an entire wall, hung before them. It was old, tattered at the edges, and eerily out of place. Hang Feng's face twisted in confusion. Why the hell is there such a huge cloth here? Nurse Jean, her expression thoughtful, tilted her head slightly. There's some kind of noise coming from behind it, she murmured. Hang Feng immediately turned to the little girl. Do you have a flashlight? Without hesitation, she nodded and reached into her inventory portal, pulling out a flashlight in a smooth motion. Clicking it on, she illuminated the wall before them, the beam casting eerie shadows across the cloth's wrinkled surface. Brotherly stepped forward, placing a hand on the cloth's edge. All right, he said, glancing at Hang Feng. Let's pull it down together. We'll count down from 3. Hang Feng took position on the other side, his grip tightening on the fabric. Both men nodded. 3, 2, 1. With a sharp yank, the cloth collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, and what lay behind it left them completely speechless. A tunnel, a massive, carved-out passage hidden in plain sight. Their jaws nearly dropped. The eerie silence between them was broken only by the sound of their breathing. Hang Feng took a slow, shaky step forward, his voice barely above a whisper. Now we can be sure. There's probably a base somewhere. Hang Feng flashed his flashlight into the tunnel ahead, the beam cutting through the darkness like a blade. His gaze hardened as his thoughts raced. To secretly dig a tunnel of this size beneath the community, these people are definitely not simple. His brows furrowed as his mind drifted back to the soldier's words. If what he said was just the tip of the iceberg, then this community isn't as safe as we thought. As the 4 of them stood there, absorbing the eerie revelation, Brotherly suddenly called out, "Hey guys, check this out." Hang Feng stepped closer, and Brotherly pointed at a network of pipes running along the tunnel walls. Hang Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked casually, "This looks like the community's drainage system." Before he could examine it further, a slight movement caught his eye. His head snapped toward the little girl, who was wandering deeper into the tunnel. His reaction was instant. Without a word, he reached out and gripped the tip of her hair, halting her mid-step. She turned back, blinking in surprise, but Hang Feng's voice was sharp. "It's too dangerous. Don't go in just yet." Brotherly nodded in agreement, his expression just as serious. With the situation clear in his mind, Hang Feng turned to the group and said firmly, "Let's go. We'll head back for now." They moved to an abandoned apartment nearby, gathering the necessary supplies for their eventual descent into the tunnel. As they sorted through their gear, Brotherly turned to Hang Feng and asked, "Other than these, what else do you think we should prepare?" Hang Feng glanced over the items before answering casually, "Add weapons, and that should be about it. Oh, and also, get me more food seeds and a piece of raw pork." The little girl nodded, and without hesitation, she reached into her dimensional space. Within seconds, weapons, seeds, and a slab of raw pork appeared in her hands, which she passed to Brotherly. "Anything else?" she asked, her tone crisp and efficient. Hang Feng checked through the supplies once more before giving a satisfied nod. "That's about it. We're just going to scout this time. If things go south, we'll retreat immediately." His gaze lingered on the little girl, and a small smile tugged at his lips. She's getting more and more skilled at using her ability. Her accuracy and control have improved a lot. As Brother Li and Hang Feng prepared to leave, Hang Feng turned to the girls and said in a serious tone, "This place is well hidden. No one should come here anytime soon. Stay put and don't take unnecessary risks." He placed a hand on the reinforced walls and door before adding, "I've reinforced the barriers. Even if someone does find this place, they won't be able to break in so easily." Satisfied, he turned back to the tunnel entrance. "It's not safe to stay outside for too long. You guys head back to your room." Nurse Jean still looked worried as she watched them leave, but the little girl's expression remained confident. She narrowed her eyes slightly and declared, "Don't worry about a thing. The evil Eye King's true, I will protect its apostle." Nurse Jin's expression went blank. "What?" she muttered, utterly clueless. As Hang Feng and Brotherly descended the metal ladder into the tunnel, the air grew noticeably colder. Hang Feng's tone was grim as he spoke. "Right now, Jiang isn't our only threat. That tunnel, it could be just as dangerous. And if this community isn't safe anymore, then we might as well see if it leads to another survival point." Their boots hit solid ground, and they arrived at the tunnel's entrance. Hang Feng took a deep breath and said in a serious voice, All right, let's take a look. As they moved deeper, Brotherly shivered slightly, rubbing his arms. I thought it'd be warmer underground, he muttered. But it's just as cold as it is up there. Han Feng frowned, gripping his shovel and stabbing it into the ground. The moment he did, his eyes widened in surprise. It's all frozen soil, he murmured. I don't even know how they managed to dig this tunnel. Brotherly, still rubbing his arms, let out a sigh. Well, let's not stand around thinking about it. Let's just keep moving forward. 15 minutes later, Han Feng and Brother Li were climbing up through the tunnel, their boots crunching against the frozen ground as they made their way through the icy maze. Another 30 minutes passed as they ventured deeper into the underground labyrinth. The cold bit at their skin, and visibility was poor, the dim beams of their flashlights barely cutting through the frozen haze. Han Feng exhaled sharply, his breath visible in the frigid air. He turned to Brother Li and muttered, "This place is a damn maze." An hour later, they climbed up into the sewer tunnels, carefully placing each step. The entire area was coated in ice, making every movement treacherous. When Brotherly reached the top of the passage, he pressed his hands against a manhole cover and pushed, but it didn't budge. With a grunt, he tried again, but the cover refused to move. Frustrated, he let out a sharp exhale and muttered irritably, "This damn thing is frozen solid. The snow must have pressed it down from above. It's not moving at all." He climbed back down, shaking his head in frustration. His tone was tense as he admitted, "We've been walking in circles underground, and I've completely lost my sense of direction. Which way are we supposed to go now?" Han Feng, remaining composed, pointed at the distribution of pipes running along the walls. "If we follow the way these pipes run," he said, "this side should lead us toward a residential area." With no better alternative, they pressed forward, navigating through the narrow passageway. Their footsteps echoed eerily, the cold air thick with an unsettling silence. As they moved cautiously, Brotherly suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze locked onto something in the dim light, and he quickly called out, "Hey, little brother, come check this out." Han Feng walked over, and both of them stood before a large, worn-out map attached to the sewer wall. Han Feng's eyes narrowed as he examined it. "It's a sewer distribution map," he muttered. Brotherly leaned in for a closer look. After a moment, his face darkened with realization. "We've been walking for so long," he said grimly, "and it turns out we're just beneath the nearby communities. If we keep going, we'll reach the stadium." Before they could process this further, a distant noise broke through the silence, the unmistakable sound of vehicles approaching. Han Feng's instincts kicked in immediately. "Quick, turn off your headlamps," he ordered. The tunnel was immediately swallowed by darkness. They pressed their backs against the cold wall, barely daring to breathe as the sound of rumbling engines grew louder. Moments later, a truck and a jeep rolled through the tunnels, their headlights briefly illuminating the frozen sewer walls before vanishing into the distance. Neither Han Feng nor Brotherly moved. Their expressions were tense as they watched the vehicles disappear. Brotherly, still staring into the darkness, muttered in a serious voice, "Those vehicles, they're heading toward Han Zhan community." Han Feng's expression was just as grim. "They look like military trucks. Probably comrades of those 3 soldiers from our community." Brother Li's brows furrowed in confusion. "So they're also here to transport people for that so-called base?" Han Feng switched his headlamp back on, his sharp gaze narrowing. "We need to follow them. If we track their route, we might find out what they're up to. But moving like this, we'll be spotted too easily." Brotherly, however, grinned excitedly and tapped his chest confidently. "We don't need to chase after them directly. Your bro has a backdoor." Han Feng raised an eyebrow. "A backdoor?" Brotherly led them toward a nearby ladder, stopping at the base of a manhole. As he placed a hand on the frozen rungs, he said, "A year ago, an old lady from Han Zhan community fell into the sewers. I rescued her from here." Han Feng crossed his arms and gave him a skeptical look. "Are you sure you remember the exact location of something that happened a whole year ago?" Brotherly scoffed, flashing a cocky grin. "Of course. Your bro has an amazing memory. I was a top student in high school, you know." With that, he climbed up the ladder and pressed against the manhole cover, ready to lift it. But the moment he tried, his expression darkened. The cover didn't budge. He tried again, nothing. Frustration flashed across his face as he exhaled sharply. "Damn it. This one's frozen solid too." Brotherly climbed back down, his expression twisted in confusion. He scratched his head and muttered, "Maybe I was a little off. Let's go a bit further ahead and check." Han Feng narrowed his eyes, let out a small cough, and nodded. "All right, let's try a little further ahead." One after another, Brotherly tried different manholes, grunting with effort as he attempted to pry them open. But every single one was frozen shut. No matter how hard he pushed, they refused to budge. After his fifth attempt, Han Feng crossed his arms and smirked slyly. "Bro, you've changed locations at least 5 times now. Are you sure you actually remember where this back door is?" Brotherly gritted his teeth, muttering something under his breath. But just as he was about to lose hope, he gave one final push. And this time, the manhole cover moved. His eyes welled up with relief. With a deep breath, he turned to Han Feng. "Finally, this one's open." Wasting no time, Brotherly quickly shifted the manhole cover to the side. He cautiously lifted his head through the opening, his eyes scanning the area above to ensure the coast was clear. After confirming no one was nearby, he gave Han Feng a nod, and both of them climbed up. They emerged into the underground parking lot of Hanshin Community. Brotherly dusted himself off, standing tall with a proud smirk. "See? I told you I knew this area like the back of my hand." Han Feng shot him a sharp look before immediately pressing a finger to his lips. "Keep your voice down. We don't want anyone knowing we're here." Brotherly instantly froze, realization dawning on him. "Oh, right. He gave an awkward nod before lowering his voice. They both crouched low, moving carefully between the parked cars. Their senses were on high alert, scanning every shadow, every corner. Then, Han Feng's gaze locked onto something, and he immediately halted. He raised a hand, signaling Brotherly to stop as well. Just ahead, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the cold concrete floor. Han Feng's voice dropped into a low, grim tone. "Looks like there was a fight here too." Before they could process it further, a sudden noise echoed through the parking lot. Both of them ducked behind a van, pressing their backs against its cold metal frame. Carefully, they peered past the edge, scanning for the source of the sound. Not far away, several men were hammering at a concrete wall, their faces strained with effort. Standing near them were 2 armed soldiers, both watching impatiently. One of the soldiers let out an annoyed grunt. "Damn it. We have to guard this place before the tunnel is even finished? This shitty place doesn't even have a decent meal." The other soldier let out a bitter chuckle. "Yeah? Well, who told us to be in the assault squad?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes, observing the scene intently. "So that's it," he thought to himself. "These people, they're being forced to work. The soldiers are controlling them." Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Han Feng's body tensed. "What the? The ground is shaking." Brotherly's eyes widened, and he quickly pointed ahead. "Look, the workers are running. Something's happening." The soldiers suddenly shouted. "Everyone, back up. The tunnel's about to break through." The workers immediately dropped their tools and scrambled away as the ground trembled even harder. Then, the wall they had been hammering cracked. Deep fractures snaked across the surface, growing wider by the second. One man, still trying to escape, was suddenly flung backward as the wall exploded outward with a thunderous roar. A figure stepped through the cloud of dust and debris. The first thing Han Feng noticed was his eyes, glowing an eerie green. Dressed in a soldier's uniform, the man stood motionless for a moment. Then, with a single step, he crushed the shattered concrete beneath his boots. Han Feng's breath hitched. "What the hell is that? Is that hulking thing even human?" Li asked Han Feng, his voice filled with disbelief as he took in the monstrous figure. Han Feng didn't respond. His expression, however, spoke volumes, a blend of deep thought and growing apprehension. No wonder this massive tunnel appeared beneath our neighborhood without anyone noticing. Han Feng mused internally. This must be their way of creating it. He looked at the towering brute, his mind racing. But staying here is suicide. If they catch us, we're done for. Just then, a special soldier approached the hulking, green-eyed man, who had been drooling at the thought of food, and demanded some snacks. The soldier's voice was firm as he explained that the tunnel was still under construction and there were no snacks available. The hulking man didn't take kindly to this. His face twisted in fury, veins popping from his forehead and cheeks as he clenched his teeth. With a violent roar, he began to smash the floor beneath him, throwing a tantrum like a child. but with a ferocity that shattered the air itself. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying in all directions, forcing everyone to duck for cover. Before the situation could spiral further, the special soldier shouted for the hulking man to stop. "Is he trying to bury us all?" Han Feng and Li scrambled behind a van, barely avoiding the chaos. Realizing the danger was escalating, Han Feng gestured sharply for Li to retreat. "Move now," he signaled. The two began crawling back, but as the dust settled around them, Li made a fatal mistake. He sneezed. Loudly, the sound echoed through the entire underground parking lot, as if announcing their position to every enemy in a 5-mile radius. Wide-eyed, Li realized instantly how badly he'd screwed up. Han Feng, equally taken aback, immediately turned to him with a sharp glance. Without a moment's hesitation, the two broke into a full sprint toward the manhole. But it was already too late. Their cover was blown. The hulking man, who had been focused on the soldier, now turned toward them. "Move faster," Han Feng yelled, urging Li to hurry. The massive brute was hot on their heels, closing in with terrifying speed. How is he moving so fast? Han Feng thought, panic creeping into his chest. Before they could open the gap, the giant slammed both hands onto the ground. With a sickening crack, the floor beneath them trembled, and a massive shockwave erupted from his hands. The tunnel buckled and split, sending debris flying everywhere. But their escape route was miraculously still open, though barely. "Go!" Han Feng shouted, as he turned to face the beast. He knew they had only one shot at survival. He activated his glowing purple hand and slammed it onto the floor, his fingers digging into the cold concrete. Purple energy rippled out, creating a barrier of light. The hulking man tried to move, but something held him back. His feet began to sink into the floor, the concrete shifting and trapping him. His expression twisted into one of surprise and frustration. "You're a superhuman too?" he spat, his voice laced with both anger and awe. "If I can capture you." But Han Feng didn't let him finish. A sudden surge of green light fused with the purple glow beneath the big man's feet, sending him howling in agony. His legs were being crushed, the floor itself collapsing under him. His hands slammed against the wrecked floor, desperately trying to restore it, but only a small section of the passageway ahead repaired itself. Han Feng wasn't letting up. The hulking man snarled, fury bubbling over as he realized what Han Feng was doing. "You bastard," he roared. "I'm going to kill you." The tug-of-war intensified. Han Feng was sweating, his hands shaking as he held the man in place. But he could feel his control slipping. "If I can't hold him much longer, we're dead." Li, watching from the corner, saw Han Feng struggle and couldn't just stand by. He glanced around, spotting 2 metal pipes nearby. Without thinking, he dashed forward, launching himself into the fray. Han Feng barely had time to process before Li raised one of the pipes high above his head. "Get out of the way," Li shouted, as the pipe came crashing down on the giant's head. The dull thud echoed through the chamber, and for a moment, everything went still. Han Feng stood frozen, mouth agape. The hulking man staggered, his entire body shuddering in shock. Han Feng could almost see the moment something inside the giant snapped. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging as he bellowed like a wild animal. "I'll bury you both," he screamed, his voice filled with pure rage. With an earth-shattering roar, the hulking man tore free from Han Feng's grip, charging after them like a living wrecking ball. The tunnel shook violently as he began to tear it apart, determined to crush them under the rubble. Han Feng and Li ran for their lives, adrenaline surging through their veins. "Why didn't you leave when I told you to?" Han Feng shouted over his shoulder. Li, gasping for air, grinned through his exhaustion. "I'm not a deserter. I couldn't leave you behind, not like this." Just as the tunnel above them began to collapse, sending debris plummeting down, Han Feng helped Li to his feet, checking if he was okay. The force of the collapse had thrown them both forward, but they were still alive. Li, still catching his breath, chuckled. "Well, we finally got away from that oversized meatball. But you think he won't just crawl out of the rubble and come after us again?" Han Feng paused, listening carefully. "He won't be getting out of there anytime soon," he said. "But we need to get out of here fast." Li, wiping the dust from his clothes, patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry. My sense of direction is on point. We'll get out of here, no problem." Han Feng gave him a skeptical look, but said nothing. As they moved through the tunnels, Li continued to chat away, his usual confident self. 10 minutes later, they found themselves at a junction. Li's eyes lit up when he spotted a sewer system that reminded him of their neighborhood sewers. "That's our way out," Li said, nodding toward the tunnel that led in that direction. "We're close. I can feel it." 20 minutes passed, and the sight of more pipelines filled Li with a glimmer of hope. They were nearing their neighborhood. It was undoubtedly just ahead. However, as another 20 minutes stretched into 40, doubt began to gnaw at him. Li frowned, squinting at the map in his mind. "This doesn't add up," he thought. "By now, we should have reached the exit. What's going on?" He stopped in his tracks, puzzled. The familiar layout he had memorized didn't match what he was seeing now. Han Feng, on the other hand, was already feeling the weight of exhaustion. His body was spent, and the constant struggle was starting to take its toll. He sank to his knees, running a hand through his hair. "This isn't right." He didn't say it out loud, but the realization hit him hard. We're lost. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit his face, sharp and cold, bringing with it the faintest whisper of something unfamiliar. Han Feng's eyes snapped to the source of the breeze. Without a word, he shifted his gaze, and Li, still rambling on as usual, paused mid-sentence. Han Feng pointed in the direction of the wind, his silence loud enough to command attention. Li blinked, sensing the change in atmosphere. "Where are you going?" he asked, following Han Feng's lead. When they arrived at the destination, both men stared ahead, their jaws dropping in shock. There, before them, was an enormous hole, its edges jagged and raw, a wound in the earth. The blizzard above had torn through the surface, leaving behind this massive gap. Snow drifted lazily down, and faint light seeped through, casting a dim glow. Han Feng looked up at the sky and felt a rush of cautious hope. Maybe this is it. The way out. Li's face broke into a grin. "What are we waiting for? Let's climb up there and check out the situation." Han Feng, once again speechless, followed Li's lead. The climb wasn't easy. The surface was slippery, and every step was a calculated risk. Li warned Han Feng to be careful, but it didn't slow him down. The two carefully ascended, their grips unsteady but their resolve firm. They reached the top and emerged into the open air. The world before them had transformed. The once bustling city had turned into a frozen wasteland. What was once a symbol of life was now a desolate, icy ruin. Han Feng and Li stood for a moment, stunned by the stark contrast. This wasn't just an escape from the tunnels. It was an escape from everything they knew. Li was the first to jump down, surveying the frozen ground. "It's safe," he called back to Han Feng. "The snow's hardened enough to walk on, but we need to be careful. It's going to be tricky." Han Feng scanned the area, taking in the cold, bleak landscape. But then something caught his eye, a familiar structure in the distance, partially obscured by snow. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized it. The Dingfang building, a landmark. This was supposed to be within 5 kilometers of their neighborhood, but now it was clear they had been heading in the wrong direction all along. "Wait a second," Han Feng muttered under his breath. "This doesn't make sense. The Dingfang building is up ahead. We've been going the wrong way. We're not getting closer to safety, we're getting farther away." Li's face paled as realization hit him like a thunderclap. Han Feng crouched down, drawing a map in the snow. He began explaining everything in painful detail, his finger tracing their route. "We're almost at the North 4th Ring Road of Hanyuan," Han Feng said, his voice low. "The Happy Community is located in the South 3rd Ring Road, and we're far from it. The tunnels are useless now. We'll have to walk across this wasteland if we want to get back." Li's jaw clenched. "How far do we have to go?" Han Feng glanced back at the frozen ruins in the distance. "We'll have to go through Jingshan District. But considering the state we're in, it's impossible to make it in one day." Li didn't seem bothered by the news. He stood up, brushing the snow off his clothes. "Don't worry, Han Feng," he said, flashing that trademark cocky grin. "I've got connections. When we reach Jingshan, I'll use them to make sure we're taken care of. We'll get a warm meal, some drinks, a place to rest. We'll be fine." He paused, turning to Han Feng. "I've walked through worse conditions than this before. You're overthinking it." Han Feng watched as Li confidently strode off. The momentary peace was shattered when Li sank knee-deep into the snow. His expression froze as he realized his mistake. Han Feng sighed, rolling his eyes, and rushed over to help. "See? I told you to move slowly." Han Feng said, helping Li out. The snow's more slippery than you think. Li grinned sheepishly. Guess I'm not as invincible as I thought. As they continued walking, the snow began to fall heavier, and soon, they were both shivering from the cold. Han Feng tightened his grip on his jacket and gritted his teeth. We need to find shelter soon. If we don't, we might freeze to death out here. Li wasn't so convinced. Freeze to death? Come on, we've got supplies. We'll be fine. But his words faltered as they came upon a gruesome sight. Ahead of them lay two frozen bodies, once prepared for the harsh conditions, but now nothing more than ice sculptures. Their outdoor gear was still intact, shovels, trekking poles, flashlights, but there was nothing edible. The irony of it wasn't lost on them. Han Feng wasted no time. He stripped the bodies of their supplies. No food, but we can use this. He gathered up the essentials, 2 shovels, 2 trekking poles, flashlights, boots, gloves, ropes, and they moved on, grimly aware of what could have happened to them if they didn't find shelter soon. Li, ever the optimist, suggested they rest in the Jingshan Villa area ahead. If we don't, we'll freeze just like these two. Han Feng, still exhausted but reluctantly agreeing, nodded. I was thinking the same thing. The snowstorm grew more violent as they continued, but eventually, they found the villa on the hill. The location was strategic. It hadn't been buried by the storm yet. They approached cautiously, scanning the windows for any signs of life. The villa appeared empty, but they had no choice but to move in. Just then, 2 figures appeared from the snowstorm, silhouetted against the white abyss. Han Feng smiled, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asked Li, "Is this really the connection you were talking about? Because surely, this can't be right." Li scratched the back of his head, his face pulling into an awkward grin. "Well, I'm not exactly sure." Without missing a beat, he dashed ahead, calling over his shoulder, "Wait here, I'll go ask them myself." Han Feng's expression darkened. This idiot, he thought. He knew it was far from a good thing for 2 strangers to appear at this time. Han Feng's eyes narrowed as he cautiously approached, staying low. But as he got closer, his stomach dropped. His eyes widened in shock. The 2 strangers were holding Li hostage, one gun pointed at Li's head, the other aimed squarely at Han Feng. "Don't move," the fatty barked. Han Feng froze, hands raised in surrender, but his fingers subtly grazed the handle of the gun tucked behind him. Unfortunately, the heavier-set man noticed the movement, his finger tightening on the trigger. A shot rang out, a warning that sent a chill through the air. "Stop with the tricks," the fatty growled. "I told you not to move." His companion, the leaner one, gave the fatty an amused pat on the back. "You're a real tiger," he teased. "But what happens if you hurt him? Are you going to carry him up the hill yourself?" The fatty snorted. The lean man's eyes then turned to Han Feng, suspicion in his gaze. "He's hiding something," he muttered, his tone accusing. "What's in your pockets? Take it out." Han Feng hesitated, weighing the options. "If I make a move now, I can heal quickly enough to dodge a bullet, but Li won't survive. Not with that gun pressed against his head." With a reluctant sigh, Han Feng handed over his firearm, resigned to the situation. Seconds later, they were marched up the hill, both men cuffed and shoved forward. The fatty led the way, his steps heavy, while the lean man followed closely behind. The fatty grumbled, "I was wondering who would dare wander around in a storm like this. Turns out, they have guns. Good thing I was careful." His gaze flickered back to Han Feng, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Otherwise, I might have ended up in the kid's hands." Han Feng couldn't suppress a bright smile, though it was laced with mockery. "Since you've taken all our supplies, no point in keeping us around, right? So why not just let us go?" The fatty shot him a look. "Don't worry about that. We have our reasons for keeping you as captives." Li, ever the curious one, leaned toward Han Feng. "What's he talking about? What reasons?" Han Feng whispered, his voice low. "They might be keeping us as backup food." Li's eyes widened, panic flashing in his face. "Don't say that, Han Feng. You're scaring me." The fear in Li's voice was palpable, and soon, he was sniffing and wiping his eyes, quietly beginning to sob. Han Feng kept his gaze fixed ahead, scanning their surroundings. He couldn't help but feel a strange sense of awe at the location. The hill, the path, it was all too convenient. This place is perfect for. He was interrupted by the sudden jolt of realization that hit him as they reached their destination. The fatty pressed a button on a remote control, and to both Han Feng and Li's surprise, the iron gates of a compound slowly creaked open. The sight of the gates swinging outward was impressive, until Han Feng noticed that the small buildings around the area were dark. The power was clearly out there, too, which meant the electricity had to come from somewhere nearby, likely a generator. As they walked deeper into the compound, their eyes widened in disbelief. There, standing ahead, was a massive mansion. It was luxurious, well-maintained, though the area around it was eerily neglected, like a private resort no one had ever enjoyed. Han Feng's mind raced. How did they manage to get their hands on a place like this? A grin spread across Han Feng's face as he considered the possibilities. If I can defeat these two idiots, take over this place with my abilities and the evil king's true eyes. His grin turned into a full-blown smile. We could turn this place into a fortress. The fatty caught sight of Han Feng's grin and scowled. What the hell are you smiling about? You think we're going to finish digging this place for you? He pointed a finger accusingly. When you're done, we'll let you go, and we'll give you some supplies. Han Feng's smile faltered, but he still pushed on. Are you sure? You're telling me you'll let us go once we finish digging? Of course, the fatty barked, his voice harsh. But don't try anything funny, or I won't hesitate to make you regret it. The lean man turned and headed inside. Keep an eye on them, he ordered the fatty before vanishing into the mansion. The fatty nodded, but the moment the door slammed shut, his irritation flared. That guy knows how to enjoy himself while giving me orders, he muttered under his breath. Then he snapped back to Han Feng and Li. Hurry up and get to work, or you'll be sorry. Before Li could make a snarky remark, Han Feng pointed out the obvious. We're still handcuffed. How are we supposed to work? The fatty scowled and growled. Pipe down and dig. Don't try to play me for a fool. With no other option, Han Feng and Li climbed down into the pit and began shoveling the snow. The temperature was biting, and their bodies struggled to keep up. The cold seemed to seep into their bones. But their every move was closely watched. Li, shivering, whispered, Do you think they'll really let us go once we finish digging? Han Feng didn't answer right away. Instead, his eyes scanned the area, and something caught his attention. He stiffened, leaning closer to Li and pointing. Just ahead, buried under a thick layer of snow, were several frozen bodies. That's bad, Han Feng whispered, his voice tight with urgency. These guys aren't planning on letting us go. They're going to work us to death, or, worse, put a bullet in us the moment we're no longer useful. Li, still shoveling, looked up in confusion. What's wrong? What did you see? Han Feng's voice dropped to a hush. Look closely. See those bodies? They've been here too long. Li's face drained of color as his eyes locked on the frozen corpses. You think they killed them? His voice cracked as the realization hit. Han Feng leaned in, whispering sharply. We can't just sit here and wait for them to kill us. We need to make a move. The two of them huddled together, quickly exchanging their plan. Han Feng kept his voice low as they began to argue, shouting back and forth in a staged quarrel. This drew the attention of the two guards, who watched with suspicion. As Li continued to shovel, Han Feng deliberately began shoveling snow onto the pile Li had already cleared. They were working fast now, trying to buy time. Han Feng's smile twisted into something almost mocking as he glanced at Li. This is none of my business. I'm just doing what I'm told, shoveling snow. So, Li, you should probably get back to it too. Li shot him a glare, but before he could retort, the guard with the gun came around and aimed it at the two of them. What's going on here? He demanded, his voice low but stern. Han Feng looked at Li with disdain, then turned to the guard. Please, judge for yourself, he said coolly. All I've been doing is helping shovel the snow, but Li insists on blaming me for not shoveling properly. Li's eyes flared in indignation. That's just nonsense. If you keep spouting off like that, I swear I'll fight you. The guard's patience wore thin. With an exaggerated sigh, he turned on his heel and began to walk away. Argue all you want, but the moment you're done, you'll finish shoveling before it gets dark. If you don't, I'll shoot you both, no hesitation. As the guard walked away, unaware of the silent danger behind him, two pairs of laser-focused eyes followed his every move. Han Feng and Li waited, poised like predators stalking their prey. Then, like a whisper in the wind, a shovel appeared behind the guard. A dull thud echoed through the air, and the man crumpled to the ground with a gasp, his body hitting the snow with a soft thump. The scene shifted to a lounging room inside the mansion. One of the guards lay sprawled on a dark chaise lounge beside a heater, lazily flipping through a magazine filled with risque images. He was drooling with delight, completely oblivious to everything around him, not even noticing when Han Feng and Li entered the room. It wasn't until the harsh beam of a flashlight illuminated his face, followed by the cold press of a gun barrel against his temple, that the guard finally realized what had happened. Han Feng and Li stood over him, their expressions mocking, their voices dripping with sarcasm. "Sorry to ruin your good mood." Han Feng sneered, clearly enjoying the moment. With a flash of cruel humor, the roles had reversed. Now, the two of them were handcuffed, kneeling on the floor with their heads lowered in false submission. As they processed the shift in power, Han Feng coolly recounted how they'd ended up in this villa. "We're debt collectors, sent here to collect from someone staying here," one of the guards muttered, his voice shaky. The panic was evident. Li, ever curious, asked, "What about the bodies buried outside? Did you kill those people?" Both guards paled at the question. No. We had nothing to do with those deaths," one of them blurted, his voice rising in panic. Han Feng's smile twisted into something darker. "Oh, so that's how it is," he said, a forced smile creeping across his face. "You didn't kill them?" The two guards seized the opportunity, scrambling to reassure Han Feng. "No, we swear, we didn't do it." Han Feng's casual tone never faltered. "Seems you guys aren't as vicious as I thought. In that case, I guess you're free to go." Li, reeling from the absurdity of the situation, blinked in disbelief. "Wait, you're really going to let them go after everything?" Han Feng's smile turned into something far more sinister. "Oh, don't worry. They're free to go, in their boxers. And I doubt they'll even make it down the hill before they freeze to death." Li stared at his brother, his eyes wide in shock. "You're a devil." With a wave of his hand, Han Feng dismissed them. "Go on then. Get back home before you freeze to death." The two guards stammered, trying to regain their composure, but Han Feng's cruel mockery had already left them humiliated. With the encounter behind them, Li turned to Han Feng. "So what's next? Do we just walk away from here?" Han Feng's expression grew serious. "Of course we need to head back. I had originally planned to take a quick look in the tunnel and then get out, but this series of events has set us back more than I anticipated. I'm not even sure what's going on in the community right now. I just hope the people we care about are safe." Meanwhile, back at the community, the snowstorm continued to rage. Inside an apartment, Nurse Jean sat, looking out the window, worry etched across her face. Han Feng and Li still haven't returned. I hope nothing unexpected happened to them. The little girl, her voice soft and tired, looked up from her spot on the floor. "Don't worry. Han Feng is an apostle chosen by the evil king's true eye. He won't die so easily." Lai Jinghao, sitting across the room, sighed deeply. "It's pointless to worry about them. We need to focus on ourselves now." After Han Feng entered the tunnel, we lost all communication. Then, an army suddenly appeared, and they had a terrifying guy who could control the earth. Things only got worse from there. Glass's men are in charge now. They've taken control of the entire community. We're public enemy number one. He gave a small, bitter chuckle, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "Those homeowners are idiots. They think the army is here to save them, but they're just being played. By the time they realize what's going on, it'll be too late. I won't even know how I was sold out until it's too late." The little girl, tired and with her eyes heavy, mumbled, "Whether they believe the army can save them or not, it's no longer important. We can't do anything about it now. Choosing to obey is the best option if we want to survive." She finally drifted off to sleep, her words trailing off. Nurse Jean, still anxious, placed a blanket around her. "Make sure you cover up so you don't catch a cold." Lai Jinghao stood and walked to the window, his gaze cold and distant. "We need to get ready to move," he muttered, his reflection in the glass showing the unmistakable frustration in his eyes. He thought back to his days in the ring, his coach's voice ringing in his ears. "Dodge the punch. Don't just stand there and get beaten." But when the right hook landed, sending him crashing to the ground, his coach had yelled, "Get up. Keep fighting. You can't go back now." But young Lai Jinghao hadn't been able to rise. He lost the fight, the referee declaring his opponent the winner by knockout. Shaking off the memory, Lai Jinghao snuffed out the cigarette, his eyes narrowing with quiet determination. "We've got no time to waste. We need to get moving." The army was systematically checking every apartment, moving through the building minute by minute, so it was getting dangerous to stay in one place for too long. Just as Nurse Jean and Li Jinghao were about to act, a dull bang reverberated through the apartment, halting them in their tracks. They froze, eyes glued to the reinforced door as another bang followed. This time, the door was blasted away like it was nothing more than cardboard. Dust from the fallen debris briefly clouded the entire space, and the trio watched, their expressions different. Li Jinghao wore a cold, serious look. Nurse Jean had bewilderment written across her face, while the little girl, eyes barely open, was drooling, barely able to keep her gaze fixed. Li Jinghao's mind raced. How did they find us so quickly? Then, from behind them, a small voice broke the tension. Is it time to eat? Li Jinghao and Nurse Jean turned sharply. The little girl, rubbing her tired eyes, barely seemed to register the chaos around her. A hand gripped the doorframe, and the hulking brute, the one who had been drooling like a wild animal, entered the room in a dramatic, menacing fashion. There's someone in here. I can smell a living person, he growled. The scene shifted to the underground parking lot, near the entrance of the tunnel. A few army members and Glasses Man were busy packing stacks of boxes, presumably containing the sausages that Li had found in the secret warehouse. Once the inventory and headcount were done, the supervisor reported to his boss that everything was in order. We've got 87 refugees and 126 boxes of food supplies, he said. The boss, a scar-faced man with a right eye that looked like it had seen too many battles, nodded with approval. Good work. Get it all back to base. The lackey nodded and began to leave, but the scar-faced boss took a drag from his cigar and turned his attention back to Glasses Man. Now, about the 3 men I sent to assist you. Where are they? Glasses Man stiffened. Those guys. They were taken out by a guy named Han Feng. Scarface's expression darkened. What kind of person could take out 3 of my special forces? You'd better have a solid reason, Glasses. Glasses Man swallowed, his voice tight. Han Feng's a superhuman. He's got abilities. We all saw him use this purple light. He can melt metal with it. Scarface's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward, his voice low and menacing. You better not be lying to me. Glasses Man scrambled to defend himself. I'm not lying. I've been preparing these sausages, getting everything ready for you. I wouldn't lie about something this important. But before he could say more, Scarface silenced him with a single gesture, his finger pressed to his lips. Some things are better left unsaid. Glasses Man swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Scarface's gaze. I'm running out of options here. I can't lie to you. You know that. Scarface placed a hand on Glasses Man's left shoulder, his voice soft but deadly serious. I appreciate your efforts, and as far as I'm concerned, you're one of us. I don't kill my own men without a damn good reason. But about this Han Feng, I'll send someone to find him. We'll have a little chat, face to face. I really hope you're not lying to me. Back in the apartment, the hulking brute finally stepped forward, eyeing the 3 occupants with burning intensity. Which one of you is Han Feng? He growled. Li Jinghao acted swiftly, grabbing the little girl by the collar and pulling her close. Stay back, Nurse Jean, he warned, his voice low and tense. There was something seriously wrong with this guy. Not only had he effortlessly destroyed the reinforced door, but the stench of him was almost unbearable. He reeked like a wild animal. This was no ordinary man. Li Jinghao's instincts kicked in. This guy was dangerous. We need to run, he thought, but when he tried to break the window with his elbow, it didn't budge. Pain shot up his arm as he realized how strong the glass was. The glass is reinforced, the little girl said, her voice detached. Han Feng reinforced it. Clutching his aching arm, Li Jinghao turned to Nurse Jean. You two need to escape while I hold him off. But he was shocked when he saw Nurse Jean already moving toward the hulking brute, trying to reason with him. There's no one named Han Feng here, she said, her voice calm. The big guy was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. But then, after a brief pause, he seemed to reconsider. Maybe, just maybe, he had made a mistake. He looked down sheepishly. Oh, I might have made a mistake, he admitted, his voice unexpectedly apologetic. With a grunt, he turned to leave the apartment. Nurse Jean sighed in relief. Li Jinghao and the little girl exchanged glances, silently relieved that they were spared, at least for now. But unbeknownst to them, the hulking guy hadn't given up. He was simply checking the apartment number. He finally realized he had the right apartment all along. Enraged, he stormed back inside like a bull on a rampage. "You think you can lie to me?" he roared. "If Han Feng doesn't show his face now, you three will meet the king of hell." Seeing the situation rapidly escalating, Li Jinghao didn't hesitate. He swung the window open, and, before either woman could comprehend his actions, he grabbed them both by the collar and hurled them out of the window with all his strength. Nurse Jean barely had time to react. "What are you doing?" But there was no time for questions. They were in freefall, the wind howling as they tumbled toward the ground below. The hulking brute, meanwhile, was preparing to smash Li Jinghao into the ground. But as the women fell, a massive shockwave erupted from the apartment window, blowing the snow out of the way. The air vibrated with the force of the blast. Elsewhere, not far from the apartment, Han Feng and Li continued their journey through the snow. They were laughing, enjoying the thrill of the adventure as they ran toward their destination, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding just moments ahead of them. Han Feng couldn't help but compliment Li on his genius snowboard idea. "I gotta say, I have a whole new level of respect for you now." Li, being his usual self, couldn't just take the compliment in stride. Instead, he puffed out his chest and grinned. "Oh, that? Well, back in the day, I negotiated billion-dollar deals like it was a walk in the park. Ski resorts? I'd go there on the regular with clients. That's my turf, bro." Han Feng rolled his eyes, but a grin tugged at the corner of his lips. Of course he had to one-up me, Han Feng thought, but deep down, he knew Li's skills were valuable. As they approached the happy community apartment complex, excitement bubbled up in the air. But just as they were about to make their move, a loud boom echoed from above them. Han Feng shot a confused glance at Li. "What's going on up there?" The little girl, ever resourceful, thought quickly. In midair, she opened her alternate space and released a pile of folded cloths. It worked, sort of. As they crash-landed from the sky, they slammed into the soft pile, sending a massive splash of snow flying everywhere. It wasn't a smooth landing, but they survived. Han Feng and Li dove for cover, watching the snow settle. Nurse Jean and the little girl were in rough shape, but appeared to have landed mostly unharmed. "Are you two okay?" Han Feng asked, rushing over to check on them. The little girl gave him a tired nod, wiping snow from her face. "I'm fine, just a bit sore." But before anyone could relax, Nurse Jean spoke up, her voice tense. "There's something you need to know. A huge human monster just broke in, searching for you." The little girl didn't hesitate. "The monster's here." A heavy splash of snow interrupted the conversation as the hulking brute landed beside them with a thundering crash. He grinned like an animal, his eyes burning with rage. Han Feng cursed under his breath. "This is insane. Can't we catch a break?" Nurse Jean immediately grabbed both Han Feng and the little girl by the jackets. "We need to get moving. Now." The hulking man, still chasing them down, yelled, "I'm a good boy. You're the monsters." Li, never one to back down from a challenge, yelled over his shoulder, "Run faster." "He's catching up." Nurse Jean, clearly struggling to keep her pace, snapped at him. "I am running, but I can't leave you behind." Frustrated, she turned to the little girl. "If you want to run by yourself, then go. Otherwise, shut up and let me do this." Han Feng, irritated by the situation and desperate to get ahead, broke free from their group and sprinted faster, leaving Nurse Jean and the little girl behind. He could hear the brute's footsteps getting closer, but then something clicked in his mind. The big guy had shouted something about being hungry. "Perfect," Han Feng muttered. He stopped in his tracks, pulled a small sack of soybeans from his pocket, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, encased it in green energy. He tossed it straight into the big guy's mouth. The hulking brute, still drooling, chewed the beans hungrily. "Delicious," he exclaimed, clearly enjoying the unexpected snack. Han Feng smiled like a cat who'd just found its prey. "Thanks for the snack. Sorry I couldn't offer more," he said with false politeness. But then the soybeans did their magic. They began sprouting instantly, bursting from the big guy's mouth in twisted, grotesque growths. His screams of agony were muffled by the plants as they sprouted wildly inside him, twisting and writhing. The scene felt like something straight out of a horror flick. As the big guy ripped the soybeans out of his mouth, dark blood gushed from his wound, splattering everywhere. His roar of rage was deafening. "You bastard," he yelled. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to crush you into paste." But to his shock, when he looked around, Han Feng and his family were nowhere to be found. They had disappeared without a trace. Furious, the big guy began stomping around in the snow, throwing a tantrum like a child. "Cowards! Han Feng's a damn coward, running away like a dog." Meanwhile, back in the underground parking lot, Scarface, the grim commander, gave orders to his team. "Team 1, go after Han Feng and his family. Lock down the perimeter, no one leaves. The rest of you, stay sharp." His voice was cold, hard, and authoritative. He turned to address the hulking man, who was still nursing his wounds. "You hurt?" The brute, blood dripping from his mouth, looked down at the fresh soybean plants that had sprouted in his mouth. "Yeah, Han Feng threw some beans in my mouth. And now I've got this plant growing inside me." Scarface inspected the soybean plants with interest. "This could be useful," he murmured to himself. "With his powers, we might have a solution to the food shortage." He signaled to one of his men, ordering them to bring the prisoner from upstairs. Elsewhere, Han Feng and his family had found temporary refuge in a ruined building. Silence hung in the air as Han Feng turned to Nurse Jean and the little girl. "What happened?" Han Feng asked, his voice laced with concern. "Where's Li Jinghao?" Nurse Jean sighed heavily and recounted the events after Han Feng and Li had entered the tunnel. "After you two went into the tunnel, a group of soldiers came from there and took control of the residence. Glass's man brought all the homeowners under his command. I'm sure they learned about you from him, and that's why they sent that hulking freak after you. The guy busted through the door you reinforced like it was nothing, charging in like a freight train." Han Feng's mind reeled. How is that even possible? That door was reinforced. No bomb could have gotten through that. Nurse Jean nodded grimly. "I thought the same thing. Anyway, when the big guy broke in, Li Jinghao stayed behind to buy us some time. But we don't know if he made it out alive." Han Feng's heart sank. Damn it, he thought. What happened to him? After taking a moment to reflect, Han Feng's icy gaze pierced through the dim room, his voice as sharp as a blade. "A dead man can't come back to life," he said flatly, the weight of his words settling in like a heavy stone. "We can't let Li Jinghao's sacrifice be in vain. We need to leave this place." The two women exchanged looks, disbelief flickering in their eyes before Nurse Jean exploded in protest. "You can't be serious. We're just supposed to leave him behind. After everything." Her voice cracked, a mix of anger and desperation seeping through. The little girl, standing beside her, was no less resolute. "We can't give up on him. There's still a chance he's alive. He might need us." Li, calm and collected as ever, placed a hand on Han Feng's shoulder, his voice steady but filled with determination. "Li Jinghao is our brother now, Han Feng. We have to stay loyal to him, no matter what." His words were firm, but there was a sense of quiet strength beneath them. Han Feng exhaled, the strain of the situation clear in his eyes. "This isn't about loyalty. If we go back, that monster might tear us apart. We can't survive another round." Meanwhile, in the ruins, the situation was rapidly escalating. Nurse Jean, her eyes wide with panic, struggled in vain against Li and Han Feng's holds. The news that Li Jinghao was alive sent a wave of urgency coursing through her. "We can't just sit here. We have to go, he's still out there." Han Feng, ever the strategist, tried to bring her back to reason. "Jean, listen to me. The commander is lying. Going back out there won't just risk our lives. It'll be suicide." Watching the chaos unfold, raised an eyebrow. She glanced at the adults, who were now all tangled in their own emotions, before looking down at the growing crowd below. Her eyes narrowed. "That's him. It's Li Jinghao," she muttered, almost to herself, as if she'd just solved a puzzle. Below, the man with the scar, his face hidden behind a mask of contempt, raised a megaphone and his voice echoed across the open space. "We've found your friend, Han Feng. He's been treated and bandaged. We mean no harm. The misunderstanding is behind us." His words were like honey, but the venom was unmistakable. "I know you're close. There's no reason for this hostility." But Han Feng wasn't buying it. His mind raced, calculating the risks, but Jean's frantic struggles cut through his thoughts. Scanning the horizon, the man with the scar turned toward the captive. "Li Jinghao," he called, "your good brother doesn't even care enough to come for you, does he?" Li Jinghao smirked, his lips curling into a cruel, knowing smile. "Why would he? I've known the guy for a couple of days. It's not like we're family." His tone dripped with cynicism, as if the entire situation were nothing more than a joke. The man with the scar seethed, his patience wearing thin. He stepped forward, shoving the back of Li Jinghao's head with a force that made the man stumble. What kind of idiot risks his life for someone he barely knows? "What's wrong with you?" Li Jinghao, unflinching, shot back. "I don't know. Maybe because you're just wasting your time. Those people you're talking about? They're just homeowners. Not his family. Just strangers." The words were sharp, but they hit with a sting. The man with the scar's face darkened with rage. His boot came down heavily on Li Jinghao's side, pushing him back to the ground. "I should have known. You're nothing but a waste of time." Turning his gaze back to Han Feng, he tried another tactic, his voice oozing with false sincerity. "What's the point in risking everything for people you've only just met? You want women? We've got plenty of them. Take your pick." For a moment, Han Feng faltered. His mind wandered, temptation creeping in like a shadow, but the clarity of Brother Li's voice snapped him back to reality. "Stop thinking with your lower head, Han Feng. Don't fall for it. He's lying." Her words hit him harder than expected. He steadied himself, a fire igniting in his chest. "You're right," Han Feng said, his voice steely once more. "This is all a trap. We need to stay sharp." The little girl, shaking her head in exasperation, looked at the adults with disdain. "None of you are reliable. You're all just wasting time." Her words carried a weight beyond her years. "But I've got a plan. You'll follow it, or we're all dead." The three of them stared at her, mouths agape. "What's the plan?" they asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, below, the man with the scar's frustration had reached its peak. He placed his boot on Li Jinghao's bandaged arm, his voice filled with irritation. "Still silent? What's your deal? Why won't you speak?" Li Jinghao, now drenched in sweat, sneered. "Maybe it's because you've got that bad guy aura. I mean, seriously, who's going to trust you?" The man with the scar's expression faltered, but he quickly masked it with a smirk. "We're here to save people, Li Jinghao. Not like you, who can't even understand what's noble." His voice dripped with superiority, but Li Jinghao was unfazed. "You're full of lies," Li Jinghao retorted, his voice a sharp edge. The man with the scar crouched beside him, yanking his head back by the hair, forcing their eyes to meet. "I'll let you in on something," he hissed. "In this world, you know what's most common? Creatures. So many of them, and they can't die no matter how much you feed them. They're still out there, eating everything." Li Jinghao's eyes widened, horror creeping in as the pieces fell into place. "So it's true. You're using homeowners as food." Before he could finish, the barrel of a gun was shoved in his mouth. The man with the scar's cold voice echoed. "The living need food. But the dead? They become food." Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, something unexpected happened. Objects began falling from the sky. First one, then another. Cigarettes, candy, bottles of booze, canned goods, fresh vegetables, meat. The world that had been frozen in time suddenly had a taste of something long gone. The soldiers, hungry and desperate, rushed forward, ignoring their commander's orders. Like a pack of wild dogs, they scrambled for the food, their faces filled with greed and madness. The man with the scar watched in disbelief as his men tore into the food, ignoring the discipline he had tried to instill. "Get back in line," he barked, firing a warning shot into the air. But his men didn't listen, too consumed by their hunger to hear him. The man with the scar's grip on his gun tightened. His mind raced, realizing the chaos had been deliberately triggered. This disarray, this madness, was exactly what the enemy had wanted. He turned his head frantically, knowing the ambush was coming. The old bastard had hit the nail on the head, because right at that moment, a strange noise echoed from the building beside him. Before he could figure out what was going on, a massive bulldozer suddenly burst through the wall, shattering the debris as it rolled into view. Behind the wheel was none other than Han Feng, who, with a grin on his face, yelled, "It's time to fight back." Now, let's rewind a few minutes to the chaotic plan that had led to the bulldozer's dramatic entrance. The little girl, known for her strange and cryptic way of speaking, had laid out her plan in her usual bizarre manner. "First, we sprinkle some tempting fodder from the sky," she declared in her odd, cryptic language, "to lure the starving sheep." Han Feng, having become well accustomed to her odd way of speaking, quickly interpreted her instructions, and relayed them to Lei and Nurse Jean. She means we're going to throw food and supplies down to create chaos among the soldiers below, he explained, trying to make sense of her wild ideas. The next part of the plan, Han Feng continued, is for me to use the metal beast, that's the bulldozer, to break through the soldiers and rescue Li Jinghao. He went on to clarify, I'll break through the enemy lines and bring everyone with me to safety. Lei nodded, clearly impressed with the plan. Sounds solid. This could work. But Nurse Jean, still processing everything, shot Han Feng a look of disbelief. How do you understand her? She asked, clearly baffled by how Han Feng had managed to make sense of the little girl's ramblings. Han Feng chuckled slightly. It's all practice. Years of dealing with her strange way of thinking. Before he could finish boasting about his new skill set, the little girl's loud voice broke in. Stop wasting time. We need to move now. Her command was clear, and Han Feng, Lei, and Nurse Jean all froze momentarily, unsure of how to react. Han Feng moved toward her, grabbing the oversized hat perched on her head. Okay, forget how insane this plan is for a second, he said. But how exactly are we supposed to get a vehicle? You can't expect us to just walk up to a bulldozer. The little girl, without missing a beat, grinned and revealed. I found some vehicles in the underground parking lot. With that, we're back to the present moment. Han Feng, now comfortably in control of the bulldozer, was having the time of his life, tearing through everything in his path. Initially, he had doubts about using a bulldozer, but now, operating the heavy vehicle, he was feeling an unexpected thrill. It was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. Now, they had a fighting chance. The soldiers, for all their preparation, weren't so lucky. The bulldozer, though it didn't flatten them, sent massive waves of snow flying in every direction, including at the soldiers. Han Feng spotted the enemy soldiers by the bulldozer and made a sharp right turn, smashing through their ranks and sending a few soldiers flying as he did. What was even more mind-boggling, though, was the fact that, in the chaos, the soldiers weren't even reacting to the destruction. They were more concerned with the food and supplies than with their lives. It was almost as if they had forgotten about the real danger. The man with the scar saw the bulldozer heading straight for him, and without hesitation, he ordered his muscle-bound lackey to block the machine's path. Han Feng couldn't believe his eyes. The brute actually spread his arms wide, trying to stop a bulldozer that weighed nearly 180 tons. Is he seriously that stupid? Han Feng thought, amazed at the audacity of this man. Was he really going to try to stop a machine like this with his bare hands? Was there something wrong with his brain? Han Feng gave an amused chuckle as the brute attempted to face off against the bulldozer. Needless to say, the brute failed spectacularly. In a moment of pure absurdity, he was flung backward with the ease of a ragdoll, spinning midair before crashing headfirst into the snow. Han Feng shook his head, the sheer stupidity of it all making him wonder how anyone could be this oblivious. Li Jinghao, who had been forced to watch the ridiculous scene, couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Meanwhile, the man with the scar, ever the opportunist, put his heavy leather boot on Li Jinghao's head, aiming his gun at him. Stop, Han Feng, he shouted over the chaos, or I'll shoot him. However, Han Feng was too caught up in the noise and the action to hear the man with the scar's command. The roaring sound of the bulldozer's engine drowned out everything else. Han Feng simply laughed, showing no signs of slowing down. The man with the scar's eyes widened in shock. Does he really not care about Li Jinghao? He thought, his mind racing. Is he truly this ruthless? Realizing that Han Feng wasn't going to stop, the man with the scar dove to the side at the last second, narrowly avoiding the bulldozer's path. As he did, Li Jinghao screamed in pain, the machine's massive force sweeping him away. At that moment, as the bulldozer zoomed past, Li Jinghao had a brief moment of confusion. He had thought he was done for, until he realized that the section of the bulldozer's blade he was being swept away by had softened like a pillow. The light was coming from Han Feng's purple glow. Li Jinghao, now holding on for dear life, heard Han Feng's voice crackle through the noise. Hold on tight. I'm going to floor it. Li Jinghao, confused but grateful, braced himself for what came next. The bulldozer didn't turn. It headed straight for a building. Li Jinghao's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing, Han Feng? Can't you see the building in front of us? Just as the building seemed to be right in front of them, Han Feng made a sharp right turn and brought the bulldozer to a stop. He called out, Hurry up. Get inside. Lei, following Han Feng's orders, grabbed the little girl's hand, and together, they leapt onto the bulldozer. Bullets rained down on them, but the moment of hesitation lasted barely a minute before the bulldozer sped back into motion, scattering snow and debris in every direction. Behind them, the man with the scar and his soldiers, guns blazing, followed closely. But it was a futile chase. The ground, icy and treacherous, was more suited to the bulldozer than the armored vehicles chasing them. The man with the scar, fuming with rage, ordered his men to keep firing. "We can't lose them," he yelled. "Don't let them escape." The soldier sitting beside quickly shouted over the roar of the engine. "The snow's too thick. The tires can't grip the ground. We're losing traction, and we can't go any faster," cursed under his breath, his grip tightening on the wheel. He had been so sure of their escape, but now, the bulldozer's sluggish pace was testing his patience. His mind raced as he wondered where the group had managed to get their hands on such a massive machine, especially when their own base only had a few bulldozers. But what left him speechless was when he realized that this particular bulldozer had been part of their very own advance party, left behind for situations exactly like this. Seething with rage, the man with the scar bit into his cigar, veins bulging in frustration. He ordered his men to follow the bulldozer's tracks and keep chasing them, no matter what. "We must find them," he barked, his voice tinged with both anger and disbelief. Just as he thought things couldn't get worse, their path was suddenly blocked by an avalanche of objects, raining down from the sky like a meteor shower. Metal objects, gas tanks, kitchen appliances, tables, chairs, even TVs. Nothing was off the table. The heavy armored cars skidded to a halt as the debris piled up, leaving them completely stuck. The man with the scar stormed out of his car, eyes wide with confusion. "Where the hell did all this come from?" he demanded, his voice cracking with disbelief. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the chaos, the little girl, was busily closing her pocket dimension, where she had pulled all the objects from. With a smug grin, she declared, "The army should despair before my power." And then, as if to emphasize the absurdity of the moment, she sneezed loudly, sealing the dramatic scene. Fast forward, and Han Feng and the group were now far away from happy community in Hanyuan City, but their journey hadn't exactly been comfortable. The cramped space inside the bulldozer felt more like a sardine can than a vehicle, with everyone jammed together in close quarters. Han Feng, who was silently grumbling, could feel the little girl's snoring drip onto his head. He wanted nothing more than to push her off, but that would have to wait. Li Jinghao, however, was grateful for the group's efforts in saving him. "Thanks, everyone," he said, his voice tinged with appreciation. As for Lizzie, she was eager to take the wheel of the bulldozer. Nurse Jean, still processing their escape, finally asked, "Where are we going now that we've left our community?" Han Feng glanced back at the group, his mind already made up. "Lizzie and I found a hillside villa earlier. It seems like a good place to settle for now." He turned to face the others, his expression expectant. "What do you all think?" There were no objections. Given the circumstances, there didn't seem to be any other viable options. But before anyone could speak further, a beeping sound filled the cramped space, a warning about the bulldozer's low fuel. Nurse Jean, her voice laced with urgency, pointed out, "We're running on empty. We need fuel, and fast." Just as she said this, the bulldozer suddenly lurched to a stop. The engine sputtered, and within seconds, it shut down completely. Han Feng, his patience running thin, looked at the little girl. "You told me you had fuel stored in your pocket dimension. Where is it?" She gave a brief, clipped response, then quickly opened her alternate dimension and began rummaging through the various items stored within. The rest of the group watched, dumbfounded, as she pulled out several bottles of cooking oil. Han Feng stared at the bottles, his frustration evident. "Cooking oil? I asked for diesel oil, not cooking oil." His voice was tight with irritation. The little girl, in her usual obliviousness, looked at him sheepishly. Han Feng, now on the edge, let out a frustrated sigh. "You've completely misunderstood. I need fuel, not cooking oil." The little girl, feeling the weight of her mistake, rummaged through her alternate space again, but despite her frantic efforts, she still couldn't find any diesel oil. Impatience burned through Han Feng as he snapped, "What's going on? You should be able to pull anything out of that space of yours." It was only then, in a moment of clarity, that the little girl understood the problem. Her face paled as the realization hit her. I threw all the fuel away. It was with the fridge, the sofa, and the generator when I made the blockade earlier. The group froze. Han Feng's jaw clenched as the weight of her words sank in. You threw away a year's worth of fuel? His voice was dangerously low. The little girl, realizing the gravity of her mistake, scrambled to make up for it. She quickly pulled out a gas tank and, looking at Han Feng with a sheepish grin, asked, "Will this work?" Han Feng, his frustration reaching a boiling point, grabbed his hair in sheer disbelief. Start a bulldozer with natural gas? Are you serious? His tone was a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. But in that moment, an idea sparked in Han Feng's mind, an idea as ridiculous as it was possible. He turned to the little girl. "Give me a piece of meat," he said quickly. "I need a metal bucket, too." In the tiny, cramped space of the bulldozer, Han Feng placed the metal bucket in front of him, his green, glowing hands at the ready. He began the transformation process, turning the meat into a black, gooey substance, just like he had during his failed experiments. The rest of the group, watching in horror, recoiled at the foul stench that filled the air. Li Jinghao, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "What is that?" Han Feng, rummaging through his jacket pocket, pulled out a lighter. "Just an experiment," he muttered, lighting the goo on fire. The result was exactly what Han Feng had hoped for. The substance was flammable. He smiled triumphantly, knowing this would be their last chance. Li Jinghao, seeing the glint of hope in Han Feng's eyes, asked calmly, "You're replacing the fuel with that black goo?" Han Feng grinned, his voice calm, yet filled with resolve. "We won't know unless we try. Besides, we have no other choice." He poured the black liquid into the bulldozer's fuel tank, and to everyone's astonishment, the engine roared to life. Han Feng watched, almost in disbelief, as the bulldozer powered up. Li Jinghao, still in awe, couldn't stop praising Han Feng. "You're a genius." His admiration was genuine, and Han Feng basked in the praise for a moment, his smile a rare one. Low profile, Han Feng muttered with a grin, his usual modesty taking over. The rest of the journey continued without further incident, though at a painfully slow pace. The snowstorm had intensified, the winds growing stronger and the snowfall heavier. But for Han Feng and the group, there was a glimmer of hope now, however small it may have been. The group had been on the road for hours, the journey dragging on through the relentless snowstorm. As they trudged along, the little girl, ever the oddball, opened her alternate space and, with a bright smile, asked Nurse Jean if she wanted some snacks. At the sight of the variety of snacks she pulled out, Nurse Jean's mood instantly lifted. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind do you want?" the little girl asked, holding out a selection. Nurse Jean, astonished by the sheer number of choices, couldn't help but thank her with a smile. Meanwhile, Lizzie, seeing the snacks, also wanted some for himself. But it was in this moment that Li Jinghao, ever the perceptive one, finally put the pieces together. He stared at the seemingly infinite number of items the little girl had stored and suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute. You're the one behind the mysterious supermarket heist, aren't you?" His voice carried a mix of disbelief and curiosity. The little girl, ever nonchalant, simply nodded slightly, confirming his suspicion. Li Jinghao stood there, dumbfounded. It was almost laughable how casually she revealed the truth. Han Feng, who had been leading the way, interrupted the moment. "We're almost there," he said, his tone signaling the end of their exchange. "The hillside villa is just ahead." When the group finally saw the villa on the hill, Nurse Jean was amazed at the sight. It was a welcome change from the snowstorm and their grim journey. "Floor it, Han Feng," Li Jinghao urged, excitement in his voice. Han Feng, full of energy, pressed the accelerator to the max, eager to get them to safety. But then, boom, the engine exploded in a deafening roar. The exhaust released a thick cloud of smoke, and flames began shooting from the bulldozer's damaged engine. The vehicle came to a halt, destroyed beyond repair. The group stood there, stunned. They had come so far only for their escape vehicle to fail them. A heavy silence fell over them. It didn't take a genius to realize that they would have to finish the rest of the journey on foot. The snowstorm, now even fiercer, made the short hill seem like an insurmountable obstacle. The group, their bodies frozen, barely managed to make it up the slope. Along the way, they passed the two half-naked men from Han Feng and Li Zi's earlier encounter, now frozen solid, their bodies encased in ice. It was a chilling reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. But they pushed on, eventually reaching the villa, though not without exhaustion and pain. When they arrived, Nurse Jean, despite her fatigue, had somehow managed to carry the little girl all the way inside. The cold was unbearable, and the group shivered uncontrollably, desperate for warmth. Thankfully, it didn't take long to get the fireplace going. The comforting warmth of the fire soon filled the room, and the group gathered around, basking in the heat. They were relieved, but the experience had taken its toll on them. They'd come so close to death on the journey. As they settled into the villa, Li Jinghao, ever the strategist, began evaluating their new base. He took a look around, noting the location. "This place is in a good spot," he said, eyes scanning the surroundings. "The wind blows the snow downhill, so the top of the hill won't be covered. The houses here won't be buried in snow, and most importantly, it'll be nearly impossible for anyone to climb up here. This villa is defensible." He paused, turning to the group. "Are you planning to use this place as a long-term base?" His question hung in the air, unanswered, as the group quickly shifted their focus. Without acknowledging Li Jinghao's question, everyone else had already started furnishing the place. Furniture was being moved around, a generator was being set up, and even a television and game console were brought in. Li Jinghao watched, dumbfounded, as the group worked without even hearing his words. He sighed and quietly muttered, "Just pretend I didn't say anything." In the villa's basement, Han Feng, luck finally on his side, found an already installed generator. He had no idea how it got there, but he was grateful. "Looks like we're not completely out of luck," he muttered, kicking it into action. The generator roared to life, and electricity was restored. Li Zi, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten, screamed with joy and teared up at the sight of the lights flickering on. Han Feng walked back to the living room, a grin on his face. "Anyone hungry? We should have a feast to celebrate this small victory." But before anyone could respond, the little girl pulled out a bathtub heater from her pocket dimension and walked over to Han Feng. "Can you teach me how to use this?" she asked innocently. The mention of a heater and a bathtub immediately caught Nurse Jean's attention. Her eyes lit up like stars. She dropped whatever she was doing and eagerly explained, "It's not just about the bath. I haven't had a chance to shower since the snowstorm started. This is a real blessing." Hearing this, Han Feng felt his face heat up, his mind quickly drifting toward thoughts he'd rather not entertain. His cheeks flushed slightly, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. "I'll set it up for you," he said, giving a thumbs up, his tone taking on a teasing edge. The scene shifted to a room, its air thick with cold. The temperature had been unforgiving, leaving the room frozen solid. As Han Feng and the little girl gazed around at the icy surroundings, Han Feng's face grew dark, his disbelief palpable. "The water pipes are frozen and burst. The water heater's useless," he muttered, his voice heavy with frustration. Hearing this, the little girl, her curiosity piqued, asked innocently, "How do you use this water heater?" Han Feng turned away, a sigh escaping him as he began to walk toward the bathroom. "Let's check the situation there," he said. As they stepped into the bathroom, the scene didn't get any better. It was just as frozen, the pipes inside the walls as stiff and cracked as the ones in the other room. Han Feng inspected them carefully, muttering under his breath. As expected, these pipes are also burst. But, as long as there's a bathtub, it should be fine. The little girl, not wasting any time, checked another section of the bathroom. "This side's broken too," she said, frowning slightly. With no other choice, they brought in a heater and set it up, hoping to warm the room enough to melt the ice. Han Feng turned to the little girl, his expression serious as he gestured toward the bathtub. "Then dig up a tub of snow and bring it back. Next, bring it out, evil king." The little girl gave him a nod and, without hesitation, pulled out a high-powered heating rod from her inventory space. She showed it to Han Feng, who looked at her with approval. The two of them placed the heating rod into the icy bathtub and sat next to it, waiting to see if the plan would work. Time passed, but the process was slow. Han Feng glanced over at the water and frowned, his voice thoughtful. "Don't you think the water's heating up too slowly?" The little girl, just as concerned, nodded in agreement. "Yes, It's way too slow, she confirmed. Han Feng narrowed his eyes, looking at the bathtub as if it held the answers to his questions. It's basically ice water. How much longer until it heats up? With that, he leaned over and placed his hand into the water. As soon as his hand touched the surface, a jolt of electricity coursed through his fingers. Han Feng yanked his hand back, a burst of red energy surging from his body, and shouted, "Damn, it's leaking electricity." He stared at his hand in disbelief, confusion flickering across his face. Did it emit a bit of red energy? He wondered to himself, his voice tinged with surprise. The little girl, who had been observing the water, gasped. "The water's getting hot all of a sudden," she exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. Han Feng, equally surprised, turned to her with a shocked expression. "How did that happen?" he asked, still looking at his hand in awe. He wondered, could the red energy have this kind of effect? After a short while, the bathroom had become warm enough, and all the ice melted away, leaving behind a steaming tub of water. The room was now ready for a bath. Nurse Jean, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly walked toward the bathroom. Her voice was high with anticipation as she spoke. "Finally, we can take a bath." The little girl, who had been watching her, tilted her head and, in her usual casual tone, asked, "Sister, aren't you a bit too excited?" Nurse Jean, slightly embarrassed, hesitated before replying. "Yes? Am I?" The little girl, without missing a beat, opened her inventory space again and pulled out several boxes. "I have bath salts here. Sister Jean, which scent do you like?" she asked, offering the various options with a nonchalant gesture. "I also have various brands of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, skin oils, and moisturizing sets. Sister Jean, which brand do you prefer?" Nurse Jean's eyes lit up in delight as she saw the array of products. She couldn't contain her joy. Without thinking, she wrapped her arms around the little girl, her voice warm and affectionate. "Chio, I really like you so much. You're the best." The little girl, unfazed by the sudden affection, simply nodded and allowed Nurse Jean to hug her. Both Nurse Jean and Chio eventually settled into the warm bath, the water soothing their tired muscles. As the steam filled the room, Nurse Jean let out a contented sigh. "This feels so good," she murmured, her body relaxing completely. Chio, usually indifferent, nodded in agreement, though her expression remained cold and unreadable. After a few moments, Nurse Jean looked over at the little girl and, with a soft smile, said, "Chio, you're so small and cute. I'm really glad we have you here." Chio, her expression unchanging, replied in a flat tone, "Don't treat me like a kid, please. I'm 21 years old, after all." Nurse Jean, not paying much attention to Chio's earlier remark, tossed her head back and, with a playful smile, casually said, "Only 21? Isn't that still a kid?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, the realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Her eyes widened in shock. She almost leapt out of the bathtub in surprise. "What? 21 years old?" she exclaimed, her voice loud with disbelief. Chio, unbothered by the reaction, raised her finger, her casual tone slipping back into place. "The power of the evil eye keeps me eternally young." Nurse Jean blinked, her mind racing as she processed what Chio had just said. "Eternally young? What do you mean by that?" Her voice trembled slightly in disbelief. Chio smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes, before casually brushing it off. "Just kidding. I have a baby face, so I look younger than I am." Nurse Jean, still reeling, gave a small laugh, though her surprise hadn't quite worn off. "Well, this is beyond just looking young," she muttered to herself, clearly still processing the revelation. Meanwhile, Han Feng stood just outside the bathroom, listening to their conversation with a subtle blush creeping across his face. His thoughts wandered as he stood there, uncomfortable with the idea of the ladies bathing inside. Upon hearing Chio's age, he inwardly scoffed. The Chinibu girl is 21? That's ridiculous. Just then, Brother Li appeared from down the hallway, waving enthusiastically as he approached Han Feng. "Little bro, what are you doing over here? Come on, let's play some games." His excitement was palpable, completely oblivious to Han Feng's awkward position. Han Feng quickly turned around, his face flushing, and cleared his throat. Nothing. I was just passing by," he said, trying to sound casual. "Brother Li, Not buying it, grinned Wider. Ho ho, little bro, you weren't thinking of peeping, were you? His voice teased, full of mischief. Han Feng, now visibly flustered, cleared his throat again, this time more firmly. No, I wasn't. Let's just go play games. But Brother Lee was already heading toward the door with excitement. Little bro, you're no fun. A real man stares openly. Let me show you how it's done. His tone was practically gleeful. Han Feng, now genuinely concerned, stopped Brother Lee with a hand on his shoulder, his voice urgent. Brother Lee, wait. Let's just play games, okay? Hurry up. Inside, Han Feng and Brother Lee were settled in the living room, deeply absorbed in their game. Li Jinghao, sitting nearby on the couch, watched them with a raised eyebrow, his patience wearing thin. How can you two be in the mood to play games right now? Li Jinghao asked with a disbelieving tone, clearly baffled by their carefree attitude. Han Feng smirked, his voice brimming with confidence. We've got food, drinks, and electricity. Why wouldn't we be in the mood to play games? Brother Lee, not missing a beat, turned to Li Jinghao and casually asked, Old bro, you want to join in and play too? Han Feng, still focused on the game, spoke up without looking away. We're planning to stay here long term. If we don't find some entertainment, we might die of boredom. What about you, uncle? Are you staying here, or are you planning to go back to your subordinates? Li Jinghao's eyes narrowed at the question, irritation flashing across his face. He wasn't thrilled with Han Feng's tone, but the latter continued without hesitation. I know you're not just any ordinary guy, Han Feng said coolly, but I just want to live my life. As long as you don't drag us into anything, you can stay here as long as you want. Brother Lee, still amused by the situation, waved his hand dismissively. Little bro, stop chatting. Big bro is about to get killed here. Li Jinghao, though clearly irritated, took a deep breath and sighed, giving in. He leaned back, his voice calm but serious. All right, I get your point. I'm here to investigate ability users like you. I think you. But Han Feng cut him off immediately, his expression hardening. Stop. I don't want to know who you are. I've already told you, don't drag me into whatever it is you're up to. Li Jinghao, now serious, met Han Feng's gaze, the two locking eyes. Meanwhile, Brother Lee continued his dramatic antics from the side, yelling, Little bro, help me out here. Save me, little bro. Li Jinghao took another deep breath, the tension in the room palpable. Fine, he muttered. Once my arm is better, I'll go down the mountain. I won't tell anyone about your situation, so don't worry. Brother Lee, still feeling the weight of the moment, turned to Han Feng. Little bro, can you be a little more serious? You just got me killed. Han Feng chuckled lightly, his teasing grin returning. Sorry, bro. I'll play properly in the next round. Just then, Nurse Jean and Xiao entered the room, the latter looking as carefree as ever. Nurse Jean, her face lit with joy, spoke up. We're done with the bath. Are you guys going to wash up too? Brother Lee, his excitement practically bursting from his every movement, put his arm around Han Feng's shoulders and grinned widely. Little bro, let's go together and save water, he said in a lively tone. Han Feng's expression was the complete opposite. His eyes widened in shock as he quickly responded, I don't want to take a bath with a man. The scene shifted to the bathroom, where bubbles slowly formed in the bathtub, the steam rising around the two figures sitting side by side, backs turned to each other. Han Feng, with a relaxed voice, broke the silence. Don't you think this bathwater smells a bit fragrant? Brother Lee chuckled, his voice light with humor. I just farted a few times, so that might be it. His words sent a wave of awkward laughter through the room. The rest of the day passed pleasantly as Han Feng and his companions finally got the chance to unwind. For the first time in many days, they enjoyed a good meal. The long-awaited big dinner was a feast, filling their stomachs with warmth and comfort. They even got to sleep in proper, comfortable beds, finally allowing their exhausted bodies to rest. In the following days, Han Feng stepped outside to continue reinforcing the villa. He worked on the walls, roofs, and fences, ensuring the place would withstand the harsh conditions. One of his biggest projects was converting a room on the top floor into a sauna, providing the entire group with a place to relax and unwind. He kept a watchful eye from the sauna, observing the situation at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, as he was looking through his binoculars, he saw someone struggling to make their way up the mountain. The man stumbled, then collapsed, his body falling to the icy ground. Brother Li and Han Feng quickly rushed outside, carrying the unconscious man back to the villa. They laid him on the couch, and Han Feng turned to Brother Li, his tone now serious. "Brother Li, do you really know this person?" Brother Li nodded, a look of recognition in his eyes. "This is Brother Chong from Boss Lu's side. Haven't you met him before, little bro?" Han Feng thought for a moment, trying to recall, but the name didn't ring any bells. "Boss Lu? Which Boss Lu?" Brother Li's eyes lit up with recognition. "It's that big Brother Lu who helped you get the gun." At the mention of the gun, Han Feng's memory clicked. "Oh, that Boss Lu," he said, understanding now. As Han Feng and Brother Li were speaking, Chong groggily woke up. He placed a hand on his head and, with a weak voice, asked, "I'm still alive. Where is this place?" Brother Li, his excitement obvious, nearly shouted, "Brother Chong, you're awake." Chong's eyes widened in shock as he saw Brother Li standing in front of him. An irritated expression crossed his face. "Li Dazue, why are you here?" he snapped. Brother Li took a step back, his voice reassuring. "Brother Chong, calm down, calm down." Han Feng, noticing the tension, waved at Chong, introducing himself. "Hello, Brother Chong. My name is Han Feng." Chong turned to Han Feng, his eyes narrowing. "You're the kid who came to buy the gun, aren't you?" They all sat down as Li Jinghao, who had been silently watching, looked at Chong with concern. "What happened to you?" he asked. Chong, irritation still present in his voice, began to explain. "A few days ago, our office was attacked by a group of soldiers. Many of our brothers were killed or injured, including Boss Lu. But before he could finish, Li Zi suddenly stood up, his voice loud with alarm. What? What happened to Boss Lu? What exactly is going on?" Li Jinghao, who had entered the room, listened intently as Chong continued. Because Boss Lu listened to Han Feng's advice, he stocked up on supplies in advance. It not only allowed us to survive the crisis, but also gave us enough strength to rescue hundreds of residents. Chong's expression darkened as he continued. "A few days ago, a group of soldiers appeared, not only robbing supplies, but also killing residents indiscriminately. To protect everyone, Boss Lu led us in a desperate fight against the soldiers. Many of our brothers were killed or injured. Boss Lu was shot in the leg and captured by those soldiers." Chong paused, his voice heavy with the weight of his words. "In the end, we all broke off and agreed to meet at a new location where Boss Lu had stocked more supplies. That location is a villa in this area." Han Feng's eyes widened in surprise, his mind racing as he pieced the information together. No wonder he appeared at the foot of the mountain. He was coming to meet his companions. Brother Li's voice was frantic as he grabbed Chong by the shoulder. "Brother Chong, Boss Lu is still alive, right?" Chong, caught off guard by Brother Li's outburst, took a moment to process. He should be. They clearly wanted to capture Boss Lu alive. Brother Li's expression softened as a wave of relief washed over him. His voice lowered, full of gratitude. "That's great. Boss Lu is still alive." His eyes began to water as he whispered, "If it weren't for Boss Lu, I might have died long ago." Li Zi, still holding Chong's hand tightly, spoke with a determined voice. "Brother Chong, take me to find Boss Lu. Let's rescue him together." Chong, wincing in pain, responded sharply. "Li Dazue, are you crazy? Do you have any idea how many people and guns they have? Just the two of us? How could we possibly rescue Boss Lu?" Li Zi, ever the optimist, threw his arm around Chong's shoulders, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Brother Chong, pull yourself together. As long as there's a sliver of hope, we cannot give up. I, Li Zi, will fight alongside you." Chong looked at him with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, "If you want to get yourself killed, don't drag me into it." Suddenly, Li Jinghao's firm voice cut through the tension. "Are you talking about Boss Lu from Ji Hall?" Both Li Zi and Chong turned to him in surprise. Li Zi, still processing, asked, "Old brother, you know Boss Lu?" Jinghao's expression softened, his voice lowering with a touch of nostalgia. "Back then, I fought in the underground boxing ring. It was Boss Lu who bought me out and gave me my freedom." His face hardened, a determined expression overtaking him. "If you're going to rescue him, count me in." With a deliberate motion, he grabbed the bandage on his wounded hand and tore it off with an almost theatrical flair. In a firm voice, he added, "I still have many brothers in the city. I can call them to help." At hearing this, Chong jumped up from his seat, his excitement palpable. You're the frenzied wild dog of the gambling ring. Frenzied wild dog. You're actually the legendary frenzied wild dog with 30 consecutive wins. His voice was a mix of awe and admiration. Han Feng, hearing the name, couldn't help but laugh. Jing Hao, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat. That was my nickname from my boxing days, he explained. Don't mention it again. Brotherly, grinning widely, approached Jing Hao. With the help of the frenzied wild dog, Boss Liu can definitely be saved. Old brother, you're so loyal. Li Jinghao turned to Chong and introduced himself. My name is Li Jinghao. Don't call me by my nickname. Chong shook Jinghao's hand, his face breaking into a grin. Big brotherly yes. Meanwhile, Han Feng watched the reunion of Boss Liu's people with growing suspicion. No way, he thought to himself. Is Boss Liu really that righteous? Why does everyone want to save him? Han Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. If I don't go, would that be bad? But it's too dangerous, and my own life is more important. Turning to the others, Han Feng hesitated before speaking, his voice laced with uncertainty. I think I'm also being targeted and hunted, so I won't go this time. Brotherly, still excited, approached Han Feng. Little bro, you're not coming with us? Han Feng nodded, his expression resolute. I think I'll pass, but to help save Boss Liu, I can provide supplies. He leaned in closer to Brother Li and Jing Hao. Big brothers, I have something important to tell you. His mind raced. I must remind them to keep my powers and the little girl's secret. Later, Han Feng provided Chong with some food. With a casual tone, he said, Brother Chong, eat slowly. There are plenty of noodles. But inwardly, Han Feng was thinking, today's food can't be too good, or Chong will get suspicious. After a while, Han Feng showed Chong to his resting place. Chong, this is the bedroom I've prepared for you. But inwardly, Han Feng couldn't help but think, the bedroom has only the bare essentials, nothing luxurious. As the day wore on, everyone gathered in the living room. On the table, Han Feng had laid out all the necessary supplies, guns, bullets, and other essentials needed to rescue Boss Liu. While packing his bag, Chong grinned, impressed. As expected of Han Feng, who knew about the cold disaster in advance. Your supplies are truly abundant. Han Feng, glancing over the supplies, raised an eyebrow and asked in a thoughtful tone, I understand the guns and compressed biscuits, but why so many cigarettes? Chong looked at him seriously, his expression shifting to one of quiet confidence. Money is useless now. When major factions trade supplies, cigarettes are hard currency. Once they finished packing, Li Zi, Jing Hao, and Chong headed out. As they prepared to leave, Jing Hao waved his hand and said with a smile, Han Feng, we'll meet again. Brotherly, still grinning, added, Little bro, big bro will definitely come back. Chong, showing respect, bowed slightly. Brother Han and sister-in-law, our Ji Hall will definitely repay your family's kindness. Hearing the term sister-in-law, Nurse Jean turned to Han Feng, her expression puzzled. Mr. Han, you have a wife? She asked, her voice laced with confusion. Han Feng quickly shook his head. No, I don't, he replied firmly. Nurse Jean, still confused, asked, Then why did that person just mention a sister-in-law? Qiu, ever nonchalant, grabbed her jacket from behind and casually said, He was referring to you, Sister Jean. Nurse Jin's face froze in complete confusion, unable to make sense of it. After a long moment of stunned silence, her cheeks flushed bright red. She turned away quickly, muttering to herself, It's a misunderstanding. I must explain this clearly to him next time. Han Feng and Qiu exchanged confused looks, both wondering what had gotten into Nurse Jean. Later, Han Feng, ever cautious after the incident, took extra measures. He installed surveillance cameras on the mountain road to monitor the situation downhill. With Nurse Jin's help, he also set up cameras around the villa to detect any movement or unusual situations outside. That evening, Han Feng was lounging on the couch, enjoying a carefree moment as he played games. The peaceful atmosphere was soon interrupted by Nurse Jean running into the room, her face filled with panic. She was holding a knife, her voice trembling as she shouted, Mr. Han, it's bad. It's really bad. Han Feng looked up, his expression concerned. Calm down. What's wrong? What happened? Nurse Jin's face was pale, her eyes wide with horror. Qiu said, This is the last Napa cabbage she has left. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to the cabbage in her hand and, with a panicked shout, yelled, "This is a nightmare. This can't be happening." In a rush, he turned to Qiu, grabbing her by the shoulders with urgency. "Chinibyu girl, how many vegetables and fruits do you have left?" he asked frantically. With her usual cold demeanor, Qiu answered, "A lot." "What?" She then opened her inventory space and began pulling out vegetables and fruits, one after the other. Han Feng's eyes darted over the supplies, his panic intensifying. "You call this a lot?" he shouted. "Didn't you empty an entire supermarket?" Qiu, still unfazed, responded in her calm voice, "I don't like vegetables, so I just grabbed a few." Han Feng's expression grew serious as he realized the dire situation. "We've been consuming our reserves without replenishing them. If this continues, we'll run out of food soon." His thoughts raced. "Right now, I can only make wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat. All the other vegetables and fruits failed." He stared at the cabbage in his hands, his mind whirling. "There's only one cabbage left. I need to figure out how to make more cabbages first." Nurse Jean, still hopeful, looked at him with a glimmer of optimism. "Mr. Han, our future depends entirely on you," she said with a firm, confident tone. Han Feng, holding the cabbage tightly, sat down on the couch, the other vegetables and fruits scattered around him. His face was full of resolve as he conjured the green energy in his hands. "Heavens, please let this succeed." His hands hovered over the cabbage, but when he tried to grow the leaf back, the process failed. The cabbage turned into black stone and crumbled in his hands. He cursed under his breath, annoyance creeping into his voice. "This is impossible." Frustrated, he grabbed another leaf of the cabbage and tried again, only for it to fail once more, crumbling into the same black stone. From a distance, Nurse Jean and Qiu watched him as he worked tirelessly, his green energy swirling around him. With each failure, Han Feng's face grew more strained, his despair creeping in. "Why is this happening? Not a single success," he muttered, his voice heavy with frustration. Nurse Jean approached him slowly, concern written on her face. "Mr. Han, are you all right?" she asked gently. Han Feng snapped, his panic finally breaking through. "I'm afraid we won't have any more vegetables to eat in the future. We're doomed." His voice was laced with anxiety. Nurse Jean, inwardly wondering just how dire the situation was, hesitated before speaking again. "Is it really that bad?" she thought. At that moment, Qiu, ever the practical one, approached them, munching on a cucumber. "There are plenty of cucumbers. Why don't you try those?" she suggested, her voice as casual as always. She pulled out a box of vitamins from her inventory and added, "Besides, not eating vegetables won't kill you. We can just take vitamin pills." Nurse Jean, as if a light bulb went off in her head, leaned toward Han Feng, her voice tinged with new hope. "Mr. Han, why don't we try growing vegetables ourselves?" Han Feng, still stunned by the idea, gave her a vacant stare. "Grow vegetables? It's so cold outside. How can we possibly grow them?" Nurse Jean, her face beaming with enthusiasm, said, "I grow some vegetables on my balcony all year round. As long as we can ensure the temperature and lighting, we can grow them indoors." Her eyes lit up with excitement as she continued. "First, we need a balcony gardening rack. Then soil and nutrient solution. We also need LED lights for supplemental lighting." Han Feng's expression brightened, a spark of hope in his voice. "Nurse Jean, you're practically a gardening expert." Qiu, in her usual cold demeanor, munched on a cucumber, unfazed by the exchange. "So, where can we get these things now?" she asked, her voice as indifferent as ever. Both Han Feng and Nurse Jean turned to her simultaneously, their shock evident. "Don't you have them?" they asked, their voices filled with disbelief. They had been relying entirely on her for the supplies. The scene shifted outside the villa, where Han Feng and Nurse Jean stood with shovels in hand, trying to dig through the frozen ground. Han Feng grunted in frustration, the cold air biting at his skin. "The soil is completely frozen. We can't dig at all," he said, irritation coloring his tone. Nurse Jean, not easily discouraged, stood tall with confidence. "Step back and watch me," she said with determination. She thrust the shovel into the frozen ground, putting all her strength behind it. But, to her surprise, the shovel snapped in two with a sharp crack, and a piece of it flew just past Han Feng. Nurse Jean, taken aback, turned to Han Feng, her voice low but still tinged with frustration. What should we do now? Han Feng narrowed his eyes, his mind quickly processing the situation. It's too cold outside, he said, his voice steady. Let's go back inside and figure something else out. Back inside the villa, Han Feng's tone shifted to one of eager curiosity as he turned to Qiuqiu. "Chinibu girl, how many containers for planting vegetables have you made?" he asked, his voice filled with hope. He and Nurse Jean were both amazed to see a mountain of plastic bottles, cut and prepared for planting, scattered all around the floor. Qiuqiu, with a slight smirk, looked at them. "I haven't been slacking off," she said coolly. Han Feng, impressed by the work she'd done, gave her a grateful nod. "Thanks for all your hard work." Crouching down, Han Feng examined one of the containers, his mind working quickly. Although there aren't any flower pots, these plastic bottles should be enough. Nurse Jean, her admiration for Qiuqiu growing, patted her on the back. "Qiuqiu is really capable," she said warmly. Qiuqiu pouted her lips and, in a firm voice, replied, "Don't treat me like a kid. Didn't you two go to dig soil? Where's the soil?" Han Feng gave her a side glance, his voice hesitant. "The mud is frozen too hard. We can't dig it all." Without missing a beat, Qiuqiu opened her inventory and pulled out the heating rod. "We can use a heating rod to melt the soil," she said nonchalantly. Han Feng, closing his eyes in disbelief, shook his head. "The heating rod can't be inserted into the soil. I think the heating effect will be limited." Nurse Jean, frustrated, put her hands on her face and sighed. If only there was a way to instantly melt the ice. Suddenly, Qiuqiu's eyes lit up with a realization. She stood up, as if embracing her inner superhero, and declared in a commanding tone, "Apostle who controls the bathwater, it's your time to use your true power." Han Feng's eyes widened as the realization hit him. "Oh, I get it now," he muttered, his expression turning serious. He conjured the red energy in his hands, remembering the last time he heated the bathwater. "When I was heating the water last time, a red light appeared on my hand, and then the water got hot." Han Feng dipped his hand into a bucket of water, focusing on the red energy. "If I can figure out the pattern of the red light, I should be able to melt the frozen soil too." 20 minutes later, Han Feng still had his hand submerged in the water. Completely ineffective, he thought, frustration mounting. "I can't find the pattern of the red light at all." He recalled the moment when he had heated the bathtub water. "What's different this time?" he wondered. And then it clicked. "Could it be because I got an electric shock last time?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes and turned to Qiuqiu. "Chinibu girl, do you have anything over there that can give me an electric shock?" Qiuqiu, ever the problem solver, casually pulled out a high-power extension cord from her inventory and said, "After powering up this high-power extension cord, if you stick your finger in, it can have a fatal effect." Han Feng, clearly irritated by the conversation, snapped, "I'm not trying to die. Last time, I accidentally heated the bathwater after getting an electric shock, so I want to try it again." Qiuqiu, unfazed by his response, pulled out another item from her inventory. "This is a beginner lightning element wand. It can produce a slight paralyzing effect. Low voltage, self-defense stun gun." Han Feng, still hesitant, raised an eyebrow. "I remember stun guns are pretty powerful. Will this one really just cause slight paralysis?" With her usual cold demeanor, Qiuqiu replied, "The power of beginner lightning magic is very weak. It's very safe." Han Feng, now reluctantly trusting her, took the lightning rod and switched it on. "All right, I'll trust you this time," he muttered under his breath. With the lightning rod in hand, he approached the bucket of water and dipped his hand into it, conjuring the red energy as he had done before. The sensation was strange. He felt a slight paralysis run through him. With a smirk, he commented, all right, it's not that bad." The scene shifted to the outside of the house. Han Feng stood with his hand on the frozen ground, conjuring the red energy. His face was serious, but his voice carried a tone of determination. "Although I don't know the principle, as long as it works, it's fine." He looked at the lightning rod in his hand, placing the electric end on his hand. The red energy immediately took effect. Within moments, all the ice that had been freezing the ground evaporated into thin air. Han Feng felt the ground beneath him, his fingers sinking deep into the soil. He scooped up a chunk of dirt in his hand, then lifted it up triumphantly. "Ha ha! We finally have soil, he yelled with excitement. With quick movements, Han Feng and the others filled all the containers with soil. His voice was filled with triumph as he spoke. Finally, the containers and the soil for planting vegetables are all ready. Qiu, as usual, pulled out a bundle of seeds from her inventory space. I have many seeds. Which ones are you planning to plant? She asked. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, his excitement evident. Of course, I plan to plant all of them. Nurse Jean, however, chimed in with a thoughtful expression. Wait, the temperature inside the house isn't high enough. So many vegetables can't be grown under these conditions. She looked at the seeds in her hand. These few types of vegetables don't have high temperature requirements. Let's try planting these first. Han Feng sighed but smiled, clearly impressed. As expected of a vegetable planting expert. They carefully placed all the containers with soil and seeds in the basement. Han Feng stood back, nodding with approval. The basement has the best insulation. From now on, this basement will be used specifically for growing vegetables. Nurse Jean, looking at the containers with concern, said, Although we have placed 4 stoves, I don't know if the temperature is high enough. She crouched down, examining the soil closely. Her face shifted into a worried expression as she said, If the temperature isn't high enough, these seeds won't sprout. Han Feng, thinking on his feet, responded with determination. If my green light works on these seeds, they should grow directly. Let's give it a try. We still have plenty of seeds. He conjured his green energy, enveloping the container. Carefully, he adjusted the rhythm of the energy output, ensuring it was just right. Suddenly, the seeds sprouted before his eyes. His face broke into a grin as he shouted, It actually sprouted. After that, Han Feng continued to experiment, using his green energy on various vegetable seeds. Some sprouted successfully, but others failed. Despite the setbacks, Han Feng didn't give up. He kept replenishing the supply of seeds and managed to grow dozens of seedlings. Nurse Jean, watching him with admiration, gave him a high five. We're off to a good start. However, their happiness was short-lived. A few days later, all the seedlings froze and died. Nurse Jean checked the temperature with growing concern. Even with 4 heaters, the indoor temperature is only 10 degrees. This is not good enough, she said, her voice tense. She turned to Han Feng, her expression serious. We need to find a way to raise the indoor temperature to 20 degrees. Han Feng, thinking for a moment, suggested, How about adding 2 more heaters? Nurse Jean looked uncertain, her voice filled with worry. If we don't improve the house's insulation, the effectiveness of the heaters will be very limited. Han Feng, now running out of options, responded with frustration. But in the entire villa, this basement has the best insulation. He paused for a moment, deep in thought. The deeper underground, the better the insulation. But we can't possibly dig an even deeper basement, can we? Nurse Jean, with a spark of hope in her eyes, responded excitedly, No problem. Leave it to me. I'm very confident in my strength. Han Feng turned to her with a look of disbelief. Are you planning to dig a hole for real? He asked, clearly skeptical. Han Feng, still unsure, conjured the red energy in one hand and the green energy in the other. Let me first research whether these lights are effective on stones. If not, we'll dig the hole by hand. He sat down, his mind whirling with possibilities. He thought to himself, I knew before that green and red energy are ineffective on stones, and purple energy can soften stones. Although the softened stone looks like mud, it's still as hard as stone when we try to tear it or cut it. So I'll have to try the combinations of the 3 lights and adjust the energy output rhythm. However, despite his attempts, all his efforts failed. When he failed, plants turned into black solids, meat turned into black slime, and stones remained unchanged. Maybe this is the difference between organic and inorganic matter, he mused. Days passed, and despite countless failures, Han Feng grew increasingly frustrated. He had made no progress. But one day, a miracle happened. As he smashed a rock with red energy conjured in his hand, he noticed something remarkable. The rock shattered into fragments. Han Feng stared at the remains of the rock, a grin spreading across his face. I didn't expect that. Once the intensity of the red energy breaks a certain limit, it can pulverize rocks. What was the point of all my efforts these past few days? He exhaled in relief, but his exhaustion was clear. Han Feng conjured red energy in both of his hands and placed them on the basement floor. With renewed determination, he said, "Release the red energy with full power. Expand the pulverizing range as much as possible and see what effect it has." He focused his energy, his hands glowing with intensity. The ground began to crack, but Han Feng didn't stop there. He kept pushing the red energy, and suddenly, the area where the energy had expanded cracked and broke off, creating a small hole in the floor. Han Feng collapsed onto the ground, staring at the result with a weary smile. "Although the effect is good, just one use exhausted me a lot." His eyes glazed over, and foam began to form at the corners of his mouth due to the strain. "I don't know how many times I can use this per day," he thought to himself. From that day forward, Han Feng took on the task of digging the hole every day using his powers, while Nurse Jean was responsible for hauling away the soil and rocks he dug out. 7 days later, Han Feng had dug more than 10 meters underground, creating a basement that spanned over 20 square meters. Han Feng and Nurse Jean made some minor modifications, and soon, an underground vegetable greenhouse was completed. They brought the containers and heaters into the newly dug basement, their hard work finally paying off. Both of them gave each other high fives, their faces beaming with pride for all the effort they had put into digging the new basement. "We did it," Nurse Jean said with a wide grin. As they left the basement, Han Feng's mind wandered, a shy smile creeping onto his face. "Next up is my favorite part of these past few days," he thought, heading back up to the villa. He couldn't help but think about the sight that always made him blush when he entered the villa. "What a dirty little mind I have," he chuckled to himself. The scene shifted to Han Feng as he went through his routine check. His eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual in the distance. He quickly brought out his binoculars, his tone laced with surprise. "Who exactly did this? Making such a huge commotion in the mountains? Aren't they afraid of exposing their location?" He sat on the roof, a serious expression taking over his face. "Although it's quite far now, if it blasts here in the future, it'll be troublesome." His gaze shifted toward the villa. "I wonder if my reinforced house can withstand an explosion of that power," he thought to himself, his eyes scanning the structure. However, the walls seemed too short and thin. They could definitely be strengthened. Determined, Han Feng gathered Nurse Jean and the little girl, his tone firm. "Although I don't know what's happening outside, I've decided to heighten and thicken the wall just in case we get blasted too." The little girl, ever cool and indifferent, raised an eyebrow. "What are you going to use to build the wall?" "I don't have any cement in my inventory." Han Feng leaned down, smirking with confidence. "Don't worry about it." He pointed to the pile of stones they had stored from digging the basement. "Don't we have ready-made materials here?" All three of them grabbed the stones, and Han Feng gave a firm command. "Let's pile these stones up first." After they had stacked the stones, Han Feng poured water over them. The cold temperature quickly froze the water, turning it into a solid wall of ice and stone. With a powerful swing of the shovel, Han Feng struck the newly formed wall. "The temperature is so low right now, the ice wall mixed with stones might even be harder than an actual cement wall," he said confidently. After explaining the plan to the ladies, the three of them worked hard, increasing the height and thickness of the wall. However, the stone material wasn't enough, so Han Feng, using his red energy, dismantled a neighboring villa. Nurse Jean, ever diligent, hauled the stones back to their place. After several days of hard, tireless work, a massive ice wall was finally completed. Han Feng stood back, admiring their work. With a smirk, he said, "With such a thick ice wall, we can be safe for sure. At least for now." As they prepared to enter through the wall, a deafening explosion rang out, sending shockwaves through the air. The little girl collapsed to the ground, knocked off her feet by the blast. Han Feng tensed, his heart racing. The explosion couldn't really be hitting here, could it? He quickly climbed the wall and peered over it. His eyes widened in shock as he saw the explosion had happened very close to them. He pulled out his binoculars, fear creeping into his chest. Damn it, it really did hit here. Before he could process further, another explosion erupted, this time at a villa just a few meters away from theirs. The villa caught fire, cracking and crumbling as flames engulfed it. Suddenly, a rapid volley of projectiles flew toward Han Feng and his villa. But the ice wall they had built held strong, stopping the projectiles in their tracks. Just as Han Feng admired their work, One of the projectiles flew past him, narrowly missing the wall. It skimmed past his head, just inches away from his face. Han Feng's eyes widened in shock as he realized how close he had come to being hit. For a moment, he went completely blank, his heart pounding. That projectile just grazed my hair. He quickly scrambled down from the roof, still in disbelief. Fortunately, we built the wall in advance. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous just now. He rushed inside the house, urgency in his voice. There's artillery fire. Everyone, quickly hide in the basement. The trio huddled in the basement they had just constructed, staying hidden for the full day before venturing back to the surface. That night, as Han Feng was taking a bath, the area was hit by artillery fire again, startling him. Wrapped only in a towel, he rushed back to the room, his voice frantic as he yelled, "Artillery fire is coming. Quickly, go to the basement." The next morning, Han Feng's worst fears were confirmed as the villa next door was blown up. A shell struck the wall that Han Feng and his group had built, shaking the entire structure. He winced at the sound, but before he could process it fully, another wave of artillery fire echoed in the distance. The following morning, as Han Feng was in the middle of taking a dump, the artillery fire came again. Caught in the most awkward situation, Han Feng could only curse under his breath. The little girl, who also needed to use the bathroom, walked in and, upon seeing Han Feng sitting there, immediately covered her nose. "Hurry up," she said, her voice muffled. "I need to go to the bathroom." Han Feng, with a low voice, muttered, "Please knock next time before you enter." The artillery fire had become a daily problem, a constant source of irritation for Han Feng and his group. He couldn't stand it any longer. Frustrated, he stood up, changed into his gear, and muttered under his breath, "I can't live like this. Damn it." As Han Feng put on his jacket and checked his weapons, his frustration only deepened. "Every day, I have to hide in the basement. I can't eat well, drink well, or sleep well." His tone hardened, a sinister grin forming on his face as he fully geared up. "I'll find out which lunatic is shelling us every day, and why." He turned to the ladies, waving them off as he stepped outside. "You guys be careful. I'll be right back," he said, his voice resolute. Strapping on his skis, Han Feng smoothly made his way down the hill. But as he descended, something caught his eye. He stopped, narrowing his gaze at the ground below. There was a hole in the earth, a result of the shelling. Han Feng approached the spot, scanning the debris around him. As he picked up a piece of torn cloth, his mind raced. This torn cloth looks like a military uniform. Could the explosions a few days ago be related to the army? He thought about the man with the scar and the hulking brute. Could it really be that group of people? As Han Feng continued further down the hill, his thoughts grew darker. So many corpses along the way. The previous battle must have been brutal here. While climbing a small ice hill, Han Feng decided, for safety's sake, to go up the mountain and observe the situation ahead. After some difficulty, he reached the top, panting heavily. Taking out his binoculars, he surveyed the area. His gaze locked onto what appeared to be a massive military facility with a huge cave entrance. Han Feng focused, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "Damn it, those two cannons, they're the ones shelling us every day?" As he scanned further, Han Feng noticed the soldiers surrounding the entrance to the cave, their movements strange and suspicious. Why do those soldiers look so sneaky? He wondered. Suddenly, the soldiers began firing inside the entrance of the cave. Isn't this their own base? Why are they fighting? Han Feng thought. Is there some kind of internal conflict? In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of energy erupted from the cave's entrance. The soldiers who had gone inside were violently thrown out by the force of the energy. Han Feng watched in shock as one soldier was tossed so far that he came flying toward Han Feng's position. As the soldier hurtled toward him, Han Feng dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the collision. The soldier crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Han Feng scrambled to his feet, quickly drawing his gun as he approached the fallen soldier. When he saw the soldier's body, he grimaced. The man had been completely crushed to a pulp. "Looks like they're completely dead," Han Feng thought grimly. Tense and worried, Han Feng pulled out his binoculars to get a better look at what was happening in the cave. Moments later, a group of people emerged from the cave. To Han Feng's surprise, it was a woman with white hair, accompanied by two children. One of the kids was holding a bazooka, looking dangerous. How did a family of 3 walk out of there? Han Feng thought, puzzled. He scrutinized the woman with white hair, trying to get a read on her, when suddenly she stopped. Her gaze shifted directly toward him. In an instant, their eyes met, and she smiled at him, a cold, knowing smile that made his heart stop for a moment. Han Feng's mind raced. Am I discovered? Impossible. I'm hundreds of meters away. It must be a coincidence that she turned and smiled at me, right? To confirm his suspicion, Han Feng took another look through his binoculars. It must have surely been a coincidence just now, he thought. As he continued to observe the trio, his unease grew. The girl with pink hair wore a sinister smile as she aimed her bazooka directly at Han Feng's position. Without hesitation, she fired, and the shot hit its mark, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire snowy hill. As smoke enveloped the top of the hill, Han Feng seized the opportunity and slid down the slope. In disbelief, he muttered, "They actually found me. How did she do that?" His mind raced as he continued sliding down. Those few people are strange. Let's hide far away and see what happens first. Before he could fully process the situation, another explosion rocked the area, followed by the sound of rapid gunfire. Han Feng tensed, his senses on high alert. What was that sound? He muttered. On the other side of the hill, some of the remaining soldiers were desperately trying to escape. They were climbing the hill while firing back at the trio, covering their retreat. One soldier cried out in desperation, "They're still chasing us. We need to run fast." The trio, still standing at the bottom of the hill, observed the soldiers. The small boy among them crouched down and touched the ice. In a mysterious manner, the ice began to move. The lady with white hair looked at him and smiled. "Do it," she commanded. Following her instructions, the boy used his power. Slowly, a rumbling sound began to fill the air, and soon the ice exploded, triggering a massive avalanche. Han Feng, still some distance away, looked back in horror. He was shocked to see the ice shifting so quickly. "What the hell? How is this possible?" he yelled in disbelief. As the avalanche barreled toward him, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's over. His thoughts raced as the avalanche hurtled down the hill, swallowing everything in its path. It only grew bigger and more destructive, tumbling over the snow and rock until it hit a huge dam-like structure in its path. When the avalanche struck the dam, the ice momentarily stabilized. Beneath the thick layers of ice, a faint red energy flickered to life. With a sharp poof, Han Feng used his red energy to break free from the thick ice, coughing slightly as he emerged. He wasn't alone. He had brought a soldier with him, one of the men who had been trying to escape from the trio. He had been swept down the hill by the avalanche. Han Feng wiped his face, a tense expression on his face. "I almost got suffocated." "What was that?" he muttered under his breath. As his gaze shifted to the dam, his voice grew firm. "Good thing this dam blocked me. Otherwise, I don't know how much further I would have been swept away." He narrowed his eyes, a new thought forming. Just now, I was buried by snow, but those 3 seem to be standing on it without trouble. Can they control ice and snow? His attention turned to the unconscious soldier lying in the snow. "I hope this guy can provide me with some useful information," Han Feng thought as he approached him. He dragged the soldier through the snow, then took shelter in a nearby building. Inside, Han Feng quickly secured the soldier with ropes, making sure he couldn't escape. He then took a moment to check the area around him, his senses alert to any danger. Han Feng pulled out his gun and sat down in front of the soldier. Pointing the weapon directly at him, he roughly shook the soldier to wake him up. Slowly, the soldier's eyes fluttered open, weak and groggy. As soon as his gaze locked onto the gun pointed at him, panic overtook him. His body trembled in fear, and in a pleading voice, he whispered, "Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Please." Han Feng smirked, narrowing his eyes, thinking, "I've thought of so many interrogation methods, and before I even use any, this guy is ready to spill everything?" Leaning closer to the soldier, Han Feng's smirk widened. His voice was confident but firm. "Don't worry. As long as you tell me everything about that woman and child, I'll let you go." The soldier's fear escalated, his eyes wide with terror. "They are not human," he exclaimed, almost incoherent with panic. "They can use ice magic. They shoot energy blasts. They can also explode." Han Feng, clearly irritated by the chaos and nonsense, stomped his foot on the soldier's face, pinning him down. With an even more annoyed tone, he growled, "What nonsense! Start with the woman. Tell me about them, one by one." In a weak voice, the soldier began to explain. "That woman, she can use energy blasts. She blew us all away with one move." Han Feng nodded, prompting him to continue. "And the girl with pink hair? She can use explosion magic. She can turn anything into a bomb." The soldier was shaking now, his voice trembling with fear. "And the little boy?" Han Feng asked, his patience wearing thin. The soldier gulped. "The little boy, he can control ice and snow. He can create avalanches." His voice cracked with the weight of the truth. Han Feng's expression darkened as he stroked his chin. "Ridiculous," he muttered to himself. But the soldier's frantic voice cut through his thoughts. "They are not human. They're espers. Mages. They're monsters." The soldier's eyes were wide with terror, his words desperate. Han Feng looked down at his hands, a faint smoke curling from his fingers as he thought to himself, "I guess I'm not really in a position to call them ridiculous." His expression grew serious. "Seems like there are quite a few people like me, the little girl, and that big guy." Han Feng's mind was racing as he pointed the gun at the soldier's forehead, his tone turning sharp. "Last question. Are you the ones who have been selling the villa area on the mountaintop to the south these past few days?" The soldier, clearly in fear, shook his head vehemently. No, not us. Our camp was taken over by them a long time ago." His voice cracked with emotion. "This time, we brought reinforcements from headquarters to take the camp back, but we failed." Han Feng's eyes narrowed, the pieces starting to fall into place. "So, the explosions in the mountains, were these guys fighting each other?" His thoughts raced. All those soldiers killed by explosions in the mountains, that woman and child. Who exactly are they? And the ones shelling our villa area, could they be the same three? Furious, Han Feng pointed the gun directly at the soldier's forehead. His voice was low but laced with rage. "That's not right. I don't even know them. Why are they shelling me every day?" The soldier, now frantic, almost pleading for his life, stammered, "Big brother, how would I know?" His voice was weak with fear, his body trembling under the weight of Han Feng's gaze. Han Feng took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he tried to calm himself. He thought for a moment, then stood up and turned away from the soldier. "Forget it. You can go." The soldier, visibly relieved, dropped his head in gratitude. "Thank you for sparing my life, big brother. Thank you. Thank you very much." As the soldier stumbled toward the exit, still muttering his thanks, Han Feng turned to watch him leave. But just as the soldier was about to step outside, a massive projectile shot out from the distance, striking the soldier down mid-step. Han Feng's heart stopped as he watched in shock. The trio had started shelling the area again. The projectiles were flying in different directions, and one of them hit the building Han Feng had been taking shelter in. The building began to crack and crumble under the impact of the shell that struck it. Without wasting a moment, Han Feng quickly summoned both his purple and green energy, desperately reinforcing the building to prevent it from falling apart. As he fought to hold the structure together, his thoughts raced. These shells are clearly not just random shots. They're specifically aimed here. His mind whirled, filled with unanswered questions. We're several mountaintops away. How did they find my location? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the trio standing at the base of the tunnel. The little boy, covering his ears, looked up at the chaos and said in an admiring tone, "Sister, you are so skilled." The girl with pink hair chuckled, clearly proud of herself. "Of course, I've been firing shells every now and then these past few days. How could I not be skilled?" Her voice was full of confidence. The woman with white hair adjusted her glasses, her expression thoughtful. After the shelling, the ability fluctuation didn't just disappear, it even got stronger. The girl with pink hair didn't look too pleased by this. The little boy, his expression tense and worried, spoke up. "Avalanches and shells can't kill him. He's too strong." The girl, holding another shell in her hand, laughed dismissively. "There are plenty of shells left. It's not about blowing him up, it's about wearing him down." The woman with the white hair pointed toward a mountaintop in the distance. Her voice was firm and commanding. "Fire a few more shells. If he's still not dead, we'll chase after him. If we let him escape, it will only attract more enemies." The boy, still looking uneasy, voiced his concerns. "That guy isn't afraid of shells. Can we even defeat him?" The girl crouched down, rubbing the boy's hair affectionately. Afraid of what? Your ability is invincible in the snow. Back in the building, smoke billowed from the area, a result of the shelling. Han Feng, slumped in a chair, gasped for air, his heart racing. The shelling finally stopped. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his body still tense from the near-death experience. If I hadn't reinforced the house in time, I would have been dead this time, he muttered to himself, still trying to catch his breath. He looked out of the window, his face set with a grim expression. What should I do next? Should I attack them? They have 3 ability users over there. He shook his head, frustration mounting. If I escape home, I'll probably get shelled every day. Han Feng's expression darkened as his eyes narrowed with determination. With a firm, resolute tone, he said to himself, to live peacefully in the future, I can only find a way to get rid of them. Han Feng picked up a small rock and began scratching his battle plan onto the wall like a coach sketching plays before overtime. As he drew, he muttered to himself. A wide snowfield stretched before the dam, hills on both sides, and exactly 3 enemies were closing in. Each carried a strange, dangerous ability. He even marked their powers beside their names, like a grim doodle chart. He remembered the words of the hostage who hadn't survived. The girl. Everything she touched could turn into a bomb. Luckily, the building he was in had been reinforced, so maybe it could withstand her touch. Then came the woman who could launch energy waves like some overpowered anime villain. She didn't even need to be close. Dangerous, but not the true nightmare. The boy was. He could create avalanches. If he controlled snow from afar, he could bury the dam and Han Feng beneath it with no warning. Han Feng glanced at his rifle. If only he could take them out from a distance. He aimed toward the path they might cross, but he knew the truth. He wasn't a trained sniper. At long range, he'd likely miss, and if they kept to the hills, he wouldn't even see them coming. Frustration weighed heavy as he leaned back, trying to think. A trap? But what trap could stop someone who could freeze half a mountain? Useless. Then an idea hit him. Lure them into the dam's lower level and release the water. Drown them. Brutal, but maybe the only way. He got up and went to inspect. While walking, doubt crept in. If he managed to get them down there, who would open the gate? The thing was at least 7 meters tall. Then he remembered. In the North Pole, ice layers could be 2 meters thick, meaning the water below should be higher than the gate. He ran the math quickly in his head. If the hangar and snow were on the same level, the ice below, the gate under the hangar, and the water beneath the ice. Yes, it could work. Still, he didn't want to gamble on theory alone. He tested it. Walking to a pillar near the gate, he summoned his red light, melting the snow. Once clear, he sat and switched to purple, pressing his hand against the pillar, sending energy down until cracks hissed and water seeped through. Jackpot! He immediately cut the purple energy and shifted to green, reinforcing the weakened wall so it wouldn't break early. As he finished, he muttered, "Good. The water's there. If I pull them here, they're done." Meanwhile, the 3, what Han Feng thought of as a twisted murder family, were already on the move. The woman's wave energy hurled them across the snow at alarming speed. She spun her arms, generating a circular motion that launched them forward like projectiles. Minutes later, they stopped, spotting the dam ahead. The woman scouted ahead with her energy and sensed Han Feng in the second building above the dam. Zixi, the bomb girl, sneered. "I'll blow him apart right now." The woman stopped her. "Yuani, you go first. When he runs, Zixi will finish him." Zixi smirked, nodding. Yuani crouched, pressed his hands into the snow, and moments later a massive avalanche thundered toward Han Feng's building. But Han Feng wasn't caught off guard. Inside, he was already reinforcing the structure. As the avalanche struck, shaking the walls, he muttered calmly, "They're here." The snowstorm roared for minutes, then silence. Han Feng crouched behind his rifle. I fixed to the scope, scanning slowly until, there. He spotted them. Without hesitation, he aimed at the woman and fired. The bullet ripped through the air, heading straight for her. But luck was on their side. Her circular barrier, still hovering in place, absorbed the shot. The bullet curved away, veering skyward as if slapped by an invisible hand. Han Feng fired again and again, but each round bounced, ricocheting into strange directions. The woman reacted fast, grabbing Yuani and Zixi by their wrists, reigniting her energy. The circular motion spun faster, carrying them forward. That avalanche wasn't enough. Zixi, it's your turn. Zixi grinned wide. No problem. Through his scope, Han Feng tracked them, his voice low and steady. I've waited too long for this. Then, without delay, he shifted into his second plan. A few minutes later, Han Feng flipped a table upright, dragged a chair beside it, and gathered everything he had: his rifle, scope, tools, and backpack. With calm precision, he packed them neatly and strapped the bag across his back. Climbing onto the table and steadying himself with the chair, he raised his hand and summoned the red glow. The energy flared like a welding torch as he aimed it at the ceiling. After a brief struggle, the concrete cracked open, chunks falling as he forced his way through. Pulling himself up, he climbed out, straightened his back with a stretch, and smirked. All that overthinking and cursing, I'll make them choke on it. Then, without hesitation, he cupped his hands around his mouth and roared across the snowy expanse, his voice booming like a stadium heckler. Hey, you bastards. The murderous trio weren't far, and the insult hit them like a slap. Zixi snapped instantly. He actually dared to insult us. I'll bomb him to dust. She reached for her bazooka, only to freeze. Her eyes widened as she realized it was gone. She never even noticed the woman had taken it. The woman suddenly halted her wave motion, held Zixi's weapon in her grip, and said with ice in her tone, "Do you know what I hate the most?" Without waiting for an answer, she pulled the trigger. The bazooka roared, firing straight at the second building above the dam. As the rocket flew, she spat venom, screaming, "You're a cheap floozy. Your whole family's nothing but run-through trash." The explosion thundered, shaking the mountain. But out of nowhere, a parachute burst free from the building. A thick duvet was tied beneath it, drifting lazily down toward the lower dam. From the air, Han Feng's mocking voice rang out, "Ha, you ugly hag. Wash your ass and wait for me." Zixi spotted the parachute mid-flight and panicked. "Big sis. Look, he's flying away." Without hesitation, the woman grabbed both Zixi and Yuani, reactivated her energy swirl, and hurled them forward at full speed toward Han Feng's direction. Her voice tore through the storm. "I'll kill you." Zixi tried to reel her in. "Big sis, relax." Yuani, cold and sharp as ever, added only one word: "Die." Minutes later, the parachute touched down near the lower level of the dam. The trio was only steps away from reaching it, thinking they had cornered their prey. But Han Feng wasn't there. Calmly, he was already atop the nearest pillar by the dam's gate. He pressed his purple glowing hand against the stone, channeling energy deep inside like a power surge. His voice was barely a whisper, laced with finality. "Goodbye." A thunderous crack split the air as the first gate blasted open, unleashing a torrent of water. The flood rushed out like a beast freed from its cage. But Han Feng didn't stop. One gate. Not enough. He sprinted, hands blazing, tearing open more. Second gate, boom. Third, crack. Fourth, blast. Each release made the flood build like an unstoppable tidal wave of chaos. Down below, the trio was still searching frantically when Zixi pointed. "Big sis. Over there. I see the bastard." But the woman narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. She waved her energy outward to scan the area. A second later, she frowned. No energy signal. Yuani's head snapped up. He had caught it first, the low rumble. "Wait, what the hell is that sound?" Before they could react, the dam gates roared open, and a wall of water tore toward them. Yuani screamed, "Out! Move!" The warning barely left his lips before the flood swallowed the path. The woman's eyes widened as realization hit. "It's a trap." She spun toward Yuani. "Make an avalanche." "Now!" Zixi panicked, shouting, "Come on, Yuani! Hurry!" Yuani dropped instantly, slamming both hands into the snow, straining to summon a mountain slide. But the flood was too fast. The woman kept screaming at him to move quicker, but the snow around them was already melting into sludge. There wasn't enough left for an avalanche to form. Sweat streaked down Yuani's face as he gasped, "I'm trying. There's no snow left." And then, collapse. Whatever slide he managed fizzled into slush. The flood slammed into them with unstoppable force. They screamed in chaos as the water swallowed everything. But in the chaos, the woman proved her strength again. Wrapping her arms around Yuani and Zixi, she forced her wave energy into a shield, blocking the torrent and keeping them from being crushed. The The barrier held as the flood battered them, roaring around like a wild beast. Minutes later, the surge weakened, pressure draining as water spilled off into the valley. Up above, Han Feng stood tall on the pillar, rifle slung at his side, peering through his scope. But the hills blocked his view. Clicking his tongue, he muttered, "TCH. Can't see a thing from here." A wry smile tugged at his lips. "Doesn't matter. If they didn't drown, they'll freeze to death anyway." With satisfaction, he turned and began walking toward the cave. His boots crunched against the snow as he thought idly, "Man, wouldn't it be nice to just walk through snow like it's nothing?" He strolled on, the weight lifting from his shoulders. An hour later, his path led him to the scorched remains of the battlefield, the place where Zixie's bazooka had reduced military men to ashes. Han Feng bent down, grabbed one of the fallen soldier's guns, gave it a quick once-over, and then casually slung it into his growing arsenal. A few minutes later, he finally reached the mouth of the cave. Something about it made him uneasy. His instincts whispered danger. "Please, don't let anyone be inside. Last thing I need is walking in blind and catching a storm of bullets." Keeping his distance, he lifted his hand and fired a surge of purple energy at two nearby cannons stationed at the entrance. Heat rippled through the steel, and slowly, they sagged, melting into useless heaps. He considered destroying the shells stacked nearby, but froze mid-thought. Wait, what if they detonate while I melt them? That would light up the valley like a fireworks show. Instead, he smirked. Without the cannons, the shells were little more than dead weight. Once satisfied, he moved forward, slipping into the cave like a shadow. His eyes widened as the space opened up before him. Damn, this place is huge. Clearly, it wasn't just a cave. It was a top-level military stronghold carved straight into the mountain. Rows of heavy weapons lined the walls. He muttered under his breath, "If they'd fired one of these at me earlier, no amount of reinforcement would have saved me." Without hesitation, he went to work, melting the weapons one by one until nothing remained but scorched fragments. Deeper inside, he found a massive stash of supplies. Enough munitions to arm an entire squad, maybe more. No wonder those soldiers fought so hard to reclaim this place. But the sheer volume was impossible for one man to carry. He sighed. Leaving it behind felt criminal. Then a grin tugged at his lips as he imagined Quack, that middle school girl with the devil eye. If she were here, she'd probably gobble up the whole arsenal like a snack pack. The thought made him chuckle. Man, if she were around, we'd be rich right now. For a moment, he even considered heading back to bring her here. Having that firepower in their hands would be far safer than in anyone else's. After a while, he stepped out of the cave, ready to breathe easy, when suddenly, boom. A thunderous crack shook the mountain. Rocks came tumbling from above, one of them marked with a clear fingerprint. Han Feng's eyes widened. Crap. The boulders detonated on impact, explosions shaking the earth. From above, laughter echoed through the smoke. It was Zixie. Thought you could drown us? Now watch me blow you apart. She turned to her sister with wicked glee. Big sis, check if he's dead. The woman extended her energy senses downward. Her expression darkened. Something wasn't right. Meanwhile, the assault continued. Rocks rained down, exploding in a relentless chain. Smoke and dust blanketed everything, shards of stone whistling through the air. The barrage seemed endless until finally, the rumbling eased. Through the fog, a figure emerged. Han Feng stepped out, scorched but alive. His clothes were shredded, burned black, but his body intact. He had survived by wrapping himself in layers of purple and green energy, shielding every inch. He looked down at the charred remains of his gear and muttered, "Damn, those rocks actually exploded. If not for reinforcing his clothes, he'd have been nothing but ash." Then realization struck. The rocks weren't falling at random. They were being hurled from directly above the cave. His jaw clenched in fury. Seriously? Lurking above me and tossing explosives like kids at a carnival? You think I won't return the favor? Raising both hands, he unleashed the red glow, slamming his palms against the cave wall. Energy surged upward, cracks spiderwebbing through the rock. Up above, the woman's expression shifted fast. No, this is bad. But it was too late. The ceiling gave way, collapsing with a deafening roar. She barely had time to grab Zixie and Yuani before the ground disappeared beneath them. Screaming, the three plummeted into the chaos. They hit hard. Zixie groaned, clutching her backside. Ow, my butt. Yuani held his head, hissing, "GHH'd my skull." Dazed and bruised, they staggered on the ground. But the woman was quick to recover. "Get up. He's here." Even as she barked the order, Han Feng was already crouched behind a massive boulder, rifle raised. His fingers squeezed the trigger, unleashing a storm of bullets. The rifle rattled like thunder, lead raining down. One shot struck true, slamming into the woman's leg. She collapsed with a cry, blood soaking the snow. Zixi and Yuani, panicked, rolled down the side of a hill, crashing into the ground below. Writhing on the ground, the woman lifted her face, pain etched across her features. Her voice cracked as she called out, "Wait, we surrender." Han Feng blinked, caught off guard. Surrender? He lowered his rifle slightly, stepping toward her cautiously. But the moment hung fragile. Zixi scrambled back up, her eyes blazing as she screamed, "You bastard! Let go of my sister." Han Feng's mind spun as he steadied his grip. Those exploding rocks earlier had been no joke, and his gear had only barely held up. If he shot the girl first, the older one would strike. If he aimed for the older one, the boy would be on him next. It was a lose-lose, and the frustration pushed him to shout instead of firing. His voice echoed sharply as he called out that he had no real quarrel with them, that if they stopped bombing his house, they could avoid fighting altogether. The woman looked at him in confusion, asking what he meant by bombing his house. Even Zixi tilted her head before it clicked. She asked if he was the one living in the hillside villa. Han Feng snapped, asking what they thought he was doing out here. Enjoying the snow for a stroll? He barked that if they hadn't been shelling his villa every single day, he would never have left in the first place. The woman turned her eyes on Zixi with a sharp look, forcing her to explain herself. Zixi shrugged casually, admitting that she bombed because it felt fun and because she wanted to target the rich people living in villas. Han Feng dragged a hand down his face, muttering if she was even mentally sound. The woman returned to him, calmer now, asking if he was truly not one of the soldiers who had ambushed them earlier. Han Feng pointed to his tattered clothes and demanded if this looked anything like a soldier's uniform. She frowned, questioning why he appeared at the same time as the soldiers. He let out a sigh, saying that even if he claimed coincidence, she would never believe it. Suddenly, her tone shifted entirely. Her eyes watered, her voice softened, and she apologized, calling him handsome and insisting it was a misunderstanding. Han Feng narrowed his eyes, refusing to be swayed, telling her tears wouldn't grant forgiveness. She wiped her cheeks and winced, saying her leg genuinely hurt. Minutes later, they were in one of the cave's side chambers, with medical supplies spread out. Han Feng sat watchfully in a chair, rifle still aimed at them, refusing to lower his guard. He studied the woman with suspicion. She was far too composed while a bullet was being pulled from her leg. Yuani had already dozed against the wall, while Zixi worked with steady hands, cleaning and dressing the wound like a trained medic. Han Feng frowned inwardly, thinking she was far too skilled for her age. Once treated, the woman placed both feet firmly on the ground. Han Feng laid down his terms, no more bombing his villa, and in return, he would not interfere with them. She smiled and accepted, even offering him the supplies and the base as a sign of sincerity. Zixi protested in shock, claiming they had risked their lives to seize the weapons, only for her sister to hand them away. The woman turned on her with a glare that made her stiffen and ordered her to kneel. Zixi froze, but her sister's words cut sharply, blaming her reckless boredom for the injuries and chaos they now faced. Zixi broke instantly, bowing her head and apologizing. The woman returned her gaze to Han Feng, her tone soft once more, saying her sister was still a child who did not know better, and asked him not to hold it against her. Han Feng lifted a brow at how quickly she shifted from harsh to gentle, but kept his rifle steady. He asked how they had been tracking him so precisely. She tried to bargain, suggesting that since they were now on friendly terms, he could at least lower the gun. Zixi backed her up, but Han Feng shook his head, refusing. With a sigh, the woman admitted it was a kind of power, and she could even teach him. Han Feng blinked, repeating the word in disbelief. She lifted her hand, a small tornado forming in her palm, and explained that supernatural powers had existed even before the world's collapse. These powers emitted energy, like magnetic signals, and by sensing them one could locate others. They continued talking, and Han Feng began piecing together how it worked. He asked if powers grew stronger with experience, could more be unlocked? She shook her head firmly, saying each person only had one, and they never combined. That left Han Feng silent. One ability per person, yet I have three. Red destroys, green grows, purple melts. Why me? He pushed the thought aside, knowing he needed to study it later. At last, he lowered his rifle and stepped closer, introducing himself properly. He told her his name was Han Feng and that once he had simply been an office worker. She smiled and introduced herself as Jiang Rowing, saying she had been a teacher and that they should work well together from here on. Then her eyes glinted mischievously as she leaned forward with a grin, reminding him that he had once called her a run-through floozy and an ugly hag, and asking if he wanted to explain himself now. Han Feng forced a stiff, awkward smile to hide his embarrassment. Zixi immediately burst into laughter, pointing out that Big Sis would never let him off the hook so easily. Her fingerprint bombs were still scattered casually around the room, and with a mischievous tilt of her head, she asked if she should just blow him up now, as though she were suggesting making popcorn. Han Feng began sweating, trying to keep his composure. He backed up slightly, asking nervously if they really planned to kill him too. The earlier blasts hadn't finished him, but at this range he knew he wouldn't survive. Fear gnawed at him, yet he forced that same fake smile across his face to cover it. Jiang stepped in, calm and firm, telling him not to misunderstand. They had already agreed to work together, she reminded him. She only wanted to know why he had insulted her earlier. Han Feng feigned ignorance, pretending he didn't remember. He tried pulling his hand back, but Jiang tightened her grip. Cornered, he quickly changed tactics, showering her with praise, calling her elegant, intelligent, beautiful, and radiant, the kind of woman any man would dream of. To his relief, her cheeks flushed. She turned sharply toward Zixi then, scolding her for even thinking of using her power without permission. Zixi blinked, confused, and asked if that meant they weren't bombing him anymore. Later, in a quieter room, Zixi sat glaring at Han Feng like a gremlin. She told him not to think flattering her sister would earn her forgiveness, calling him a stinky man. Han Feng scratched his head, trying to charm his way through, calling her a spirited, innocent girl with a lively personality. Zixi flushed red, arms crossed, muttering that at least he had good taste. She tried to sound tough again, warning him not to get carried away, but Han Feng smirked inwardly. She was far too easy to fool. That night, Yuani was already asleep under a blanket while Han Feng prepared to leave. He said he would head back to his villa, send someone later to collect supplies, and asked about refilling the generator fuel. Jiang nodded, but then patted the bed beside her, telling him it was the middle of the night and that he should stay and rest. Han Feng froze, heart skipping as he wondered if she was trying to seduce him. Before he could respond, Zixi stormed in, furious, demanding if he really intended to sleep there. He panicked, insisting he had things to do at home, and bolted out the door without another word. After he left, Zixi turned to her sister, asking if they should have told him more about powers. Jiang calmly replied that if she told him now, he would have no reason to return. On the other side of the room, Yuani was still curled beneath his blanket, pretending to be asleep. Jiang told him to stop acting and sit up. Annoyed, he admitted he simply disliked speaking to strangers. Jiang asked if he had felt anything unusual after using his ability so much that day. Before he could answer, Zixi darted in like an overeager nurse, insisting on checking him. She poked at him relentlessly before tugging his pants slightly down, revealing a strange mark. Bursting into laughter, she shouted that it was growing on his butt. Yuani screamed in protest, struggling to escape, while Jiang only shook her head and said at least it was nothing worse. Still, she warned, they needed to stop overusing their powers. Meanwhile, Han Feng trudged through the snowstorm, body heavy and legs nearly giving out. Exhaustion dragged him down until he clutched his chest, his breathing ragged and heart racing. Collapsing to one knee, he gasped that he needed help. Through the pain, he remembered the hidden CCTV and forced himself toward it. Waving frantically at the camera high in the trees, he shouted for anyone to notice. Back at the villa, the camera picked up his frozen figure, but inside the house, everything was quiet. Trash littered the floor, monitors glowed faintly, and everyone was asleep, dozed peacefully under a blanket with heart patterns, while blinked groggily, half awake. Neither noticed his desperate signals. Out in the snow, Han Feng muttered that if both were asleep, he would die there. His knees buckled, his body shaking as the cold consumed him. Snow piled over him as his rifle slid from his back. He cried out once before going still. Hours later, a golden light filled a warm room. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, startled to find himself lying naked under blankets. On the bed beside him sat Kim Jin, legs crossed, calmly stirring a bowl of warm water. She explained that she had gotten hungry, checked the CCTV, and seen him collapsing. She had dragged him back, stripped off his frozen clothes, and put him in bed to save his life. Han Feng nearly choked, asking if she had really stripped him. She nodded without fuss, saying he was fine now, then asked why he had collapsed. He recounted the fight, the exhaustion, and the chest pain. Kim tapped her chin thoughtfully, saying it might have been angina from the cold. Quickie gave him a thumbs up and grinned, calling him a badass for taking on 3 enemies alone. Han Feng groaned miserably. Han Feng tried to protest, asking them to focus on his health first. But Quickie suddenly remembered she was supposed to bring back supplies and jumped to her feet. She insisted they had no time to waste, only for Kim to block her path firmly, saying that Han Feng needed full rest, daily checks, and no heavy lifting. Just like that, he was roped into 5 days of hospital-level pampering. Kim brought him soup, checked his vitals, wrapped him tight in blankets, and hovered over him like a watchful nurse until he was steady again. By the end of it, Han Feng felt fully recovered, his body restored. Later, he sat in a sauna, sweat dripping down, while Kiki lounged across from him, eating watermelon as if it were summer. She teased him about how long he had been trying, suggesting that maybe the evil king had abandoned him. Han Feng closed his eyes, insisting he was close, until a strange sensation made him flinch. He whispered about Kim Ji-yoon, wondering why her posture seemed so odd. Cut to her in the bathroom, freezing mid-motion as if she had been caught under a spotlight. She looked around nervously, muttering about being watched, while back in the sauna, Han Feng raised 2 confident fingers, convinced he had awakened some divine ability. Meanwhile, out on the snowy cliffs, the 3 survivors huddled against the wind. Jiang sat in a wheelchair wrapped in furs, murmuring that Han Feng had promised to return soon, though it had already been 8 days. Yuani adjusted her blanket silently, while Zixi crossed her arms in irritation. Then they spotted figures approaching through the snow, 3 silhouettes. Zixi's jaw dropped as she realized Han Feng was not alone. He had brought 2 others, and she cried out that they were superhumans. Even Jiang was stunned, whispering that 3 superhumans together should have been impossible. Yuani, pushing her chair, stayed calm and muttered that it didn't matter as long as no one was here to fight. The 2 groups met as the wind calmed. Han Feng appeared with snow goggles and his rifle, greeting them with a simple, "Long time no see." He gestured behind him, introducing Kim Ji-yoon and Kiki as his new allies, and said they had come for supplies. Kim Ji-yoon stepped forward with a warm smile, politely asking for guidance, while Kiki waved shyly. But then Jiang's expression froze. Her eyes widened as she stared directly at Kiki. Her voice trembled as she asked why her sister was here. The shock rippled through the group, even leaving Han Feng dumbstruck. Kiki, however, slipped into an innocent act, insisting Jiang was mistaken, claiming she was only 12 years old. Jiang wasn't fooled. The moment Kiki tried to step away, Jiang leapt out of her wheelchair, running forward with arms spread wide, shouting that she wasn't blind, that Kiki had vanished from the research institute without warning, and demanding if she had any idea how worried she had been. Kiki resisted, saying she had been chasing her dream. When Jiang pressed to know what dream, Kiki snapped and shouted that she simply wanted to stay home, eat endlessly, and die happy. Jiang lunged at her like a wrestler, pinning one of her hands while lifting her leg as if to slam her down. Kiki struggled, crying out for Han Feng and Kim to save her, claiming she was being held hostage by emotions. Han Feng and Kim exchanged glances with Zixi and Yuani, all of them baffled as they watched the scene unfold. Zixi admitted she had no idea what was happening. A short while later, they were gathered inside a cave. Han Feng, Kim, Zixi, and Yuani sat across from the 2 sisters as if watching a strange family drama. Jiang now held Kiki on her lap like a child, and in the middle of it all, she revealed that Kiki was truly her sister, though from different parents. The group reacted in disbelief, prompting her to explain that she had been adopted at 11, and Kiki had already been there. From then on, they had been inseparable, closer than real siblings. Han Feng and Zixi both shot up at the same moment, pointing at them as if rehearsed. Han pointed at Jiang, while Zixi pointed at Kiki, both shouting that the younger one clearly looked like the older sister. Jiang blushed and smiled, saying it was a common mistake, that Kiki was simply small and adorable. She pulled out a photo from their childhood, proving that Kiki was indeed older by a year. Zixi's jaw dropped, admitting that Kiki had been adorable back then too, while Han Feng muttered in confusion, saying she still looked like a middle schooler even now. He calculated aloud that if Kiki was 21 and Jiang was 20, then they had grown up fast. Zixi couldn't hold back her laughter. Pointing at the pair, she said they looked more like mother and daughter than sisters. Jiang silenced her instantly with a sharp glare that made her turn away in mock apology. Jiang looked back at Kiki, her expression softening. She told her that after she left the research institute, a great deal had happened. When Kiki asked what she meant, Jiang's eyes flicked toward Han Feng, leaving him unsettled. He quickly stood, tugging Kim with him, and suggested they go search the cave for supplies. It was a clear attempt to dodge the conversation, but Kiki slid off Jiang's lap and stopped them. Her expression turned serious as she said there was no need to leave, because if Han Feng had been chosen by the Eye of Evil, then he had the right to hear everything too. Han Feng gave a fake cough to mask his discomfort, then forced out a line about how, since his best friend insisted, he supposed he would stay and listen. Nurse Kim gave a polite bow and apologized for the interruption, while Jiang let out a long sigh. Since her sister wanted it, she said she would explain. Her words came blunt and heavy. After Kiki left the institute, their research had actually succeeded, but soon after, their professor was murdered and the entire facility was destroyed. Han Feng's mind nearly locked up. He threw up his hands and demanded how she could drop information like that so casually, as if it wasn't a bombshell. Kiki admitted she already knew, leaving Jiang shocked, demanding how. Kiki explained that the city had been spiraling. Factions were hunting down superhumans, and anyone who revealed their powers was likely to be captured. Jiang stared at her in silence before asking if she also knew about the strange crystals that formed when powers were overused. Pulling down her collar, she revealed her own neck, where faint crystalline growths shimmered. She explained that they had found a way to remove them. Kiki pointed at Han without hesitation, casually revealing that he had grown crystals on his heart days ago, and that she had helped him remove them. Han Feng jolted upright in shock, shouting at her for doing something so serious without him even knowing. Jiang, still processing, asked if Kiki at least knew about sensing the energy fields of other superhumans. Kiki shook her head, saying she didn't. That made Jiang curl inward, hugging her knees with a gloomy expression. She muttered that Kiki didn't need to comfort her. She had always been a genius, and there was no way she could not know something so basic. Kiki only patted her head gently and told her she truly didn't know, but believed Jiang was amazing and wanted her to teach her. Han Feng finally snapped, shouting for them to stop talking in riddles and just explain from the beginning. Kiki's expression hardened, saying it wasn't a happy story, but something that had been hell from the start. Jiang asked if he truly wanted the full version, and Han nodded firmly, noting to himself that he had never seen her look this serious before. So she began. Back then, she was only 18, finishing her degree, while Kiki was 19, completing her master's. The two of them had been famous at the institute, nicknamed the genius beauty duo of the lab. Han Feng muttered skeptically that it sounded exaggerated, but listened as she continued. 2 years earlier, their team had discovered a superhuman girl frozen inside a block of ice, sealed there by her own powers. Last year, both sisters awakened their own abilities as well, but soon after that, Kiki disappeared. Earlier this year, the lab had made another breakthrough, successfully creating artificial superhumans. But almost immediately after, the professor who had led the project was murdered in the women's bathroom of all places. Han Feng and Kim interrupted in disbelief, blurting out why such a bizarre location, but Jiang pressed on. After the professor's death, more researchers vanished or were killed. Eventually, the entire institute was wiped out, leaving only 3 survivors who managed to escape thanks to their powers. Han Feng pieced it together aloud, guessing that someone had wanted to seize their research and wiped out anyone tied to it. Jiang nodded, explaining that in the city there was a group called Base, which had been collecting superhumans by force. She suspected they were behind the killings. Han Feng muttered if it was that same fatso and his boss again, then asked about the soldiers she and her group had fought. Were they connected to Base, and had they captured anyone? Jiang admitted they had caught a minor captain, but he claimed he wasn't with Base. Instead, he said he belonged to an uprising volunteer group 1. Han Feng repeated the name with disbelief, while Zixi explained that the man had once helped an entire neighborhood during a crisis, but was later captured by the uprising group and turned into cannon fodder. Yuani added that the man seemed like a true gentleman, educated, refined, someone who had the air of a good person. Han Feng clenched his jaw in disgust, refusing to believe such groups could turn people into disposable tools. He immediately thought of Brother Li and the others, praying they weren't entangled in something so twisted. Determined, he demanded to know where the prisoner was being held. Zixi led him deeper into the cave, past a row of empty cells, until she pointed to one and announced that he was inside. The prisoner was sitting just ahead. When Zixi called out to him, asking more questions, he groaned in reply, telling her he had already explained everything and begging to be released. He insisted that he and his friend had been captured by the uprising, forced to serve, and that he was as much a victim as anyone. That was when Han Feng stepped forward with a grin, saying he had figured it out from the start. The prisoner lifted his head in shock as Han Feng dropped the name Jiang Shiyu. He stepped closer, mocking him openly, calling him the great philanthropist, the man who had supposedly abandoned everything to protect his younger brothers and chase a better life. He demanded to know how someone like that had ended up rotting in a basement cell. Zixi's jaw dropped, stunned that they knew each other. Jiang Shiyu rose slowly, carrying himself with tragic dignity, admitting that he had not expected to meet Han Feng here either. He said that back then, when he had tried to take Han Feng's resources, it was only to save lives, and he hoped Han Feng could understand. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. He translated the excuse flatly. Shiyu was saying it was his fault for not handing them over. Shiyu quickly denied it, backpedaling and saying that Han Feng's decision to protect himself had been reasonable. But Han Feng wasn't buying a word. His patience snapped as he pulled out his gun and pressed the barrel hard against Shiyu's forehead, demanding to know why. If he had left with Base, he was now pretending to be part of the uprising volunteer group. Zixi's face twisted in shock. What? He's from Base. She spun toward Jiang with raw disbelief, accusing her of lying. Jiang let out a slow, exhausted sigh, the kind that said she'd had this conversation before. He shook his head and answered that it wasn't a lie. It was just complicated. So he began to explain. He admitted that he had once joined Base and even climbed to the rank of minor captain. But during a mission meant to encircle the uprising volunteer group, they had been caught in a brutal ambush. His squad was overwhelmed, forced to surrender, and in the end switched sides to join the volunteers. Things only got worse. The uprising group recently devised a foolish plan to disguise themselves as soldiers and raid an underground storage site. Jiang was dragged into it too, but the plan collapsed miserably, their unit destroyed. That failure was what led to his capture here. Han Feng scowled, unimpressed. Are you done spewing that garbage? Jiang tried to defend himself, saying whether Han Feng believed him or not was his choice. That was the wrong answer. Han Feng grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head into the prison bars with a crack, growling that he wasn't some gullible fool like the residents Jiang had conned before. Jiang stammered through blood, insisting he was telling the truth. Han Feng's patience snapped again, and he punched him so hard the man flew back, his body hitting the wall like a rag doll. Yet Jiang stood again, wiping blood from his face, trying to look dignified even with his nose crooked. He swore everything he had said was true, that as a prisoner with his life already on the line, he had no reason to lie. Han Feng clicked his tongue, raised his gun, and warned him coldly that this was his last chance. Spill everything about Base, but one lie would be his last. Jiang adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand, claiming he had barely been at Base before getting caught, so he didn't know much. The bullet that whistled past and grazed his ear proved otherwise. Han Feng told him the only reason he was still alive was because he might still be useful, but one more lie, and he'd lose his other ear. Jiang broke instantly. Shaking and bleeding, he poured out information like a busted pipe. Hours later, Han Feng and Zixi walked together down a dim hallway. Zixi still couldn't hold back her excitement, saying that watching him earlier had been incredible, that he had looked like a complete badass. Han Feng coughed theatrically, brushing it off with mock modesty, though the corner of his mouth tugged upward. They stepped into another chamber, where Jiang, Nurse Kim, and Quickie were gathered around a deck of cards, while Yuani peeked lazily from the top bunk. Zixi bounced in cheerfully, announcing their return. Han Feng cleared his throat dramatically, called Quickie the middle school girl, then grinned and dropped the reveal. The prisoner was none other than Jiang Xiuyu. The reaction was immediate. Jiang's eyes widened in recognition, while Quickie began explaining the situation at lightning speed. As the pieces fell into place, even Miss Jiang realized they had been deceived. Yuani and Zixi exchanged a deadpan glance, muttering that they had always suspected good-looking men were trouble. Han Feng pressed further, revealing that Jiang had indeed come from base, and that the underground storage itself belonged to them. Their patrol teams were constantly harassed by the uprising volunteers, which was why base was building strength to crush them outright. Nurse Kim muttered under her breath, wondering if Uncle Li was caught up in all this. Han Feng nodded grimly and added that Jiang had said the new leader of the uprising was none other than brotherly Zhenghao. Both Kim and Quickie froze in disbelief, crying out that it was impossible. Han Feng admitted he hadn't believed it either, which was why he had beaten Jiang bloody for saying it. Jiang Rowing looked at them curiously, asking if they already knew the volunteer group. Quickie nodded, saying it was a long story. Jiang sighed and admitted they had all clearly been through a lot. Han Feng then relayed the darkest part of Jiang's confession. Base was now camped at the international airport with around 1,000 soldiers. They were sweeping the city, taking both people and resources. The healthy recruits were pressed into the army and fed normally, while the old, weak, and dead were secretly turned into food. Yuani gagged at the thought, nearly retching, while Zixi erupted with rage, shouting that such monsters deserved to be wiped out. But Han Feng noticed something odd. Nurse Kim and Quickie didn't look nearly as shocked. He demanded to know why. Nurse Kim admitted that Li Zhenghao had already told them about it. Han Feng muttered bitterly that Li had shared it with them, but not him. The sting of being left out lingered, but he pushed it aside. He declared that if base defeated the uprising, their villa would be next. They were sitting ducks. His voice rang firm as he stood, calling for them to gear up and help the volunteers themselves. Quickie's eyes glowed, and she said the evil eye approved. Later, back in the cave, Han Feng directed her like a commander with an army. He told her to absorb every cannon and bomb, announcing that they were going to strike base with everything they had. Her evil eye flared, a dark aura pulling in weapons like a possessed vacuum. Zixi's jaw dropped at the spectacle, marveling at the terrifying power, calling it worthy of her sister's little sister. Even Yuani leaned forward in awe, muttering how unreal it was. Han Feng dragged Quickie around like a human shopping cart, pointing out rations, an armory, stacks of rifles, even fuel. She absorbed it all until her face turned pale. She swayed, clutching her stomach, groaning that she was so full she might throw up. Nurse Jin and Zixi heaved in a massive box as if it weighed nothing, while Yu and he followed quietly behind Miss Jiang's wheelchair, simply observing. Miss Jiang's calm but firm voice carried authority as she explained, "These are military walkie-talkies, with a 30-kilometer range. Take them so we can stay connected." Han Feng immediately snatched a few, and without hesitation tried forcing them into Quickie's evil eye. Quickie clutched her head and wailed, "I'm full already." Han Feng pleaded like a desperate gambler on his last bet. "Come on, it's the final one. Push through." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Brother Li was breaking into a sweat, panic etched across his face. "They've surrounded us. I can't find Brother Xianghao. I told you all, I was never cut out for leadership." Jiang grabbed his shoulders, shaking him hard. "Get it together, brother. You have to stand firm." The tension shattered as a soldier burst inside, voice cracking. "Boss, they've tied up our people as human shields at the front of their tanks. They're coming straight for us." Outside, the enemy roared through loudspeakers. "You're surrounded. Surrender now, or we start shooting." The tanks were already in position, their cannons trained on a battered building like it was straight out of a war movie set. In one of them, a soldier glued to the thermal scope muttered, "We've had the scanners running all this time, but I swear I haven't seen a single warm body." Doubt flickered in his voice. His partner snapped, "Shut it and follow orders. Ji-Tang's here, so the targets must be close." Reluctantly, the scope operator keyed the mic. "Captain, 4th Squad confirms no targets." The captain, sounding bored, responded flatly, "Copy that. 4th Squad, shift to the next street. Stick to the plan." Orders echoed back, "Roger," like a Call of Duty lobby. Checking in, he demanded, "1st Squad, report." "Nothing." "2nd Squad, still no contact." Elsewhere, Captain Xiao sat in his sleek military ride, but the true weight in the vehicle was the mysterious man reclining in the back seat. He lounged like a self-crowned monarch, arrogance dripping from every motion. Leaning forward, a candlestick between his teeth like a mob boss, he sneered, "Captain Xiao, are you even capable? You let an ability user slip through last time and got humiliated by the commander. Don't tell me you'll botch it again." Xiao tightened his jaw, keeping his tone even. "Sir, this is the old district. The buildings are packed close. They could be hiding anywhere. But we're closing the net. They won't escape." The man gave him a look colder than the flame he flicked alive from his lighter. With theatrical precision, he lit the candle, the blue flame dancing like the start of a trailer scene. "Excuses bore me. Finish the mission this time. Good luck. Don't fail me again." He stepped out like a final boss making his entrance. Watching him go, the driver muttered under his breath, "Who the hell does that guy think he is? So full of himself." Xiao lit his own candle, voice level but ominous. "He's not even human." Then, grabbing the mic, his tone snapped into command mode. "All squads, shrink the perimeter. Sweep every house, every basement. Don't leave a single rat alive." The response came sharp. "Yes, Captain." Far away, on a snow-blasted road, Han Fong and Quickwe were reclining like thrill-seekers on chairs strapped to Yuni's avalanche, riding it as if it were a magic-powered Uber. Han Fong peered through his scope, grinning. "We got into the city ridiculously fast. Yuni, your power's busted in the best way. Guess I'm a passenger now. Love that for me." A quick flashback played in his mind. Hours earlier, in the cave, he had been hounding you for support. "Think about it, brother. Fresh meat, fresh vegetables. Food you can't find anywhere. All we need is a little help from you." Zixi, full of energy, clapped along like a cheerleader. "Yes, agree already." Reluctant but cornered, you muttered, "Fine, but only for the food." Back in the present, Han Fong pointed like a human GPS. "Turn left here. 2 more streets." They stopped at the reeking mouth of a sewer tunnel. Han Fong gestured. "This leads straight into our residential zone. Brother Li and I used it before." Quickwe summoned her evil eye to clean up the chairs, folding them away like enchanted furniture. Together, they plunged into the sewer, riding the snow torrent like a Mario Kart race through a twisting maze. Han Fong warned them, "Stay close. It's easy to get lost down here. We're right under the city center, and if people are hiding, expect ambushes." They pushed on until a solid rock wall blocked their way. Han Fong stepped forward. "Hold up, I'll handle this." After some effort, the path opened. At last, they emerged into Xingfu Community 2F, gasping as if they had run marathons. Wiping sweat from his brow, Han Fong murmured, "Finally, it feels like I've been gone a lifetime." Quickwe asked, "Where do we even find Uncle Li and the others?" Han Fong shook his head. "All I know is Zhang Ziyu said they're in the Old City District, west side. No exact location." Cut to Tsimen, 1 hour later. Soldiers scoured the streets, hunting Brother Li. On a rooftop, Han Fong and his group watched through their scopes. Then, a thunderous explosion ripped across the district. Han Fong focused his scope. "Wait, is that Brother Li?" Sure enough, Li and his men were surrounded. Snatching up a mic, Brother Li roared, "You base bastards! Grandpa Li is right here. Come kill me if you have the guts." Turning to his people, his voice became fire. "If we're going down, we're taking them with us. Never surrender. Never surrender. Never surrender." The military captain snarled into his mic, "All units, open fire. Leave no one alive." A subordinate hesitated. "But sir, weren't we ordered to find Ji-Tang's secret key?" The captain's glare could cut steel. We've lost too many already. If they won't give us the key, they all die. Yes, Captain. Tanks adjusted, soldiers aimed. Target locked. Awaiting command. The order came. Fire. But the blast didn't come from them. Instead, an explosion tore the ground just behind the captain's vehicle. What the hell? He shouted, ducking as debris rained. From the smoke, Yin's avalanche surged in like a living missile. Atop it, Han Fong hollered with wild laughter, tossing grenades like festival confetti, each blast echoing chaos. Quickly, feeding him weapons through her evil eye, turned the battlefield into pure bedlam. The captain's eyes narrowed. It's that brat again, trying to distract us. His lips curled into a cruel smirk. Fine. If I catch him, the commander will forgive everything. He barked into the mic, forget Ji-Tang. Focus on the kid. As the avalanche tore away, leaving the captain fuming, he muttered under his breath. You monsters, making a child run distraction. Suddenly, a crimson beam cut through the night, scorching a hole into concrete. Han Fong and Quickly climbed up through the gap, Han Fong waving furiously. Over here. Finally, they reached Brother Li. Brother Li bolted forward and crushed Han Fong in a bear hug, his voice breaking with relief. Little bro, I thought I was done for. You saved me. Han Fong pushed him off gently, brushing aside the affection. Yeah, enough hugs. We're not out of danger yet. One of Li's men whispered, stunned. He saved us? Who is that? Brother Xiangha stepped in firmly. That's Brother Han Fong. He's one of us. Li grinned wide. We faced death together. From now on, he's family. Han Fong waved them forward. Save the speeches. Follow me, I've brought supplies. Li perked up. Supplies? Please tell me it's food, the boys are starving. But his words trailed off as his eyes locked on the heavy weapons Han Fong had revealed. Cannons, massive howitzers. Shock rippled through the men. Why the hell are there howitzers here? One blurted out. Han Fong leaned closer, dropping his voice. Chunny hid them earlier. Her secret stash. Don't spread it around. Li gave him a sharp nod. Say no more, little brother. Han Fong turned toward Ji-Tang's soldiers, raising his voice. It's time to fight back. Let's blow those base rats sky high. His call ignited the air. Let's turn those bastards into dust. Quickly, sliding in with theatrical timing, raised her arms like she was channeling an anime villain. Apostle of the evil eye, rain karmic fire and cleanse this sinful world. Everyone stared. Han Fong sighed, patted her head, and muttered, Battle's not a cosplay contest. Chill. Li, starry-eyed, looked at him like he was watching a superhero in real life. Little bro, you're too damn cool. A soldier on the side frowned. What's this kid saying? Another whispered, That's Chinibyo. Don't ask. Li grabbed Han Fong's arm. Teach me how to fire the cannon. I want to blast those base bastards myself. Han Fong blinked. Who said I can shoot it? I just dragged it here. Li groaned. I call you awesome, and this is how you repay me? He turned to the squad. Anyone know cannons? Silence. One man muttered. I can shoot a handgun. Another shrugged. I saw a cannon once on TV. Then a short, messy-haired soldier stepped forward with quiet confidence. I'm an artilleryman. Relief swept through the group. Even Han Fong's eyes flickered with respect as the man stepped up like a teacher in front of a class. He tapped the weapon with a stick and lectured. This is a 105mm howitzer, made in the 1970s. Barrel length 34 calibers. Muzzle velocity 662 meters per second. Max range 14,700 meters, 18,000 with rocket assist. Elevation -5 to 65 degrees, traverse 23. Soft recoil system. The squad blinked in silence until someone muttered, Bro, just fire it. Han Fong cut in. Enough specs. That tall building, base squad's inside. Can you level it? Li squinted. How do you know they're there? Han Fong smirked. Let's just say I left them a gift. Meanwhile, at that very building, the base squad had parked trucks. A soldier rushed to the captain. Sir, we lost the target, but found something inside. They stepped in. Fuel and rations stacked to the ceiling. The captain's brow furrowed. Why stockpile here? Another muttered. Maybe it's real? The captain ordered. Check for traps. If it's clean, it's ours. But his gut twisted. Fuel. Nothing but fuel, don't tell me. At that instant Han Fong shouted. Fire. The cannon roared, shaking the earth. The shell slammed into the building, igniting everything. Fuel exploded, walls crumbled, flames consumed soldiers mid-stride. Men were flung like ragdolls, some burning as they hit the ground. The captain was hurled back, skull striking the wall, smoke curling from his uniform as he gasped. It's over. Back at Han Fang's line, cannon fire thundered on, echoes rolling like war drums. Li shouted through the chaos, grinning wildly. This cannon is insane. Han Fang yelled back, What? I can't hear you. They looked like two old men at a rock concert. But reality pressed in. Once the shells are gone, we leave. We're exposed, Han Fang reminded them. 10 minutes later, Li tackled him again, laughing breathlessly. That was the best thing I've ever done. Ji Tang's soldiers hollered. Those bastards got what they deserved. Big bro Han, you're a legend. Han Fang steadied them. Enough celebration. We move before they track us. Li dashed back toward the howitzer. Let's take it with us. The squad echoed. Yes, big bro. Then froze, staring at the massive cannon stuck in the snow. Li groaned. Forget it. Plant landmines. When they show up, we'll blow them to kingdom come. His men roared in unison. Yes, boss. Han Fang paused, remembering something. Wait, weren't you on a mission to rescue Boss Liu? Brotherly nodded, frustration in his voice. Yeah, but we don't even know where he's being held. We've been catching patrols, squeezing them for answers, but it's all dead ends. Han Fang's eyes narrowed. And the bearded uncle? Brotherly hesitated. Brother Jiang, we split earlier and lost contact. Han Fang exhaled through his nose. Don't push yourself over it. You'll find him eventually. For now, return to Xingfu community. Brotherly blinked, surprised. The place we used to live? What? Han Fang gave a faint smirk. Because I stashed enough weapons and gear in the underground garage to arm you like a small army. Brother Li's voice trembled, emotion rising. Little bro, you're the best. Hours later, the base squad reached the cannon site. The captain, bandaged and confined to a wheelchair, a cigarette hanging from his lips like a man dragged out of the ICU, barked. How many cannons? Captain, we found the cannons that bombed us. His temper snapped. Useless. I told you to find the bastards, not the damn cannon. The soldier behind him pushed the wheelchair forward. A faint click. The captain's eyes widened. Damn it. The landmine roared, fire and earth swallowing them whole. Far off, Han Fang watched the plume of smoke. His voice was calm, almost mocking. So the mines went off. Wonder which unlucky fool it was. Brother Li appeared at his side. Little bro, what are you doing out here? Come in, have a drink. The two slipped inside. Cups rose, liquor poured. Cheers, echoed through the room. Back at the blasted site, a sleek black vehicle arrived. A tall man in a long coat stepped out, for armed soldiers at his back. The same man once seen with Captain Xiao. His gaze swept the scorched bodies like they were nothing more than trash. Clean up the corpses. Food's too scarce to waste. Yes, sir. He pulled out a walkie-talkie. Commander, Captain Xiao was ambushed and sacrificed himself valiantly. Static crackled, then the commander's cold voice cut through. Useless fool. You're in charge now. Find the secret key. Yes, Commander. And so Zhang Donu replaced Xiao. While snow blanketed the frozen city, he set his command post not in the field, but in a high-rise cafe. Coffee steamed before him, his expression relaxed, as if he were in a commercial. A blizzard outside. Only an idiot would work in this weather. I'll enjoy my coffee. He turned lazily toward a soldier. Tell the squads to split into groups of 3. Search carefully. No slacking. Yes, sir, came the reply, though the soldier's thoughts seethed. Xiao fought with us. This man just eats and drinks while we freeze. Another tray of rice landed on Zhang Donu's table. He ate greedily, smug thoughts circling. Sooner or later Ji Tang's people will starve. They'll come crawling out. The moment they strike my patrols, I'll crush them. He savored his food like it was a banquet, convinced Han Fang's squad was gnawing on snow for survival. But inside Xingfu community, the reality was the opposite. Heaters roared, lights glowed, and the table was stacked like a festival feast. Men groaned with full bellies. I can't drink anymore. This beef is heaven. Even the short soldier, cheeks stuffed with vegetables, muttered, I could die happy now. 3 suddenly stood and bowed. Big brother Han Fang, if you'll allow us, we'd like to call you our big bro. Han Fang's mind recoiled. Do you guys have no shame? He turned to Brother Li. Why do I feel these 3 are shady? Brotherly chuckled. Relax, little bro. I recruited them a few days ago. They're green, but they mean well. And look, they already admire you. You're their big bro now. Han Feng sighed, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes like a treasure chest. Who wants one? The men lunged, grabbing sticks as if they were gold. Flames lit up, smoke thickened until the room resembled a nightclub. Brotherly exhaled with satisfaction. Nothing hits like this. Another soldier whispered, I haven't had one in a month. Meanwhile, you, E, and Quickly sat aside like medics in a toxic fog, masks on, hands waving. You muttered, smoking in front of a kid, shameless. Quickly groaned, this place is a den of demons. Finally, Yuni approached Han Feng. All right, I've done everything you asked. I'm heading back now. Han Feng nodded lightly. Right, thanks. Then he turned to Brotherly and said, I came to deliver these supplies. Mission complete. Time for me to leave. Brotherly's body shook as he replied, Already? Han Feng explained that he had recently clashed with the base and needed to stay ahead in case they retaliated. The words made Brotherly panic, and he blurted out, Wait, did they find your villa? Before he could say more, Han Feng pressed a hand firmly over his mouth. That's a secret, he warned. Brotherly mumbled that he had nearly slipped. Han Feng continued, telling them how after chasing the enemy away he had found a warehouse full of weapons and brought everything back for them. Brotherly was touched, saying Han Feng was too righteous, but quickly asked for another favor, extra cartons of cigarettes. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and asked if he planned to host a smoke party, but Brotherly hesitated before admitting the truth. They had pawned some of their brothers to survive and wanted to buy them back. Han Feng stared at him in disbelief. You pawn people? Brotherly's tone turned heavy as he explained that back then survival forced them to trade even human lives, but now the buyers demanded 4 times the price. He added with cold fury that if those brothers were killed, they would blow the place up. Qiang, always calculating, broke in with grim detail. Right now a grown man was worth 10 jin of grain, but a carton of cigarettes could fetch 50. Han Feng, Yuani, and Quickly were all stunned. Yuani whispered that human lives were now worth less than food at the market. Brotherly went further, mentioning someone once traded 3 tomatoes for 3 women. Han Feng's thoughts froze at the absurdity, nearly wandering down a dark path before he cut himself off. Quickly and Yuani shot him sharp looks, silently telling him he needed help. Han Feng pushed the talk back to the base. Brotherly explained they only controlled the areas near subway tunnels, since that was how they moved troops. No tunnels meant no control. Han Feng realized that was why they had stayed in the old city. There were no subway lines there. Suddenly Brotherly stood up with new energy, declaring they should redeem their brothers to save Boss Liu. But the strength left him at once, and he collapsed. Han Feng rushed forward, panic rising. They stripped away his shirt and found the wound, deep, infected, and bleeding heavily. Qiang examined it, and said he must have hidden it for days to avoid slowing them down. Respect filled the room, and Ji Tang soldiers dropped to their knees, begging for someone to save him. Qiang clenched his fists but admitted he knew nothing of medicine. Han Feng told the others to leave so he could try something, but they refused until Qiang shouted like a drill sergeant, forcing them out. Only Han Feng, Quickly, and Yuani stayed. Han Feng placed his hand over the wound, green light spilling out, but after 10 minutes he cursed. The healing wasn't working. He wondered if it only worked on himself. Desperate, he asked Quickly if her evil eye carried medical supplies, but she found none. Yuani turned to Een, asking about their military warehouse, reminding him of his sister's wound. Een explained that the warehouse only held weapons, fuel, food, and gear, no medicine. His sister's injury hadn't festered like this. Han Feng's tone hardened. If they didn't act, Brotherly would die. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and called Nurse Jin, urgently reporting the situation. Jin laid out the entire procedure. Remove the bullet, flush with saline, disinfect with iodophor, give antibiotics, treat the fever. Han Feng absorbed every word, then declared he would head for the underground black market to find the supplies. Qiang was ordered to join him, while Yuani and Een prepared the avalanche. Moments later, the machine roared to life, carrying Han Feng and Qiang across the snow with blinding speed. Qiang shouted in awe, feeling like they were flying over the ground, while Han Feng leaned forward, demanding more speed. Yuani, handling the controls, gritted his teeth at being treated like nothing more than a driver. Han Feng finally turned to Qiang and asked how much farther the black market was, and whether the base might intercept them. Qiang smirked with confidence and told him not to worry. The market was close, beneath the river itself. The snow whipped across their faces as Han Feng and the others pressed on toward the black market. Pulling his scarf higher, Han Feng asked tensely, "Brother Chong, you're not joking, are you? The black market is really under the river." Chong, shielding his face from the icy wind, replied steadily, "It's inside the Cross River Tunnel, only a few kilometers ahead. But people often set ambushes along the road. We'll need to stay alert." Han Feng's eyes lingered on the wreckage scattered around them. In a low voice he muttered, "So many vehicles destroyed. I wonder how many lives were lost here." Chong's tone was grim as he answered, "Anyone headed to the black market carries supplies. That makes them a target, but few have real weapons. With our gear, we should be fine." Han Feng's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping deeper. "Let's hope so." Inside a snow-buried apartment nearby, a man stood by the window with his gun trained on the road, his body shaking from the cold. "Damn it," he growled, 5 days without a haul. Tomorrow we'll starve." From inside, a woman snapped, glaring at the bag of loot. "I told you to ambush him after he came out of the black market, not before. Now look, cartons of cigarettes. Worthless. You can't eat smoke." Her eyes flicked toward the corpse lying stiff in the room. Her voice hardened. "I don't want to go back to eating human flesh." The man suddenly straightened, a grin spreading across his face. "Stop whining. A vehicle's coming." Through the storm, he caught sight of Han Feng's group gliding over the snow. His jaw dropped. What the hell? They're riding the waves of snow. His finger twitched on the trigger, but shock held him back. From behind, the girl scoffed. "Are you dreaming again?" At last, Chong raised his hand, halting the group. "The black market's entrance is just ahead. From here, we walk. No vehicles past this point, or you'll end up like them." Han Feng and Yuani followed his gaze to the frozen bodies half buried in the drifts, others locked forever inside their cars. The gruesome sight turned their stomachs. Chong steadied them with a firm voice. "Bear with it. Once we pass the toll booth, we'll be on their ground." Han Feng's face went pale as he stared at the looming tunnel. His voice was barely a whisper. "So that's the Cross River Tunnel, and inside lies the black market." All three crossed the toll booth and trudged toward the hidden entrance. Han Feng asked how they would get in. Chong pointed ahead, saying, "This way." They followed until the snow gave way to a dark opening. "Don't be unsettled by what you're about to see," Chong warned quietly. Han Feng's eye sharpened. "After all I've seen in this age, nothing can shake me." But then, out of nowhere, an object slid toward them through the snow. They froze as a metallic voice rang out. "Welcome. Please present your membership card." Han Feng steadied his breath, realization dawning. A hotel robot, still running at a time like this? Chong stepped forward, offering his card. The machine scanned it, then chirped, "Member number 250, welcome. Please follow me." As they trailed behind, Chong shielded Yuani's eyes. The robot's voice echoed in the tunnel, strangely polite. "Dear guests, this market is a peaceful establishment. Acts of violence will result in immediate termination. You will be reduced to mincemeat. Thank you for your cooperation." Han Feng's gaze swept the surroundings, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "This place is far too dangerous." The robot guided them to an elevator and ordered them to stand close. Han Feng could hardly believe it. An elevator? They really have power. His expression darkened as a thought struck him. Whoever controls this market wields immense strength. At last, the robot stopped before a door. "We have arrived. Please, come in." Han Feng reached for the handle, his thoughts racing. Behind this door lies the underground black market. But what is it really? A haven for cutthroats and thieves? Or a grand hall for trading forbidden goods? His hand tightened on the handle. "I can't tell, not yet." As Han Feng cautiously pushed the door open, he braced himself, thinking he had to stay sharp no matter what lay beyond. But the sight before him was nothing like he had imagined. The hallway was littered with corpses, dozens of bodies scattered in grotesque stillness. His voice broke in disbelief. Corpses, so many of them. At the far end stood another doorway, fortified with mounted machine guns, and in the center of the hall rested a lone laptop, glowing like a sentinel. Chong immediately grabbed Han Feng and Yuani, forcing their heads down in a gesture of submission. The robot glided forward, its mechanical voice echoing coldly. To reiterate the market's rules, any guest who endangers this establishment will be executed on the spot. We appreciate your cooperation. Uneasy, Han Feng whispered tensely. Brother Chong, are you sure this place is even safe? Chong's face was grim. Safe or not, we don't get a choice. We follow the rules. Yuan clung to Chong's back, whispering in a small, trembling voice, I just want to go home. But there was no turning back. The three of them pressed forward, following the machine deeper into the tunnel. At the end, the robot halted by the laptop and announced, Please use the computer for all transactions. The screen flickered to life, ready for input. Han Feng's nerves spiked. Brother Chong, don't you think this place is insane? Chong placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. It is insane, but you'll get used to it. Without hesitation, Chong began typing. First, let's redeem Old Gon, Old One, and Old Chui. The laptop displayed the hostages' files, and the robot's voice chimed in. 3 hostages selected. Payment required, 4.5 cartons of Huazi. Han Feng quickly added, and we need medicines, saline solution, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, cephalosporin. A drawer slid open in the robot's chest. Total cost, 17 cartons of Huazi. Please pay. Han Feng's face tightened in disbelief. So expensive. Both he and Chong dug through their bags, but Chong whispered urgently, Brother Han, we don't have enough cigarettes. Han Feng smirked. Relax. I brought other things. The robot scanned the offering and confirmed. 6 cartons of Huazi accepted. 3 tomatoes equivalent to 7 cartons. 1 banana equivalent to 4 cartons. Payment cleared. Please wait. Han Feng eyed the robot warily. They won't just rob us and kill us, will they? Chong shook his head. No. A place like this survives on reputation. Moments later, the robot returned, arms laden with supplies. These are the requested medicines. Please confirm. Behind it stood the 3 hostages, pale and trembling. The robot announced, 3 live human subjects delivered. Please confirm receipt. Chong rushed forward and embraced them. His voice broke with emotion. Brothers, you've suffered enough. I'm here to take you home. The robot turned next to Han Feng. The 10 video games and 30 photo albums you ordered have been delivered. Please confirm receipt. Heat crept up Han Feng's face as he turned away, embarrassed. Chong raised a brow. 30 albums. Young man, some restraint wouldn't kill you. As they left the market, Han Feng muttered darkly, I'm never stepping foot in this hellhole again. But Chong, his face betraying the same blush, leaned closer. Brother Han, spare me a few albums? 5 should do. Han Feng shot him a sour look. 5. You're pushing it. 2 at most. Chong bargained. 3 then. Meanwhile, Yuan groaned, his voice dripping with exhaustion. I've been your transport all this time. I deserve 2 albums myself. Han Feng and Chong turned on him instantly, their voices thundering in unison. Kids aren't allowed near that filth. Before their argument could continue, the crack of a gunshot split the air. From the same building where the ambushers had lain in wait, a bullet tore through the storm and slammed into Han Feng's chest. His body jerked violently, eyes widening in shock, his mouth opening but no words escaping. Brother Han. Yuan and Chong cried out in horror as his blood splattered against the snow. From the window, the shooter's lips curled into a cruel smile. I don't care who you are, he sneered, voice dripping with malice. Just die. Chong and the others pressed themselves against the frozen cars, bullets tearing through the air as the shooter kept firing relentlessly. Waiting for the smallest gap, Chong raised his gun and fired back toward the building, his voice cracking with rage as he roared, Brother Han, I'll avenge you. But his shots scattered wildly, forcing the gunman to duck back behind the wall. Grinding his teeth, the shooter thought grimly, I need to finish the rest of them quickly. If someone else finds us, I'm done for. He shifted to the window and unleashed another volley. Damn it, show yourself, he hissed under his breath. But Chong didn't stop. He kept pulling the trigger, shouting louder, his grief raw and unrestrained. Brother Han, you died too miserably. I'll avenge you. Crouched beside him behind the cars was a familiar figure. Han Feng, very much alive, cast him a look of exasperation. I told you to create a distraction, but Brother Chong, your acting is seriously over the top. Seizing his chance, Han Feng slid low across the snow, staying out of sight while Chang's barrage kept the shooter pinned down. He moved fast, circling toward the blind spot where the gunman couldn't see him. Creeping up beneath the building, Han Feng pressed his palm against the icy wall. His face hardened as crimson energy pulsed around his hand. You dare ambush me? Fine. Go to hell. The glow surged outward, flooding the structure in seconds. The shooter spotted it through the window, his eyes narrowing in alarm. What's that glowing? The red aura spread violently, ripping through the foundation. The floor trembled, then collapsed with a deafening crack. Within moments, the entire building buckled, walls splitting as snow and debris rained down. The gunman lost his footing, crashing down through the wreckage before hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The blast echoed across the frozen streets. Coughing and gasping for breath, the shooter clawed his way out from the snow. But when he looked up, his eyes went wide in horror. Impossible. How are you still alive? Han Feng stood before him, gun leveled at his head, calm and unshaken. His voice cut like ice. Isn't it common sense to wear a bulletproof vest when you step outside? The shooter's jaw dropped. Terror spread across his face. Bulletproof vest? How could an ordinary scavenger have that? Don't tell me. You're a soldier from the base? His hands shot up desperately, voice trembling. Sir, I'm with the White Tiger Gang. We already surrendered to the base, I swear. But Han Feng's eyes held no mercy. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet punched straight into the man's skull. The body dropped lifeless into the snow. Han Feng's expression was cold as steel. I don't care who you are. You ambushed me. You died. Without hesitation, he turned his aim toward the rubble, his tone sharp and commanding. Stop hiding. I heard a woman's voice in there. Under the collapsed beams, a woman lay trembling, hand over her mouth as if that could muffle her fear. Her eyes darted toward a bag stuffed with cigarettes. Heart pounding, she stepped out into the open snow, forcing a pleading smile. Sir, please don't shoot. I'm not with him. Her voice cracked, dripping with false innocence. That bastard attacked me. He kept me locked here for days. Thank you for saving me. Han Feng advanced, gun trained on her. She lifted the bag in trembling hands. I have cigarettes. He stole them, but they're yours now. Her eyes softened, her tone dropping to something sultry. From today, I'm yours. I'll do anything you ask, sir. Han Feng's expression darkened, unimpressed. That's not very appropriate, is it? He muttered, crouching beside her with his weapon steady. Don't worry. We're not bad people. Thank you, she whispered sweetly. But her hand slipped inside the bag, fingers curling around cold steel. In an instant she whipped out a knife, eyes twisting into malice. With a vicious snarl she lunged, blade flashing. All men are the same, idiots. Before the woman could drive the knife into him, several shots rang out. Her body froze mid-motion, blood seeping through as she staggered back. In a trembling voice, she spat. You actually shot a beautiful woman like me? Are you even a man? Han Feng's eyes were cold, his tone razor-sharp. A so-called beauty, imprisoned for days, yet her body's untouched, and she still has time to put on makeup? Do I look like an idiot to you? Her eyes met his one last time before her body collapsed lifelessly into the snow. Chang and Yuani hurried over, still shaken, and Chang let out a low whistle. Brother Han, you're amazing. If it were me, I'd probably hesitate when facing a woman like that. Han Feng allowed a small chuckle, shaking his head. It's just that she reminded me of someone I once knew. Chang chuckled back knowingly. Ah, now I get it. Han Feng bent down, grabbing the bag full of cigarettes, and muttered, if they had this stash, why not trade it for grain in the market? Chang glanced at him seriously. You can't step into the underground black market without a membership card. Han Feng raised an eyebrow. And how do you get one? Chang smirked faintly. Simple. Pay a membership fee, 5 cartons of cigarettes. Han Feng opened the bag and counted. No wonder. Only 4 cartons here. After some time, they resumed their trek back toward their base. As soon as they returned, they immediately treated Brother Li's wounds. The next morning, Brother Li finally woke, startling when he saw everyone cheering at once. The 3 men they had ransomed also regained their spirits, bowing in gratitude toward Han Feng for saving their lives. With a smile, Chang turned to Han Feng. Brother Han, we've discussed it together. We'd like to nominate you as the leader of Ji Tang. Han Feng's face darkened, and he raised his hand sharply. Stop. I have no such intention. I only helped out of respect for Brotherly. Inwardly, his thoughts were colder still. Recruit me to risk my life for you? I'm not that stupid. 2 days later, Han Feng sat with Brotherly, eyeing his wounds. Brotherly, your injury isn't serious anymore. I should be heading back. Brotherly's voice trembled, heavy with emotion. Little bro, stay a few more days. I haven't even repaid you for saving me. But Han Feng had already made up his mind. The others won't stop pestering me to be their leader. If I don't leave now, I'll never get out. Taking out a walkie-talkie, he placed it in Brotherly's hand. Don't worry. I'll send a batch of supplies every month. If you're running low, just call me. Tears welled in Brotherly's eyes. Thanks, you're a true brother, little bro. Then, with his usual dramatics, he stood on the bed and declared, with your help, we'll definitely rescue Boss Liu. Han Feng kept his thoughts buried. It's been too long. We don't even know if Liu's still alive. Moments later, Brotherly clutched his wound and doubled over, screaming, It hurts, it hurts. A glimpse of the days ahead. Thanks to Han Feng's supplies, Brotherly eventually rose as leader of Ji Tang. But that was a story for another time. For now, Han Feng and the others resumed their journey toward his villa. He turned to Yueni with a faint smile. Little bro, you've worked hard these past days. Once we're back, I'll treat you properly. We've got heaters, a TV, and a game console waiting. The evil-eyed girl added dryly. A bathroom and a sauna. That's the real mark of civilization. Yueni's eyes lit up. A game console and a bath. He thought, excitement bubbling in his chest. But the moment they arrived, his hopes came crashing down. The villa stood frozen, buried under layers of ice. Yueni stared in disappointment. That's it. Our cave looked better than this. Han Feng's face twisted in shock as he yelled, What the hell happened here? How did my villa end up like this? Han Feng stormed through the villa, his voice rising in disbelief. My charcoal stove. My generator. How could this happen? He rushed into the garden and froze at the sight before him. My vegetable garden, why? His voice broke in fury and despair. Later, while Quickie and Yueni sat quietly on the sofa, Han Feng crouched beside the ruined heaters. His face tightened. How did this happen? All the heaters burned out. The quality is trash. His eyes narrowed as realization struck. When we left, we thought we'd be back the same day. We never turned them off. They ran day and night until they overheated and failed. He sighed heavily, frustration clear. Determined, he moved to the generator room. First step, restore power. But the machine's screen flickered with a warning, fuel shortage. Please add fuel. His expression darkened. Out of fuel? Impossible. There should have been plenty. Then his face stiffened. No, did the fuel freeze? Last time it never had this issue. He let out another sigh. To thaw the fuel, I need the indoor temperature up. To raise the temperature, I need power. To get power, I need the generator running. A vicious cycle. He considered his options. A torch to thaw the fuel? Too risky. Unreliable. Pulling out his taser, he flicked it on and stared at the sparks before shaking his head. No choice. I'll use my ability. Conjuring red energy in his palm, he pressed his glowing hand against the generator. Control it carefully. Just thaw the fuel. Don't let it catch fire. Gradually, the ice began to melt. Han Feng's voice steadied. Good. Temperature rising, frost breaking down. But the moment the spark touched the fuel, flames roared to life. Black smoke poured from the generator, filling the room. Han Feng's eyes widened in panic. Oh no, what the hell is this? He coughed violently, covering his nose and mouth as the villa choked in smoke. Quickie stepped forward through the haze, striking a dramatic pose. The dark messenger has descended. Han Feng glared at her through the smoke, disappointed. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Quickie and Yueni flushed red and stammered in unison. No, nothing. When the chaos finally settled, Han Feng leaned against the machine, his expression thoughtful. We've got power now, but if the heaters overheat again, this house will freeze all over. I need a permanent solution. The generator suddenly grew scalding hot. Han Feng sprang back with a yelp. Hot. Hot. He turned, spotting the source, the radiator glowing fiercely. Then his eyes lit up with sudden inspiration, a grin tugging at his lips. Before he could act on it, Yueni stomped over, face annoyed. Can I go home now? Han Feng walked over with a sly smirk, crouching to meet his eyes. Little bro, How about you help me with just one more thing? Yuan crossed his arms and snapped without hesitation. No way. Han Feng, his plan clear, asked sharply. Do you have any steel pipes? I'm going to build a heating system. Yuan frowned, shaking his head. Pipes? I don't know. Han Feng clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's fine. Just take us to the cave. We'll find them ourselves. Before they could move, Quickie walked in, holding the walkie-talkie. My useless sister says there's a warehouse full of steel pipes. Han Feng's eyes lit up. He grinned and shot her a thumbs up. Perfect. No time to waste. Let's go. Yuan groaned miserably. This is too much work. Quickie struck a dramatic pose, her eye glowing. Then it's time to reveal my new magic. Come forth, spatial evil eye, number 2. A shimmering portal appeared, and she handed it to Yuan. Here, after you get there, just stuff everything inside. I'll take it out from this end. Han Feng's jaw dropped. Wait, you can pass this to others? Quickie nodded proudly, then conjured another with even more flair. Of course, I have a second one now. Han Feng was stunned. How did you pull that off? Quickie explained matter-of-factly. After eating until I was stuffed last time, this ability awakened. Han Feng glanced at his hand thoughtfully. That makes sense. My powers have grown, so hers would evolve too. He smirked and turned to Yuan. Looks like the supplies are in your hands, little bro. Half an hour later, Yuan reached the cave. With Nurse Jin's help, he fed the steel pipes through the portal. On the other end, Quickie's portal spilled them out, and Han Feng caught them eagerly. It's here, it worked. Quickie, your skill is incredible. Quickie raised her chin with confidence. Bow down, mortal. This is the power of the tyrant's eye of truth. Han Feng ignored the theatrics, lining the pipes together. Now watch closely. He powered down the generator. First, shut this off to make modifications easier. Sliding a pipe into the exhaust, he explained, the generator's water-cooled. I can reroute hot water from the tank into these pipes. With his purple energy, he bent the iron neatly. Step 1. Connect the tank outlet to the pipes. Step 2. Run the hot water through the entire house. Bend and soften the pipes into simple radiators. He moved quickly, fixing them across the walls. Step 3. Install radiators in every room. And finally, a pump to draw the water back into the tank to recycle the heat. Once finished, he powered the generator again. It roared to life. Quickie pressed her hand against the pipes and frowned. Still cold. Han Feng leaned back on the couch, smiling with calm certainty. Don't rush. Give it time. Half an hour later, warmth spread through the villa, steam misting the rooms. Both Han Feng and Quickie sat drenched in sweat. Han Feng asked between breaths, Well, how's that? Quickie lifted a thumb lazily. The tyrant's eye approves. As Han Feng ate, a thought struck him. His eyes widened. Wait, I forgot something. He slapped the table. Right, the vegetable garden. I still need to fix that. It had taken countless tries, hours of frustration, and an endless back and forth, but at last, Han Feng, exhausted yet satisfied, managed to install a functioning heating system for the underground basement. The hum of the pipes and the faint warmth filling the room felt like victory after chaos. With that task finally done, his focus shifted toward his next challenge, the vegetables. He stared at the frozen crops with faint hope, wondering if his green glow could revive them. Maybe there was still life buried beneath the frost. He closed his eyes and released his energy carefully over the soil, but half an hour later, the result crushed his optimism. A cold breeze swept through as he lifted a frozen cabbage, muttering bitterly under his breath. The glow hadn't done a damn thing. No matter how much energy he used, too little, too much, or anywhere in between, the result was the same. The crops were dead. With disappointment tightening his face, he tossed the cabbage aside and grabbed a radish. Too small, he mumbled, moving instead to the tomatoes. At least they had grown in size, though still green and unripe. It would be wasteful to throw them away, so he decided to test one. The moment he bit down, a shock of sourness exploded across his tongue. His entire face twisted in disgust. He spat it out instantly, coughing and muttering curses as he stormed up the stairs. The basement smelled of frost and failure. Shoulders slumped. He decided he'd simply plant them again later. Back upstairs, he found Glass's girl lounging like she owned the place. He told her the vegetables were completely dead and asked if she had any new seeds. She adjusted her glasses with a smirk and said they should plant fruits too, strawberries, specifically. Han Feng shrugged. He had no objection. But she wasn't done. Also, she said with a gleam in her eyes, we could use a steak. Han Feng blinked, suspicious. From the way she was practically drooling, it was obvious this so-called plan was just her stomach talking. He frowned, remembering how she'd said strawberries were an offering for the evil king's true eye. Now she was casually claiming them as snacks. Unbelievable, he muttered. That's when it struck him like lightning. His red and green lights, the enhancement fusion. How could he forget that he could combine materials and enhance their properties? He smacked his forehead in disbelief and rushed back to the basement, fire in his eyes. He grabbed a cabbage heart and a few soybean seeds, mumbling to himself, if I can merge these right, maybe I can grow a massive, healthy head of cabbage. His perception had become sharper lately. He could almost feel the rhythm of the energy pulsing between his palms. All he had to do was find the right balance. But balance was easier said than done. The moment he tried, the fusion failed. Instead of a bigger cabbage, he ended up with dark, rock-like lumps scattered across the table. He frowned, but didn't give up. He repeated the process using a cabbage leaf, then the head itself, both failures. His patience was fraying, but he pressed on, determined to make something work. Next, he turned to the tomatoes. Closing his eyes, he steadied his breathing and channeled the energy again. Slowly, the tomato began to swell in his hand, and when he opened his eyes, it was larger than before. His expression lit up until he noticed the color. Still green. Maybe the taste had improved, he hoped. He took a bite. The moment the juice hit his tongue, his hope died again. It was even more sour than before, sharp, bitter, and nearly inedible. He spat it out in disgust. Refusing to end on failure, he tried again, this time with a radish. The glow pulsed around his hands, and to his relief, the transformation was smooth. The radish grew to twice its size, and when he bit into it, it tasted perfectly normal, crisp and fresh. Finally, a success. Han Feng analyzed the results like a scientist at work. So that's it, he murmured. Unripe fruits stay bitter when enlarged, but ripe ones keep their flavor. Meaning, if we grow the strawberries first, then enlarge them, we can eat as much as we want. That's exactly what I was thinking, came a calm voice from behind him. Han Feng nearly dropped the giant radish. He spun around, heart racing. When the hell did you get here? Glasses Girl stood there as if she'd been waiting all along, expression unreadable. Since the moment you made that giant tomato, she said casually. Then she lifted her walkie-talkie and continued. Anyway, Nurse Jin's already heading back. We don't need to pick her up. The trip from the hills is too dangerous right now. Han Feng frowned, concern flickering across his face. Traveling alone in this weather? That's risky. But Glasses Girl's next words froze him. Relax. She found herself a pet. Han Feng blinked, confused. A pet? In the middle of a blizzard? It didn't take long for the so-called pet to appear. When Nurse Jean finally arrived at the villa, Han Feng's eyes went wide. Lumbering beside her through the snow was a massive, bruised creature, its fur pure white under the faint light. He pointed, stuttering, completely dumbfounded. That's not a pet, he said slowly, voice shaking. That's a freaking polar bear. Han Feng froze at the sight before him, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief. A polar bear, an actual polar bear, stood there, towering yet strangely timid, its fur matted with snow and its body trembling. Nurse Jean giggled like a proud child, hugging the trembling bear tightly as it whimpered softly. It must have escaped from a zoo, she explained, rubbing its fur with gentle affection. It's been starving for months. Look at how thin it is. Poor thing. It's so cute and obedient, I couldn't just leave it behind. Han Feng stared at her, half horrified, half speechless. Cute. Obedient, he muttered in disbelief. It's a polar bear, not a golden retriever. He thought, watching her with a look that screamed exhaustion and pity. When he voiced his concern aloud, Nurse Jean gave him a sheepish smile and tried to explain. Apparently, after leaving the cave, she'd decided to jog all the way back home for exercise. Somewhere along the road, this little guy appeared out of nowhere, startling her. Out of pure reflex, she'd punched it, hard enough to injure it, and then, racked with guilt, decided to bring it back to treat its wounds. Han Feng's mouth twitched as he stared at the frightened animal cowering behind her. So that explains it, he thought, smirking faintly. No wonder it's covered in bruises and looks like it's seen hell. This poor thing got decked by a nurse who could probably knock out a rhino. Regardless, the group ended up adopting the creature. When it was finally served real meat, its first proper meal since the apocalypse, the bear nearly wept. Days passed, and as it ate its fill and regained strength, it began to grow friendlier, even playful. Much to Han Feng's surprise, it turned out the animal was quite useful. The bear was strong enough to pull sleds across the frozen terrain, turning travel into a smooth ride. Han Feng couldn't hide his enthusiasm the first time they rode together. Now this, he said, laughing as the sled raced through the snow, is what I call efficient transportation. But when they returned home, the reality was quite the opposite. The bear slumped on the floor, panting and whining, clearly exhausted. The moment it saw Nurse Jean rushing toward it, it whimpered louder and hid behind Han Feng's legs like a terrified child. Nurse Jean blinked, utterly confused. What's wrong, buddy? I'm the one who saved you. Han Feng folded his arms, giving her a side glance. You mean decked him? No wonder he's terrified. You punched him into friendship. A few quiet days later, life at the villa took a brighter turn. The strawberries Han Feng had planted had finally ripened. When he saw them, he froze, not from shock, but from awe. The massive strawberries were each the size of a pumpkin, glistening red and fragrant enough to fill the entire room. The sight made his exhaustion melt away. He picked one up and inhaled deeply. The sweet aroma nearly made him drool. With a huge grin, he called for Nurse Jean, and together they sliced open the fruit, tasting it immediately. The flavor burst across their tongues, sweet, refreshing, and real. For the first time in weeks, they enjoyed something that didn't taste like survival. Meanwhile, Glasses Girl had already opened her spatial portal and sent 3 of the enormous strawberries to her sister's side. The moment Zhang Ruoqing and the others saw the massive fruits, their jaws dropped. Are these even edible? Ruoqing asked over the walkie-talkie, her tone a mix of awe and disbelief. After hearing confirmation from her sister, the trio didn't hesitate. They dug in at once. Within minutes, the strawberries were gone, and all 3 lay sprawled across their bunk beds, utterly stuffed and satisfied. Delicious, Ruoqing said lazily, rubbing her stomach. Best thing I've eaten in months. Zixi groaned, her voice muffled against her pillow. I don't even want to look at another strawberry again. But before any of them could relax, the ground suddenly trembled. A deafening explosion erupted somewhere deep within the cave, shaking the walls so violently that Zixi rolled right off her bed. She scrambled up in panic. What the hell was that? Zhang Ruoqing's eyes glowed faintly as she activated her ability, scanning the distance through layers of rock and snow. Her voice dropped, steady and grim. It's an ability user, she said. And they're nearby. Deep within the icy maze of the underground cave, 2 glowing eyes flickered in the shadows like twin lanterns in the dark. A heavy gust of breath echoed through the tunnel, and then, like a beast stepping out of legend, the hulking simpleton known as Old Jean lumbered into view. His massive frame filled the corridor as the sound of boots thudded behind him. One after another, heavily armed soldiers stormed in, securing the narrow passage and forming a defensive line. The air grew thick with tension as they waited for their commanding officer to arrive. Moments later, the rhythmic echo of footsteps approached from deeper inside the tunnel. Enter Zhang Dongshu, his smug grin illuminated under the dim glow of the headlamps, arrogance practically dripping from his every step. And beside him was his co-captain, a short-haired woman whose sharp expression betrayed both precision and quiet irritation. The moment they entered, the soldiers straightened up, their discipline returning in an instant. After a brief, almost theatrical show of aura between the 2 captains, each subtly asserting dominance, Zhang Dongshu issued his command in a booming, self-satisfied tone. Search every inch of this cave, he ordered. No one leaves alive. He promised his men that if the operation succeeded, they'd become official members of the organization, each rewarded with a woman once the mission was complete. The moment those words left his mouth, the soldiers' dead eyes lit up with madness. With grins that didn't belong to sane men, they dashed forward into the darkness like predators scenting prey, howling, laughing, and firing off wildly as they went. Zhang Dongshu watched them scatter with an amused smirk, clearly entertained by their desperation. The underground layout was vast and complex, a labyrinth carved by time. With 3 known superhumans hidden somewhere inside, it was too risky to advance recklessly. The mindless reserve troops served their purpose. They draw the enemy out and trigger any traps ahead. Your orders are reckless, the female co-captain interjected sharply. You don't have the authority to hand out rewards like that. Zhang Dongshu chuckled under his breath, tilting his head slightly. Only the living need rewards, he replied. The dead don't complain. He turned to her then, suggesting that they split up according to plan. She gave a curt nod, hiding her irritation behind professional restraint. Before departing, he called out to the hulking man waiting awkwardly between the 2 squads. Old Jean, you're with me. I'm your captain, not hers. The giant blinked, his simple mind struggling to process for a moment before nodding quickly. Why yes, captain, he stammered, lumbering after Zhang Dongshu's team like a loyal guard dog. The short-haired co-captain clenched her jaw, watching the brute follow him. With a sharp scoff, she ordered her remaining troops to hold their positions near the tunnel entrance and keep watch. If anyone tries to sneak past us, she warned, cut off their retreat. No one leaves alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongshu's squad moved deeper into the cave. The flicker of their flashlights danced across jagged rock and frost, illuminating the path ahead. When they caught up to the deranged scouts who'd rushed in earlier, Zhang raised a hand. Slow down, he commanded. We're not idiots like them. We proceed carefully. His tone oozed superiority, but his caution revealed that even he wasn't eager to walk blindly into a superhuman's territory. Unbeknownst to him, though, every move was being tracked. From a far corner of the cave, Zhang Ruoqing sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her mind's vision extending through the dark corridors like invisible threads. Through her power, she monitored both Zhang Dongshu and Old Jean, following their progress from afar. She briefed her companions, Zixi and Yuan Yi, about what she saw. There are 2 superhumans approaching from the lower tunnels, she said quietly. They're moving fast, and from what I can sense, they're not alone. There are soldiers with them. Zixi frowned, her brows furrowing. How did they even get into the underground warehouse? There's no entrance from below. Ruoqing shook her head, frustration creeping into her voice. I didn't anticipate an attack from deep inside. I only had you set traps near the surface entrances. Down here, the terrain is against us, and without snow, Yuan Yi's power is useless. If they come in full force, she didn't finish. The implication hung in the air like a weight. Her voice grew grim as she clicked the radio again. We might have to pull back. I'll contact Han Feng. Static crackled for a second before Han Feng's voice came through sharp and alert. She relayed everything. The soldiers' sudden arrival, the presence of 2 unknown superhumans, and how unprepared they currently were. Her tone was urgent. Escape was the only rational move. The moment she finished, Han Feng's voice came back rapid and direct, firing questions like gunfire. Who are these superhumans? Are they from the base organization? And how many soldiers do they have? Ruoqing's tone dropped as she answered. I don't know yet. I haven't seen their faces. But one of them is huge, far larger than any normal person. Han Feng's eyes widened. Old Jean, he thought immediately. That description fit the dim-witted powerhouse perfectly. Before he could say anything else, Ruoqing switched channels to her sister. Don't worry about us, she said softly but firmly. We'll find a way out and contact you when it's safe. Her words were calm, but her eyes were fixed with quiet determination. Without giving anyone a chance to argue, she ended the transmission. Han Feng, still holding his radio, stared at it for a moment in silence. A cold unease settled in his chest. He could feel it. Something about this wasn't right. His mind raced. If Zhang Ruoqing and the kids fled, that would leave all the weapons and ammunition in the underground warehouse for the base soldiers to claim. And once they got their hands on that kind of firepower, Lizzie and the entire uprising volunteer group in the city would be wiped out in days. Worse still, his own position wasn't far from the cave. If the base forces took control of the tunnels, it was only a matter of time before they discovered his location. Once that happened, they wouldn't just attack the cave, they'd come straight for him. Han Feng clenched his jaw, his fingers tightening around the radio. The realization hit, like a slap. "Damn it," he muttered. "If they take that cave, we're all finished." The moment Han Feng pieced the situation together, his jaw tightened and his decision was made. If there was still a chance, he'd reclaim the supplies stored inside that underground warehouse. But if that became impossible, then he'd burn the entire place to ash before letting it fall into enemy hands. His eyes flickered with resolve as he straightened up, voice firm and filled with abrupt energy. "We're not abandoning your sister," he said, his tone final. "She's our ally. And your sister, Glasses Girl. I won't let her fight alone." Glasses Girl tilted her head, her calm expression unmoved by his sudden outburst. "Relax," she replied coolly. "With her ability and those kids, she'll manage. If things turn south, they can escape easily." Her composure made Han Feng blink in disbelief. "She's not even worried?" he thought. But his tone had shifted too quickly from analytical to emotional, and she caught it. Her eyes narrowed mischievously as realization dawned. "Oh," she said, stretching the sound with an almost teasing grin. "So that's why you're so eager to rescue her." She tapped her chin theatrically. "I approve of the union. From now on, you can call me Big Sister." Han Feng blinked, utterly confused. "Union? Big Sister? What on earth are you talking about?" he muttered under his breath. For a second, he wondered if this four-eyed lunatic had finally reached a level of nonsense even he couldn't decode. Standing nearby, Nurse Jean tilted her head. "Wait, what union? What are you two even talking about?" she asked, genuinely lost. Glasses Girl leaned toward her conspiratorially and whispered, "It's obvious, isn't it? He likes my sister. He wants to play the hero and save the damsel in distress." Nurse Jean, ever gullible, gasped softly and nodded as if everything suddenly made sense. "Ah, I see now," she said. Nevertheless, once the teasing had settled, he geared up. In less than half an hour, both he and Nurse Jean were ready. Though he'd initially planned to go alone, she insisted on joining him. "After all the times you've helped me," she said with an easy smile, tightening the straps on her gloves, "it's only fair I return the favor." Han Feng tried to dismiss it with his usual cool tone. "You really don't have to. Stop being polite," she replied. "I'm coming." With that settled, they set out across the snow-blanketed wasteland. The wind howled like a restless spirit, but with Dubai, the newly tamed polar bear, pulling their sled, the journey was surprisingly smooth. Han Feng gripped the reins, guiding their path toward the underground warehouse as the world around them turned into streaks of gray and white. Meanwhile, inside the cave's dark veins, Zhang Ruoqing and the two kids navigated the labyrinthine corridors, moving fast and low. Every footstep echoed faintly against the cold stone. Their breaths came in rhythm, their nerves stretched thin. When they finally reached the main corridor leading toward the cave's exit, they froze. The shadows ahead shifted. 3 soldiers from the reserve team appeared behind them, eyes gleaming with hunger and madness. The moment they spotted a woman, their twisted instincts took over. Rational thought vanished. "Alive! Take her alive!" one of them shouted as they charged forward. Zixie's hands tightened on the wheelchair handles. She slammed her feet against the ground, pivoting sharply with Yuan Yi in tow. At the same moment, Ruoqing spun around, raised her weapon, and opened fire. The air erupted with gunfire. Bullets tore through the narrow tunnel, striking their malnourished pursuers one after another until they crumpled in the snow-coated dirt, lifeless. Farther ahead, the echo reached Zhang Dongshu. His expression hardened, the smirk fading. "Gunfire," he said coldly. "Move with caution. Don't rush in like the idiots before." His soldiers slowed their pace, but others from the reserve unit didn't listen. Drawn by the sound like insects to flame, they ran straight into the chaos. Ruoqing saw their silhouettes multiply in the dim light. "They just keep coming," she hissed, focusing her energy. Turning to the kids, she barked, "Hold on tight." Zixie caught on instantly, gripping the wheelchair handles with all her strength. Ruoqing's power surged through the corridor, the air vibrating as glowing currents of energy built up around her. Then, she released it. A thunderous explosion of force shot through all 4 tunnels simultaneously. The blast was so powerful it ripped through the cave like a shockwave, flinging bodies in every direction. The unlucky ones on old Jean's side were slammed against the walls, crushed before they could even scream. The simpleton himself roared in anger, trying to regain his footing, furious that his prey was being stolen from him. The recoil from Ruoqing's blast sent her, Zixi, and Yuan Yi rocketing down the corridor like a speeding bullet train. Their vision blurred as they hurtled forward until daylight flickered at the end, the cave's entrance. They burst through, only for a shadow to rise from the rubble. Old Jin. He appeared almost instantly, his hulking form blocking their path. The two girls gasped, shock flashing across their faces. But Yuan Yi noticed something else. The rocks above the entrance were loose, trembling. "The cave roof," he shouted. Ruoqing didn't hesitate. She formed an energy barrier around them, a transparent bubble pulsing with light, and launched them upward like a cannonball. As they soared through the air, she turned to her sister and yelled, "Now, blow it up." Zixi thrust out her hand. A surge of energy burst from her palm, igniting the preset explosive stones at the entrance. The resulting blast was deafening. The explosion tore through the cave mouth, collapsing rock and snow in a violent cascade. Old Jin reached out in fury, trying to climb through, but the avalanche swallowed him whole. When the dust settled, the entrance was sealed completely, buried beneath tons of ice and stone. Nearby, Han Feng and Nurse Jean halted as a thunderous blast rolled across the snow. A column of smoke rose, and Han Feng swept his senses forward. A faint hum of familiar energy answered. He exhaled. The three had made it out of the cave. At the collapsed mouth, Jiang Ruoqing, Yuan Yi, and Zixi crash-landed despite the fading energy bubble. The wheelchair clipped a boulder and hurled all three into the drift. Before they could regroup, the rubble exploded outward. Old Jin tore free like a caged beast, roaring that he'd kill them for daring to blow him up. Jiang Ruoqing and the kids froze, stunned. In a blink he was on them, massive hands lifted to pound them into paste. The swing never landed. A burst of gunfire slammed into him. Then another in tight succession. Forced to cover up, Old Jin staggered as Han Feng needled him from range, and Nurse Jean kept a ruthless stream of rounds pouring in. With the giant pinned, they sprinted to the trio and shouted for them to pile in. Recognition flashed in Old Jin's eyes. Rage wiped out caution. He didn't even see Nurse Jean close the gap. She drove her Gatling like a steel battering ram straight across his face. Yuan Yi and Zixi gaped at the hit, so stunned that Nurse Jean had to yank them herself before they were left behind. Bleeding from his left cheek, Old Jin bellowed that he wouldn't let them escape. They bolted. Han Feng glanced back, genuinely impressed the brute hadn't dropped from that one blow. He told Yuan Yi to use the side drift and throw an avalanche. Yuan Yi pressed a palm into the berm the polar bear had piled up, and the slope answered. Snow thundered downhill at Old Jin. The giant only snorted. "Just snow," he said. "Watch him punch it apart." But a tiny blue flame streaked past from behind him and lanced into the surge, flash cooking the wall of snow into a choking cloud of steam. By the time the mist cleared, Han Feng's group was gone. Old Jin threw a tantrum and moved to pursue, but Jiang Dongshu shut it down. Other tasks mattered more. Driving them off was enough for now. With the chase lifted and Dubai spent, the group ducked into a dilapidated mini watchtower by the dam. Inside, Zixi breathlessly praised Nurse Jean for that brutal clash with Old Jin. Han Feng cut in, assigning roles. Nurse Jean would take the three back to the hillside villa. He would cover their rear and scrub their trail. If the base tried to follow, he'd hit them again. A chill crawled over Yuan Yi, Jiang Ruoqing, and Zixi. His calm sounded merciless. He watched them depart, focus narrowing. His real plan ran deeper than he'd said. Soon he was back at the cave hideout, binoculars up. The entrance looked oddly unguarded. A moment's thought answered it. The mouth was sealed. No one expected visitors. As for patrols, ordinary soldiers weren't the problem with his clothes reinforced. The true threats were the big guy and the other ability user buried in the lower galleries. With them deep inside, he likely wouldn't cross paths. At the blockage, Han Feng bled purple light into the stone and ice, carving a slit of a passage. Halfway through, it tightened. He wriggled, shoulders scraping, until he squeezed out the other side. No one waited there, either. He rose, scanned, and moved, careful, quiet. Something felt off. No voices, no footsteps, no clatter. The base hadn't fought for this warehouse to leave it idle. Someone should already be moving stock. He shelved the thought. His goal was to ruin the stock, not audit it. He headed for the armory sector and stopped. Empty. Stripped bare. Then a metallic commotion rang from the left-hand corridor. Of course, that was the new breach old Jean had punched open. Han Feng's grip tightened on his weapon as he turned toward the sound. The sudden noise revealed something far worse than a single ambush. The two captains had turned on one another. Zhang Dongshu's squad had triggered the trap and already cut down 4 of the female captain's men. The remaining soldiers, including their short-haired commander, were holed up behind boulders at the tunnel mouth. Tension hung between them like a wire about to snap. From his hiding spot, Han Feng heard the female captain accuse Zhang Dongshu of daring to betray the base. The truth dawned on him, and the reason the supply lines were idle became obvious. They were busy tearing each other apart. Zhang Dongshu, however, kept a dry, composed voice. He told her she should know when to yield. If she surrendered peacefully, he would not humiliate her. The female captain fired back, reminding him that his recent promotion came from the very commander he now defied. How could he face that man after treason? Jiang sneered at the suggestion. That commander, he said, treated superhumans as tools, not people. The side effect crystals on men like Zhang Dongshu and Old Jean were already swelling. Following the commander meant being worked to death. Why submit to a man who only cared for the depot's cargo? Silence fell as the female captain chewed on his words. Her memory flipped back to a conversation with the commander before this mission. He had demanded to know why the depot had not been retaken yet, given them a deadline, and ordered her to push Old Jean hard. She'd argued that Old Jean's mind was already crystallizing and he needed rest. The commander's reply had been blunt. He didn't care who lived or died. He only wanted the supplies. That single truth changed everything for her. Zhang Dongshu pressed the point. The base's only superhuman heads were the commander and a useless glow stick. Supplies and ammunition were running thin. With Old Jean's brute force and Zhang's ability together, why keep obeying a heartless boss? Besides, the female captain had already failed. Even if she crawled back to headquarters begging, the commander would not spare her. Then Zhang turned to the remaining men and asked when they'd last had a proper bowl of rice. The implied answer hung in the cold air. He promised them food, rice, flour, and oil, if they sided with him. Take down that bastard commander, split the base's supplies, and you'll eat again. The two soldiers exchanged a quick, guilty look, then nodded. They stepped toward their captain and spoke matter-of-factly. There was no point staying loyal to a man who treated them like dispensable parts. The female captain sighed, heavy with resignation. She raised her hands and said she was in, but first they needed to treat the wounded. Han Feng watched, incredulous that the betrayal had been patched together so fast. Part of him wanted them to keep fighting, but the new plan, attacking the commander at the base, was not a bad outcome either. The danger for him was obvious. If these men seized the depot, they would become a powerful force and a future threat. He resolved, then and there, that he would destroy the stockpile and leave as quietly as possible. 10 minutes later, Han Feng moved through the armory section with silent efficiency. He planted an explosive on the artillery shell storage room, then another on the stacked crates of ammunition, working methodically through every magazine and locker he found. Each charge was placed precisely, each fuse readied. He intended to detonate them once he had cleared the cave. Imagining the 1,000 barrels of fuel and countless shells going up at once filled him with grim satisfaction. As he walked through the cell block area, he remembered how he had passed this row earlier on his way to the tunnel exit after taking 2 more turns. He kept moving, steady, preparing the last of his charges. Unexpectedly, Han Feng ran straight into Glass's man. The one he'd completely forgotten was still locked up there. The moment their eyes met, the man panicked. Seeing Han Feng sneaking toward him with a gun, he thought he'd come to silence him. His terrified yell for help echoed through the corridor, and the next second, he was riddled with bullets. Glass's man finally dropped dead after all these chapters, but his noisy death gave Han Feng away. Everyone in the underground warehouse now knew someone was there. Damn you, idiot! Han Feng cursed under his breath as he sprinted toward the tunnel. Of all the rotten times for that fool to die loudly. Using his superpower to sense fluctuations, he instantly felt 2 familiar energies. Old Jean and Zhang Dongshu, closing in fast from behind. Jiang Dongshu barked orders to his men, commanding the first squad to follow the map and take the shortcut route to intercept at the tunnel exit. Han Feng, already in the lead, tightened his grip on his weapon. "Just one more turn and I'm out," he muttered. But as soon as the exit came into view, gunfire erupted from behind. Zhang's first squad had reached the intersection almost at the same time. Bullets tore through the air. Reacting on instinct, Han Feng channeled both his purple and green glows at once, reinforcing his entire outfit. The soldiers froze when their shots did nothing. The bullets pinged off him like pebbles hitting metal. A heartbeat later, they were the ones getting shredded. Han Feng didn't stop until every last one hit the floor. His chest rose and fell sharply. If he'd been 1 second slower, he'd have been the one lying there. Without wasting a breath, he dashed for the tunnel's exit and set the timer on the explosives to 2 minutes, just enough for a clean escape. 2 minutes, he told himself, voice tight. Plenty of time. Activating his purple glow again, he began carving his way through the rock wall. Half his body was already inside the narrow tunnel when he paused, glancing back at the mountains of supplies that would soon vanish in fire. "What a waste," he muttered. Thousands of rounds, all going up in smoke. That's when the ground shook. A deep rumble rolled through the cave, and a shadow loomed in the dust. Old Jean had arrived. The giant's eyes flared the moment he saw the faint purple light. He recognized it instantly. "You," he growled. The hatred on his face twisted into madness. Han Feng's elusive grin, the mocking tone from before, he remembered all of it. Old Jean stomped down, shattering the concrete floor with sheer force. The earth buckled under the blow, collapsing the unstable tunnel. Rocks cascaded like an avalanche. Han Feng barely rolled clear before the ceiling caved in. He hit the ground hard, coughing and gasping, realizing how close he'd come to being crushed alive. "Great," he spat, dragging himself up. "Out of all people, I had to run into this brute again." But time was running out. If he didn't take old Jean down fast, he'd be caught in his own explosion. Han Feng raised his weapon and opened fire, but old Jean slammed his massive hands into the ground, summoning a thick wall of debris between them. Bullets clanged and ricocheted off, scattering sparks. Still, Han Feng didn't stop. He knew it was the only thing holding the monster back. But his hopes were short-lived. Old Jean bellowed like a beast and charged straight through his own barrier, ignoring the bullets entirely. The impact sent shockwaves down the corridor. Han Feng's pupils shrank as he threw up his arm, channeling both glows at full force just in time to block the strike. The blow connected like a hammer against steel, and blood burst from his lips. The two forces collided, shaking the tunnel, and for a moment, even Han Feng's reinforced body trembled under the weight of that monstrous punch. The sheer force behind old Jean's punch sent Han Feng's body flying through the air like a rag doll before crashing hard into the wall. The impact shook the dust loose from the ceiling. He groaned, pain shooting through his ribs, even though both his purple and green energies still shimmered faintly over his body like cracked armor. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself upright, every muscle trembling from the blow. He lifted his head and froze. Old Jean was already charging again, rage twisting his face. The hulking brute threw another punch that came down like a wrecking ball, but at the very last moment Han Feng rolled aside. The blow slammed into the wall instead, shattering stone and concrete with a thunderous crack that echoed through the cave. Seeing a fleeting chance, Han Feng darted out of the brute's reach and sprinted down the corridor. Behind him, old Jean bellowed, "Stop running, coward!" His heavy footsteps pounded after him like an earthquake. Han Feng glanced at the remote clutched in his hand, and his stomach dropped. The casing was smashed. "Damn it," he thought, gritting his teeth. "The remote's broken. I can't stop the timer now." He risked a glance over his shoulder. The giant was blocking the only exit. What should I do? Gasping for breath, he cursed his earlier decision. I shouldn't have set the detonation timer so soon, he muttered under his breath, voice hoarse. The brute behind him wasn't letting up. Old Jean slammed his fists into the ground, sending violent ripples tearing through the floor toward Han Feng like waves of solid rock. Han Feng spun around, thrust both hands forward, and poured his power into the earth. Purple and green light surged as the ground hardened instantly, colliding with the shockwave. The cave trembled violently as the two energies clashed. one force trying to break, the other to resist. Neither gave an inch. Sweat rolled down Han Feng's face. His eyes flicked to the brute's stance, searching for a flaw, and then it struck him. In a sudden shift, he changed tactics. The purple glow in his palms flickered, and the ground beneath old jeans softened like melting wax. The massive brute roared as the floor gave way beneath him. His hands and legs sank into the thickening mud. Han Feng seized the moment, turned, and bolted without hesitation. Old Jean's furious shout echoed behind him. "Coward! Don't you dare run from me!" But Han Feng didn't look back. He sprinted through the narrow hallways, passing the same area where he'd earlier molded the weapons and fuel barrels. His pulse hammered in his ears. There's barely a minute left until the blast. He thought, chest burning. I have to find cover. He stretched his senses outward. The brute was still stuck for now. Good, he breathed. At least he's not chasing me anymore. Relief barely had time to form before his eyes widened again. Another energy signature was fast approaching. No way, Jiang Dongshu. Within seconds, Jiang Dongshu and his squad arrived at the intersection along with the female captain and several soldiers. They halted abruptly, scanning the area. To their eyes, no one was there. He must have gone the other way, one of them muttered. They fanned out cautiously. Just a few meters away, Han Feng crouched behind a stack of supply crates, heart pounding so loudly he feared they'd hear it. That was too close, he thought. Another step and I would have run right into them. Jiang Dongshu's voice cut through the tension, sharp and furious. Old Jean, you let him slip again. What is he, a superhuman? Old Jean hung his head, voice low and ashamed. Yes, Captain. I'm sorry. The female captain scoffed. If he's a superhuman, splitting up would be suicide. He'll just pick us off one by one. Jiang Dongshu snapped back. And if we stick together, we'll never corner him. Behind the crates, Han Feng clenched his jaw. What are you idiots arguing about? Just leave already. His eyes flicked to the blinking timer on the remote. Less than a handful of seconds left. The bomb's about to blow any second. Just then, the female captain's instincts kicked in. She froze, her eyes narrowing sharply toward the supply crates. In one swift motion, she raised her gun and barked. Who's there? Come out. The echo of her voice filled the hall. Every soldier instantly turned in that direction, guns snapping up to aim at Han Feng's hiding spot. His pulse spiked. Color drained from his face as the realization hit him. He was completely surrounded. Damn it, he thought. I can't take all these guys at once. Pressed against the cold cave wall, Han Feng slammed both palms flat against it. Red energy flickered violently from his hands, spreading across the rock like veins of molten lava. No choice now. I have to risk it. The crimson glow rapidly expanded, racing along the hall's walls and ceiling. The soldiers exchanged uneasy looks, their guns trembling slightly as cracks began spidering through the rock. What the hell is happening? One shouted. The ground shook. Dust and stone rained down from above. Using the chaos, Han Feng vaulted over the back of the supply boxes and landed lightly behind them. This is my chance, he thought, sprinting toward the far end just as massive boulders began crashing down. Old Jean's roar echoed somewhere deeper inside, but Jiang Dongshu reacted first. Flames burst from his arms, melting the falling debris in seconds and clearing a path with frightening ease. When the blaze died, a new hole had opened up in the wall, and Han Feng was gone. Jiang Dongshu's face twisted in fury. Damn that brat, he snarled, eyes glowing faintly red. Go after him. I want him alive. Meanwhile, Han Feng was already several corridors ahead, sprinting through the winding tunnels until he stumbled into a hall lined with oil barrels. His breath hitched. His gaze darted to one barrel, the very one where he had planted the explosive. How much time's left? He crouched low, checking the blinking timer. 11 seconds. His eyes widened. Holy crap, he gasped aloud, immediately turning and sprinting even faster. His boots slammed against the metal flooring as he pushed every ounce of strength into his legs. Behind him, Jiang Dongshu and his soldiers stormed into the same hall. Whoever catches that kid, Jiang bellowed, gets 100 pounds of rice and 50 pounds of meat. Move. The men surged forward with renewed madness, until the ground began shaking again. Old Jean came barreling in from behind, shouting, Captain, wait for me. Jiang Dongshu spun around, his patience snapping. You useless lump of muscle. How do you mess up every single time? He stopped mid-sentence. A sharp beep pierced the air. His gaze shot toward the sound. The blinking timer on the oil barrel had just hit 0. There was no time to react. The explosion that followed was deafening. The entire hall erupted into a storm of fire and steel, swallowing soldiers and barrels alike. Even old Jean, still several meters away, was hurled backward by the massive shockwave. From a nearby tunnel, the female captain spun around as the flames rolled toward her like a tidal wave. "Run!" she screamed. "Run for your lives." The explosion triggered a brutal chain reaction. One by one, the oil barrels ignited, feeding the inferno until the entire underground depot turned into a roaring furnace. Farther away, Han Feng stumbled to a stop and looked back. The flames had already devoured half the cave. "It's over," he muttered under his breath. "It's all gone." But before he could even breathe, his eyes widened again. The female captain and a handful of her soldiers burst out from a nearby tunnel, the blaze chasing right behind them. "You've got to be kidding me," Han Feng thought, cursing his luck. "Idiot," the female captain shouted over the roaring fire. "You actually blew up the entire fuel depot?" Seeing the flames racing toward them, Han Feng spun and ran again. "Why can't I ever catch a break? Why is it always me?" As his mind raced, an idea struck him. He slammed his palm against the tunnel wall, channeling red energy once more. Fissures spread instantly, and with a deep rumble, the wall collapsed inward, sealing off the tunnel behind him. Rocks crashed down, blocking the fire and the soldiers' pursuit. The female captain skidded to a halt, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. The others stared helplessly at the massive barricade now separating them. But the captain didn't hesitate. With a defiant snarl, she pushed off the ground and leapt. Her agile form soared high, clearing the rockfall with effortless precision. The chase wasn't over yet. She cut through the smoke like a red flag and screamed at him, fury sharpening every syllable. "You bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Han Feng didn't stop to argue philosophy. He ran, lungs burning, and shouted back over the roar of the fire. "Stay away from me!" The flames were merciless. The female captain's soldiers who lagged behind weren't so lucky. The inferno roared up the tunnel and swallowed them in seconds. Their screams peeled off the stone walls and then were gone, reduced to nothing but ash and heat. The sight silenced even Han Feng for a heartbeat, the smell of burning wool and oil sticking in his throat. The captain's voice snapped him back. "I won't let you get away with this." And he fired back, breathless and raw. "Lady, this is not the time." Ahead, Han Feng's eyes found an opening, and he almost fell over himself in relief. "There's a cave up ahead," he yelled, pointing. The captain saw it, too, and barked. "Move! In there now? That's our only chance." The two of them sprinted as if someone had put a deadline on their lives. The flames curled up behind them like an angry tide trying to swallow the shore. They dove into the cave together just as the tunnel mouth behind them flushed red with fire. Inside, the captain swung around and pointed at the stone entry. Her voice was hard and practical. "Block it with your power." Han Feng didn't need telling twice. He slammed both palms against the rock and let his red glow run through the fracture lines like a live wire. "You don't have to tell me, lady," he said, and pushed. Rocks groaned, dust fell, and the burning wall rushed toward the barricade only to be stopped by the collapse. Outside, the base descended into chaos. Flames hungrily ate through caches of supplies. Storage racks hissed and popped as fuel and munitions fed the blaze. Soldiers who couldn't claw their way out were trapped and howled for help that never came. Even the stone barricade that blocked the entrance began to glow, smoke curling from every seam and fissure as heat found its way through the cracks. The whole place lit up like a busted city skyline, bright and impossible to ignore. What do you think would happen next? Thank you all for your incredible support to the channel. If you want us to continue this series, mention Snowball in the comments down below. We'll be back soon with even more thrilling episodes. Until then, stay awesome, stay safe, and cheers.